Xiao Si was dead, torn apart by a ninth-rank beast inside a secret realm. When she opened her eyes again, 7 or 8 people stood around her, dressed strangely and pointing at her while whispering, "This woman has no shame. What a disgrace." The third daughter-in-law of the Lin family is running away with another man. Poor Junhui. He'll lose both his wife and his money. Junhui sends her money every month. How heartless of her. All that money ends up with the Qiao family. She gives it to Zhang Zhaodi every month without fail. With such a lazy and careless mother, poor Daniu is really unlucky. Xiao Si looked at the people before her. Wait. Wasn't she already dead? Where was this place? Who were these people? Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her head, and a flood of memories rushed in. The owner of these memories was also named Xiao Si, same name, same surname, but... She quickly got up from the ground, her head throbbing. When she touched the back of her head, her hand came away covered in blood. But she had no time to worry about that now. This woman, her new body's former owner, was about to sell her own son. Half an hour ago, the child had already been sent to her mother's house. Bai Shujie stood behind the crowd, tiptoeing to look at Xiao Si surrounded by the women. His eyes showed no concern, only impatience. Xiao Si narrowed her eyes, pushed through the crowd, and ran toward the town. A blur of motion flashed past, leaving the gossiping women stunned into silence. After a long moment, someone finally gasped, "The Lin family's third daughter-in-law runs really fast." She had used her spiritual power, and her speed turned her figure into a streak of shadow. But as she ran, she realized her strength was only a tenth of what it used to be. The air around her held no trace of spiritual energy, and once her power was used, it couldn't be replenished. Even so, the thought of her son being sold made her heart race with worry. In the cultivation world, children were precious. It was extremely difficult for cultivators to have them. It all depended on fate. And this woman had actually sold her child for money. It was beyond cruel. Soon, Xiao Si reached the place her new body's mother had mentioned. From a distance, she saw 3 people, a child, a woman, and a man in his 30s. The man wasn't tall, but his face looked fierce. At that moment, the woman was counting money, while the little boy stood beside the man, his small hand held tightly in the man's grip. Xiao Si quickened her pace, not stopping to think. Using her spiritual power, she swiftly pulled the little boy out of the man's grasp. The man's face darkened when he saw the child taken away. Xiao Si grabbed the money from the woman's hand and held it out to the man. "Take back your money. We're not selling the child." The man glared at her fiercely. "The money's already been paid. The deal is done. You'd better get out of my way." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung a punch at her. Zhang Zhaodi, who had been counting the money, was furious when it was snatched away. When she saw it was Xiao Si, her eyes widened. Ignoring her daughter's safety, she shouted, "Xiao Si, it's already done. Let's take the money and go." "You can't beat him." Holding the boy in one arm, Xiao Si caught the man's fist with her free hand, twisted it behind his back, and kicked the back of his knee. The man cried out in pain, lost his balance, and fell to his knees. It looked like he had taken quite a hard fall. Zhang Zhaodi stared at Xiao Si in disbelief. Since when had Xiao Si become so strong? She had subdued a grown man with one hand. Standing behind him, Xiao Si said coldly, "Take your money and leave." Her voice was firm, her eyes icy. The man, realizing how powerful she was, quickly gave in. "Fine, I'll take it back." He struggled to his feet, trembling as he bent down to pick up the money. Zhang Zhaodi looked unwilling to let the money go. "Xiao Si, didn't you say Daniu ruined your happiness? Now you have a chance to leave him and even get some money." Xiao Si's cold stare cut her off. The look in her eyes was so sharp that Zhang Zhaodi fell silent. Only then did Xiao Si look down at the child in her arms. He was about 3 years old, but looked barely over 1. He was so thin that she frowned at how light he felt. The boy stared at her in fear, frozen in her arms. Because of his thin face, his eyes looked unusually large. His face was dirty, with 2 clean streaks where tears had washed away the grime. He had clearly been crying not long ago. His clothes were torn and ragged, their original color no longer visible. The holes hadn't even been patched, and he was barefoot without any shoes. A faint, unpleasant smell came from him. It seemed he hadn't bathed in a long time. Xiao Si felt a wave of sadness. Gurgle. She quickly looked at the child. The boy looked frightened and said at once, "Mother, Daniu isn't hungry. He's just making noise." Daniu isn't hungry. His small body trembled slightly, and he forced a timid smile. Xiao Si's heart ached again. She picked up the child and started walking toward the town. Only then did she remember the injury on the back of her head. Earlier, her hand had been covered in blood, but now the wound had already healed, leaving only a faint scar. Her spiritual power could heal wounds and control water and fire. It seemed that this ability had come with her. Good. Zhang Zhaodi watched Xiao Si's figure fade into the distance, thinking, "Today Xiao Si didn't even greet me, and she looked at me with such a strange expression." She seemed like a completely different person, stronger, even managing to subdue Zhang Lauer in just a few moves. She had planned to sell her son, but now she wasn't selling him anymore. That stubborn girl went to town with Bai Shujia today. Where did he go? How could he lose track of her? All the way, Daniu stared blankly at Xiao Si. His mother hadn't scolded him today. She even held him in her arms. Did that mean she didn't want to abandon him anymore? He decided he would behave well from now on, never make her angry, help with chores, and show her that he could be useful. Then she wouldn't leave him. Following her memories, Xiao Si arrived at a restaurant. Just as she was about to go in, she remembered she had no money and stepped back out. Then she recalled that she had come out today to withdraw money. Carrying the child, she went to the post office. Fortunately, she had her identification with her. Following her memory, she withdrew the 25 yuan that Lin Junhui had sent home. With the money in hand, she returned to the restaurant. Xiao Si looked around the only state-run restaurant in town. It matched her memories. The old Xiao Si had occasionally eaten here, always with a man named Bai Shujia. She didn't have much money, only the 25 yuan she had just withdrawn. She ordered 2 bowls of noodles, one with pork soup and one plain. The pork noodle soup cost 20 cents a bowl, while the plain noodles were cheaper, only 8 cents a bowl. After paying and handing over the food coupons, Xiao Si took the child to a quiet corner and sat down. This is a fictional story. Please do not compare it with real history. The heroine is a bit romantic, but not foolish. She is clever and has a tender heart. In the world of cultivation, she belongs to an ordinary sect and is the senior sister. She doesn't like to train and often prefers to relax. However, because her master is unreliable, she is forced to take on the responsibilities of a senior sister. There is an adoption storyline. Please skip if you don't like that theme. Daniu sat quietly, not daring to look around. It was the first time his mother had brought him here, and he felt a small, secret joy. Xiao Si took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped the dirt from his face. Daniu looked at her, clutching his torn pants nervously, unsure what to do. Today, his mother not only held him, but also cleaned his face. Her touch was gentle and didn't hurt at all, unlike his grandmother, who was often rough. Since there weren't many people in the shop, 2 bowls of noodles were soon served. Xiao Si placed the bowl of noodle soup with meat in front of the child, then took the plain noodles for herself and began to eat. The child looked thin and undernourished. He needed the nutrition more than she did. Money was tight, so she had to be careful with every coin. After taking a bite, she looked up and saw the child staring at her, not eating. Xiao Si asked curiously, "Don't you like noodles?" Daniu shook his head. His eyes glanced at the bowl in front of him. The soup glistened with oil, and several pieces of meat rested on the white noodles. He swallowed quietly, then forced himself to look away. "Mother, Daniu isn't hungry. You eat," he said, pushing the bowl toward her.
Xiao Si blinked in surprise.
"What do you like to eat then?" "Daniu doesn't eat. Mother eats." She noticed his choice of words. He didn't say he didn't like it, but that he would need. Maybe he was too young to eat by himself and needed help. Thinking that, Xiao Si set down her chopsticks, picked up another pair, and lifted some noodles toward his mouth. Halfway there, she saw the steam rising and realized it might be too hot, so she pulled the chopsticks back. She touched the edge of the bowl and tested the temperature of the noodle soup. It wasn't too hot, so it should be fine to feed. She picked up a bit of noodles and brought it to the child's mouth. Eat, and tell me if it's too hot. To be honest, Xiao Si had never taken care of a child before and really didn't know how. Daniu looked at the noodles, then at Xiao Si. Carefully, he opened his mouth and took a bite. When he saw that she didn't seem upset, he finally swallowed the noodles. Is it too hot?
Xiao Si asked. No.
Xiao Si fed him bite by bite. Since she had never done this before, her movements were clumsy, but after a few tries, she slowly got the hang of it. Soon, most of the noodles were gone, leaving only a small portion in the bowl. Knowing that eating too much might upset his stomach, Xiao Si stopped feeding him. Are you full? Daniu looked at the noodles in the bowl, a little reluctant. He could still eat more, and it felt wasteful to leave it. Besides, he hadn't eaten something this tasty in over half a year. But since his mother was there, he didn't dare say anything. He just nodded lightly. I'm full. Xiao Si wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, then picked up her own chopsticks and started eating her plain noodles. When she finished, she ate the little bit left in the child's bowl, then took his hand and walked out of the state-run restaurant. Standing at the entrance, she didn't know where to go next. Maybe she should go home and take a look. Since life had given her another chance, she was determined to make the most of it. Xiao Si lived in Kunwei village, about 4 miles from town. When she returned to the village with the child, she saw someone sitting at the door of her house from a distance. As she got closer, the person stood up.
Xiao Si frowned.
It was a thin, frail-looking man. Standing next to her, he wasn't much taller than her current body, though his skin looked quite fair.
Baik suje, Xiao Si murmured.
Memories of this man suddenly surfaced in her mind. Oh dear. He was the original owner's secret admirer. The original owner had a husband and a child, yet she had been involved with another man. The thought completely shocked Xiao Si. Bai Shujia was a young educated man sent from the city to the countryside. He and the original owner had been secretly close for over a year, and they had even planned to run away together. Xiao Si secretly felt relieved that nothing serious had happened between them yet, or she would have been disgusted. It was Bai Shujia who suggested selling the child, and the original Xiao Si's mother, Zhang Zhaodi, supported the idea. They were the ones who convinced the original Xiao Si to sell her own son. How could such heartless people still exist in this world? Was the original Xiao Si out of her mind? Her son was the child she had carried for 10 long months and risked her life to give birth to, yet she was willing to sell him for the sake of a man who had nothing to do with her. She truly didn't deserve to be called a mother. Xiao Si took the child by the hand and walked home, completely ignoring Bai Shujia. Sisi, why didn't you wait for me just now? Did you get the money? Bai Shujia asked with a fake smile as soon as he saw her. Xiao Si pushed open the gate, stepped inside, then turned to face him with a cold stare. The name Sisi is not for you to call me. From now on, address me as Comrade Xiao. And please don't come looking for me again. I have a husband, and it wouldn't look good if someone saw us together. Bai Shujia froze, his smile almost slipping away, but when he thought about the money she might have, he forced himself to stay calm. Sisi, don't be angry. If you don't want to sell the child, we can just keep him. Please don't drive me away. Xiao Si looked at his fake expression. So, he already knew she refused to sell her son. That meant he must have met with Zhang Zhaodi. They must have made some kind of secret deal. Xiao Si studied Bai Shujia for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand. A sharp slap landed across his face, turning his head to the side. A red handprint quickly appeared on his cheek. I told you not to call me Sisi. Can't you remember that? Xiao Si's eyes glinted coldly. In the world of cultivators, no one liked men who were short and weak like him. He had no courage or strength. He couldn't carry heavy things or handle any real work. What use was a man like that? When trouble came, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone anyone else. Bai Shujie wasn't good-looking either. His face was so plain that he would disappear in a crowd. To Qiao Si, he had no redeeming qualities at all. She truly couldn't understand what the original Qiao Si had ever seen in him. In her memory, the original woman's husband sent 25 yuan home every month. She would divide it into 2 parts, 10 yuan for Bai Shujie and 15 yuan for Zhang Zhaodi, keeping nothing for herself. What a foolish person, she thought. It really opened her eyes. Her own son was starving, yet she still cared for an outsider. She had food from the commune to eat, but her son had nothing. Whenever he was hungry, he had to go out and find food on his own. The child was only 3 years old, yet he had already suffered so much. And another thing, Daniu is my son, not yours. Please stop calling him your son. His father's surname is Lin, not Bai. As soon as she finished speaking, Qiao Si turned around and tried to close the courtyard gate. Bai Shujie stared at her in disbelief. She had actually hit him, and now she was shutting him out. When he saw her closing the gate, he instinctively reached out to push it open. But no matter how hard he pushed, the gate didn't move at all. He tried again with more strength, yet it still wouldn't budge. Qiao Si simply held the gate lightly, watching him coldly. Bang! The gate closed right in front of Bai Shujie's face. He covered his cheek where she had hit him, gritting his teeth. When had this woman become so strong? Fine, if she wanted to ignore him, he would ignore her too. He would wait and see who gave in first. He swore he would make her beg him and hand over the money herself. Only then would he feel satisfied. He touched his sore cheek again. That woman really hit hard. Qiao Si turned around and saw her child staring blankly at her. What's wrong? Come on, let's go inside. She took his hand and led him toward the house. Daniu looked up at her in confusion. He thought, Mother used to be so kind to that uncle, but now she hit him and wouldn't let him in. Mother is acting so strange today. And that uncle had looked angry again. Would he come back and hit him? The thought made the boy a little scared. Qiao Si opened the door to the house, and a terrible smell rushed out. She frowned and quickly pulled the child back. What was that smell? It was awful. The room was full of trash and so dirty that there was nowhere to step. From the outside, the red brick house looked new, probably built not long ago. Qiao Si walked all the way from the town back to the village. The house she now lived in was not bad compared to most of the mud houses in the village. There were only 3 red brick houses here, and hers was one of them. She hadn't expected the place to be in such a mess. She considered herself a bit lazy, but her home was always clean and tidy. Compared to the original owner's laziness, hers was nothing. Truly, there's always someone lazier than you, she had to admit defeat. After settling the child in the yard, Qiao Si used a few cleaning spells inside the house. Only then did the smell become bearable. The dust could be handled with magic, but what about all the clutter? After using several spells, her spiritual energy was almost gone. There was no choice but to clean by hand. She sighed. To think she had to do hard labor even after coming here, she really missed her junior brothers and sisters. Complaining was useless. She didn't even know which world she was in now. By this time, her fellow disciples had probably already heard that she was gone. Rolling up her sleeves, Qiao Si worked hard for 2 hours before the house finally looked much better. There were 3 rooms in total, a main hall in the center, and 1 room on each side. The bedding was so dirty and stiff that it gave off a foul smell. When Qiao Si came out of the house, she saw the child dragging some trash outside. Looking closely, she noticed that the yard was a bit cleaner. It was clearly his work. Qiao Si smiled and didn't stop him. If it's too heavy, take less at a time. Be careful not to fall, she said. Hearing his mother's words, the boy, Daniu, turned and answered loudly, okay. Before, when he worked, his mother never even looked at him, let alone spoke to him. Now she was talking to him, and even showing concern. Thinking of this, Daniu felt more motivated. A happy smile spread across his face as he kept helping to clean the yard again and again. When Xiao Si started washing clothes, she realized just how many things the house lacked. The boy had no spare clothes at all, only the worn-out set he was wearing, which was too small and full of holes. He didn't even have a pair of shoes. Going barefoot in summer was fine, but how had he survived the cold winter like that? Xiao Si's quilt still looked quite new after being washed. The child's quilt, however, was just a piece of worn fabric with several holes in it. After cleaning the house inside and out, 3 hours had passed, and the sun was already setting. There was no food at home, so Xiao Si thought she had to go out and buy some. In this place, some things required not only money, but also ration tickets. While cleaning, Xiao Si had found some tickets. At first, she thought they were just scraps of paper, but when she looked closely and saw the words on them, her memory came back. These were for daily necessities. She crouched down and met the child's timid eyes, speaking softly. "We don't have any food left. I'm going out to buy some. Do you want to wait here or come with me?" "Mother, I want to go with you," the boy said quietly, not daring to look her in the eye. But Xiao Si's hearing was sharp, and she caught every word. The child was still a little afraid of her and couldn't relax around her. Other children his age were carefree and lively, but he had already learned to watch people's moods to get by. Thinking of how she had treated him before, Xiao Si sighed helplessly. It would take time for the child to truly accept her. "If you want to go, then let's go together," she said gently. Xiao Si smiled at him, took the money and tickets, and held his hand as they left the house. Not far away, in Jiangjiaten, there was a supply and marketing cooperative. It didn't have as many goods as the one in town, but it carried all the daily essentials. Xiao Si wanted to go to the town's cooperative because she planned to buy the child a couple of sets of clothes. When they arrived, she noticed that the goods here were quite different from what she had seen in the cultivation world she remembered. Still, with her memories, she quickly bought what they needed. There was no rice in the cooperative. She remembered that rice was very hard to get. Even if available, it was difficult to buy without a grain ticket, and she didn't have any. So she bought 10 jin of flour for 1.8 yuan. Eggs were 6 cents each, and she bought 10 to help the child get more nutrition. She also had an oil ticket, so she bought a jin of soybean oil. When she saw white rabbit candies, 3 yuan a pack and no ticket required, she decided to buy some. They were expensive but nutritious, and the child could have them as treats. Ready-made clothes were costly and not very nice, so when she saw fabric for sale, she decided to buy some and make clothes herself. That required fabric tickets. She didn't have many cloth coupons left and wasn't sure if they would be enough to make 2 sets of clothes for the child. She decided to use them all first and think about the rest later. She also bought a pair of small cloth shoes since the child couldn't go barefoot. Luckily, those didn't need coupons. Thinking about dinner, she remembered there were no vegetables at home, so Xiao Si bought some greens. After adding everything up, she had spent 11.02 yuan at the supply store, leaving 13.7 yuan from the 25 yuan she had. She wondered if it would be hard to earn money here. She needed to find a way to make some. As soon as she left the store, Xiao Si unwrapped a white rabbit candy and put it in the child's mouth. Daniu licked it, his eyes lighting up. It was sweet. He had never tasted such delicious candy before. He looked at Xiao Si, and a small smile appeared on his face. By the time they got home, it was already dark. After taking in the dried clothes, Xiao Si went to the kitchen to make dinner. The main dish was flatbread made from white flour. She planned to make a simple egg and vegetable soup to go with it. In her previous life, before she started her training, Xiao Si used to cook. But after that, she almost never did. It was easier to rely on special food pills, and honestly, she had become lazy. Now that she had to cook again, she found herself a bit clumsy. The food turned out just acceptable, not very tasty, but not bad either. She handed the child a piece of flatbread and a bowl of egg and vegetable soup. When Xiao Si took a sip of her soup, a pair of chopsticks suddenly appeared in front of her. Her son had picked up a big piece of egg and placed it in her bowl. Xiao Si froze for a moment, staring at him. She had forgotten to feed him earlier, so he actually knew how to use chopsticks. Thinking about how she had fed him noodles at noon, Xiao Si smiled. Well, that was her fault for not asking.
She didn't take the egg.
There were only 2 in total, and the child was too thin. He needed the nutrition. Once he gained some weight, he wouldn't get such special treatment anymore. The child's nickname was Daniu, but he didn't have a proper name. Xiao Si didn't like the nickname and decided to give him a new one. After thinking all afternoon, she chose the name Lin Ruan with the nickname Ping'an. She hoped he would live a peaceful, healthy life. Since the cloth she bought hadn't been made into clothes yet, the child still had nothing clean to wear that night. After his bath, Xiao Si wrapped him in a piece of clean cloth, carried him to bed, and tucked him under the blanket. Ping'an looked very happy, a gentle smile staying on his face the whole time. Compared to when they ate at the restaurant before, he seemed much more relaxed now. Xiao Si looked at his face. After washing up, his features looked very handsome, and with some care, he would look even better. Mom, where is my bed? Ping'an asked, pointing his small finger toward another room. No, from now on, you'll sleep with Mom, Xiao Si said with a smile. Ping'an lay quietly on the bed, breathing in his mother's scent, and smiled happily. Tonight, he could sleep beside her. She didn't dislike him anymore. He felt as if the whole day had been a dream. If it really was a dream, he hoped it would never end because he liked the mother in his dream. She even gave him a name. That made him so happy. When Xiao Si finished her bath and returned to the room, Ping'an was already asleep. She couldn't rest yet. There were still many things she needed to do. First, she had to make 2 sets of clothes for Ping'an, otherwise, he would have nothing to wear tomorrow. Sewing was Xiao Si's strength, and to work faster, she used her spiritual power. To her surprise, the energy she had used before had completely returned. Excited, Xiao Si began to test it. In the end, she found that her power was only 1/10 of what it used to be. This limit might be a rule of this world. If she went beyond that limit, it could affect the balance of this world. That was only her guess. The real reason was still unknown. She was sure that this world had no spiritual energy, so where did the power inside her come from? Then she noticed that when she used her energy, a mark appeared on her wrist. Lanning, she whispered in surprise. It was the mark of her spirit beast. Why was it appearing on her wrist? She gently touched it, remembering that when she died, Lanning had torn open a rift. The moment her hand touched the mark, Xiao Si found herself in a strange place. The air here was filled with strong spiritual energy. Master. A familiar voice came from behind her. Xiao Si turned around in delight and saw her life-bound spirit beast, Lanning, floating in the air. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed forward, but her arms passed right through. Startled, she looked at Lanning anxiously and murmured, "How can this be?" "Master, I am only a spiritual projection," Lanning said softly. At that moment, Xiao Si realized that Lanning was only a shadow. "What's going on?" Xiao Si asked in panic, staring at it. "Lanning doesn't have much time left, Master.
Please listen to me."
Hearing this, Xiao Si's eyes turned red. She looked closely at Lanning and saw its figure fading. Anxiously, she said, "Why is this happening? Tell me what I can do to keep you here." Lanning's expression dimmed. "Master, don't struggle anymore. It's useless. I won't be able to stay by your side much longer. Please take good care of yourself." Although Xiao Si was usually lazy and didn't like to train, she treated Lanning, her life-bound spirit beast, with great care. It had always been with her, and she already saw it as family. Xiao Si felt an itch on her face. When she touched it, her hand came away wet with tears. She sniffled, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and began to cry softly. Seeing her master cry so sadly, Lanning felt heartbroken too. With a trembling voice, it said, "Master, please don't cry." Lanning wanted to pat Xiao Si's head, but its wings passed right through her. It had forgotten. It was now only a spirit and could no longer touch its master. "There's no time left. Master, listen to me. When you were killed by the 9th rank beast, I barely managed to tear open a space rift and bring your soul here. As for how you woke up in this body, I'm not sure. But I found 2 books, and I think they're connected to why you came back in this form." As it finished speaking, 2 books appeared in the air before Xiao Si. Xiao Si, her eyes still red, stared blankly at Lanning without reaching for them. Seeing this, Lanning gently placed the books at her feet. "When I tore open the space rift, I was badly hurt and won't last much longer. I burned my spirit power and used my true form to create this space for you. The place you're in now is formed from my essence. The energy here is strong and will keep nourishing you." Xiao Si's heart ached. If surviving in this world meant losing Lanning, she would rather have died with it. She didn't want to live alone in this world. "Lanning, if you're gone, what meaning is there for me to stay alive?" When Lanning heard Xiao Si say that, she became anxious. "Master, you must live well. You can still go back." Xiao Si looked up, her face expressionless. "What about you? Can you go back with me?" Lanning lowered her eyes. She wasn't sure if she could return, and even if she could, it would probably take a long time. Xiao Si noticed that Lan Ying's body was fading again. Worried, she reached out to touch her, but her hand passed through empty air. She cried out, "Lanning, Master, it's no use." "Oh, I brought your space ring, but it doesn't work in this world. I've merged it into your spiritual sea, so you can still use it." Lan Ying's figure was now so faint it was almost invisible. Xiao Si's eyes turned red as she looked at her with deep sadness. "Master, your body can no longer be used, so normally you wouldn't be able to return. But your soul still exists. It's badly damaged, though, and will take hundreds of years to heal. For now, live well here. When the right chance comes, you might be able to go back." It seemed that returning wasn't certain. It depended on fate. Xiao Si looked at Lanning with sorrow and despair. Seeing her despair, Lanning said softly, "Master, listen to me. I tore open a space rift to bring you here. One day, you can do the same to return." Xiao Si saw that Lanning was almost gone. She sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face.
Lan Sai.
Her eyes looked red, though she had no real tears. She was only a shadow. "Master, I'm leaving now. You must live well.
We will meet again someday."
Lanning suddenly turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the space. From the void came her fading voice. "Master, for now, you can only stay in this space for 1 hour each day. As your strength grows, the time will increase." Soon, even her voice was gone. Xiao Si sat on the ground, eyes lowered, unable to accept Lan Ying's departure. Her heart ached deeply. After a while, she slowly came back to herself and looked blankly around the space she was in. This was the place Lanning had created for her by burning her own essence. Xiao Si didn't have the courage to stay any longer. With a flash, she left the space. As soon as she stepped out, she heard someone softly crying. "Mom, are you leaving me again? Mom, where are you?" Xiao Si looked up and saw Pingin's little face covered in tears. She called softly, "Pingin." When Pingin saw Xiao Si, he quickly got up from the bed, tears streaming down his face, looking hurt and helpless. "Mom, please don't leave me. I'll be good from now on. Please don't go, okay?" Xiao Si felt a sharp ache in her heart. She hadn't expected her leaving to make him cry so sadly. It was true. The child had never received much love. The original Xiao Si had always been cold to him, often scolding or even hitting him, and had once thought of selling him. Thinking of this, Xiao Si couldn't bear it. She walked to the bed and gently held the trembling child in her arms. She softly patted his back. "Don't cry. Mom is here. I'm not going anywhere." A strange feeling filled Xiao Si's heart, something warm and unfamiliar. The child was still sobbing in her arms, his small body shaking as if he were deeply hurt. Xiao Si held him close, sitting on the edge of the bed, gently patting his back. After a while, his body slowly relaxed. Some time later, Xiao Si looked down and saw that he had fallen asleep. Maybe because he still felt unsafe, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed even in sleep. Without thinking, Xiao Si reached out and smoothed the lines on his forehead. Seeing how much he needed her, Xiao Si made a quiet decision. Since she now lived in this body, she would take responsibility and raise this child well. Thinking about the lack of food and supplies, Xiao Si suddenly remembered what Lanning had told her before leaving. She gently laid the child down on the bed. As she did, she noticed his small hand tightly clutching the corner of her clothes. Xiao Si paused for a moment, pressing her lips together. After settling the child, she decided to check the space Lanning had left her. With a thought, her surroundings changed, and she found herself standing on a piece of land. The air was filled with rich spiritual energy. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the air made her feel calm and refreshed. To her surprise, her strength had fully returned. Outside, she could only use a small part of her power, but here, she felt no limits. Xiao Si looked around, carefully taking in the land before her. She was standing on a flat piece of land, and not far away there was a small stream. Beyond the stream was a forest. She walked toward the forest behind her and clearly heard the sound of flowing water. After walking a short distance, a waterfall appeared before her. Below it was a pool that connected to the stream flowing outward. Above the waterfall was a misty haze, white and unclear, making it look as if the water was falling straight from the sky. It was a magnificent sight. Xiao Si stood at the edge of the mist and reached out to touch it. It felt like a soft, elastic barrier. It seemed this was the end of the place. Her vision blurred, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in her room. What was going on? She remembered what Lanning had said before disappearing. Could it be that the 1-hour time limit had ended? Xiao Si tried to enter the space again, but she couldn't. What kind of strange rule was that? 1 hour was far too short. The child was still sleeping on the bed, curled up on his side. That posture showed he didn't feel safe. Xiao Si felt a pang in her heart. Don't worry, little one. I'll take good care of you. She thought about how she had always been single, yet somehow, she now had a son. Looking at his clean little face, she had to admit, he was really adorable. Suddenly, she remembered what Lanning had said about the space ring. Xiao Si's eyes lit up, and she felt a surge of joy. Her space ring was filled with all sorts of things, useful items, and plenty of food. Whenever she didn't need something, she would store it in the ring. Since time inside the ring was frozen, food never spoiled. Whatever went in came out exactly the same. Thinking of this, Xiao Si couldn't help but smile. She quickly closed her eyes and focused her mind. Instantly, everything inside the space appeared in her thoughts. There were dozens of her clothes. Although she couldn't wear them now, they could be used as fabric, which was quite valuable in this world. There were also more than 10 bags of spirit rice. Seeing that made Xiao Si grin from ear to ear. It was precious stuff. She also had 2 roasted chickens, 3 roasted rabbits, and 1 roasted black cliff boar. Not long ago, she had hunted a group of black cliff boars. After giving some to her senior brothers and sisters, she still had more than 20 left in her space. The meat of those boars tasted much better than the pork in this world. There was also a long-mouthed ox, and its meat tasted even better than the black cliff pigs. But as far as she remembered, eating beef was forbidden here. There were many other things too, but Xiao Si didn't bother to check them. Anyway, from now on, life wouldn't be so hard anymore. The next morning, just as the sky began to brighten, Xiao Si woke up. Since she had spirit rice and black cliff pork, she decided to make pork porridge for breakfast. As soon as the porridge was ready, Ping'an woke up. Xiao Si helped him put on the clothes she had made the night before. The outfit matched the local style, and once he wore it, he looked much more lively. Then she helped him put on the little cloth shoes she had bought yesterday. When he was fully dressed, Xiao Si nodded to herself in satisfaction. Yes, this looked much better. Ping'an carefully touched his new clothes and looked down at his new shoes. Then he smiled happily. Mom, both the clothes and shoes are really nice. Xiao Si smiled and patted his head. Go wash your face. I made pork porridge for you today. Hearing that, Ping'an's smile grew even brighter. He had smelled the delicious scent as soon as he woke up. He had never smelled anything so good before. He thought that when he woke up today, his mother would be the same as before. When he realized he had woken up at her bed, he ran out happily. He had already forgotten what happened in the middle of the night, thinking it was just a dream. He only thought, it's great that mom is still the same as yesterday. While Xiao Si and Ping'an were eating breakfast, someone started banging loudly on the courtyard gate. Hearing the noise, Ping'an shrank his shoulders in fear and stared nervously toward the gate. Xiao Si noticed his reaction and gently patted his back. Don't be afraid.
Keep eating.
Seeing her calm expression, Ping'an relaxed a little and continued eating, though much more slowly. Cici, open the door. Xiao Si immediately recognized the voice. It was Zhang Zhaodi, the mother of this body. Thinking of what had happened yesterday, a trace of disgust flashed in Xiao Si's eyes. Cici, it's mom. Open the door. Xiao Si put down her chopsticks and went to open the gate. Her mother wasn't alone. Bai Shujie was with her. As soon as the door opened, he walked straight in. When Bai Shujie saw the table in the yard and the new clothes on Ping'an, he glared at the boy fiercely. Xiao Si had actually used his money to buy clothes for that boy. He hadn't wanted to come at first, but Zhang Zhaodi said she had a way to make Xiao Si behave, so he reluctantly came over. When Ping'an met Bai Shujie's eyes, he was so frightened that his chopsticks fell to the ground. He didn't even bother to pick them up, quickly stepped away from the table, stood to the side with his head down, and trembled slightly. Seeing Ping'an's reaction, Xiao Si immediately realized that Bai Shujie must have done something bad to him. Annie, come quickly, Cici made pork porridge today. Before Bai Shujie even finished speaking, he had already scooped himself a bowl. The pork had been bought with his money, so he wanted to eat it. But before he could take a bite, Xiao Si snatched the bowl from his hand. Bai Shujie glared at her angrily, but Xiao Si wasn't afraid. My food is for people, not for those who don't deserve it. Hearing this, Bai Shujie grew even angrier. Xiao's mother, hearing there was pork porridge, rushed over excitedly and grabbed the pot. It smells so good. Cici, why didn't you tell me you made something delicious? As she spoke, she hurriedly scooped up a spoonful to eat. Xiao Si watched the two of them coldly, then took the pot from her mother's hands and placed it up on the eaves. If you want to eat, cook it yourself.
This isn't for you.
Xiao's mother froze, and when she saw the porridge was gone, she began to cry. I'm your mother. What's wrong with me eating a little of your porridge? How can a daughter treat her mother like this? You don't deserve to be called a mother. Hearing that, Xiao's mother stopped crying at once. How am I not your mother? You're ungrateful, refusing to recognize your own parent. Xiao Si looked at her coldly, without a single tear in her eyes. What kind of mother finds a man for her married daughter and even helps him persuade her to sell her own son? A heartless one. When Xiao's mother heard this, her eyes darted away. I didn't do that. You met Shuji yourself, and you agreed to sell your son. Xiao Si gave a cold laugh. The educated youth from Daha village just happened to wander to Kungwei village for no reason, and only passed by my house every time? Don't you think that's a little too much of a coincidence? After hearing the words, Bai Shujie felt a bit guilty and stammered, I just like Kungwei village, is that not allowed? How about we report it to the police and let them investigate properly? When she heard that, Xiao's mother panicked immediately. You ungrateful girl. How dare you call the police on your own mother? At that moment, Xiao Si noticed that Bai Shujie had started quietly moving toward the door as soon as the police were mentioned. Clearly, he was planning to slip away. Xiao Si didn't bother to stop him. She could deal with him later. There's a saying, a kind mother raises a filial child. If a mother isn't kind, how can she expect her child to be respectful? Besides, I'm only asking the police to look into Bai Shujie's matter. Why are you so nervous? Did you do something you shouldn't have? Xiao's mother took a step back. I didn't. Seeing her mother's instinctive reaction, Xiao Si gave a bitter smile. The original Xiao Si had been foolish, but she wasn't. From the fragments of memory, she could tell that Bai Shujie's relationship with the original Xiao Si was far from simple. She hadn't expected that just a few words would make her mother reveal the truth. What a mother, hurting her own daughter like this. I have things to do at home. I'm leaving, Qiao's mother said, turning around and walking off while muttering angrily. After all, she was still the mother of this body. As for the money she had tricked her out of before, Qiao decided to let it go. But if she caused trouble again, she wouldn't hold back next time. However, Bai Shujie wouldn't be so lucky. Yesterday, while cleaning the room, she had found some interesting notes. That afternoon, Qiao Si carried Ping'an and arrived at Dao village. Following her memories, she found the place where Bai Shujie lived. He stayed at the educated youth dormitory, where more than a dozen young people lived. It was lunchtime, and people were returning from work to eat and rest. Qiao Si stood with Ping'an in front of Bai Shujie's door. Some of the young people saw her and began whispering, "Look, she's here to find Bai Shujie again. She already has a husband but still goes after another man. Shameless." Qiao Si pretended not to hear them. The original Qiao Si had behaved so poorly that being called names was nothing new. From a distance, she saw Bai Shujie walking toward her. He saw her too and quickly hurried over, smiling as he approached. When Ping'an saw Bai Shujie arrive, his face turned pale. He clung tightly to Qiao Si's leg, trembling all over. "Si, you finally came to see me," Bai Shujie said with a grin, already forgetting how he had once demanded that Qiao Si kneel and beg him. "Please call me Comrade Qiao," Qiao Si replied coldly. She bent down, picked up Ping'an, and gently patted his back to comfort him. When Bai Shujie saw Ping'an, he glared at him fiercely. "If you dare scare him again, I'll make you regret it." "I was just joking with him," Bai Shujie said after a pause, forcing a smile. Hearing Qiao Si's words, Ping'an turned and wrapped his arms around her neck, burying his face against her shoulder. "Mother actually scolded Uncle Bai for me. She's protecting me. I'm so happy." Qiao Si thought to herself, "Let's see how long you can keep smiling." "Take a look at this," Qiao Si said, handing a slip of paper to Bai Shujie. By now, several people had gathered around. Bai Shujie took the paper, and when he saw what it was, his face changed instantly. He tried to tear it up, but Qiao Si was faster and snatched it back. He couldn't believe she had brought those notes. He had written them only to reassure her back then, thinking she was easy to fool and too fond of him to ever use them. He never expected her to bring them out now, especially in front of others. "From last July until now, you've borrowed a total of 160 yuan from me. These are your IOUs. I'll give you 3 days. If I don't get the money by then, I'll take these to the police." Knowing Bai Shujie feared the police, Qiao Si didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. "Si, where am I supposed to find 160 yuan in 3 days? You're trying to ruin me." Seeing the crowd around them, Bai Shujie's eyes darted, and he quickly said, "Si, weren't you the one who wanted to run away with me? I agreed, didn't I?" He was trying to turn the situation against her. "Who would run away with you? My husband is a soldier. Interfering with a military marriage is a crime." Bai Shujie panicked. Why was Qiao Si so hard to deal with now? He gritted his teeth and said, "But you told me yourself that you liked someone like me. My eyes work just fine. You're not as good-looking as my husband, not as tall, and you don't send me money every month. You can't carry heavy things and you're weak. Who would like a man like you?" "I'm fair-skinned," Bai Shujie quickly replied. Qiao Si couldn't help laughing. "You're not a woman. What's the use of being fair-skinned? It won't make you taller. What's there to be proud of?" Someone nearby added, "That's true. Bai Shujie can't compare to Lin Junhui at all. Even a blind person would choose Lin Junhui. He's a soldier and works for the state." Bai Shujie's face turned pale with anger as he glared at Qiao Si. No one had ever spoken to him like that, especially in front of others. He was shorter and thinner, yes, but he had always been proud of his fair skin and scholarly look. Now Qiao Si had completely torn down his pride and used it against him. "I thought Qiao Si liked Bai Shujie," someone whispered. "If she doesn't, why did she keep visiting him before? That doesn't make sense." Hearing this, Qiao Si smiled slightly. It was the perfect chance to make her mother uncomfortable. "My mother brought Bai Shujie to our house and told me to get along with him. I thought my own mother wouldn't harm me, so I spent some time with him. But we never did anything improper. We were completely innocent. Not long after, Bai Shujie came to borrow money from me. I told him I didn't have any. My husband's money was all sent to my mother-in-law, and I only got 5 yuan a month. But I'm a dutiful daughter, so I gave even that 5 yuan to my mother. When Bai Shujie couldn't borrow money from me, the next day my mother brought him to see me again. They told me to get my husband's money back from my mother-in-law, who doesn't like money. So I agreed. Bai Shujie gave me an idea, and I followed his advice. Later, I managed to get my husband's money myself. My mother-in-law only had 5 yuan a month, while I had 25. As Xiao Si spoke, she looked proud. Finally, her husband's money was in her own hands. My mother said since Bai Shujie came up with the idea, we should give him 10 yuan a month. But I couldn't just give money away for nothing. I thought since Bai Shujie helped me get this money, I could lend it to him, but he had to write an IOU. I already lent him 160 yuan, and he hasn't paid me back a single cent. That's why I came to ask for it. Didn't your mother also ask you for money? Why don't you ask her instead? I don't have any money right now, Bai Shujie said anxiously. My mother is saving it for me. She said she would keep the remaining 15 yuan for me. She's my own mother. Of course, I trust her. She's just helping me save it. It's still my money. Xiao Si told the story half-truthfully. Most of it was real. Her tone was innocent and cheerful, as if she truly believed in her mother. Whenever she had a chance to make Zhang Zhaodi uncomfortable, she never held back. Xiao Si, you're too naive. Your mother is probably eyeing your husband's money. Once it's in her hands, you won't see it again. And that Bai Shujie isn't a good person either. He didn't get close to you for no reason, Aunt Chen said angrily after hearing Xiao Si's words. Xiao Si glanced at Aunt Chen, her eyes flickering slightly. Aunt Chen was her mother's neighbor, living right next door. She was kind-hearted but talkative and loved gossip. Once she knew something, the whole village would soon find out. This sounds like a setup. Poor Xiao Si. She doesn't even realize she's being cheated. No, my mother is just keeping the money for me. I've written it all down, 15 yuan a month for 16 months. That's 240 yuan in total. My mother promised she would return it to me. The money I lent to Bai Shujie, he has to pay back, Xiao Si said, pretending to be innocent. You'll probably never get the money back from Zhang Zhaodi. Once she has it, it's gone. As for Bai Shujie, you might get some of it back, but not all. This was Dahua village. Everyone knew each other, and most people were familiar with Zhang Zhaodi's character. That won't do. I need to save enough money to visit my husband. Xiao Si, you should call the police. You have the IOU, so you don't need to be afraid. You were right. Interfering with a soldier's marriage is against the law. Bai Shujie just tried to do that, so he's already broken the law. Bai Shujie turned pale and could barely stand. No, Xiao Si, please don't call the police. I'll find a way to pay you back. Borrowing money wasn't a big deal, but ruining a soldier's marriage was serious. She could even end up in jail. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Zhang Zhaodi said Xiao Si was simple and easy to fool. Xiao Si used to be naive and easily tricked, but now she seemed like a completely different person, smarter than him, and she knew exactly how to handle him. Fine. Pay me back the full 160 yuan within 3 days, and I won't call the police. At the Qiao family home after returning from Xiao Si's house, Zhang Zhaodi felt uneasy. She was really afraid that Xiao Si might ignore family ties and report her to the police. People nowadays were all afraid of getting the police involved. She paced nervously around the yard. When she saw Father Qiao come home from work, she felt relieved, as if she had found support. She quickly told him everything that had happened at Xiao Si's place. Father Qiao listened calmly. What are you afraid of? You're her mother. If she dares to report her own mother, people will talk about her behind her back. She won't do it. But she already knows that I worked with Bai Shujie. She didn't see it with her own eyes. Just deny it no matter what. Zhang Zhaodi thought for a moment. Yes, just deny everything. She immediately felt more confident. But then she remembered the 15 yuan for this month and said with pain in her voice, She hasn't given me this month's money yet. Then go ask her for it, Father Chiao said, washing his face with well water and wiping it dry.
Huh.
Zhang Zhaodi hesitated. After what happened today, would Xiao Si still give her the money? Didn't you say you were keeping it safe for her? With that reminder, Zhang Zhaodi suddenly understood. Right, she had said she was saving the money for Xiao Si, so she could go and ask for it openly. Once the money was in her hands, it would belong to the Qiao family. Getting it back from her would be impossible. Thinking of those 15 yuan, Zhang Zhaodi quickly left the house and headed toward Kungwei village. As she passed the river in front of the houses, she heard people chatting in the distance, gossiping about something. Zhang Zhaodi hid behind a tree to listen. Bai Shujia is done for, you know? I heard a bit about it.
Serves him right.
Trying to cheat people out of money, now he'll have to work it off in prison. I also heard that Zhang Zhaodi took even more. 15 yuan every month. She's already taken 240 yuan from Qiao Si, saying she was saving it for her. I doubt that money will ever come back. I heard that Zhang Zhaodi took Bai Shujia to Qiao Si's house to trick her into giving them the money Lin Junhui sent back. TSK. Oh my, what does she think of Qiao Si? Qiao Si is her own daughter. Let's see how Lin Junhui will deal with her when he comes back. I heard the third Lin's son is an officer. My sister-in-law said yesterday that my niece might meet Xiao Qiuming. I have to stop her. With the Qiao family's behavior, my niece would suffer if she married into that family. Hurry, I'll also tell my brother not to let his daughter marry into such a family. It's too frightening. Hiding behind a tree, Zhang Zhaodi didn't expect the gossip to be about her own family. She panicked, her small eyes narrowing as she turned and ran home. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped and walked toward the village instead. After walking around the village, she learned that Qiao Si had come to the main village and found out everything that had happened. Zhang Zhaodi hurried home. Her husband, Father Qiao, was resting and woke up annoyed by the noise, ready to scold her. Before he could speak, Zhang Zhaodi quickly told him everything she had heard, including how the villagers were now warning their relatives not to let their daughters marry into the Qiao family. Father Qiao's face darkened as he stared at her. If it didn't affect their sons, he wouldn't care what the villagers said. But since it did, he had to handle it carefully. His second son was in the middle of meeting a potential match, and their family's reputation couldn't be ruined. After a long silence, he said, "From now on, don't go to Qiao Si asking for money. Take 100 yuan from home and give it to her. Tell her never to bring this up again. On your way to Kungwei village, make sure everyone knows you gave Qiao Si the money. As for Bai Shujia, stay away from him and don't contact him again." Zhang Zhaodi hesitated. 100 yuan was a lot, and she felt reluctant. Seeing her still standing there, Father Qiao frowned. "Why are you still here? Go do what I said. Isn't 100 yuan too much? How about just 10? Do you still want Qiuming to get married or not? Not a single yuan less. If I find out you gave less, you'll regret it." Father Qiao glared at her. Even now, she was still unwilling to part with the money. But even if they gave Qiao Si 100 yuan, their family had still gained 140 yuan. What worried her most was that Qiao Si might demand the full 240 yuan back someday. Zhang Zhaodi walked out of the room, and Qiao's father reminded her from behind, "When you talk, mention again that Qiuming is going to join the army." She opened the small wooden box where she kept money, reluctantly counted out 10 bills, hesitated, and put 5 back. As she locked the box, her husband's face flashed in her mind, and she took the 5 bills out again. Finally, she gritted her teeth, put all 10 bills into her pocket, and left the house. When Qiao Si saw the 60 yuan Zhang Zhaodi handed her, she was a little surprised. She hadn't expected that her visit at noon would bring such a result. In her memory, Zhang Zhaodi was the stingiest person she knew. Although her father liked to look generous in front of others, in truth, he was just like Zhang Zhaodi, selfish and tight-fisted. It would be foolish not to take the money offered, especially since she really needed it. Zhang Zhaodi still couldn't bring herself to give the full 100 yuan, so she secretly kept 40 for herself. "Don't ever mention this again," Zhang Zhaodi warned. Otherwise, no one will want to marry your second brother, and he'll stay single forever. Hearing that, Qiao Si suddenly understood. So that was the reason. No wonder the Qiao family was being so generous this time. Qiao Si smiled and nodded.
All right.
By the way, did you talk to Junhui about what I mentioned last time? What thing? About letting your second brother join the army.
I did.
But the army isn't recruiting now. Tell him to find something else to do. Joining the army isn't that easy. It's not like it's your family's business. How naive. Besides, with how lazy her second brother was, he wouldn't last a day in the army. He's still looking, but it's not easy to find something right away. Ask Junhui to keep an eye out. If there's any recruitment, let us know immediately. All right, now go home. I have to get to work soon. Qiao Si pushed Zhang Zhaodi toward the door. Standing outside, Zhang Zhaodi glared at the closed door. When she felt the 40 yuan in her pocket, she smiled again. But when she thought about the 60 yuan she had just given away, her face darkened. A worker only earned about 30 yuan a month, so 60 yuan was 2 months' wages. It really hurt to part with that much. Just as Zhang Zhaodi left, someone else arrived at the door. Why are you here?
Qiao Si asked.
It was her mother-in-law, Lin Junhui's mother. Lin Junhui joined the army when he was 14. Until 4 years ago, when he got married, he sent his salary home every month for his family to use. But when he got married, his parents only gave him 100 yuan, saying they had no money. The day after the wedding, they even told Lin Junhui and Qiao Si to leave the house. The house Qiao Si lives in now was built with borrowed money. It could be said that Lin Junhui borrowed quite a lot just to marry Qiao Si. No one knows if he has paid it all back yet. Where's Daniu? Lin's mother asked with a frown. If the villagers hadn't said that their family took Junhui's money but didn't care for his son, she wouldn't have bothered to come. He's asleep. Neither Lin's mother nor Qiao Si looked happy. Qiao Si turned away to continue her work without even glancing at her. These 2 eggs are for Daniu. Don't keep them for yourself, Lin's mother said, putting the eggs down before leaving. Qiao Si looked at the eggs in surprise. Something didn't seem right. Since when was Lin's mother so kind as to bring them eggs? Mom, what are you looking at? Ping'an asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he walked over. You're awake. Are you hungry?
Qiao Si asked.
I'm not hungry. Mom, are you hungry? If you want to eat the eggs, go ahead and cook them. Ping'an won't take any from you. Qiao Si smiled and patted his head. Mom's not hungry. These eggs were just brought by your grandma. Mom, the eggs are bad. We can't eat them. Qiao Si picked them up and saw that he was right. They were spoiled and smelled terrible. No wonder Lin's mother was so generous.
Qiao Si sighed.
She must have told everyone in the village that she was bringing eggs over, just to make herself look good. More than 2,000 kilometers away, in a coastal city, the 48th Army was stationed near the outskirts. In the army cafeteria, what's wrong with Amy? Is she awake? She's awake, but something seems off. She didn't go looking for Deputy Commander Lin again, did she? No, but she's unusually quiet, like she's a different person. Maybe she's just upset after being turned down by him so many times. I heard that Deputy Commander Lin already has a wife. Yes, Vice Captain Lin got married at home. Our captain often talks to the girls in the team, telling them not to bother Vice Captain Lin anymore because it doesn't look good. Amy looked down at her hands. They were the hands of her younger self, soft and fair, without calluses. She was back in her dormitory in the army, not in the small mountain village she once called home. She had returned. The memory of that suffocating fear, like being submerged underwater, was still vivid. Amy clenched her fists and looked around. She realized she was back in May 1975. This time, it happened because the stage had collapsed, and she had fallen while singing. That same month, Lin Junhui's wife, Qiao Si, sold their only son to human traffickers and ran away with a young man named Bai Shijia. When Lin Junhui heard the news, he took a month's leave to search for his son. But the news came too late. 3 months had already passed since the boy was sold. A month later, Lin returned empty-handed. After coming back to the army, Lin immediately applied to retire. To persuade him to stay, the army arranged a marriage between him and Amy. With Commander Cheng's help, and because of some things Amy did behind the scenes, Lin had no choice but to agree. Amy had always liked Lin Junhui, so she happily married him. But less than half a month after the wedding, Lin again asked to leave the army. No matter how hard the commander tried to keep him, Lin insisted on leaving, and the army finally agreed. During those 2 weeks of marriage, Lin never showed her any affection. Before leaving, he told her she could choose, stay in the army and divorce him, or go with him. If she had chosen to stay and divorce him, she wouldn't have died so young or suffered so much. She followed him back to that remote mountain village. Lin stayed home for only a month before leaving again to search for his son. 2 months later, she found out she was pregnant. During her pregnancy, Lin did come back to take care of her for 8 months, but after she gave birth, he left once more to continue his search. Was that son really so important? If he wanted a child, she could give him 1, 2, even 4. Why did he have to keep searching? They argued many times, but he always did things his own way. After that, they lived apart for a long time. The next spring, feeling lonely and envious of others who had their husbands at home, she started seeing an unmarried young man from the village. When Lin Junhui came back, she was already 4 months pregnant, and the child was not his. After learning the truth, Lin Junhui didn't argue or shout. He simply moved out of her room. He didn't drive her away or ask for a divorce, which seemed like forgiveness. When their son was born, he left home again. From then on, he never shared a room with her. Although he still sent money home, he came back much less often. He treated both their son and daughter fairly on the surface, though he was secretly kinder to his daughter. She didn't blame him for that. He used to come home 5 or 6 times a year, but later he only returned once, during the spring festival. By the 10th year of their marriage, she could no longer stand that kind of life and asked for a divorce. Lin Junhui agreed, without hesitation. Their daughter, who was his child, stayed with him. He didn't want the boy, and she didn't want to take the child back to her parents' home, so she left the boy with his biological father. The next day, they got their divorce papers. Because she couldn't get a train ticket, she stayed one more night at the house. That night, she discovered a big secret. A man in a military uniform came to the house. He looked about 24 or 25. The two of them talked behind closed doors, and she didn't know what they were saying. Explanation: Amy had been reborn 10 years earlier. Out of curiosity, she stood by the door to listen. The walls in the countryside were thin, so she could hear everything clearly. It turned out that Lin Junhui's current parents were not his real parents. His biological parents lived in the capital. His father was a deputy chief of staff in the city's military district, and his mother was the head of the city's military hospital. At that moment, she looked at the divorce papers in her hand and found it all absurd. Life really had a strange sense of humor. Of all times, why did she have to learn about his powerful family the very night after their divorce? The silver bracelets that proved his identity had been given to her by his adoptive mother in the 5th year of their marriage. She had handed them back to him without a second thought. How foolish that seemed now. She had planned to stay no matter what, but the next day Lin Junhui forced her to leave. With no other choice after the divorce, she followed her original plan and returned to her parents' home. However, her parents couldn't help her, and her brother didn't welcome her. After 3 days, he also drove her out. Completely homeless, she spent all her money and then thought of her son's biological father. In this life, he was the only person she could turn to. On her way to Kungwei village, she accidentally fell into a river and drowned. She was only 32 when she died. Now she had returned to the year she was 22. She hadn't married Lin Junhui yet, and she still had a chance to change her fate. At this time, Lin Junhui's biological father had not yet appeared. She needed to find someone to take his place, and the most important thing now was to get the silver bracelets that proved his identity. According to her memory from her previous life, those bracelets were currently with Lin Junhui's adoptive mother. With the support of a father who was a deputy chief of staff in the military, her life would surely become smooth and successful. This time, she would use Lin Junhui's biological father's influence to crush Lin Junhui completely, leaving him with no chance to rise again and forcing him to live a miserable life. To carry out her plan as soon as possible, Amy began to think about suitable people in her mind. Soon, she thought of several candidates. After careful consideration, she decided that the best choice was Deng Shuakai, the commander of the Special Forces unit. From what she remembered, Deng Shuakai would soon be transferred to make room for Lin Junhui. He would be reassigned to a remote northern area as a commander. Although it was technically a lateral move, it was actually a demotion since that unit was not well regarded and was far from the center of power. Why choose Deng Shuakai? The main reason was that he liked her. After confirming her choice, Amy went to find Deng Shuakai the next day. She got straight to the point and told him why she had come. After listening, Deng Shuakai stayed silent for a long time. Just when Amy thought he would refuse, he finally spoke. "What proof do you have that you came from the future?" "That's easy," Amy said with a confident smile. "The opportunity will come next week." At dinner, Xiao Si took out half a roasted chicken from her storage space and cooked some spirit rice. Ping'an saw the chicken and couldn't stop swallowing. It smelled so good. His mother's cooking always smelled wonderful. The chicken came from the cultivation world, raised with spiritual energy, which was especially good for Ping'an's health. The spirit rice also had the power to strengthen the body. Ping'an ate happily, his mouth shiny with oil. When he noticed that Xiao Si wasn't eating much chicken, he put a drumstick into her bowl. "Mom, you eat too." Xiao Si placed the drumstick back into his bowl. "Ping'an, you eat. I'll have this part." She picked a piece with more bones for herself. Seeing his mother eat, Ping'an finally felt at ease and continued gnawing on the drumstick. But when it came to the wings, he refused to eat any more no matter what she said. His thoughtfulness made Xiao Si's heart ache. After bathing him and putting him to bed, Xiao Si remembered she hadn't checked her storage space today. She stepped inside and immediately saw 2 books on the ground. Bending down, she picked them up. They were from Lanning, who had said they were connected to why she had awakened in this body. The covers were plain white with no words. When Xiao Si flipped through them, she found writing inside, strange symbols she somehow understood, probably because of the body's original owner. She decided to read them later. She had other things to do in the space today. She wanted to build a wooden house to store miscellaneous items. Leaving them out in the open made her uneasy. Once she decided, she got to work. Since her cultivation power wasn't suppressed here, the first floor was built quickly, followed by the second. Using a spiritual axe from her storage ring, she chopped trees and laid wooden boards neatly on the ground. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she was forced out of the space. She had been sitting in a chair when she entered, and now she was sitting in the same position outside. The 1-hour limit was really inconvenient. Still, there was nothing she could do about it. Sitting in the chair, she thought of the 2 books again. Taking them out from her storage ring, she picked up the thicker one first. Once she started reading, she couldn't stop. With her spiritual power, she read extremely fast and remembered everything clearly. When she finished, she sat in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. The book's main characters were Deng Shuakai and Amy. The heroine, Amy, was actually reborn from 10 years in the future. Rebirth. What an incredible ability. Her return itself wasn't the problem. The issue was that she came back for revenge. She succeeded in her revenge. The person she targeted lived a miserable life, lonely, childless, wrongfully imprisoned for 10 years, and eventually died alone in a shabby hut, unnoticed by anyone. That person was Ping'an's biological father, Lin Junhui, the husband of the body she now inhabited. What shocked Xiao Si was that, in the story, the original woman really did sell her own son and ran away with Bai Shujia. After running away, she became pregnant with Bai Shujia's child, but he abandoned her soon after. Heartbroken and helpless, she struggled back to her home village, only to be sold by her own mother to another man as a wife. The child she was carrying didn't survive. According to the story, Lin Junhui also played a part in her misfortune. Together with her mother, Zhang Zhaodi, he sold her to a man with a disability. It seemed Lin Junhui was taking revenge for his son. After Ping'an was sold, Lin Junhui searched for him his entire life, but never found him. The man she was sold to had a violent past, and his previous wife had died because of his cruelty. It was clear that the original woman's life after marriage was full of hardship and pain. Even her son grew up resenting her, leaving her lonely and sorrowful all her life. Serves her right, some might say, selling her own child was heartless. If Lin Junhui didn't hold a grudge after that, he would have been far too forgiving. But now, Qiao Si had been reborn into the original woman's body. She was Qiao Si, and Qiao Si was her. Oh, how unlucky she was to end up in such a foolish woman's body. Thinking about the tragic fate of the original woman, Qiao Si shivered. She patted her chest. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. With her here, she wouldn't let those things happen again. She shared the same name and face as the original woman. Perhaps there was some mysterious connection between them. Lin Junhui was Ping'an's father. Should she help him or not? Qiao Si touched her chin and turned to look at Ping'an's sleeping face. She paused for a moment. Even without his father, she could raise the child well. But still, growing up without a father was never easy. In the book, Amy plans to take revenge on Lin Junhui, saying that he didn't treat her well after marrying her. She claims that most of the year he spends away looking for their son, leaving her alone at home. Qiao Si thinks this reason is a bit weak. Isn't it normal for men to go out and earn money for the family? In the world of cultivation, ordinary families are usually like this. Moreover, the story mentions that Lin Junhui's adoptive mother didn't leave him any land, so if he didn't go out to earn money, he would starve at home. She isn't Amy, so she can't say for sure. But going out to earn money and support the family isn't wrong for Lin Junhui. Finding his biological son who is sold isn't wrong either, especially since he still makes time to visit his wife and child. Maybe everyone has different needs. However, Qiao Si can't agree with Amy's way of revenge. In her view, Lin Junhui is a decent person. When his biological son was sold, he was willing to give up his career and retire early just to find him, which makes him a good father. He even risked fighting against dark forces to save his comrade's son. He is good with family and friends. But, in the end, risking himself to save his comrade's son was a bit too much. What she can't understand is why, after the comrade's son set him up and caused him to serve 10 years in prison, he chose to forgive him when he got out. Such a treacherous person should have been dealt with harshly. The story says Amy has just recently been reborn and is about to carry out her revenge. Anyway, he is still the safe and legal father. Qiao Si frowns, thinking that if she takes Ping'an to find his father, she might meet that man. Meeting him isn't a big deal, but she has another awkward identity now. She is the wife of that man, Lin Junhui. At this moment, Ping'an on the bed kicks off the blanket with one foot. Qiao Si sees the child's stomach rising and falling and thinks, so cute. Everyone else's parents who love them, but Ping'an, because of her, will grow up without a father. Will he blame her?
Sigh.
Forget it. She decides to be a kind person and help him out. As for everything else, they'll talk about it after they meet. According to the story, Lin Junhui's current parents are not his biological parents. His real parents are high-ranking officials in Beijing. Deng Shuakai will come to Kunwei village in a month and buy back the silver bracelet that symbolizes his identity from Lin Junhui's adoptive mother at a high price. Then she replaced Lin Junhui and went to recognize his biological father. This plan was quite clever. Qiao Si closed the book and threw it back into her ring space, then started flipping through another thin book. It was a recipe book, but the cooking methods inside were strange. Could food made this way really be edible? Qiao Si was very doubtful. Despite that, she patiently finished reading the entire book. Afterward, she also put it into her ring space. Next, she began to think about what to do. Lin Junhui was about to go on a mission. Because of this mission, he had to leave the army later. He was seriously injured during the mission, hurting his left leg. After treatment, his leg was slightly lame. When walking slowly, It wasn't obvious, but walking faster made it very noticeable. It seemed she needed to hurry to the army. The next morning, Xiao Si cooked chicken porridge, which was simple, quick, and nutritious. She poured the raw egg into the freshly cooked rice porridge, mixed it thoroughly, added some oil and salt, then sprinkled chopped green onions on top. It was very delicious and satisfying. After breakfast, Xiao Si took Ping An and went out to the village chief's house. On the way, Ping An looked up and asked, "Mom, what are we going to do at the village chief's house?" To handle some matters with the village chief, Xiao Si replied with a smile. After hearing this, Ping An turned around and ran home. While running, he said, "Mom, wait for me a little while." Xiao Si saw Ping An rushing back and followed helplessly. She saw Ping An in the yard picking up a basket, then walking to the place where eggs were kept, and took 5 eggs. "Mom, when you ask someone to do something, you need to give a gift," he said. Xiao Si was stunned. After reacting, she smiled and took the basket. She didn't expect her child to teach her a lesson. She had forgotten such a simple truth, and it was her mistake. She crouched down, looked into his eyes, and smiled, saying, "How does Ping An know that you need to give a gift when asking someone to do something? Everyone in the village does that. I saw others doing it when I was playing in the village. When they give a gift, people will agree to help. Ping An is so clever. Let's go to the village chief's house," Xiao Si said. She used to be a senior sister in the cultivation world and knew about these things. But now, here, she had forgotten these small details. On the road, Xiao Si asked Ping An, "Ping An, do you miss your dad?" After a while, when Ping An didn't answer, Xiao Si stopped and looked down at him. "Mother, Ping An doesn't want dad. Ping An only wants mother." "Mother, don't be angry," he said. Hearing this, Xiao Si was stunned. This didn't seem right. His tone didn't sound like he didn't want his dad. Soon, she remembered the reason. In the past, Xiao Si didn't allow the children to mention their father. If they did, they would be scolded, beaten, or even sent away from home. Her heart hurt, and she knelt down again to look into Ping An's eyes. "Ping An, it was my fault before. I won't stop you from talking about your dad anymore. I'm sorry. I apologize. From now on, you can mention your dad whenever you want. Say what you like. Ping An is a child with both a dad and a mom. You can think about your dad." "Really?" Ping An looked hopeful. "Yes, we have a caring mother, so we naturally have a caring father. What others have, we should have too." Ping An was so happy that he immediately hugged Xiao Si tightly, holding her neck. His eyes started to turn red. "Mother, Ping An likes the mother now." "Yes, I like you too, Ping An," Xiao Si said, lifting him up and continuing toward the village chief's house. She was strong, so carrying Ping An didn't feel tiring. But after a while, Ping An started to struggle in her arms. Xiao Si looked at him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable being held?" "No, mother. Ping An can walk by himself. Holding me makes you tired." Xiao Si put him down, patted his head, and smiled. In the past, the original owner was so careless. Her son was quite sensible. Thinking about how Ping An was sold in the previous life, and Lin Junhui searched for him all his life but never found him, and in the end, no one knew if he was alive or dead. In this life, with her here, she wouldn't let anything happen to Ping An. As for Lin Junhui, "Oh, by the way, Ping An, haven't you told Mother? Do you miss your dad?" "Mother, Ping An misses Dad," he said shyly. Before, when he had no food, he missed his dad a lot. When he had nowhere to sleep, he also missed his dad. Every time his dad came back, he had food to eat and a bed to sleep in. His dad also bought many delicious things for him. But when his dad left, his mother would give everything to her grandparents' dog. However, father hasn't returned for a long time. The villagers say he is a great hero, protecting the country, and he's very busy, so he hasn't had time to come back. Ping An's eyes show a hint of longing. Xiao Si notices Ping An's expression and sighs helplessly. It seems she must meet her husband in this body. She smiles and looks down at Ping An. "Shall we go find Dad?" Ping An suddenly stops walking, and Xiao Si also halts and looks at him. "Is that okay?" Ping An asks cautiously, looking up. "Of course," she replies. But Dad is busy protecting the country. Ping'an shows a little disappointment. When he's busy, we can play by ourselves. When he's free, he can spend time with Ping'an and play. Ping'an thinks for a moment, then nods softly. Okay, Ping'an wants to see Dad. Xiao Si smiles. He still knows his father is protecting the country.
She wonders who told him that.
They arrive at the village chief's house, and Xiao Si explains their purpose. The village chief is stunned when he hears this. You want to take Ping'an to the army to see Junhui? He wonders if they sold Daniu on the way here. A few days ago, he heard someone say that. But now, seeing Dania dressed in new clothes and shoes and looking very clean, he doesn't know what to say. Xiao Si also notices the village chief's concern. She holds her son's hand and says, Village chief, I promise I will take good care of Ping'an. He wants to see his father, so I brought him to the army to visit. The village chief frowns and listens, then suddenly raises his head in surprise at hearing an unfamiliar name. Who is Ping'an? Grandpa Village Chief, I have a new name now. My nickname is Ping'an, and my full name is Lin Ruian. My mother gave me this name. Ping'an likes his new name very much, and he speaks with a bit of pride. The village chief smiles faintly when he hears this. Your mother is so good to you. Did Ping'an have breakfast this morning? Xiao Si understands the village chief's concern. She worries she might treat Ping'an badly or leave him outside after they go out. So she lets Ping'an talk with the village chief freely, without stopping or interrupting, just watching them with a smile. Ping'an had breakfast this morning. He ate fragrant egg porridge. Last night, he also ate a big chicken leg. Now, he's sleeping with his mother. She is very good to Ping'an. By the way, Grandpa Village Chief, Ping'an was at the state-run restaurant the day before yesterday eating pork noodles. It was so delicious. The village chief looked at Xiao Si in surprise. After leaving the village chief's house, Xiao Si smiled at Ping'an, playful and clever. Mom, Ping'an is amazing, right? Yes, Ping'an helped Mom a lot. If it weren't for her son winking and making small gestures at her, Xiao Si wouldn't have known that Ping'an was playing tricks on the village chief just to see his father. The village chief was stunned by Ping'an's words, but eventually relaxed and issued them a permit to go out. Zhang Zhaodi didn't sleep well last night, feeling upset about the 60 yuan. She gave the money to Xiao Si, but she wasn't happy about it. Early in the morning, after her husband went to work, Zhang Zhaodi took her second son, Qiao Qiuming, to Qiaowei village. Qiao Qiuming heard his mother say they were going to Xiao Si's house for money and immediately followed, unhappy that Xiao Si took the family's 60 yuan. This money belonged to the Qiao family. Since it was their money, what did it have to do with her, an outsider? The money was earned by her and her older son. Xiao Si was just a nobody and didn't deserve to take her mother's money. Her mother had earned this money through her own efforts. Zhang Zhaodi quietly approached Xiao Si's house. Seeing the door was locked and knowing Xiao Si was out, she got an idea. 2 days ago, someone saw Xiao Si buy many things. Now, while she was away, they could take her belongings and steal back the 60 yuan. She signaled her son to climb over the wall. Qiao Qiuming followed her instructions, climbed into Xiao Si's house, and first searched her room. The 60 yuan from the Qiao family had to be taken back. Sure enough, he found 6 large banknotes under the pillow. He was happy and quickly put the money in his pocket. What he didn't know was that Xiao Si had deliberately placed the money there for him to find. Qiao Qiuming was very pleased when he got the money. His mother said Xiao Si hadn't given her money this month, so he kept searching the room. After searching everywhere, he didn't find any more money. He angrily smashed things in Xiao Si's room, making a mess before leaving. Then he went to the kitchen to look for what his mother had mentioned. After searching around, he found a bag of flour and 2 eggs, grabbed them, and climbed over the wall to leave. Thinking about the 15 yuan she couldn't find, Qiao Qiuming searched again and smashed the kitchen once more. Because Xiao Si had spiritual power and good hearing, she heard the voices of Zhang Zhaodi and Qiao Qiuming from afar before reaching home. A sinister smile appeared on her face. The fish had indeed taken the bait. She had said that if the Qiao family caused trouble again, she wouldn't care about family ties and would act accordingly. Ping'an, do you want to go catch fish? She asked with a smile. She gave herself time. At this moment, she couldn't let her know that Zhang Zhaodi had come to her house again. Ping'an immediately nodded happily at the idea of catching fish. Xiao Si held her son's hand and walked toward the river. Half an hour later, Ping'an happily carried the fish home. "Mom, you're really amazing. You caught the fish just by sticking the stick in. Now we can have fish to eat," he said. Xiao Si patted her son's head and smiled. "Do you prefer to steam or boil the fish? Either is fine." "Ping'an likes both," he replied. Not long after Xiao Si returned home with the fish, she hurried out of the house and went straight to the town's police station to report the incident. After reporting, Xiao Si and her son just arrived home when two police officers on bicycles came to their door. "I found my home like this when I returned from the village chief's house. The 60 yuan I kept under my pillow is gone. Also, the flour and eggs I bought the day before yesterday are missing." The house was smashed up badly, she tearfully told the police. Seeing the police arrive, many villagers gathered around. Nowadays, villagers naturally fear the police. Once someone is taken to jail, few come out safely. Even if they do, they often suffer greatly. No one wants to experience that. "Oh my, it looks like a theft," someone said. "Why is everything so messy?" "They broke a lot of things. The money was stolen, so why did they cause damage? Could it be someone from the village? I'm not involved. I wouldn't do such a dishonest thing. Even thieves wouldn't deliberately smash people's things. They must be enemies. What was stolen? I heard 60 yuan, a bag of flour, and 2 eggs. I saw Xiao Si carrying a big bag of flour the day before yesterday," someone explained. "It's not much, but 60 yuan is a lot." The police began investigating the nearby villagers, and everyone in the village felt anxious. "I was in the fields recently. Aunt Lin can confirm that," said one villager. "I was at home. Today, my third son had a fever, so I didn't go to work, but I didn't leave my house," said another. "I went to work and just got back when this happened," said a third person. "This morning, I saw Zhang Zhaodi and Xiao Qiuming come into the village. Could they be involved?" asked someone. "Yes, I saw them too," replied another. Xiao Si immediately started crying and asked, "Did my mother come?" "I didn't see them. It's possible that your mother and your second brother took something," someone suggested. "That's too much. If she took things, why did she also damage our house?" said another villager. Xiao Si burst into tears again. "How could she do this? She said she was saving money for me. Every month, June we sent back 25 yuan. Except for the 10 yuan I lent to buy shujia each month, I saved the rest for my mother. A few days ago, I asked her about it and she denied everything. It was 240 yuan in total. I saved that money from my daily meals. She refuses to return it now, and she even stole the little money I had left." Xiao Si was so upset she fainted. Several village women quickly helped her. "Your mother is terrible. She even stole her daughter's money," said one. "I thought you willingly gave it to her." "Zhang Zhaodi always boasted about how her daughter was filial because she took money from her," said another. "But that money was earned with Jianhui's life. I would never give it to my mother. She said she was saving it for me, and I plan to take it back someday." Who knew she would do this? Xiao Si cried desperately, and at that moment, the police spoke. "Comrade Xiao, should we continue the investigation? Since the suspect was her mother, if they kept digging, others might say she was unfilial. Nowadays, people value filial piety. But that money was earned with Jianhui's life. Xiao Si fainted again from grief. Ping'an held her hand and cried too. His mother had just told him to let her cry and not worry about anything else. But seeing his mother faint, he was still very worried and held her hand tightly. Mom, please don't leave me. Don't go." The two mother and son were truly miserable. They had been betrayed by their own family, and now they couldn't even demand their money back. If they did, people would say they were unfilial. What kind of world is this? It's so sad to be children in such a family. When these words were spoken, many villagers agreed and empathized, since everyone is a parent or child, and nowadays, families often have many siblings. Parents find it hard to be fair to everyone. Sometimes they help one child and neglect another. Such things happen often, and people find it hard to speak about their frustrations. Since it's their own parents, they have no one to complain to. If they do, they are considered unfilial. These situations happen all the time in the village. Some are obvious, some are more subtle, but the Chi family's case is too much. Everyone feels sorry for Chi Si. Mother Chi is really too much. People from Dawu village say she took 240 yuan. If she keeps taking money like that, she'll end up in jail. Don't you think? The two police officers were annoyed by the villagers' noise. Hearing this, one of them loudly asked, "Are we still going to investigate?" "Of course we're going to investigate. We suspect her, so we need to check her house." "Did she really do it? 240 yuan is a lot. Look at the mess in the house. Things are broken, dishes shattered. How can they eat like this?" Such evil intentions need to be dealt with. Da Zhuang grew up with Lin Junhui. Although Lin Junhui joined the army at 14, they still kept in touch every year. Now that his wife has been bullied, Da Zhuang wants to help. The village chief watched everything from behind the crowd, then turned around and shook his head as he walked away. The Chi family's actions are clearly too much. Isn't it obvious she's responsible? In the past, Chi Si didn't argue, but now she's awakened and still causing trouble. Fine, she's called the police. A large group of people headed toward Dawu village. It's nearby, so the walk isn't far. Seeing police officers in uniform and villagers working in the fields, some villagers started gossiping and following to watch the scene.
Chi Si is there too.
Maybe she's going to Chi Lalio's house. With police? That's unlikely. Who would call the police to arrest their own parents? No one believes it. Unless the other person plans to leave the village, then it might be exposed. Why go to Chi Lalio's house? They're looking for Bai Jiqing, asking for money. Isn't there a 3-day deadline? Today's only the second day, right? It's not yet due. When the crowd stopped in front of Chi Lalio's house, they finally realized they were really looking for him. The police knocked on the door. Zhang Zhaodi scolded loudly as she came out of the house. "Who hit my door so hard that it broke? If it's damaged, can you pay for it?" When she opened the door, she was about to curse, but when she saw the two police officers in uniform, she suddenly fell silent. Why were the police at her house? What had happened? She quickly forced a smile and asked, "Comrades, is there something you need from us? Someone suspects you stole 60 yuan and a bag of flour from Qiao Si's house and also damaged some items inside." Zhang Zhaodi looked away nervously, afraid to meet the police's eyes. She stammered, "Nonsense. I am her mother. I didn't steal anything, I swear." Looking up, she saw Qiao Si standing behind the police. Her face immediately turned fierce. "You good-for-nothing girl, calling the police on your own mother. You unfilial daughter. Why don't you just die outside?" Quiet. Seeing the argument might escalate, the police officer shouted loudly to stop them. They knew that dealing with villagers often meant dealing with troublemakers who refused to cooperate. Qiao Si stood quietly by the side, her eyes starting to turn red. Soon, big tears rolled down her cheeks. De Zhuang watched the scene with disgust, showing his disapproval towards Zhang Zhaodi. How could a mother speak to her daughter like that? "Comrade police, since you're here, why don't you come inside and see if the stolen items are here?" De Zhuang said angrily, standing next to Qiao Si. "No, the items aren't here."
"Get out," Zhang Zhaodi said.
She tried to close the door, but De Zhuang quickly blocked it. "Are you feeling guilty? Not letting us check inside? I have nothing to hide. If I didn't take it, I didn't take it. What's it to you, outsider? Are you perhaps her lover?" She snapped. Qiao Si immediately looked up at Zhang Zhaodi, tears falling more fiercely. She shook her head desperately. "Mother, how can you say that? I didn't." Qiao Si had fair skin and was known as a beauty in the commune. Before she married, many young men from 10 villages around had their eyes on her. But the dowry the Qiao family wanted was too high, so no one could afford to marry her. The only reason Lin Junhui married Qiao Si was thanks to Lin's mother. Qiao Si was lazy and demanding, and her family deliberately wanted her to marry someone who would make her life difficult. He was unhappy, and she was happy about it. In the past, She asked him to join the army for her son and changed his name to Lin Junhui. Unexpectedly, he managed to stay in the military and did quite well. Now he even receives government support, while her son can only be a laborer. However, Lin's mother did what she could, and Lin Junhui willingly paid the bride price to marry this lazy wife. To marry Xiao Si, Lin Junhui borrowed a lot of money. Xiao Si cried so sadly that the man nearby felt sorry for her and started criticizing Zhang Zhaodi. It's just a quick look inside. Why are you talking nonsense? Everyone knows Da Zhuang and Lin Junhui are good friends. He's just helping out. Do you have to be so dirty-minded? Seeing dirt, you think everything is dirty. Exactly. Da Zhuang and Lin Junhui grew up together. When Lin Junhui was away, Da Zhuang helped his brother. Is that wrong? Stop blocking the way. If you didn't steal anything, let us in a check, so we can clear your names. Zhang Zhaodi opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Her face twisted with anger. As a daughter, she dares to call the police and demand to search her parents' house. How could she do such a thing? Isn't she afraid of punishment from above? This morning, I saw her and her son leaving with a bag in Tongwei village. That was the flower I took to Xiao Si. She wasn't home, so I brought it back. Zhang Zhaodi stretched out her hand to block the door, refusing to let anyone enter. The items taken from Xiao Si's house hadn't even been put away before they were piled on the kitchen floor, exposing everything. They absolutely couldn't let anyone search the house. That's strange. When I saw you come to Tongwei village, you weren't carrying anything. Where did the flower come from? The villager from Tongwei immediately asked. Xiao Si knew that in this world, filial piety could weigh heavily on a person, so she stayed silent, lowering her head with red eyes, silently crying. She looked fragile and pitiful. She was holding a child with tears in his eyes, making her seem even more helpless. A woman, with a child, her husband away, being bullied by her own family, could only stand there crying helplessly. Seeing this scene, everyone grew more upset and started demanding to go inside and search. Mom, why is it so noisy? You woke me up, said a man in his mid-20s as he came out of the house. When he approached the door and saw two police officers in uniform outside, he was startled. Having police come to your house is never a good sign. Mom, what's going on? Xiao Qiuming asked, trying to sound calm. Zhang Zhaodi gave her second son a look, signaling him to quickly hide the flower in the kitchen. But Xiao Qiuming didn't understand his mother's meaning. He only thought she was blinking because her eyes hurt. He stared blankly at the crowd outside the door, some from the neighboring village, some from their own, surrounding his house so tightly that no one could pass. Since her son didn't catch her hint, Zhang Zhaodi had to explain. Xiao S's family reported that something was stolen. They said they saw us at the end of the pit village this morning and want to search our house. Hearing this, Xiao Qiuming immediately jumped up. Xiao S, you really know how to cause trouble. Even calling the police on us. Xiao S was tired of arguing. She was truly fed up. She sniffed, looking sad and upset. Second brother, I don't know who stole the things. The thief wrecked our house, smashing everything, plates, bowls, everything is gone. I had no choice but to report it. I really have no money now. Life is hard for me and my son. I only have 60 yuan left. My husband is a deputy regiment commander in the army. We still owe money from our wedding, and he can only send me 25 yuan a month for living expenses. The money I saved over the past year was given to my mother, but you all deny it. You think I was tricked. Now I don't even have that 60 yuan. I really don't know how I can go on. If they bully me just because my husband isn't home, I will call his unit to ask if the country has abandoned us military wives. Hearing this, Xiao Qiuming shouted angrily, Who took your money? Stop slandering people. The two police officers looked at each other with serious expressions. They didn't expect the person who reported the theft was a military wife, and her husband is a deputy regiment commander. If she really called the army to complain, the higher-ups would investigate, and the entire police station might be in trouble. The villagers were furious when they heard Xiao Qiuming. Your mother brags about the money she gets from Xiao S every month. Ask her, did she really get it or not? Exactly, we heard it with our own ears. I saw with my own eyes that Xiao Si just took some money in town and immediately gave it to Zhang Zhaodi." Xiao Qiuming was stunned and looked at his mother. Seeing her worried face, he understood what was happening. Zhang Zhaodi didn't expect that her casual boast would lead to such consequences. She was so scared she took a step back and stared hard at those accusing her. "Stop talking. Search the house." 2 police officers took the lead and entered the house while others followed and were stopped at the door. With so many people inside, if something went missing, it would be hard to explain. People who like to take small advantages are everywhere. Don't bring too many people. Just find 2 representatives. "We can't go in. We didn't take anything from Xiao Si." "Xiao Si, tell them to leave." Inside, Zhang Zhaodi was still blocking the door and asking Xiao Si for help. Xiao Si looked away and didn't look at Zhang Zhaodi. "If you block the police again, you'll all be arrested." Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi was so frightened she quickly put down her hands and kept her eyes on the police. Thinking of what Xiao Fu said, she quickly came up with an idea. Even if they found something, she wouldn't admit it no matter what. After all, white flour and eggs look the same. Who can tell the difference? Zhang Zhaodi remembered how Xiao Si had changed these past days. She was so angry, she clenched her teeth. Wasn't she the one who always listened to her? Why is she targeting her now? After this, she would see how to deal with her. The police called Da Zhuang and also brought a woman officer. 4 people in total went inside to look for things. Xiao Si didn't go in. As a daughter, she really shouldn't search the house herself. It wouldn't sound good if she did. She just waited at the door. Soon, the police and Da Zhuang came out carrying a bag of flour. Xiao Si opened the bag and saw that there were 2 eggs on top of the flour. Zhang Zhaodi said, "This is what I bought yesterday at the supply store. I bought 10 jin of flour and 5 eggs. I ate 3, and the remaining 2 are still here." Xiao Si looked at Zhang Zhaodi, then turned her gaze to the eggs on the flour. She reached into the bag and felt around near the bottom, pointing at a spot. "This is my bag. My name is written here." The villagers looked where she pointed. Sure enough, there was her name written in black ink, small but very clear. Now, everyone knows everything. Zhang Zhaodi stared in disbelief. The stubborn girl actually wrote her name on the bag. The villagers looked angrily at Zhang Zhaodi and Xiao Qiuming, pointing fingers at them. It was really their family who did it, and they still deny it. Now it's clear because her name is on it. It was definitely Zhang Zhaodi and her son who stole it. At first, they acted so tough, I thought they weren't involved. Serves them right. Take them to jail. They took advantage of a man being away. Xiao Qiuming signaled to Zhang Zhaodi, who immediately understood. "Xiao Si, I only took a little flour and 2 eggs. I am your mother. You can't treat me like this. That stubborn girl stealing some flour and eggs isn't enough to send her to jail. It's just a matter of paying some money. She can't possibly mark the money, since it would only be in her hands for a short time, and the money originally belonged to her anyway." "Mother, where's the 60 yuan I put under my pillow?" Xiao Si asked softly and weakly. "I didn't take your money. I only took your flour and eggs. The room and kitchen were smashed. You stole from the kitchen and the room." Xiao Si didn't finish. Everyone could guess what she meant. "I didn't steal. I'm your mother. I took them," Zhang Zhaodi quickly replied. Seeing her fierce expression, someone was dissatisfied and said, "A daughter who gets married is like water spilled out. Once married, she's part of her husband's family. If you took things from Lin Juanhui's house without permission, how can you say you took them?" "Exactly. She took 500 yuan as a bride price. She was basically selling her daughter, and now she wants to take things from her daughter's home? Who has such a high bride price? This old woman has no shame." Seeing so many people scold her, Zhang Zhaodi dared not say she took the items. "I stole, so what? I only stole flour and eggs. I didn't take your money. I'll pay you back," she said. Then Zhang Zhaodi took a large note from her pocket and threw it to Xiao Si. She thought Xiao Si wouldn't catch the money, so it would fall to the ground. She smiled proudly. Just before the money hit the ground, Xiao Si reached out with her right hand. No one saw how she did it, but when everyone looked closely, The money was firmly in her hand. Zhang Zhaodi choked and immediately stopped laughing, looking angrily at Xiao Si. Xiao Si turned over the money and looked at it, a faint glint in her eyes. "Mother, this money is mine." Zhang Zhaodi was clearly stunned. "Impossible. This is obviously my money. How did it become yours?" "Mother, look." Xiao Si calmly showed the money to Zhang Zhaodi, her slender finger pointing at the big unity symbol. "There is a C2056 here. If I'm right, you also have C2053, C2054, C2055, C2057, and C2058. That makes 6 big unity notes, totaling 60 yuan. After speaking, Xiao Si looked coldly at Zhang Zhaodi. Zhang Zhaodi's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. She stared at Xiao Si with fixed eyes and suddenly rushed forward, reaching out to grab Xiao Si's neck. Xiao Si quickly dodged her hand. "Mother, where are the other bills?" "Ah, I will kill you." Zhang Zhaodi and Xiao Qiuming were immediately taken away by the police. The remaining 5 big unity notes were found in Zhang Zhaodi's pocket. Xiao's father came home from work at night and learned about this. He lowered his head, sat under the apple tree in the yard, smoking a dry pipe. The glow from his pipe lit up his face, but his thoughts were hidden. After dinner, when it was dark, Xiao's father took a thick stick from the house and headed toward Kengwei village. Xiao Qiuhua and his wife stood inside the house, watching him leave, but did not stop him. He also thought Xiao Si had gone too far. Why couldn't they discuss things privately? Instead, they had to cause trouble with the police, and his second brother was taken in front of everyone. How could the Qiao family lift their heads in the village after this? Only Xiao Qiuhua hid in the kitchen, watching her father leave, clutching her clothes tightly, showing worry. She hoped her second sister was safe. Although the house was smashed and broken, only the porcelain and clay pots were damaged, as these are fragile items. The kitchen had more damage, but the items in the rooms were mostly fine. Wood doesn't break easily. The broken items in the kitchen all had replacements in Xiao Si's space, and they were of better quality than the damaged ones. But she thought that in a few days she would have to leave for the army, so she didn't bother to make up excuses. She decided to just get through these days as they were. The iron pot was unbreakable. Xiao Si cooked some rice, fried a plate of pork, and made pork bone soup. The mother and son sat in the yard, eating dinner while watching the sunset. Ping'an touched his round belly and watched his mother tidy up the room. When Father Qiao arrived, Xiao Si was giving Ping'an a bath. It was already dark outside, and the kerosene lamp only lit up a small area. Since there was no place to bathe at home, Xiao Si moved the wooden tub to the kitchen and bathed Ping'an there. Ping'an sat in the wooden tub, splashing water with his hands, laughing happily, completely free of the fear he showed earlier in front of the villagers. "Mom, when will we go to find Dad?" "Not yet. Mom still has things to do." Suddenly, a loud banging on the door interrupted their conversation. Xiao Si stopped, wondering who could be at the door at this late hour. A woman with a child at home at night was unusual, and, from the sound, the knocking was very rough. It was probably Father Qiao.
No one else would come at this time.
It seemed he was here to settle some scores, and he had come specifically now. A mocking smile appeared on Xiao Si's face. "Mom," Ping'an called softly, looking worried. "Don't be afraid." Xiao Si comforted him with a gentle smile, quickly finishing the bath, then holding him and heading to the room. The knocking continued relentlessly. Xiao Si carried Ping'an to the bed and helped him put on his clothes. She warned him, "Whatever happens later, whatever you hear, don't come out. Stay in a room and wait for me." Ping'an thought for a moment and then nodded softly. "Mom, be careful." Xiao Si smiled at Ping'an and then closed the door. The knocking persisted. "Xiao Si, open the door," came the angry voice of a man, along with the pounding on the yard gate. Xiao Si pulled out the wooden plug, and the door swung open. Father Qiao's figure staggered into the yard. He steadied himself and immediately started scolding her angrily. "Disobedient girl. Making me wait outside so long, and you don't open the door? Do I still have a father?" Josie said nothing and reached out to close the courtyard gate. When she turned around, she saw the wooden stick in her father's hand. Her expression froze. Was he planning to use that thick stick to hit her? I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Her father said sharply. Josie still said nothing, calmly looking at her father. Her father sat down on a chair in the yard, placing the thick wooden stick at his feet. Tomorrow, go to the police station and tell them you won't accuse your mother and second brother anymore. Ask them to let them go. I won't go, Josie replied calmly. You. Her father was so angry he couldn't speak. Usually, Josie was afraid of him and would listen to whatever he said. He didn't expect her to resist. They stole my things. They should be punished. You unfilial girl. I'll beat you to death. You won't listen to me. His pride hurt. Her father picked up the stick and swung it toward Josie. She easily dodged, standing coldly in the yard, watching him. First, you try to cheat me out of 240 yuan. Now you're destroying my things and stealing my money. What kind of parents are you? I used to be blind to all this, but I'm not now. Josie knew these words would anger her father, but she wanted to finish quickly and didn't want to waste time. Her father saw her change. In the past, Josie listened to her mother most and was most afraid of her father. As soon as he glared, she would obediently do what he said. She's your mother and brother. Even if they did wrong, they're still your family. What you're doing isn't right. If I'm doing wrong, then what you're doing is right. Using my money for your schemes, what kind of mother are you? You. I'll beat you to death until you stop. Her father raised the stick to strike. He thought he could force her with violence. Dream on. Josie was no longer the same girl she used to be. She quickly grabbed her father's stick, gently pulling it away. Then, right in front of him, she carefully broke the stick in half. The thick wooden stick easily split into two. Her father stared in shock. When did Josie become so strong? He snapped out of his surprise and immediately toned down his anger. The fierce look he had when he arrived was gone, replaced by a faint trace of fire. He quickly changed his attitude and showed a helpless expression. She is your mother. If you insist on doing this, people in the village will talk about you, and it won't be good for you. I will secretly give you an extra 40 yuan. Do you think that's okay? Josie didn't care about what the villagers thought. She was leaving in a few days and probably wouldn't come back often. Get lost, I don't need your fake kindness. Josie took the broken half of a wooden stick and hit the ground in front of her father. Her father was startled and quickly stepped back. I'm your father. How can you hit me? Her father's anger was rising, and he was surprised that she was hitting him too. My mother has already gone to the police. Hitting my father? What's the point? Otherwise, Junhui's martial arts would have nowhere to show. I might as well practice. Her father looked at Josie, sure that she was no longer the daughter he could control. He realized staying any longer was useless and decided to think of other ways. He turned around and headed for the door. Wait, hearing the voice, her father stopped and happily turned back, thinking Josie had finally come around. If you return 240 yuan to me, I will agree. His happy face immediately turned into disappointment. It's all because of Zhang Zhaodi, that nasty girl. She was asked to give 100 yuan but only gave 60. 60 is fine, but why did she foolishly take Qiuming to steal it back from Josie's house? Her father wished he could hit her. She really has no memory. All this was Zhang Zhaodi's fault. If it weren't for her causing trouble for her son, her father wouldn't want to get involved. Let her reflect in jail. After her father left, Josie quickly went back to her room to check on Ping and saw Josie come back and immediately ran over to hug her. Josie felt his small body trembling slightly and gently picked him up. Don't be afraid. Mom is fine. Mom is very strong. No one can bully her. Ping hugged her even tighter. Josie held her son and patted his back to comfort him. Seeing that he was no longer trembling, Josie looked down and saw her son's peaceful sleeping face. After soothing Ping into sleep, Josie went back into the space to build a wooden house. The first floor was already built. Now she was starting on the second floor. Josie only planned to build 2 floors. When leaving the space, Siruo looked thoughtfully at the land inside. Maybe she could grow some crops there. This world is very short of food. She has meat in her space ring, but no vegetables. The next day, Qiao went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy seeds. She bought a little of each kind. The remaining seeds could be stored in her ring and wouldn't spoil. On the way back from the supply store, Qiao met Lin's mother. Lin's mother looked nervous when she saw her. Remembering how Qiao sent her own mother and brother to the police station yesterday, she hurried her steps. Qiao looked at her strangely. She still needed to go to Lin's house to get back her silver bracelet. The next afternoon, Zhang Zhaodi was released because the stolen items were taken by Qiao Qiuming, and the damage was also done by him. Zhang stood at the door, not entering Qiao's house. At most, she was just an accomplice. After understanding the situation, the police released Zhang. Qiao's father was unhappy to see his wife back. He wondered why his second son didn't come home. He scolded her and showed no kindness. Zhang, facing her husband's anger, hated Qiao deeply. If it weren't for Qiao, her son wouldn't have been taken by the police, and her husband wouldn't have beaten her. Everything was because of Qiao. She hated her, but now she had no way to deal with Qiao. The most urgent thing now was to get her son, Qiao Qiuming, out of the police station. If her second son went to jail, her whole life would be ruined. No woman would want to marry a man who had been in prison. That night, the Qiao family sat together in the hall to discuss a plan. Qiao's father smoked a pipe and listened to everyone talk. Don't give her all 240 yuan. That's too much. We can give her 100 yuan. His wife, Lin Yueya, sat beside him but said nothing. Zhang immediately agreed. Yes, if we give her 240 yuan, she'll never stop asking. Shut up. Did I ask for your opinion? If we don't give her money, you go and get Qiuming back. You can go to jail. Hearing Qiao's father get angry, Zhang shrank back. She didn't want to go to jail for her son. Although she felt sad that her son hadn't been brought back, she refused to go in his place. Qiao Chihua hid in the kitchen and did not join tonight's family meeting. Her parents didn't call her, and she was too lazy to join. At the Dao village youth camp today was the last day for Bai Shujie to repay his debt. That evening, he returned to Dao village under the cover of night. The young people at the youth camp saw Bai Shujie and immediately told him everything that had happened yesterday, describing it vividly. After finishing, they asked him, "Have you gathered enough money? Today is the last day. If you can't pay back, Qiao Si might go to the police station to report you tomorrow morning." Bai Shujie's face turned pale when he heard this. He instinctively covered his pocket. "I'm going now." He went back into his house, took 6 large notes from his money stash, and then hurried to Kumwei village. Hearing the knocking on the door, Qiao Si felt a bit annoyed. Why do these people like to visit so late? When she opened the door and saw Bai Shujie's figure, she immediately understood and thought he still hadn't paid. She reached out. "Where's the money?" Bai Shujie, hearing what the young people said, dared not cause trouble. He took out a stack of large notes from his bag and handed them to Qiao Si. "Count it." Qiao Si was straightforward. She counted the money right in front of him, 16 notes, just right. Seeing her put the money away, Bai Shujie quickly asked, "Where's the IOU?" "Wait a moment." After saying that, she slammed the door shut. Bai Shujie didn't expect her to lock him outside. Before, Qiao Si would always find ways to stick to him whenever they met. Once women turn against someone, they can be even more ruthless than enemies. Soon, Qiao Si came out, handed a stack of IOUs to Bai Shujie, and then closed the door again. Bai Shujie clenched his teeth and looked at the IOUs with the kerosene lamp he brought. Fortunately, all the notes were there, and the dates matched. As he left, Bai Shujie glanced at Qiao Si's door. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to swallow his feelings. The next day, after breakfast, Qiao Si was about to take her son to the Lin family's house when her father and Zhang Zhaodi came to her door. Qiao Si looked coldly at the couple, unsure of what trouble they might cause today. "We've paid the money. I already gave you 60 yuan before, so only 180 yuan remains." Qiao Si raised her eyes slightly and said calmly, "The money isn't given by you. It's owed to me. This is the money you owe me. This explanation needs to be clear, or else there will be no way to explain it later." Also, I did return 60 yuan earlier, and the remaining 180 yuan is still in their hands. She won't refuse to pay back. Whatever is fair will be done. If Zhang Zhaodi hadn't acted recklessly, she would have considered the 240 yuan as the cost of raising this person. Then she would cut ties and never contact them again. Zhang Zhaodi took out a stack of money, but instead of handing it directly to Qiao Si, she threw it all at her. Qiao Si didn't tolerate her. She stood still, letting the money fall to the ground. Put the money in my hands, not a penny less, or it doesn't count. Qiao's father's face changed. He kicked Zhang Zhaodi hard, causing her to fall flat on the ground. Zhang Zhaodi looked at Qiao Si and then at the money on the ground, feeling deep resentment toward her. Seeing her husband's angry face, she could only get up, feeling humiliated, and slowly picked up the money. Then she placed the money into Qiao Si's hands. Qiao Si took the money and counted it aloud in front of everyone. Her father saw her do this and narrowed his eyes. The money is received. When will you go to the police station to bring your second brother back? Qiao Si put the money away. She now has 413 yuan, and she won't need to worry about money for a while. Tomorrow? No, you must go today. I'm busy today. You can't do that. Is the prison a place for people to stay? You must go tomorrow. If your second brother stays in prison another day, it's not right. You have to go today and talk to them. Qiao Si looked up calmly and said, I have to go out for something. If you still don't want to leave, remember to close the door when you go. I'm worried someone might steal from us again. Hearing this, her father immediately pulled his wife aside. Just remember to go. Zhang Zhaodi was unhappy when her husband pulled her away. How can you agree to that? She only needs a little time to go today. Xiao Ming will have to suffer another day in prison. Her father looked at her coldly. Can't you tell what she means? She wants to get caught, right? Zhang Zhaodi was speechless and dared not say another word. Mother, so much money. Qiao Si placed the money on the table, and Ping'an quickly came over. This is the money Grandma and Grandpa sent back. Ping'an has saved enough for the trip to find Dad. Soon we will see him. Are you happy? Yes, I am happy. Ping'an smiled very happily, holding onto Qiao Si's hand and not wanting to let go. According to the story in the book, Lin Junhui is about to go on a mission. During the mission, he gets seriously injured and will have a limp. She wants to reach the army before he returns from his mission and use her spiritual power to heal his leg, so he won't have any regrets. The mission should take about half a month, so the timing is tight. All the family matters have been taken care of, and now only the silver bracelet remains to be obtained. Qiao Si put a large white rabbit candy into Ping'an's mouth, then took him and left the house. Ping'an had been fed a lot by Qiao Si these days and had gotten used to it. He feels that he is the happiest person in the world right now. Every day, he gets to eat meat and sweets, and his mother also likes him. He no longer worries about being hungry or not having a place to sleep. Let's go to your grandma's house and get your dad's things back. Qiao Si's house is at the foot of the mountain, while the Lin family lives in the middle of the village. When they reached the Lin house, Qiao Si saw the gate was just open. She pulled Ping'an and they went inside. There was no one in the yard. The yard looked bigger than her house. Clothes were drying in the west corner, and there were many miscellaneous items piled around the walls, making it look a bit messy. Lin's mother heard the noise and came out of the house. When she saw Qiao Si, she was immediately startled. Is there something you want when you come to my house? Seeing Lin's mother afraid, Qiao Si quickly understood that the previous incident involving Zhang Zhaodi had scared her. I'm here to get Junhui's things back. Lin's mother panicked when she heard this. As expected, she came. The money Junhui sent home earlier had already been used up. He had built the house, and the money for Guosheng and Guohua's marriages was also sent back by Junhui. They originally thought that since she had raised Junhui for so many years, it was only right to ask for some money. But now, Qiao Si has come knocking on the door. A few days ago, Qiao's family was taken to the police station because of her. Even her own mother was not spared, not to mention her stepmother's family. Thinking about how she had treated Junhui over the years, Lin's mother felt even more uncertain. This wife was actually introduced to Junhui by her. Originally, she wanted to trick him, but instead, she ended up trapping herself. Xiao Si saw her face turn pale and sneered inwardly. Silver bracelet. When Lin's mother heard this, she froze on the spot. That pair of silver bracelets wasn't worth much. Was she here to take the silver bracelets? Not to get money? What's wrong? Don't want to give it. Wait for me, Lin's mother said quickly, then hurried to her room. When she came out, she handed a pair of silver bracelets to Xiao Si. Xiao Si looked at the bracelets. They were just simple silver bracelets for children, very plain. According to the book, the inside of the bracelet was engraved with letters. Xiao Si checked and saw there were 2 letters, YJ. After taking the bracelets, Xiao Si pulled Ping, and left. Lin's mother watched them leave and felt relieved. Back home, Xiao Si started packing. She planned to leave early the next morning for the army. She had put everything useful in her ring space, only packing clothes and carrying them on her back as a show. Even the wooden bed, wardrobe, table, chairs, and a big trunk bought at the wedding were stored in her space cabin. The wooden basin she used to bathe Ping in was also stored in the space. Big and small, anything usable was put away. All these were money. If she didn't take them, others would surely take them. After packing, Xiao Si went to the village chief's house to inform him. After finishing these tasks, she had one very important thing to do. After settling Ping, Xiao Si took 3 burlap sacks from home. Under the cover of night, she quietly left the house and headed to the big house village. The next morning, Xiao Si woke up very early. She boiled all 50 eggs she bought from the supply and marketing cooperative, cooked a pot of pork porridge, a pot of fragrant rice, over 50 white flour buns, and prepared many good dishes. All of these she stored in her ring space, where time was frozen. Whatever she put in remained the same when taken out. Early in the morning, just before dawn, mother and son finished breakfast and headed to the town. Ping was very excited because he knew they were going to find his father. Xiao Si had just reached halfway down the road when she saw a figure standing by the roadside. She didn't pay much attention and continued walking with Ping toward the town. Since Ping walked slowly on his own, Xiao Si carried him all the way. Today, she plans to take a bus from the town to the city, then catch a train to Yuan City in Province F, in the southern region. She is in a hurry and hopes to catch the train to Yuan City today. If she misses it, she will have to stay overnight in the city. Second sister. Qiao Sishun looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qiao Chiehua, her younger sister. What was she doing here so early in the morning? Noticing Qiao Sishuan's curiosity, Qiao Chiehua explained willingly. Yesterday, I met the village chief of Kungwei village. He told me about it. Oh, Qiao Sishun responded softly and continued walking ahead. She didn't want to get involved with the Qiao family too much, just in case she couldn't leave later. She still had 240 yuan, which she had taken back from the Qiao family. Second sister, Qiao Chiehua hurried to catch up. Little aunt, an anxious voice called from behind. Qiao Sishun stopped in surprise, glanced at Qiao Chiehua, then looked at the person behind her. Are these two familiar? Daniu, Qiao Chiehua greeted with a smile. Mother, Ping'an is getting off. Qiao Sishun, confused, put Ping'an down. Qiao Chiehua took an egg from her bag and handed it to Ping'an. Ping'an didn't refuse and took it with a smile. Thank you, little aunt. But little aunt, I don't call myself Daniu anymore. Mother gave me a new name. My full name is Lin Ruian, and my nickname is Ping'an. You can call me Ping'an. Qiao Chiehua smiled and looked at Ping'an. Lin Ruian, that's a nice name. Ping'an, from now on I'll call you Ping'an. Ping'an smiled proudly. Qiao Chiehua looked away from Ping'an and then turned to Qiao Sishun, handing her a bundle. Second sister, I have some money here. It's not much, but you can use it. Also, I boiled some eggs this morning. Take them and eat on the way. Before leaving, she remembered that the book mentioned Qiao Chiehua was not doing well, so she warned her. Although your mother is not kind to us, she guessed your marriage correctly. The Li family has a bad background, but everything else is fine. Li Heng is hardworking and clever. Li Pozi is kind and easy to get along with. Don't fight with your mother over this, and don't lose such a good marriage. Calmly marry into their family. If anything happens in the future, you can find me. I will also write to you. But you must not let anyone in the Qiao family know my address. Qiao Chihua was already engaged, and the date was set. In half a year, she would get married. She was engaged to a boy from a nearby village with the surname Li. His family used to be landlords, so their background was considered bad, and no one wanted to marry their daughter. Zhang Zhaodi liked the money they offered, 300 yuan. So, she took the initiative to arrange the marriage. Later, Qiao Chihua ran away a month before the wedding to oppose Zhang Zhaodi, and she eventually married an ordinary man from the city. Although he was from the city, because Qiao Chihua was from the countryside, her in-laws looked down on her and often scolded and beat her, suffering her whole life. In contrast, her original fiancé's family, the Li family, had Li Heng as the only son. After the reform and opening up, he went into business, earned a lot of money, and even helped build roads for the commune. His wife was very caring and loved by everyone in the village. People envied him and later regretted missing out. What made her most angry was that Li Heng's wife was a good friend from her own village. It was this woman who made Qiao Chihua rebel against her family, leading her to run away from her marriage. Unexpectedly, she later married into that family herself. Qiao Chihua's eyes sparkled. Her second sister knew she didn't plan to marry Li Heng, but she just didn't know how to fight back. Did you hear that? Also, don't associate with Xinghua from the village. She's not a good person. Don't be led by her, or you'll end up hurting yourself. Qiao Si warned again, worried. But others don't want to marry him, she replied. Moreover, Xinghua did say that the Li family was not good. She said no one nearby wanted to marry into that family. How could her second sister say Xinghua was not a good person? That's because their family has a bad background. He will have a bright future.
There's still half a year left.
If you don't believe me, you can observe for yourself. All right, I have to catch the carriage now.
I don't have time.
You should go back quickly. Remember, don't go near the person named Xinghua. Just go back quickly, Zhou Si warned her as she walked about 20 or 30 meters away, and then looked back. Zhou Si hurried to the town with Ping'an on her back. Zhou Chihua stayed behind, standing still and thinking after Zhou Si had gone far away. Finally, seeing no one else around, she headed into the village. In the town, Zhou Si initially planned to take a bus directly to the city. But out of respect for Zhou Chihua, she decided to visit the police station first. After returning from the police station, Zhou Si almost missed the bus to the city today. When she reached the station, the bus had already left about 50 meters ahead. Luckily, she ran quickly, and the driver stopped when he saw her trying to flag the bus. She bought a ticket and found a seat. The trip from the town to the city would take about 2 hours. As soon as Ping'an got on the bus, she leaned against Zhou Si and fell asleep. Not long after the bus started, Zhou Si realized she was getting car sick. She used her spiritual power, and her motion sickness disappeared. At the village entrance under a tree, a woman was gossiping about the fight that happened last night. Last night, the couple from the Zhou family was attacked and beaten up, and that Bai Jiqing was also hurt. You all know about it, right? How come I didn't hear about it? You couldn't hear the noise last night? Bai Jiqing was hit the worst. His thigh bone was broken. He was only found behind the youth center's house this morning. Is he okay? He's fine. Someone just took him to the town clinic. That's strange. It's such a coincidence that both the Zhou couple and Bai Jiqing were attacked. Could it have been Zhou Si? From what you're saying, it might be possible. Come on, Zhou Si is small and skinny. How could she fight a big man? The Zhou couple are their parents. Why would she hurt her own parents? That's impossible. Don't spread false rumors. Yeah, hurting parents is such a terrible thing. It's unlikely Zhou Si did it. Don't forget what happened before. They even reported her mother and brother to the police. Even if it was her, she couldn't have fought them off. Stop talking nonsense. That's right. Zhou Si was the one who attacked the Zhou couple and Bai Jiqing. She wanted to vent her anger before leaving. If Zhou Chihua hadn't been at the police station, she might not have been spared. She had just let the police release him, showing some mercy. After 2 hours, the bus arrived at the station. Zhou Si picked up Ping'an and got off the bus. She hugged Ping'an and hurriedly got on the bus heading to the train station. Riding the bus made her feel dizzy, but luckily, Xiao Si was fine. The trip was short, and soon they arrived. She got off the bus and ran to buy a ticket. Unfortunately, the train to Province F had already left today. Not wanting to stay in the city overnight, Xiao Si saw a train heading to Province M and bought a ticket without hesitation. The train to Province F passes through Province M. The train would depart in an hour. Xiao Si sat peacefully on a bench at the platform. Ping'an was curious, looking around at everything in the train station. Everything felt very unfamiliar to him. He looked past the crowd and finally focused on a bun shop beside the station. He was a little hungry. She looked at Xiao Si, then forcibly looked away, observing the people around. Suddenly, he pointed at a spot.
Mom, why does he keep staring at me?
Hearing her son's words, Xiao Si looked in the direction he pointed and saw a man about 30 years old. When he saw her looking at him, the man didn't look away. Instead, he gave her a sly smile. Ping'an was frightened and hurriedly said, "Mom," then immediately buried his face in Xiao Si's embrace. Xiao Si patted Ping'an's back. "Don't be afraid. I am here." She looked up again, but the man was gone. She looked around again and saw that he had left. Ping'an had been sold by human traffickers in his past life, which showed that traffickers were very common in this era. As a young woman with a child, she was easily targeted by bad people. Plus, her appearance was quite deceptive. She was 163 centimeters tall, with a gentle, delicate look, fair skin, and a style that, by this world's standards, made her look like a beautiful young woman. Her slim figure made her seem easy to overpower. Thinking of this, Xiao Si immediately became very alert. Sure enough, not long after, the man in his 30s returned. When he entered within 20 meters of where Xiao Si was, she immediately noticed him. He was accompanied by 2 other men. Xiao Si quickly hugged Ping'an close to her chest. She cast a cold look at the group. The man did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. However, his smile made Xiao Si feel very uncomfortable. She used her spiritual energy in her palm and tightly held Ping'an in her arms. "Ping'an, close your eyes." Ping'an obediently closed his eyes. 3 men approached from 3 different directions, surrounding Xiao Si. People at the station saw what was happening and quickly ran away. Not far away, a young man watched quietly. His companion looked scared, his face pale, and kept urging him to leave. Xiao Si's lips curled slightly. It seemed that the people here were even colder than those in the cultivation world, as most chose to protect themselves when faced with danger. One of the men signaled to the other 2. In an instant, all 3 rushed forward. One man aimed to snatch Ping'an from Xiao Si's arms, while the other 2 tried to grab Xiao Si. Before anyone could understand what was happening, the 3 men fell to the ground, rolling in pain and crying out loudly. Xiao Si moved quickly to the man leading the attack and kicked him. Crack! There was a loud sound of bones breaking, followed by the man's agonized screams. The other 2 men immediately realized they had messed with the wrong person. They tried to stand up despite the pain, but Xiao Si wouldn't let them. When danger appeared, everyone ran away. But once the threat was gone, many people gathered to watch. "Can someone help report this to the police?" People looked at each other, but no one spoke. Xiao Si couldn't believe how cold-blooded these people were. Even when she wanted to call the police, no one helped. An older woman stepped forward. "Sister-in-law, you should leave quickly. Don't stay here. They have many people and they might come back to get revenge. Yes, they've been acting arrogantly here for months. The police can't do anything about them." "That's right. We already reported to the police at the beginning." Just then, 5 or 6 police officers in uniform appeared nearby. Xiao Si's expression hardened. She looked at the people who had just spoken. So, they really did report it. It seemed she had misunderstood them. Since the police had arrived, Xiao Si decided not to interfere anymore. She had other things to do and couldn't afford to delay. The 3 criminals were tied together by Xiao Si and thrown on the ground. One of them had a broken bone. They lay there like dead fish. Their eyes looked at Xiao Si as if they had seen something terrifying. They curled up their bodies. When the police arrived, they immediately relaxed. "I don't have time." My train is about to arrive, Xiao Si said, looking at the big clock above the train station. When the police asked her to go to the police station, Xiao Si refused quickly. Meanwhile, the station loudspeaker was playing announcements. Passengers heading to Province M, please go to Platform 5. Hearing this, Xiao Si raised her train ticket and said, "Look, my train is here. I really don't have time." "Sorry, comrade, forget it. There's nothing serious. You don't need to go to the police station. You already helped catch 3 of them," a man watching the scene advised. 2 police officers exchanged glances. "All right, comrade, I can buy you a ticket for tomorrow or the day after. Come with us to the police station." "No, I need to hurry," Xiao Si said, carrying her bag and holding Ping'an. She was about to walk toward the platform. Suddenly, 2 police officers blocked her way. Xiao Si looked at them cautiously.
What?
"Are you trying to take me away?" "I told you I don't have time. Honestly, we want to ask for your help. We want to catch the whole gang." They didn't want to say this at first, but seeing her about to leave, they had to reveal the truth. Their own police department had been unable to handle the human traffickers for months. They felt ashamed and didn't mind losing face again. Xiao Si looked at them and asked calmly, "Why me?" "Because you're amazing. You can take down all 3 of them with one hand." Oh no, she forgot to hide her skills. Xiao Si didn't want trouble, so she explained, "You overestimate me. I just used some clever tricks. I'm not that strong. I know a bit of medicine. I just pressed on a few key points. If you don't believe me, go find someone to check." The announcement had already played twice more. Xiao Si didn't want to miss her train. "If you really can't handle it, you can report it. The military is powerful. You should trust the strength of the country." After saying this, she turned and ran toward the platform without looking back. 6 police officers and a group of onlookers were left behind. When they saw her run away as if chased by a ghost, they all stared in shock. Xiao Si didn't expect that because of her words, a few months later, this task would actually fall on Lin Junhui. Now, Xiao Si couldn't care about that. She hugged Ping'an, squeezed onto the train, and finally found a seat to sit down. She bought 2 train tickets and placed Ping'an in the seat at the very back, thinking that it was already afternoon and her son must be hungry. She quickly reached into her bag, using it as cover, and took out 2 eggs and 2 plain steamed buns from her ring space. The eggs and buns were warm. Xiao Si handed 1 bun to Ping'an and then peeled the eggs for him. After peeling the eggs, she put them into a clean bag and then ate the other bun herself. Seeing Ping'an struggling to eat, Xiao Si used her bag as cover again and took out a green military water bottle from her ring space. It was filled with creek water that had been boiled and cooled, carrying a faint spiritual energy, tasting sweet and refreshing. The water was boiled and cooled before being poured into the bottle, so it wasn't hot, just slightly warm. After drinking the water, Ping'an looked much better. Xiao Si also took a few big sips before putting the bottle back into her space. The buns were large. One was just enough for Xiao Si, but Ping'an was full and still had a quarter of his bun left. Seeing Ping'an struggle to swallow the bun, Xiao Si couldn't help but speak. "Eat until you're full, then put it down. If you're not full, keep eating." Hearing his mother's words, Ping'an thought for a moment and then reluctantly handed the bun back to Xiao Si, looking at her shyly. "Mom, sorry, Ping'an can't finish it." He knew wasting food was bad, but he was really too full, especially after his mother fed him 2 eggs. Xiao Si took the unfinished bun from her son and stuffed it into her mouth. She gently stroked Ping'an's head and secretly sent some spiritual energy to ease his uncomfortable stomach. Ping'an looked at her in surprise. His mother's touch made him feel very comfortable. The tight feeling from before was gone, and now he felt much better. After eating, Ping'an leaned against Xiao Si and fell asleep. Xiao Si didn't sleep much last night and wanted to rest for a while. But the people here were noisy, and after what happened at the train station earlier, she didn't dare to sleep deeply. She released a faint spiritual aura to cover both of them, then leaned back on the chair and closed her eyes. At this moment, Xiao Qiuming was released from the police station. As soon as he stepped out, he hurried home. His father and mother had already gone to work. He was full of anger and didn't think twice before rushing to Kungwei village. Lin Yueya, who was taking care of the children at home, saw her younger brother leave in a rush, angry. She opened her mouth to say something but decided against it. In this family, it's better to mind your own business and pretend not to notice. Qiao Qiuming, full of rage, went to Qiao Ci's house. He found it empty with everything gone, like an invasion. Big items like beds and cabinets were missing. He then angrily headed to the fields to find his father and ask what was going on. Zhang Zhaodi saw her second son coming from afar and was happy. She put down her hoe and rushed to him. Qiao's father also noticed his son returning and felt pleased. What did you say? Qiao Ci is missing?
Impossible.
She was at home yesterday. Zhang Zhaodi was surprised to hear this. She's really gone. I just checked, and everything at home is gone, beds and all. This wicked girl took my 240 yuan and disappeared. Come on. We will dig everywhere to find her. She still owes me money. Qiao Qiuming was shocked and said, how could you give her money? Meanwhile, Qiao Ci, unaware of her family's anger, was sleeping peacefully on the train. When she woke up, she saw a woman in her 50s looking at her. Qiao Ci immediately sat up straight. Young lady, is this your younger brother? Where are your parents? Qiao Ci looked at the woman cautiously and didn't reply. Instead, she turned away and ignored her. Soon, Ping'an also woke up. He looked around confused, showing signs of still being sleepy. You're awake. Are you hungry? Ping'an shook his head shyly, looking at the crowd around him with a little fear. Seeing everyone on the train eating dinner, Qiao Ci took out 2 aluminum lunchboxes. To avoid attracting attention, she walked to the middle of the carriage with the lunchboxes, where she heard there was hot water. Ping'an, Mom is going to heat up the food. Ping'an nodded obediently. Qiao Ci took a few steps forward, but suddenly met the woman's gaze. She quickly turned back and picked up Ping'an. Oh, so you're the son. You look so young. I thought you were a student. Turns out you're already married. Seeing the middle-aged woman's overly enthusiastic expression, Qiao Ci slightly frowned. She hugged Ping'an silently and walked ahead. Why talk so much? She doesn't pay attention to you, a woman around 30 nearby said impatiently, which made the middle-aged woman glare at her in displeasure. Stop talking and eat your food, said a man next to the 30-year-old woman, clearly her husband. Qiao Ci listened carefully to everything behind her. When outside, the crowd is noisy and chaotic. Qiao Ci couldn't trust anyone. She pretended to be hungry, took her food, and headed to her seat. This time, she brought out a rice box with spiritual rice, pork, and vegetables. One of the boxes had a fried egg on top. Qiao Ci gave the box with the egg to her son. The pork portions were enough, so she ate her own. When she opened her rice box, a few people nearby secretly swallowed saliva. There was pork and a fried egg, which looked greasy on top. It must have been cooked with a lot of oil. The pork portion was also quite generous. The woman next to her rolled her eyes in displeasure. People who don't manage a household don't know how precious oil and salt are. Wasting food like this is asking for trouble. Qiao Ci glanced at her silently. When she saw Ping'an stop eating, she urged him to eat quickly. Then she turned sideways, blocking the others' gazes, and gave Ping'an a comforting smile. Ping'an looked at his mother, then picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Suddenly, a child's crying was heard. Mom, I want to eat pork too. It smells so good. Ping'an paused, and hearing this, he ate a little faster. Qiao Ci smiled at the scene. It seems this little one also knows how to protect his food. The children in the back were still crying, demanding to eat pork. Mom, I want pork too. Go buy some for me. Qiao Ci realized that the people in this world are truly poor, so poor they can't even afford meat. Buying pork requires money and meat coupons, which are issued based on shares. The child's mother impatiently scolded loudly. Stop crying. If you cry again, I'll leave you behind on the train. All you think about is meat. Why don't you eat yourself to death? Zhou Ci pretended not to hear. Although she had some meat in her space, there was only a limited amount. Once it was gone, it was gone. Besides, she didn't have the spirit of contribution. These days, no one is easy to deal with. Seeing someone cry like that and not giving them some pork, it's clear you're not a good person. The woman next to her spoke again. Josie was thinking that causing trouble was unnecessary. Once she got off the train, no one would know who she was. But that didn't mean she was easy to bully. She put down her lunchbox and coldly looked at the woman. You're a good person, the best kind of person. Why don't you give him some meat? When the woman met Josie's gaze, a chill ran through her body. She was so frightened she lowered her voice. I don't have any. I do have some, I promise. In her past life in the cultivation world, Josie had killed people. When she looked at someone with anger, it was chilling, like she was looking at a dead person. Do you like to eat apples, little one? Josie asked the child in the back seat. The child, hearing about apples, quickly replied, Yes. I love apples. They're so sweet. This Annie has some. She has lots in her bag. She's a good person and will definitely share with you. The woman, suddenly frightened by Josie's intense gaze, quickly hugged her bag tighter. I bought these with my own money. I won't give them. Josie sneered and looked at the woman, then stopped bothering her. This time, Josie didn't push further. She only gave as much as the child could eat. Soon after, the child in the back started crying and demanding apples. The woman, protecting her bag, didn't dare to speak anymore. When Josie returned after washing her lunchbox, she noticed the middle-aged woman who had been sitting nearby was no longer there. She thought the woman had left for some reason and would come back soon. But by the next morning, the woman still hadn't returned. The train from a city to Province M took 6 days. During this time, Josie missed her contract beast, Blue Cherry, very much. On the 5th day, when Josie went to heat her food at the hot water station, she saw the same enthusiastic middle-aged woman from before. The difference was, this time she was holding a baby in her arms. Josie curiously looked over and saw the baby sleeping, with a flushed face. The woman looked very anxious and didn't notice Josie. Soon, it was time to get off the train. Josie didn't want to cause trouble, but when she thought about Ping An's father being a soldier, she decided to act. She turned back and saw a train staff member approaching. She quickly reported the matter. The staff member looked at Josie, changed expression, nodded at her, and hurried away. About 2 hours later, everyone on the train was talking about how they caught a human trafficker earlier. They warned everyone to watch their children, so no one would be tricked. Soon after, a staff member came and gave Josie a red envelope, saying it was a thank you gift from the train. Josie refused, thinking it was a way to bring good luck to Ping An. She had a few hours left before getting off the train. She was surprised at how chaotic the world was, but luckily, nothing bad happened on her journey. After the staff left, curious people around asked what had happened. Josie didn't want to say much. She covered Ping An with her clothes and fell asleep. When she woke up, she heard the announcement. We have arrived at the capital of Province M. Passengers preparing to get off. Please get ready. Josie quickly packed her things, picked up Ping An, who was still sleeping, and got off the train with the crowd. She had never seen so many people. Outside the station, it was packed with heads. No wonder this was the provincial capital. There were really a lot of people. Josie pushed through the crowd and saw that Ping An had woken up. He was quietly curled in her arms, eyes moving around as he looked at everything. Seeing her obedient son, Josie tightened her hold on him. Ping An stood up straight and looked at her. Mom, there are so many people here, he said. The train to Yuan City in Province F would only depart tomorrow. Josie didn't want to change trains halfway, so she bought a ticket directly. She had to stay overnight here. She took out her letter of introduction and booked a room at a hotel. That night was very peaceful, with no surprises. The next day, Josie boarded the train to Yuan City smoothly. According to the plan, it would take 5 days to reach the destination. Along the way, for some unknown reason, the train stopped for a day and a half in a place called Qingyan City. The delay caused some worry for Josie. She doesn't have much time left and fears Lin Junhui might return early, and Amy could cause trouble. Although the book says he is lame, no one knows if his injury was truly from a mission or if it was caused later by someone else. She can't be sure. The army still holds a grudge against him and wants revenge. When Lin Junhui was sent back to the military hospital, he was unconscious. It's easy to do something to him then. They took the train again, and this time, nothing went wrong. They didn't meet any trouble, except for a 1.5-day stop. Everything else went smoothly. After 7 days, the train finally reached Yuan City. Lin Junhui's unit is in a mountain valley on the outskirts of the city. Since no one came to pick her up, she had to bring her son alone to the unit. Xiao Si got off the train holding Ping and looked around at this unfamiliar city. Before, Xiao Si was running around in the cultivation world, so she wasn't afraid of new places. As they got closer to Yuan City, she noticed Ping and was becoming quieter and more uneasy. No matter how she tried to comfort him, it didn't help. The little boy was very quiet now, holding her hand but not looking at the people on the street. His eyes looked empty, and he seemed lost in thought. Xiao Si didn't know what was wrong with her son. She knelt down to look at him eye to eye, gently caring for him. Ping'an, can you tell me what's wrong?
Mom is worried about you.
Ping'an looked at her, confused and unsure.
Mom, I'm scared.
What are you scared of? Mom is here, so don't be afraid, Xiao Si asked patiently. Ping'an looked away, glanced around, then looked back and said, "This is where Dad lives. I like it here. I'm worried that Dad might be upset when he sees me. If he's upset, he might send me away. I don't want to be separated from Dad." Before, when Dad came back, he asked to bring him along, but Dad refused. Now that he's found him, he worries Dad might be unhappy and send him away again. He wants to stay with his parents forever. He doesn't want to leave. All the other children in the village have their parents with them. Only he is alone. Now that his mom is kind to him, he wishes his parents could stay together and always be with him. He always felt like all of this was just a dream. Was his request too high? His mother only brought him to see his father, but he wished to live with his father forever. Was he being too greedy?
It's not, she said.
Ping'an is so well-behaved. Your father will definitely be very happy to see him. Do you think your father still doesn't know what's happening? Do you even know where he is? She could only wait at the military base for now. Really? Ping'an asked uncertainly. Xiao Si gently touched Ping'an's small nose and said, "Of course, it's true." Ping'an then shyly smiled. Gurgle. Ping'an's stomach was hungry. Xiao Si was about to go straight to the military base, but seeing this, she didn't want to eat plain bread anymore. She found a state-run restaurant instead. Ping'an was used to eating Xiao Si's special rice, so the food here probably wouldn't suit him. Xiao Si ordered 4 meat buns. Meanwhile, at the military office, Amy watched Deng Shuakai sitting in a chair and smiled. Now you believe it, right? Although this mission was completed, Zhao Bing from your group died. I wasn't wrong, was I? If you also go on a mission, you might come back injured too. But Lin Junhui was hurt much more seriously this time. Karma really does catch up. Haha. Amy's smile was a bit wild, while Deng Shuakai quietly looked at her. If that were true, Amy could predict everything that would happen in 10 years. That's hard to imagine. If he followed her advice, his life would be smooth sailing. He wouldn't need to ask for much. Just having a deputy chief of staff from a major military district as his father would be enough to live worry-free. The only condition was to win over this woman and make her obedient. Thinking of this, he suppressed his excitement, extended his hand, and calmly said, "Very well, I look forward to working with you." Amy was still smiling, tears in her eyes. "Good cooperation. Don't forget what you promised me, or I wouldn't mind risking everything." Hearing this, Deng Shuakai's expression softened immediately. "I've always liked you. Marrying you is the greatest luck of my life." Seeing this, Amy nodded with satisfaction. "All right, I have other things to do. Remember to pick up the silver bracelet as soon as possible." 17 Special Forces team members stood on a truck, their eyes cold and fixed on the road outside. The car had just stopped at the entrance of the military hospital. The team members quickly got out and pulled out 8 stretchers. The hospital director, who had already received the news, was waiting at the entrance with doctors and nurses. Seeing the injured soldiers, the medical staff began to work quickly and orderly. After handing over the injured comrades to the hospital, 17 members of the Special Forces stood at the hospital entrance, looking sad and serious. The atmosphere was very heavy. Commander Chung Min-heo and Political Commissar Sun Ji-jia stood on the corridor beside the hospital, looking up with serious faces at the 8 people just brought inside. Commissar Sun patted Commander Cheng's shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay, don't worry. Is Junhui the most seriously hurt?" Commissar Sun knew Commander Chung well. Junhui was one of his most valued subordinates. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. They will all recover." Commissar Sun could only offer these words of comfort. He didn't expect so many people to be injured this time, and sadly, one soldier had sacrificed himself. They had misjudged the situation, but luckily, the mission was finally completed, despite heavy losses. The 17 Special Forces members' clothes were so torn that their original colors were hardly visible. Their clothes showed various degrees of damage. Everyone's face was dirty, and they had injuries on their hands and legs of different severity. They all looked toward the hospital, silently praying that their teammates who had just been taken inside would come out safely. They stood there in a daze, unwilling to leave. Only when they saw Commander Chung and Commissar Sun appear did they reluctantly walk away. Amy was in the rehearsal room of the cultural troupe when she suddenly heard someone say that the injured members of the Special Forces had been taken to the military hospital. Hearing this, she secretly made a plan in her mind. She looked at the people practicing singing in a room, then quietly left the rehearsal room. Today, Qiao Si was especially lucky to catch a ride to the army base. On the way, she saw a military vehicle passing by. Thinking she might get a ride, she waved her hand to stop the car. To her surprise, the vehicle stopped. Seeing a woman with a child, the people inside agreed to give her a ride. "Comrade, where are you headed with the child?" Qiao Si smiled brightly. "I'm here to find my man. I want to come with the troops." The 2 soldiers in the car exchanged glances. "Is your husband also in our unit? Which team is he in?" "I don't know which team he's in." "His name is Lin Junhui." One soldier looked surprised. "You're the partner of Deputy Commander Lin." Qiao Si nodded with a smile. "But Deputy Commander Lin is on a mission and hasn't returned yet," the soldier said quickly, frowning. "It's okay. I stay at the guest house and wait for him to come back." Qiao Si had already planned this. She came to stay at the guest house because she couldn't get housing in the unit. If that didn't work, she would rent a place. "Is this Deputy Commander Lin's son?" "Yes," Qiao Si said, tightening her son's clothes. Ping'an, who had trouble sleeping on the train these past few days, was now sleeping peacefully in Qiao Si's arms. "He looks like Deputy Commander Lin." Qiao Si smiled but didn't reply. It took over an hour to travel from Jianyuan City to the unit. After thanking the soldiers, Qiao Si was about to get off the vehicle when one of the soldiers called her back. "Go register at the guard post first, then come back. I'll take you to the guest house." It's a bit of a distance. Qiao Si didn't refuse. She didn't know where the guest house was and needed to ask for directions. After thanking them, she placed her son on the seat and went to the guard post. When she gave the name Lin Junhui, the soldier on duty looked at her with disbelief. Deputy Commander Lin was seriously injured and is now in the military district hospital. He hasn't woken up yet. Qiao Si was stunned for a moment, then quickly began to act emotional. She pretended to be unsteady and almost fainted, then grabbed the window frame to steady herself. She looked at the soldier on duty with sadness, as if overwhelmed by grief, but trying to stay strong. "Can I go see him?" Her eyes were misty, her eyes slightly red, showing both sadness and resilience. "Yes, I'll notify the hospital and find a comrade to take you there." The duty soldier also felt sympathy for Qiao Si's situation. She had just learned her husband was seriously injured and in the hospital. "No need to find someone. I'll take her to the military district hospital myself," a soldier who had just brought Qiao Si to the unit said. They got in the car, which then headed toward the military district hospital. Amy stood outside the hospital's inpatient department. She had checked several wards but couldn't find the Special Forces team members who had just been brought in. Just as she was about to move forward, a nurse hurried over and called another nurse. Dream, please deliver this to room 5 on the 4th floor. Dr. Luo asked me to find Director Zhou. It's quite urgent. On the fourth floor, Amy looked up at the upstairs and immediately realized something. After the two nurses walked away, Amy quickly headed to the fourth floor. Sure enough, she saw 4 Special Forces members lying on beds in the first room. Finally, in the third room, she saw Lin Junhui unconscious. She stopped by Lin Junhui's bed, watching him now helpless and unresponsive. Her eyes immediately showed a malicious look. Slowly, she took a syringe filled with medicine from her pocket and without hesitation aimed it at Lin Junhui's arm. Just as she was about to inject, a voice suddenly interrupted her. "What are you doing?" Amy was startled, quickly hiding the syringe into her sleeve, and her expression turned serious. When she turned around, her face showed sadness, with a few tears on her cheeks. "I'm from the art troupe. I heard Vice Captain Lin was hurt, so I came to see him. He shouldn't be in danger, right? Comrade, did you notify the nurses or doctors?" Amy's eyes flickered. "I was in a hurry and forgot. Sorry. Are you his family? If so, you can stay and take care of him." Amy immediately thought of her past life. She had been married for 10 years, a wife for 10 years. In her previous life, he was indeed her relative, but not in this life. All the unpleasant memories and grievances from her past life flooded her mind. Amy looked at Lin Junhui with resentment. "I have other things in my troupe. I just came to see him. I need to leave." After saying that, Amy hurried out of the ward, running anxiously ahead. Director Zhou almost bumped into her when he entered. He frowned as he watched her hurried figure. "Director Zhou, you're here. Please come and look at his leg," Dr. Luo said. "Who is this woman? What's wrong with her?" "Strange, from the art troupe." Director Zhou frowned. The logistics team had just called, saying Vice Captain Lin's partner had come. He had just finished a call and came over. Could she really be here so quickly? "Director, this person's leg has some issues. Please come and take a look." When he heard about the work, Director Zhou immediately became serious. He touched Lin Junhui's knee bones, and his expression grew more serious. This was a young man that Chief Chung valued greatly. If his leg was really injured, the consequences would be serious, affecting his entire future. "Go call Director Feng to come and check." Dr. Luo left the ward and headed downstairs. At this moment, Qiao Si, holding her son, entered the hospital. She explained her reason for coming at the nurse station on the first floor. The nurse had just received a notice from the director that Lin's wife would come. Seeing her, the nurse immediately said, "Vice Captain Lin is in room 7 on the 4th floor. You can go straight up." After thanking her, Qiao Si carried Ping An and went upstairs. She walked quickly to the 4th floor, feeling a bit nervous about seeing Lin Junhui soon. In her memory, Lin Junhui used to come home with a cold face and didn't talk much, but he would help with chores. This man was indeed hard to get along with. But she had already made her decision and couldn't back out now. After pausing briefly, she headed straight for room 7. When she saw room 7, she noticed someone in a white coat inside. She knocked on the door. Director Zhou turned around and saw Qiao Si, immediately recognizing who she was. "I am Lin Junhui's wife. My name is Qiao Si." He voluntarily moved aside. "You can stay with him for a while. Your husband is not in danger. He will wake up in a few days."
"Don't worry." Qiao Si nodded sadly.
When Director Zhou left, he also closed the door. This ward was a 4-person room, but only 2 people were inside. Besides Lin Junhui, there was another person lying on the bed, who seemed to be a comrade of Lin Junhui. Qiao Si stood by Lin Junhui's bed. As she looked at him, she felt a small stir in her heart. Qiao Si couldn't remember what Lin Junhui used to look like, only that he was very tall. When she saw his face, it was a bit dark, with a crew cut. He was indeed tall, almost too big for the 2-meter-long bed. His nose was very prominent, and his lips were thin. Now, his lips looked a little pale, lacking color, probably due to excessive blood loss. He is wearing a white hospital gown, which looks a bit small because he is quite big. The muscles underneath the clothing are very full and firm. Qiao Si poked him with her finger, feeling that his muscles are strong and springy. Overall, she was quite satisfied with his appearance, as it matches her taste, though he is a bit darker than she prefers. She wondered what his eyes would look like when he opened them. She thought of the idiom, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. His eyebrows are quite nice, neither thick nor thin, resembling a sword. After observing him, Xiao Si pretended to check his injuries, secretly sending some spiritual energy to examine his body. He was shot in the chest, but luckily his heart was not hurt. The bullet had already been removed. There was a 20-centimeter long knife wound on his abdomen and side. His leg.
Xiao Si frowned.
His kneecap was shattered, and his lower leg was broken. It turns out he really might be disabled. A broken lower leg can heal with some time, but with his current condition, she didn't think the kneecap could be fixed. She looked at the door, adjusted her sleeping son so his head rested on her shoulder, and then sent more spiritual energy into Lin Junhui. First, she repaired the shattered kneecap, then gently touched the fractured lower leg, healing all the wounds. She made Lin Junhui's lips regain some color, then withdrew her spiritual energy. Thinking of the medicinal herbs in her space, she took out a top-quality heart rescue pill and fed it to Lin Junhui. The medicine dissolves quickly in the mouth. After finishing, Xiao Si sat on a chair by the bed, changing her son's position to hold him in her arms. A timid voice called out, "Mom," startling her. When she saw her son's eyes open, she realized he was awake. Fortunately, her holding position was with her back to Lin Junhui, so he probably didn't see what she had done. Her son didn't realize he was awake. It seemed her vigilance had become a bit lax. "Mom, where are we?" Xiao Si lifted her son, so he could see Lin Junhui. "Dad. Why is Dad here? What happened to Dad?"
Mom.
Seeing his bright, dark eyes like grapes, Xiao Si decided not to hide anything from him. "Your dad is hurt. This is a hospital." Ping'an immediately started crying, and Xiao Si quickly comforted her son. "This is a hospital. You can't make noise and disturb others. Be good, Ping'an. Dad is resting now, so don't bother him. He'll wake up tomorrow." Hearing this, Ping'an quickly covered his mouth with his small hand and soon stopped crying, though his shoulders still trembled a little. He kept staring at Lin Junhui lying on the bed without blinking. After a while, he said, "Mom, let's go outside or we'll disturb Dad." Xiao Si smiled, gently touched his soft hair. His eyes were still a bit red. She opened the door to the ward, where two men in white coats were waiting outside. Director Zhou saw Xiao Si stop and paused. Director Feng stepped inside quickly. "Deputy Lin hasn't woken up yet. I heard you just arrived at the army. Maybe you should settle in first before coming to see him." Xiao Si looked into the ward. The doctor who had just entered was examining Lin Junhui's leg. She turned to bow to Director Zhou. Ping'an, holding her hand, saw this and also bowed politely. Seeing his action, Xiao Si felt a smile inside. He's so adorable. How can a little human be so cute? "Thank you. I'll come back tonight." "Don't come tonight," a woman said. "It's not safe to go out late at night with such a young child." Xiao Si looked at him in confusion. "Going out at night isn't safe. Come back tomorrow morning." Xiao Si appreciated the director's kindness, then took Ping'an and left the hospital. She wasn't in a rush anymore. Lin Junhui would wake up by morning, and she had already helped heal his leg. Now he just needed to rest and recover well. The most important thing now was to find a place to stay at the guest house. Xiao Si asked for directions and headed there. Meanwhile, at the hospital, after Director Feng examined Lin Junhui's leg, he told Director Zhou, who had just come in, he'll recover in a few days. "It's not a big problem." Director Zhou noticed something was off in Director Feng's expression. Although he wasn't as experienced in orthopedics as Feng, he could still see the basic issues. And it wasn't just him who thought there was a problem. Dr. Luo also believed it was serious. So, he stepped forward to check again. After the examination, even he started to doubt himself. There were no broken bones, just a fracture. No, that's not right. Just now, he clearly felt that half of the bone in his knee was broken. It's really strange. Director Zhou frowned as he left the hospital room and happened to meet Dr. Luo passing by. He immediately called him over. "Dr. Luo, did you just notice the problem with Deputy Commander Lin's leg bone?" Dr. Luo nodded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked someone to call Director Zhou. When they checked Lin Juanhui's body again, all three of them were stunned. Deputy Commander Lin was brought in today, and he immediately had surgery. But the surgical wound looked like it was done 3 days ago, with scabs already forming. His previous wounds were also healing quickly. He was supposed to wake up in a few days, but with this recovery speed, he should wake up by tomorrow morning. Director Zhou looked at Dr. Luo, unable to figure out why the bone seemed to have healed itself. But since the patient was getting better, it was a good thing, so he didn't dwell on it. He just thought the patient had a strong healing ability. Zhou Si had just arrived at the guest house when the logistics officer from the army came with 2 soldiers. It seemed someone had reported her arrival to higher authorities. The guest house was also part of the army's accommodations and very safe. When Zhou Si heard the visitor report his name, she immediately opened the door. "Comrade, hello. I am Old Yang from the logistics department. The army has assigned you a room. Come with us, I'll take you there." Zhou Si looked at the man in his 40s in front of her. She didn't dare go with him. Not because she thought they might deceive her, but because she was worried that Lin Junhui would be upset if he found out about this after waking up. "Wouldn't it be too much trouble for you? Won't the army mind?" Old Yang saw Zhou Si hesitating and explained. "That room just became available not long ago. The commander who was staying there was transferred elsewhere, so it's empty now." No, Zhou Si felt something was off. The army probably had many people waiting for rooms. Why was she assigned one immediately? If something went wrong later, wouldn't Lin Junhui be upset? It's better to wait until Lin Junhui makes the decision. Besides, he should wake up tomorrow. And staying at the guest house isn't expensive. It costs only a dime a day, and a month's stay is just 3 yuan. Okay, let's wait until Junhui wakes up. If he agrees, we can move then. I like it here. When Yang, the logistics officer, heard Zhou Si say this, he didn't insist. He could only take his people away, thinking her reasoning made sense. Nothing serious happened in the end. The guest house room has no kitchen, so cooking isn't possible. Hot water can be bought on the first floor. The bathing area is in the corner of the room, separated by a cloth curtain. There is a small chamber pot for use inside the room, and a larger one downstairs. Being away from home, Xiao Si is already quite satisfied with this environment. By then, it was getting dark. Xiao Si had dinner with her son, then took a metal bucket to buy hot water downstairs for Ping and to bathe. After Ping had finished, it was Xiao Si's turn to wash. When she came out of the bathroom, she thought Ping would be asleep by now, but he was still sitting on the bed. Seeing her, he worriedly asked, "Mom, is Dad really okay?" Xiao Si turned on the electric light switch. She didn't expect there to be electric lights here. At home, the commune still hadn't installed electricity, and they used kerosene lamps at night. She looked into Ping An's big, watery eyes and sat on the edge of the bed, softly saying, "Your dad is hurt, but he will get better. Don't worry, Ping An. Your dad will wake up tomorrow morning. Sleep peacefully, and when you wake up, go find your dad." Ping An lowered his head, lost in thought, staring at a spot in the distance. Xiao Si knew her son was thinking about something. Maybe he was confused about some things. She gave him time and waited quietly. "Mom, does Dad get hurt often? You said your dad wants to protect our home and the country, right? Protecting the country means keeping the people safe. Your dad is in the army, a hero. He was hurt while protecting us. Aren't you proud to have such a dad?" "Mom, I don't want Dad to be a hero anymore. Let's bring him home." Xiao Si was a bit amused and a little sad when she heard this. It's normal for her son to think this way, who wouldn't want their family to be safe and together. But there's no way back now. There are Amy and Deng Shuakai watching them secretly. Besides, Lin Junhui wouldn't leave the army. The book mentions several times that he loves military life. That night, Xiao Si told Ping An many life lessons. He listened with wide eyes, sometimes confused, but he remembered everything in his heart. As he grew older, Ping An gradually understood what Xiao Si had said that night. This also led to the future birth of a top soldier king. The next morning, Xiao Si finished breakfast and pulled Ping An out of the guest house. Today, the sky was gloomy, as if it might rain. Xiao Si quickened her pace to the hospital. When they arrived at the military hospital, Xiao Si looked at the nurse station. Seeing that people were busy, she went straight to the 4th floor. The ward was empty. Xiao Si pulled her son and went inside. When Xiao Si looked at Lin Junhui's hospital bed, her eyes happened to meet his sharp, dark gaze. Xiao Si didn't expect him to be awake. When she saw his eyes, she slightly squinted. They stared at each other quietly for a while. His eyes were quite nice, and he looked good. Lin Junhui's gaze was still on her. His eyes were deep and scrutinizing. Xiao Si looked away. Staring at someone like that was rude. If he weren't a patient, she really wanted to slap him. At that moment, a doctor passed by outside the door. He turned and saw Xiao Si in the ward, immediately stopping. "Doctor, he's awake," Xiao Si quickly called out softly, with a gentle but slightly angry tone. Dr. Luo heard that he was awake and came in right away. When Lin Junhui woke up, he saw his wife from his hometown in front of him. He thought he was dreaming. She looked very different from the woman in his dreams. When she saw him, her eyes no longer showed the usual dislike. That's why he looked at her longer. It wasn't until she spoke outside the door that he realized and quickly looked away. After examining him, Dr. Luo advised Xiao Si, "He's awake now, so there's not much problem. Just take care of him. He's probably hungry. See if you can get some easy-to-digest food." Xiao Si immediately agreed. Now he was a patient and she was the most important. She had to take care of him first. If he upset her again in the future, she would settle the score with him. Humph. She wanted to take Ping'an with her, but seeing him quietly staring at Lin Junhui, she decided to speak. "You watch the sun. I'll go get some food for you." At this moment, Lin Junhui finally noticed the sun hiding behind Xiao Si. He looked at Ping'an. He looked a bit older than before. He had gone back home during the New Year. It had been almost half a year since they last saw each other. He had grown taller and darkened. He looked at his wife again. Before leaving, Xiao Si remembered something and said, "Your son is crying to see you. Please spend more time with him and don't be harsh." After speaking, Xiao Si disappeared behind the door. Lin Junhui looked at the door, then at his son who was looking at him nervously. He wondered when he had ever been harsh to his son. It was usually her who didn't pay much attention to him. His 3-year-old son looked like a 2-year-old, probably because he hadn't been eating well. "Come here." Lin Junhui's voice was very hoarse, maybe because he had just woken up, sounding like a broken wind-up toy. Ping'an took 2 steps forward and stared blankly at Lin Junhui. "Are you hungry? Have you eaten?" Ping'an nodded obediently, then shook his head. Seeing his father look at him with confusion, he explained, "I've eaten. I'm not hungry." Xiao Si had prepared some lean meat porridge in advance. To avoid attracting attention, she left the hospital and found a quiet place outside to take out her lunchbox and also carried a military green water bottle. Only then did she head back to the hospital. Back in the ward, her son sat on a chair beside the bed, his head lowered, lost in thought. Lin Junhui sat leaning against the bed, watching his son. Hearing the noise, both father and son looked toward the door at the same time. When Ping'an saw Xiao Si, his eyes lit up and he softly called, "Mom." At that moment, Xiao Si realized how much the father and son resembled each other. Even their movements and expressions were similar. Feeling a bit shy under their gaze, she quickly stepped inside. She opened the aluminum lunchbox in her hand and took a spoon. "Can you eat by yourself?" Xiao Si didn't want to feed him, and besides, his hands weren't injured, so it wouldn't affect his eating. Lin Junhui kept watching Xiao Si, clearly understanding her expression. "I can eat by myself." Pleased with the answer, Xiao Si set down the porridge, then took a small wooden board from the foot of the bed, placed it on the bed, and put the lunchbox on top, pushing it within his reach. A tempting aroma wafted into the air. Lin Junhui picked up the spoon and started eating. His movements were a bit slow, but it didn't affect his meal. Xiao Si looked at his injury and saw it didn't interfere, so she let him be. Lin Junhui saw the lean meat in the lunchbox and glanced at Xiao Si, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Lin Junhui still felt a bit unsatisfied. He licked his lips and looked at Xiao Si. Xiao Si handed him a water bottle directly. Do you want some water? His voice was hoarse. Drinking some spiritual medicine water is good for his throat. Lin Junhui didn't want to drink water. He just wanted to eat more porridge. He had never tasted such sweet and fragrant porridge. Besides, he had already eaten porridge, so he wouldn't be thirsty and didn't need to drink water. Xiao Si's clear eyes kept watching Lin Junhui. He looked at her and then looked away, but his hand never touched the army green water bottle. Xiao Si was annoyed by his stubborn personality. Seeing him keep staring at the lunchbox, she knew he still wanted to eat more porridge. After eating, it's not good to overeat, Xiao Si said irritably. Eating so much right after waking up, I really don't want to live. Hearing this, Lin Junhui's eyes flickered slightly. He looked away from the lunchbox, which was a detail he had overlooked. Seeing that he still hadn't touched the water bottle, Xiao Si decided to give up. Anyway, he had just eaten spiritual rice porridge, so it didn't matter whether he drank the spiritual medicine water or not. Recovering too quickly might attract attention. He should rest well and recover after being discharged from the hospital. Seeing Xiao Si take the lunchbox and water bottle away, Lin Junhui finally relaxed. Drinking so much water isn't good for going to the bathroom. If he can avoid drinking, he should. His legs and feet are inconvenient now. When Xiao Si finished washing the lunchbox and returned to the ward, there was a nurse standing beside Lin Junhui's bed. At first, Xiao Si didn't think much of it. Having nurses in the hospital was normal. But as she got closer, she saw that the nurse was holding a lunchbox and was blushing as she talked to Lin Junhui. Deputy Commander Lin, this is the porridge I bought from the cafeteria. Please bear with it. I'll cook some for you at noon and bring it to you. Oh, his admirer has come over and even plans to cook and bring it herself. This is quite interesting. Xiao Si looked at Lin Junhui. The man had well-defined features, beautiful peach blossom eyes, a tall figure, and an inverted triangle body shape. He was indeed quite attractive, so it's no surprise he has admirers. Lin Junhui originally wanted to refuse directly, but after seeing Xiao Si come in, he swallowed his words and decided to see how she would react in this situation. When facing Xiao Si's admiring gaze, Lin Junhui's thoughts were shattered. He kept a calm look and sharp eyes. No need. My wife made me porridge. I have already eaten. Ahem. Wife. Xiao Si coughed so hard her face turned red. She glared at Lin Junhui angrily. How could he say that? It's so disgusting, calling her wife. So cheesy. She felt that it was fine to say it in front of others, but hearing Lin Junhui call her that made her very uncomfortable. Lin Junhui smiled slightly, withdrew his gaze, and looked at his son sitting nearby. His son's presence still felt too weak. Meng heard coughing behind her and immediately turned around. Seeing Xiao Si, she blushed and hurried out of the ward with her lunchbox. On the 4th floor nurse station, a few nurses finished their work and gathered to chat. This is such a good chance. If Meng doesn't seize it, all my efforts will be wasted. Yeah, do you really have no feelings for Deputy Captain Lin? I have a boyfriend. Oh, you didn't tell us you have a boyfriend. I found out that the soldier in the ward I take care of also looks pretty good. Really? Do you like him? Go for it. This is such a good opportunity. The person being talked about blushed shyly. Hey, Meng, what's wrong? Why are you crying? A few nurses turned to look and saw Meng holding her lunchbox, crying as she ran out of the ward. Xiao Jian, do you know something? Is that why you agreed to swap with me? The nurse being questioned looked confused. No, Meng, what do I know? I found out that Deputy Captain Lin has a wife, and she's here right now. You caused this to happen to me. Really? When did Deputy Captain Lin get married? I heard someone mention that Deputy Captain Lin has a wife before, but I didn't think it was true. Meng looked at the nurses, then silently walked away with her lunchbox. Lu Xiaojian couldn't just let her go like that. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Meng's hand. Meng, I really didn't know Deputy Captain Lin had a wife, and I didn't know his wife was here. Dr. Luo told me not to go to Ward 7 this morning. I didn't go there at all. I truly didn't know. Meng's eyes were red with tears. After a moment she said, let's switch back. You stay in Ward 7, and I'll go back to Ward 5. Then, He Mengmeng quietly looked at Liu Xiaojian. Liu Xiaojian quickly nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll take Ward 7, and you take Ward 5. At this time, Lin Junhui didn't care about what was happening at the nurse's station. He was facing an awkward situation. He had just eaten porridge, which was too watery, and now he needed to go to the bathroom. He looked at Xiao Si sitting on a chair, playing with her son. Should he speak up or stay silent? But if he didn't say anything, it would be difficult for him to go alone. Although he only had one injured leg and could hop over, doing so would open his wound again. Xiao Si, who was sharp and attentive, noticed Lin Junhui looking at her for the 10th time. She finally spoke. Do you need help with something? She asked, sounding a bit awkward and not very direct. I need to go to the bathroom, Lin Junhui replied. Xiao Si glanced at him, sighed, and felt like slapping herself for being so talkative. She thought, why did I say so much? Since he had already asked, Xiao Si had no choice. She put down her son, walked over, and helped Lin Junhui by holding his arm. Let's go, she said impatiently. With her support, Lin Junhui struggled to get off the bed. He knew he looked thin, but he was actually quite heavy, probably about twice as heavy as Xiao Si. If he put all his weight on her, she wouldn't be able to handle it and might get hurt. So he tried to lean more on himself. Xiao Si helped him stand up and realized how tall he was. He was just about her shoulder height, and he had a strong, broad build. She supported him like a little chick with a mother hen. When they reached the bathroom, Xiao Si didn't sweat at all, but Lin Junhui was covered in sweat, and his hospital gown was damp. She noticed this and kept it in mind. After Lin Junhui finished, Xiao Si helped him back to the bed and made sure he was lying comfortably. Seeing her son sitting quietly in the chair without moving, Xiao Si turned to leave the room. When she returned, she was holding a cane and a bedpan. She also carried a basin and a clean towel. Lin Junhui watched Xiao Si place her cane and chamber pot within easy reach, then took a basin and towel into the bathroom. He thought about what she might do next, and his face grew a little uneasy. Xiao Si poured some water infused with spiritual energy into half of the basin, then came out of the bathroom. She soaked the towel, wrung it out, and stood by the bed. Xiao Si had no choice. The doctor had told her in the morning to help Lin Junhui wash himself. She thought, since she had just gone to the bathroom and it was already awkward, they might as well be awkward together. Lin Junhui pretended to be calm as he lifted his hospital gown. Xiao Si's eyes briefly scanned his clearly defined abs. Her eyes lit up slightly. It seemed he wasn't as dark as she thought. His skin was a bit fair, probably tanned from the sun. Most importantly, his 8-pack abs were perfect and looked very strong. Xiao Si had never seen such perfect abs before. This man's appearance matched her aesthetic, and his physique was also very appealing. She really wanted to touch them, and she did. While wiping the sweat off his abs, she took the chance to feel them thoroughly. The sensation was wonderful. It would look even better if there weren't tiny wounds on his body. While wiping his sweat, Xiao Si even reached inside his hospital gown to touch his chest muscles. Lin Junhui saw her small movements and felt confused. Wasn't she the one who disliked his body? Said she found him disgusting and that he was too bulky and unattractive? What does this mean now? She wiped him once, twice, 3 times, until she finished the 5th round and was about to start the 6th. Suddenly, her hand was caught by a large, well-defined hand. Xiao Si looked up and met Lin Junhui's cold eyes, realizing what she had done. Your front is clean now, no need to wipe again. The back still needs cleaning. She withdrew her hand and turned around calmly. But as she turned, her face looked a little unnatural. Why couldn't she hold back? But then she thought, what's the big deal? It's just skin. It's a bit disappointing. It's all because men in the cultivation world are so covered up. She can't see anything even if she wants to. After washing the towel, she wrung it out. When Xiao Si turned around again, she accidentally bumped into Lin Junhui's half-smile.
Xiao Si froze.
Why are you smiling? What's so funny? Just touching. I just touched you openly. What are you biting me for? You are my husband. It's okay to touch. I won't die from a smile. Let me wipe your back. She lifted her hospital gown to wipe, but what caught her eye was a large bloodstain seeping through the gauze on his side. Xiao Si didn't even bother to put down the towel. She hurriedly left the ward with the towel in her hand. Lin Junhui looked down and saw the bloodstain on the gauze. He had already felt the pain earlier, but he didn't expect the wound to reopen. Seeing that Xiao Si was no longer in the ward, he wondered where she had gone. Soon, Dr. Luo arrived with a nurse, and Xiao Si followed behind. The moment the doctor entered, Lin Junhui looked stunned. He glanced at Xiao Si behind him, thinking, is she so nervous because she cares about him? His gaze stayed on Xiao Si until Dr. Luo examined his wound and asked the nurse to rebandage it. Only then did he look away from her. Xiao Si kept her distance, quietly taking her son away from the bed to make space. The nurse with Dr. Luo was Lu Xiaojian, who was secretly observing Xiao Si. She thought, the wife of Deputy Commander Lin must be her. She was wearing a floral long-sleeve shirt with 2 braids, loose dark blue pants, and cloth shoes. Her skin was fair, her face delicate and beautiful. She wasn't tall but not short either, just a gentle, pretty girl. She had no rustic roughness. At first, she thought she was a country girl, but it turned out she was just as good as city girls. If she dressed up properly, many city girls wouldn't compare. The child she was holding was also clean and adorable, with features. Oh my God! This child was a perfect replica of Deputy Commander Lin. If someone said the child wasn't his, no one would believe it. They looked so alike. Seeing him pursing his small lips, frowning slightly, and looking at Deputy Commander Lin with concern, such a look was truly charming. There is no hope left. All the women in the army who liked Deputy Commander Lin have given up. Even if someone is prettier than his wife, no one is as gentle and lovely as her. She is soft and tender, sweet and gentle. She also has a cute son who looks very much like Deputy Commander Lin. Actually, Xiao Si had already noticed the nurse's gaze. She was just pretending not to see. The woman who brought food to Lin Junhui earlier was the nurse. This must have become known by now. These people are just curious to see the real wife. After restitching the wound and bandaging it, an hour had passed. When Dr. Luo and the nurse left, the couple fell silent. After a while, Xiao Si cleared her throat softly to break the awkward silence. Next time, don't try to show off. I'm not as delicate as you think. I have a lot of strength. Hearing Xiao Si's words, Lin Junhui immediately turned to look at her. Seeing her serious face, he couldn't help but smile slightly. A woman who is only as tall as his shoulders, small and slender, claiming seriously that she's not delicate and has strong strength. Thinking about it makes him want to laugh. He had never realized how cute she was before. No, he never had the chance before. They got married and lived together on their wedding night, but the next day she drove him out of the room. Since then, she always looked at him with disgust. Whenever she saw him, she didn't look happy. Now, what made her willing to approach him? Why did she come all the way to the army to find him? Thinking of this, Lin Junhui's good mood from the morning disappeared. Soon it was lunchtime. Xiao Si brought back 3 aluminum lunchboxes. She first placed some lean meat porridge in front of Lin Junhui, then opened a lunchbox with Ping An's meal and placed it beside Lin Junhui's. Then she carried Ping An onto the hospital bed, and the father and son sat facing each other. Fortunately, the space was big enough, so they wouldn't crowd Lin Junhui. Ping An was a small child, and a little corner was enough for him. After settling the father and son, Xiao Si sat down on a chair and started eating her own lunch. Lin Junhui smelled the aroma from beside him. When he looked carefully, he realized that only his meal was porridge, while his son and Xiao Si's meals were rice. There is also juicy pork and vegetables on top of the rice. The pork juices have soaked into the rice, making it look very appetizing. Lin Junhui immediately felt that the sweet and fragrant lean pork porridge in the morning was not as good as rice. He wanted to eat rice. Moreover, there was a boiled egg on his son's lunchbox, and it was drizzled with sauce, making it look very tempting and fragrant. Ping An took a bite of the pork and looked up to see his father staring blankly at his rice, only to realize that his father's lunchbox actually contained porridge. Without much thought, Ping'an picked up the egg and placed it into his father's lunchbox.
Dad, you eat.
Eating will help you recover quickly, he said, then added a piece of pork to Lin Junhui's lunchbox. Lin Junhui was instantly touched by his son's actions, staring blankly at his small hand placing meat into his box. Ping'an continued to add 7 or 8 pieces of pork into his father's lunchbox before stopping. Xiao Si saw what Ping'an was doing and didn't stop him. Plus, giving her husband some nutritious food was good for her health. They decided to eat rice together that evening. Seeing that most of the pork in his son's bowl had been transferred to his father's lunchbox, and even the only fried egg was given to his dad, Lin Junhui felt very embarrassed. But he just wanted to eat meat. He hadn't had such a delicious piece of meat in a long time. Usually, he ate dry pork, so this oily, tempting meat was a rare treat he remembered from a long time ago. Xiao Si scooped 5 or 6 pieces of pork from her own lunchbox into her son's. Seeing his mother's actions, Ping'an smiled and said, "Thank you, Mom." Hearing his son's words, Lin Junhui suddenly felt that the meat in his bowl was less fragrant. He hadn't said anything, but it made him feel that his son was much more thoughtful than he was. He touched his nose and looked away. Xiao Si looked into her son's eyes and smiled gently. "Eat quickly." Lin Junhui, unintentionally seeing her smile, felt a small tug in his heart. She really has changed. Her love for her son is genuine and cannot be faked. After lunch, Xiao Si took her aluminum lunchbox to wash. Ping'an sat on Lin Junhui's hospital bed, unwilling to get down. Seeing his son looking more and more like him, Lin Junhui lowered his voice and asked, "Daniu, are you sleepy? Do you want to sleep on Dad's bed?" Kids tend to get sleepy easily after eating. Ping'an shook his head and then nodded. After a moment, he said, "Dad, I am not called Daniu anymore. My full name is Lin Ruian, and my nickname is Ping'an. Mom gave me this name. Dad, please don't call me the wrong name. You should call me Ping'an just like Mom does." Lin Junhui was surprised inside. He didn't expect Xiao Si to have given their son a name. Thinking about the name he had chosen for his son, which also included the character, and he smiled. What a coincidence. Your mom is really kind to you. Dad will also call you Ping'an. Mom is also kind to Dad. She worries about Dad, Ping'an quickly added, thinking Dad might be upset if he heard that Mom cares for him. Hearing this, Lin Junhui became more interested. "Oh, how does your mom worry about Dad? We just arrived yesterday. Mom came to see Dad early in the morning. She wanted to see Dad right after waking up. Isn't she worried about Dad?" Listening to his son's innocent words, Lin Junhui paused thoughtfully. Then he looked into his son's eyes and said softly, "Yes, Ping'an is right. It seems your mom really cares about Dad." When he said the last 4 words, he slowed down his speech, as if talking to himself. Ping'an nodded strongly and smiled happily. "Yes, Mom worries about Dad, and I worry about Dad too. So, Dad, you need to get better soon. If Dad knew that Mom and I were both worried about him, maybe he wouldn't have sent us away. Then we could stay and keep him company with Mom." Xiao Si finished washing the lunchbox and saw Ping'an and his dad talking happily. She didn't want to disturb them. But as soon as she entered, the father and son stopped talking. Xiao Si moved closer to Ping'an and asked, "What are you talking about with Dad? You look so happy. Dad doesn't know I changed my name. He still calls me Daniu. I told him my new name." "That's great." Ping'an, hearing this, Xiao Si thought that her son also had a part in it. Since he changed his name, he should tell his real dad too. "My son always called me Daniu. It doesn't sound nice. I took the initiative to give him a new name. His full name is Lin Ruian, and his nickname is Ping'an. Do you have any opinions?" But it was no use. When she arrived, she had already gone to the commune to change the name on the household register. Asian, this name is quite nice, even better than Ruian, but it has already been changed on the household register. I wonder if it can still be changed? Can the name on the household register still be changed? Xiao Si asked. "Yes, but Ruian is fine too. Let's keep it as Ruian, no need to change it." Xiao Si looked down and thought for a few seconds before nodding. "All right, let's call him Ruian. No more changes." Asian seems a bit more delicate now. The couple was chatting, but Ping'an sat quietly on his father's bed, like a little chick pecking at rice. The little boy was sleepy. It was time for his nap. Xiao Si quickly picked up her son, sat in a chair, and held him to help him sleep. Lin Junhui kept watching Xiao Si. Seeing her subconscious action, a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Let him lie on the bed to sleep. Holding him might be tiring. Xiao Si looked at the size of the bed. Holding her son to sleep was fine for a short time, but after a while, her arms would get tired. Plus, Lin Junhui only had one leg injured, so placing Ping'an on the uninjured side was not a problem. Thinking of this, Xiao Si gently placed her son at the foot of the bed. At that moment, the doctor and nurse came in to check on Lin Junhui. Seeing that he was fine, they moved to look at the patient in the next bed. The person in the next bed was Lin Junhui's subordinate, named Zhang Gongqiang, who was still unconscious. Lin Junhui immediately asked about Zhang Gongqiang's condition. After Lin Junhui and Dr. Luo finished talking, Xiao Si, thinking about meal issues, took the initiative to ask Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo, I want to ask if there are any special dietary precautions for Junhui. Hearing the question, Dr. Luo looked up. Good question. I need to tell you something. For the past half-month, Vice Captain Lin shouldn't eat seafood or spicy foods. No chicken or goose meat. He should eat light foods, mainly steamed, boiled, or stewed. If possible, make some bone broth to help him recover. That's about it. Thank you, Dr. Luo. When Junhui gets better, I'll definitely treat you all to a meal to thank you properly. Xiao Si said with a smile, patting her son's back. No need, no need. As a doctor, it's my duty. No thanks needed, Dr. Luo quickly declined. Still, without you, Junhui might not wake up anytime soon. Luo Xiaojing glanced at Xiao Si briefly, then quickly looked down to check on the patient's condition. Really, there's no need. Oh, I have to go now. Dr. Luo quickly left the ward, frightened by Xiao Si's enthusiasm. Lin Junhui stared blankly at Xiao Si. When did she become so polite and courteous in her interactions with others? This was the first time he saw such a side of her. In the past, she disliked talking to neighbors and kept to herself. Xiao Si had no idea what Lin Junhui was thinking. In the cultivation world, she was the senior sister, and her master was quite lazy. All social interactions within the sect were arranged by her, so she was very skilled at it. After the visitors left, Xiao Si asked Lin Junhui to watch over his son. She found a hidden corner and slipped into her space. That evening, Lin Junhui had to prepare his meals again. He couldn't eat boiled pork, so in the space, the only thing left for him was porridge. He noticed he didn't like pork porridge much at noon. There was no stove in the space, so Xiao Si temporarily built 2 stoves with bricks. She took out a large iron pot from home and steamed pork ribs in it. Then she used a clay pot on another stove to simmer bone broth. Fortunately, when she built the wooden house earlier, she had extra wood to use as firewood. After finishing, she checked to make sure no one was around where she entered and then slipped out. It had already been half an hour, so she hurried back to the ward. As she reached the door, she saw 7 or 8 men dressed in military green uniforms crowded inside. Xiao Si stopped at the door, took out a military-style water bottle from her space, and confidently walked in. Sorry for the interruption. So many comrades here. I just stepped out for a moment. Are you the sister-in-law? Lieutenant Lin's son is so adorable. Shoo, don't wake him up. Xiao Si saw several people gathered around Ping'an and smiled. It's okay, I won't wake him. I'll take him outside, she said. During her words, she used her spiritual energy to gently cover the little one's ears. When they returned to the hospital room, Lin Junhui's comrades had already left. Ping'an ran into the room happily and said, Dad, we're back. Lin Junhui didn't even look at his son. He was lost in thought. Xiao Si noticed that Lin Junhui looked upset and sad. She must have realized something had happened. She picked up her son and gently touched his head. Be good. Dad is thinking about something. Once he figures it out, he will play with Ping'an. Okay, Ping'an replied reluctantly. Xiao Si remembered what she read in a book and guessed that Lin Junhui was upset because of something related to this mission. It was probably because of the recent task. The book said the mission was very dangerous. They completed it, but the casualties were higher than expected. The main character in the book, who is also the leader of the Special Forces team, Deng Shuakai, had already asked for leave before the mission, citing personal reasons. This time, Lin Junhui led the team, so all the responsibility fell on him. If the team had an accident, he would definitely be held responsible and face punishment. Actually, Amy knew that this mission might go wrong, so she specifically asked Deng Shuakai to avoid it. Because of this mission, Deng Shuakai became convinced that Amy was the person who had been reborn 10 years later. Right now, Deng Shuakai was probably on his way to Kungwei village, but unfortunately, she had already taken back the silver bracelet. She was curious about how Deng Shuakai would look if he missed his target. Xiao Si was eager to see that. She thought it would be very interesting. She didn't try to comfort Lin Junhui because she had already taken care of all the hidden problems. The rest depended on him. If she hadn't helped him heal his leg, he would have faced another problem after leaving the hospital. The book said that because of his leg injury, Lin Junhui couldn't stay as the deputy team leader of the Special Forces anymore. His commanding officer didn't want him to retire, so he arranged a desk job for him in the military, which was a demotion. Lin Junhui was well-educated. Although he only finished middle school in his hometown before joining the army, he studied at military school for 4 years during his service, which gave him a college degree. A desk job was still a desk job, but Amy didn't want Lin Junhui to stay in the military in that role. In the military, even a desk job was highly competitive. If he did well, he could get promoted. Amy wanted to use public opinion to bring Lin Junhui down. It can be said that people's words are powerful. Most of the families of the soldiers, influenced by Amy's deliberate stirring, were unhappy that Lin Junhui took a civilian job position and demanded he transfer back home. At this moment, the division commander had already received approval from higher authorities to transfer Lin Junhui to a military headquarters position, which was a promotion. However, just at this critical time, news arrived that his son had been sold by his wife. Ignoring everyone's pleas, Lin Junhui resolutely decided to retire from the army and go home, refusing the job arranged for him by the military. This outcome pleased Amy very much, and Lin Junhui was successfully driven out of the army. A comrade who had just come back from Lin Junhui's hospital room was walking back to the army. "Do you think Deputy Colonel Lin knows Zhao Bing has died? Will he blame himself? If it weren't for Deputy Colonel Lin blocking that attack for him, Zhao Bing would have died long ago. It would be great if Zhao Bing could have held on. Deputy Colonel Lin must feel bad. He led the team this time. The mission was completed, but so many were injured and one person died. I heard Zhao Bing's wife caused a fuss. They are all pitiful people."
Sigh.
Zhao Bing is gone, and she has to raise a child alone. How will she manage? Let's help her a little if we can. Maybe visit Zhao Bing's wife and child when we have time. Okay, let's go together. Xiao Si thought Lin Junhui would be gloomy for several days, but that very night during dinner, he was just as usual chatting with his son and making him happy. However, his expression was a bit cold and less enthusiastic, with fewer smiles. During this meal, Xiao Si not only brought back 3 aluminum lunchboxes, but also a bowl of bone soup. Ping'an looked at the milky white soup and swallowed hard. Seeing how eager Ping'an was for the soup, Xiao Si couldn't help but smile. "Hurry up and eat. When you're done, ask your dad for a little soup to drink."
Just a small amount.
"It's to help your dad recover." Ping'an's eyes widened instantly, happily helping Xiao Si set the chopsticks. Ping'an and Xiao Si's meal was the same as at noon. Xiao Si was too lazy to cook again, and it was inconvenient, so they just ate whatever was available in the space. But Lin Junhui's meals had changed. The spiritual rice was topped with steamed pork ribs, which were drizzled with plenty of flavorful broth. The water in the space was infused with spiritual energy, and even the simplest cooking methods made the food especially fragrant. Lin Junhui didn't really want to eat at first, but the delicious smell instantly made his appetite grow. Wait, there are no restaurants nearby. Where did she buy the food? Inside the hospital? Lin Junhui has eaten hospital food before, but he knows it's not from the hospital. So the only option is that she cooked it herself. But wait, when did Xiao Si's cooking improve? Before, her meals were just cooked, with hardly any oil or salt. Now, her dishes look, smell, and taste amazing, and she's generous with the ingredients. This afternoon, the doctor said she could make some bone soup if she wanted. That evening, she prepared it and brought it over. The food was so good, better than any restaurant in the city he had eaten at during lunch. Seeing the lunchbox in front of him, Lin Junhui lost his appetite and picked up his chopsticks, eating happily. He finished the aluminum lunchbox quickly. If he weren't injured, he could eat even faster. Xiao Si saw that she had only eaten half her meal, but Lin Junhui's lunchbox was already empty. She looked at her son, and then at Lin Junhui. Luckily, she had filled her own lunchbox fully, thinking Lin Junhui might not have enough with just one. And she was right. Xiao Si put down her lunchbox. Half a box is enough for me. Do you want me to share half with you? Lin Junhui watched her move and replied, no need. You eat yours. Xiao Si didn't argue and kept eating, but she had actually prepared a lot of food, so she probably had leftovers. Ping'an, with his tiny hand, held his special chopsticks and watched the scene. He seemed to think of something. Next moment, he handed his lunchbox to Lin Junhui. His eyes brightened. Dad, can you help me eat half? I can't finish it. I want some soup. Lin Junhui looked at his son's outstretched lunchbox and frowned. Are you really full? Ping'an nodded. Ping'an wants to drink soup. Wait until you finish eating, then you can have the soup. Ping'an shook his head. Dad, I really can't eat anymore. My stomach is full. Dad, feel my belly. Is there a little watermelon inside? Little kid, in order to drink the soup, didn't want to eat his meal anymore. Sit down, don't fall. Dad will give you a bite, and you can eat the rest yourself. Hearing this, Ping'an quickly sat down as his mother gently guided him. It was okay to take a bite. Dad's portion was quite big, so he could drink the soup sooner. He took small bites, not rushing at all. Seeing his father's actions, Ping'an quietly sighed inside. His father's one bite was actually the amount Ping'an could eat, not the full portion his father could take. Ping'an silently ate the remaining rice from his lunchbox. Zhou Si watched her son's scene, glanced at Lin Junhui, and felt amused inside. Ping'an stopped talking, frowned a little, and finished all the rice left in his lunchbox. Zhou Si poured some soup over his rice, just a small bowl's worth. Ping'an drank the soup happily, smiling brightly. It was so delicious, his mother's homemade soup was the best. Zhou Si was too full to eat anymore. She put down the lunchbox, covered it, and decided to eat the leftovers at the next meal. Lin Junhui drank his soup and saw her action. Give me the leftovers. You drink some soup. Zhou Si immediately looked up. What kind of logic was that? He didn't want what was left of his, but insisted on eating what she left. Lin Junhui reached out his hand. Unable to refuse, Zhou Si had to hand him the lunchbox. Ping'an finished his soup, looking at the remaining soup in his bowl. Mom, Dad left some soup for you. Seeing this, Zhou Si realized there was still about 2 small bowls of soup left in the big bowl. Why didn't you finish it? Lin Junhui opened the lunchbox, scooped a bite of rice with chopsticks, and ate it. Then he looked up. Drink it. Zhou Si saw Lin Junhui directly eating from her lunchbox, her face a little awkward. This way, he was eating more of her saliva. This man really had no manners. While drinking the soup Lin Junhui left her, Zhou Si felt a strange feeling she couldn't quite describe. She drank a small bowl, then gave the rest to Ping'an, who stared at her eagerly. Lin Junhui had finished everything, more than 1.5 lunchboxes of rice, plus about 3 or 4 bowls of soup. After the meal, Zhou Si shared her plans. Since I have to take my son with me, I can't stay overnight. Be careful tonight. If anything happens, ring the nurse. I'll come back early tomorrow morning. Lin Junhui nodded and reminded her, be careful on your way back. Back at the guest house, Zhou Si immediately gave her son a bath. When she finished her shower, her son was already lying in bed, asleep. Since it was nearly June, the weather wasn't too hot, so a thin blanket was enough. Xiao Si covered her son with a small blanket, leaving his little hands and feet exposed. Seeing him sleep peacefully, she checked the room again to make sure everything was normal. Xiao Si quickly slipped into her space. She still had half an hour left to stay there today. She had previously slaughtered a black cliff pig, so there was plenty of meat to last a long time. There were over 20 boiled eggs left, rice for 2 more days, and only stir-fried pork remained of the vegetables. The green vegetables had already been eaten today. The vegetables in her space hadn't been planted yet, so she couldn't supply any greens. It seemed she would need to go out early tomorrow to buy some. The steamed pork ribs she cooked today could last for 2 more meals. They would be finished tomorrow. There was a large pot of soup, enough to last several days. There was still quite a bit of meat porridge left, and the steamed buns had been eaten. To make more buns, she needed to buy white flour. Xiao Si didn't want to make buns. She wanted to make steamed dumplings instead. First, she steamed some rice, then started to prepare the internal organs from the black cliff pig she had slaughtered earlier. Following her old habits from her cultivation world, she usually threw away the pig's internal organs, but after reading a recipe book, Xiao Si discovered that they could be eaten. According to the recipe, they were especially delicious. So she kept them. The smell was really bad, but thinking about how tasty they could be, Xiao Si endured it. Half an hour passed quickly. She felt that staying only an hour in her space each day was really not enough. When could she start planting her vegetables? She had been outside or on the train before, so she couldn't enter her space, which wasted a lot of time. Even if she moved quickly, cleaning pig organs still took a lot of time. In that half hour, she steamed rice, prepared the organs, washed and cut them, but hadn't had time to cook them yet. Xiao Si could only enter her space again after midnight. In the early morning, she woke up and entered her space once more. She used the pig's stomach to boost her energy, cutting it up to make soup, adding some spiritual herbs to improve energy and reduce the fishy smell. Her space had over 10 large pots, all used in the past to store delicacies from different places. Following the recipe I saw earlier, Xiao Si prepared the ingredients. First, she boiled a large pot of pig intestines. She brought her own seasonings from home and only added the spices mentioned in the recipe. When she didn't have a specific ingredient, she skipped it. She also added a special spiritual herb that removes the fishy smell, making the dish smell very good after cooking. Xiao Si tasted it and found it really delicious, almost biting her tongue. The recipe was indeed reliable. I've discovered another tasty dish. Her leftover pig fat was almost gone, so she melted the rest in the pot. Before leaving, Xiao Si went to the waterfall to wash off the smell from her body, then used her spiritual energy to dry her clothes. In her space, her spiritual power was unrestricted, so she used it freely. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Si didn't go straight to the military hospital. She asked the staff at the guest house and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought about 7 or 8 jeans of vegetables, which surprised the staff there. Seeing her unfamiliar face, they thought she had come from far away. Since she bought enough for several days, they didn't ask many questions. After buying the vegetables, Xiao Si found some ginger and scallions mentioned in the recipe and bought a large amount. Seeing her shopping style, the staff believed even more that she was from a distant place. Xiao Si felt like she had found a treasure. She told the staff about the seasonings in the recipe, and they found 7 or 8 of the ingredients for her. She didn't need a receipt for these items. She bought many, spending over 20 yuan, but she didn't mind. Most importantly, she bought a lot and felt it was worth it. Back at the guest house, Xiao Si learned she could borrow the kitchen. She washed the vegetables she bought and stir-fried them. When she left, she carried 3 lunch boxes, and the extra vegetables had already been stored in her ring space. Using someone else's kitchen wasn't ideal, so she offered 2 mao, a small amount of money. The staff refused to accept it, saying the guest house was run by the army for soldiers' convenience. The firewood was also collected by soldiers from the mountains. This made Xiao Si feel a bit embarrassed. When she arrived at the hospital, she mentioned this to Lin Junhui. "It's okay, you can use it," he said. Xiao Si looked up at his dark face, which was staring at her very seriously. She smiled and asked, "Do you also go up the mountain to chop firewood?" Lin Junhui paused after opening the lunchbox and then nodded. He really guessed right. She saw that the backyard of the guest house was filled with a wall of firewood, and there were some unorganized piles on the ground. After breakfast, Xiao Si took out the kettle. The water inside was boiled from the water in the space, and she added a spiritual medicine to it, which was good for his health. The water in the kettle is good for your body. I added medicine to it. At this moment, Lin Junhui handed her a cloth bag, and Xiao Si took it unknowingly. This is some money I saved over the past 2 years. You can use it. Have you paid back the money you borrowed earlier? Xiao Si asked without thinking. Lin Junhui looked at her. His calm eyes fixed on her, and Xiao Si looked away. Did she hurt his pride? No one wants others to know they still owe money. It's all paid back so you can use it without worry. It was paid back so quickly, several thousand yuan. Since it was settled, she decided not to ask further. Xiao Si opened the cloth bag. Inside, there was a stack of receipts and more than a dozen large UnionPay cards, neatly stacked, totaling about 200 yuan. She flipped through them and found a passbook underneath. Curious, she opened it and was shocked to see the balance. She had saved 1,500 yuan. Is it really that profitable to be in the army? Xiao Si put away the passbook and asked Lin Junhui with a smile, Are these all for me? Yes, all for you. Are you worried I might run away with this money? Lin Junhui looked at her. Just take good care of your son. As for running away, that's up to you. Xiao Si smiled and packed the cloth bag. That morning, she noticed a backpack beside Lin Junhui's hospital bed, probably brought by his comrade. It was the second day, but she hadn't told Lin Junhui about her situation or plans. She moved a chair to the bedside, sat down, gently held Ping'an in her arms, and gave him a white rabbit milk candy. Then she looked at Lin Junhui for a while. I'm actually here to follow the army this time. I currently live in the guest house. I was thinking, if you don't agree for me to follow the army, I will go back home the same way I came. You want to live a good life with me? Xiao Si was stunned by Lin Junhui's straightforward question and was a bit scared by his blunt words. However, she was not a shy person. Since he said that, she also shared her own request. You're not a bad person. I was too difficult before. I came here this time because I want to live a good life with you. But I have one request. Xiao Si looked at Lin Junhui and saw him listening carefully with his head down. She continued, Let's set a deadline of 3 months. After 3 months, if our life is going well, we will keep going. Of course, if you do something wrong to me, I will leave immediately and won't forgive you. Okay, I agree. Xiao Si looked up. You promise? He didn't hesitate at all and agreed right away. I will apply for military leave now. This meant he agreed. Xiao Si expected this and thought about the day the logistics officer came to see her. She told Lin Junhui about it again. I will handle this. It should be settled in the next couple of days. Knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Xiao Si had just casually closed the door when she heard the knocking. She stood up and went to open it. When she opened the door, 2 men in military uniforms stood outside. These 2 were different from the soldiers who came yesterday. Their clothes looked different and they seemed a bit older. They were probably leaders of the unit. Xiao Si quickly moved aside to let them in, smiling. It was clear that they weren't surprised to see her, indicating they knew she was there. Commander, Political Commissar, why are you here? Lin Junhui saw them and called out immediately. So they really were leaders. Xiao Si smiled and invited them inside. Junhui's wife, come in together. The slightly younger one smiled and spoke to Xiao Si. Xiao Si welcomed them with a smile. She found chairs and helped them sit down. Junhui, your wife is here. How have you arranged things? The day before yesterday, the logistics officer took people to let your wife stay at Old Wu's place. She said she would wait until you wake up to decide. Have you 2 discussed this? Political Commissar Sun looked at the couple with a smile. No one expected that tall and strong Lin Junhui's wife looked delicate and fragile. Xiao Si, let me introduce you. This is Commander Cheng, and this is Political Commissar Sunday Sun's wife is the director of the women's department at the military family compound. I will introduce her to you later. I see. They agreed to stay. Commander Sun smiled and said, Junhui's wife, don't worry. You will stay in Old Wu's place. All officers above deputy regiment level in the army have their own homes. Junhui is the only one still sharing a big dorm with his subordinates, which isn't right. Commander Cheng looked at Xiao Ci's expression and gently explained. It's not that my wife didn't come. We left the house for those in need in the army, Lin Junhui said with a smile, glancing at Xiao Ci. Now that people are here, you shouldn't keep the house. Your wife has arrived, and others need a place to stay. Junhui's wife, how do you feel? Commander Sun asked. Commander Cheng, Commander Sun, Junhui will handle this. I won't interfere, Xiao Ci said with a smile as she picked up her son. Peng An looked curiously at the two men in front of him. At this moment, Commander Sun finally noticed Peng An and looked at him with surprise. Old Cheng, look, Junhui's son really looks like Junhui. Xiao Ci could tell that Commander Sun was talkative, while Commander Cheng was more reserved, only speaking at key moments. Peng An, call him Uncle quickly. Hello, Uncle. My name is Peng An. Both Commander Cheng and Commander Sun looked at Peng An with surprise. This child is very polite. He even introduced himself. He's smart. Now he should call you Grandpa. Your son is about the same age as your father, Commander Cheng said with a smile, patting Peng An's head. Hello, Grandpa, Peng An cheerfully called out, not at all shy. This made Commander Sun praise him repeatedly. This kid isn't shy at all. Good. Junhui, it's settled then. I've already arranged for someone to clean the house. You can move in whenever you're ready, Commander Sun said. Lin Junhui nodded. Okay, thank you, Commander Cheng. Thank you, Commander Sun, for your trouble. Don't mention it. How is your injury now? It's pretty good. Just resting, no big problem, Junhui replied. That's good. With your wife taking care of you, just focus on recovery.
Norus.
When you're better, you can return to the army, Commander Cheng said. Earlier, you and Zhang Gongqiang were more seriously injured. I didn't expect you to wake up earlier than the others. Now only Zhang Gongqiang hasn't woken up. Sigh, I don't know when he'll wake up. After seeing off Commander Cheng and Commander Sun, Xiao Ci felt a little happy inside. She finally had a home. Lin Junhui could clearly feel that Xiao Ci was in a good mood. Peng An, we can stay here now. You can see your dad often in the future. Are you happy? Peng An was so happy that he spun around in place and nodded happily.
Yes.
When Dad gets better, I want to ride a big horse. Gooden's dad let Gooden ride a big horse. Xiao Ci didn't dare to agree on his own. After all, how many fathers would pamper their sons like that, letting them ride big horses? Okay, when Dad is better, I'll let you ride a big horse. Xiao Ci looked at Lin Junhui in surprise. His dark face was lit up with a big smile, showing his teeth. Compared to his face, his teeth were really white. Dad is so good. Peng An's dad also lets Peng An ride a big horse. Next time I go back, I will tell Gooden that my dad also lets me ride a big horse. He always says I am a child without parents. Hearing this, Xiao Ci felt very upset. In the past, the hurt he had suffered from Peng An was too deep. Lin Junhui also felt uncomfortable inside. He had once thought about bringing Xiao Ci to the army to be with him, but at that time, Xiao Ci didn't look at him kindly. He never brought up the idea. He thought that even if he did, she wouldn't come. Back then, his mother told him about an arranged marriage at home, asking him to go back and get married. He was originally resistant, but when he saw Xiao Ci at home, his thoughts changed. Xiao Ci's appearance perfectly matched all his fantasies about a partner. Delicate, cute, sweet, beautiful. He invested all his savings into marrying her. But he never expected that after marriage, Xiao Ci would dislike him so much. However, those were all in the past. Now, it seemed Xiao Ci could accept him. As long as she was willing to live a good life with him, everything was fine. He had even thought that if she couldn't do housework, he would do it himself. But now, it seemed that wasn't necessary. Xiao Ci's cooking was better than restaurant food, and their son was well-behaved and obedient. It wasn't long before lunchtime. Lin Junhui's diet remained the same, but Xiao Ci and Peng An's changed. Peng An's lunchbox contained half pork and half pork intestines. There was no more eggs, so she didn't give any. Xiao Ci's meal changed. There was no pork, only pork intestines and vegetables. Xiao Ci could only eat half a lunchbox, so her meal was half rice and half vegetables, with a lot of pork intestines. Lin Junhui looked at Peng and Xiao Xi's lunchboxes and frowned. Next time, don't buy these. They don't taste good, and no one wants to eat awful. Xiao Xi looked up and smiled at him, eager to share her new favorite food. She picked up a piece of pork intestine and offered it to Lin Junhui. It's very tasty, try it. Seeing the pork intestine offered before him, Lin Junhui hesitated, then looked at Xiao Xi, who was smiling and waiting. He instinctively opened his mouth and took a bite of the pork intestine. When eating, his lips accidentally touched the chopsticks. Seeing Lin Junhui eat it, Xiao Xi watched him with anticipation, as if waiting for his opinion. Lin Junhui's attention was caught by the explosion of flavors in his mouth. It smells so good. Biting into the pork intestine, it was chewy but not hard, with a unique flavor and a strong aroma. There was no unpleasant smell at all. It was really delicious. He had never tasted such fragrant meat before. He realized pork intestines could be so tasty, and his eyes lit up. He looked at Xiao Xi. It's very tasty, the flavor is great. Xiao Xi took a bite of the pork intestine, nodded when she heard Lin Junhui, and smiled happily. Yes, so fragrant. At that moment, Lin Junhui saw Xiao Xi holding the chopsticks and eating. He remembered that he had just used those same chopsticks. He awkwardly looked away. Peng then lifted his head from his lunchbox. Mom, I can't chew it. Xiao Xi was momentarily stunned, then smiled and forgot about it. The pork intestines were tasty and chewy. Peng was only 3 years old, so it was normal he couldn't chew it. If you can't chew it, just eat the pork. She then casually noticed Lin Junhui eating and said, or you can give the intestines to Dad, and he can exchange some for you. Hearing this, Lin Junhui looked up from his meal, glanced at Peng, and then placed his lunchbox on the table. Peng felt a little reluctant. He couldn't chew it, but it smelled so good, and the juice was very fragrant. Xiao Xi saw Peng's thoughts and smiled. If you want to eat, just keep it. If you can't chew it, suck the juice and spit out the intestines. Peng was instantly happy when he heard his mother's words. Lin Junhui was not happy. He also liked eating pig intestines. Although ribs were tasty, pig intestines were delicious too. For some reason, although Lin Junhui looked calm and didn't show any thoughts on his face, Xiao Xi could tell from his expression that he also wanted to eat pig intestines. So she took about a third of the pig intestines from her lunchbox and put them into his. Seeing her action, Lin Junhui felt happier. He gave her several ribs in return and also picked a few ribs for his son. Peng saw this and politely said, "Thank you, Dad." Lin Junhui smiled slightly and quickly picked up some pig intestines to eat. The family of 3 was happily eating together, but the doctors and nurses passing by the ward didn't feel comfortable. The smell of the meal made by Vice Group Leader Lin's wife was so good that it filled the entire corridor on the 4th floor. They really wanted to eat it. While eating, Xiao Xi suddenly heard an unusual sound. She looked up. She saw the hand of the person on the opposite bed move. She thought she saw it wrong, but then the hand moved again. She was surprised and quickly looked at Lin Junhui. He noticed her stare and looked over with a puzzled expression. Your comrade's finger seems to have moved, Xiao Xi said, pointing at the person on the opposite bed with her chopsticks. Lin Junhui moved immediately, but the pain in his chest made him stop quickly. Xiao Xi, go call the doctor. He might wake up soon. Xiao Xi nodded, put down her chopsticks, and hurried out. Dr. Luo was eating in his office when he heard the nurse call him and quickly came out. Dr. Luo, the patient in room 7 is about to wake up. Dr. Luo put down his chopsticks and headed to the ward. Xiao Xi informed someone and saw the nurse run to find the person. Then she returned to the ward. Lin Junhui's bed was at the back. When Xiao Xi returned, she passed by Zhang Gongqiang's bed. She glanced at the person there and saw his eyes, which were slightly squinted, blinking. It seemed the light was too bright for him to open his eyes. Junhui, your comrade has woken up, she said. Xiao thought about the water in the kettle. She put down her chopsticks and walked to the next bed. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Since they were both grown men, sharing one kettle of water was fine. Carefully, Xiao fed Zhang Gongqiang a few sips of water. In his blurry vision, Zhang Gongqiang saw a small figure standing in front of his bed. When he felt the water bottle in his mouth, he instinctively opened his mouth. The sweet, tasty water made him feel much better immediately. "Good, I want more," he said. Hearing this, Qiao continued to feed him water. At first, Zhang thought the person giving him water was a nurse. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a strange woman. She was very beautiful and looked very charming. He was stunned. Thinking about her just now feeding him water, his face turned awkward.
"Thank you. Sorry, I thought you were a nurse," he said.
Qiao smiled. "It's okay. You're Juanhui's comrade. Helping out is what I should do." Seeing the water bottle in front of her, Zhang immediately shook his head, looking even more uncomfortable. "Wait, the boss's name is Lin Junhui. Who are you to him? Could she be his sister?" The boss's sister was too pretty. "I'm his wife," Qiao said with a smile, noticing his expression. Zhang was stunned instantly. Wow, the boss's wife looks like that. Soft, cute, and easy to fall for. Oh my, what was I thinking? She's the boss's wife.
I shouldn't think about this.
I might get into trouble. Everyone knew the boss was married. Usually, he didn't mention his wife in the army. Most people thought his wife wasn't very pretty because she was from the countryside. It seemed he was afraid she was too beautiful, so he kept it a secret. Lin Junhui saw Qiao's actions and his eyes flickered slightly, reminding him of the saying, "Love me, love my dog." He kept staring at Qiao without blinking. She had really changed a lot. Qiao didn't notice Lin Junhui's strange look. She went back to her seat and continued eating. She wanted to live here happily and treat the people here well. Especially since the other person was Lin Junhui's comrade, almost like a brother. Everyone was someone they could trust with their back, the most trusted brothers, fighting side by side. Just then, the hospital nurse hurried into the ward. After a quick checkup, Dr. Luo relaxed. "Nothing serious. As long as he's awake, he's fine. Just take good care of him, especially the chest and shoulder wounds. He shouldn't do any heavy movements." At this moment, Director Zhou arrived after hearing the news. He entered the ward and asked about Dr. Luo's condition. "How is he? Is everything okay?" "Nothing serious. The bullet just grazed his heart and didn't cause any damage. Luckily, he woke up. He'll need to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation." Director Zhou nodded. Earlier in the morning, Chief Cheng had asked about this, so he needed to report it quickly. The patient was awake now. He woke up a day earlier than I expected. "His condition is very good," Dr. Luo added. Not long after, the doctor left. The nurse went to the cafeteria, brought back a box of mincemeat porridge, and fed it to Zhang Gongqiang. In the afternoon, General Manager Yang sent someone to the hospital, saying arrangements had been made to help Qiao Si move. Hearing this, Qiao Si looked at Lin Junhui. "Go ahead. I don't have anything urgent here," Lin Junhui said softly. When Zhang Gongqiang heard his boss's words, his face instantly looked grim, as if he had eaten something sour. As expected, gentle words are only for his wife. Usually, during drills, the boss was very strict, more so than old Deng, who often yelled. But this soft and kind wife couldn't be shouted at loudly, or she might leave. Qiao Si thought for a moment, looked around at the items, and after confirming everything was fine, she said, "If it's inconvenient, ask the nurse for help. Don't push yourself. I'll come back later." Lin Junhui nodded. "Okay, I understand. You go ahead." Qiao Si carried her son and followed the logistics staff out of the hospital. First, she went to the guest house to pick up her luggage, checked out, and then headed toward the military unit. It took about half an hour to reach the family housing area. This was the family compound, with both apartment buildings and single-story houses. There were fewer mud brick houses, indicating better development here. Under the trees, along the roads, under the eaves, many children, elderly people, and women could be seen. The children were playing, some adults chatting, some sitting under trees knitting sweaters while talking. A few older children were lying under the trees doing their homework. Qiao Si wondered, "Do the children here not go to school?" She thought this and asked aloud. Following Qiao Si, Zheng Jitsong from the logistics department heard her words and immediately replied, "Today is the weekend, so they all have a day off from school." "Oh, so today is the weekend. As they continued walking forward, near the foot of the mountain, a row of single-story houses appeared. These houses are quite large, and each has a big yard. The logistics staff took Xiao Si to one of the yards and unlocked the door with a key. Sister Lin, this is the one. Commander Wu just moved out, and some furniture is still inside. You can go in and see if you like it. Xiao Si looked at the yard's ground. It was good. She could grow vegetables there. Originally, the yard was probably used for planting vegetables. When the previous occupant moved out, the vegetables were pulled out, leaving the garden a bit messy. From the gate, there is a cement path about 60 centimeters wide leading straight to the house door. On the right side of the door, there is a water tap connected to a water pipe. Xiao Si turned the tap, and water came out. There was running water. That was very convenient. Just a little further past the tap, there was a small shed for taking showers. At this moment, Ping'an no longer wanted to stay in Xiao Si's arms. He struggled to get down. Xiao Si bent down and placed him on the ground. The little guy immediately ran into the house. Under the eaves, there was also a cemented area, making walking easier. On the left side, there was a shed, probably used for storing firewood. Entering the main house, there was a living room. To the right of the living room was a kitchen. Inside, there were 3 rooms. The space was quite large, and the rooms were spacious. The house had been used by soldiers before, so it was very clean. The stove in the kitchen looked quite new. In the living room, there was a round wooden dining table with 4 small wooden chairs. 2 of the rooms had beds, and one was empty. There was only one wardrobe, a double-door wooden wardrobe, placed in the rightmost room. All the furniture was simple and made of wood. After looking around, Xiao Si was very satisfied with the house. I am very happy with this house. Thank you all. The only thing she was not happy about was that there was no toilet inside. She could use a wooden bucket for urination, but for bigger needs, she had to go to a public toilet not far in front. During the day, it was okay, but at night, walking in the dark to the toilet was something she would rather hold and then go out late at night. Madam Lin, our army has some furniture that is cheaper than what you find in big stores outside. However, the furniture made by the army isn't as pretty as the ones in those stores. If you don't mind, you can take a look. We can also help carry it back, so you don't have to do it alone, especially since you're a woman. This time, 3 young men from the logistics department came along. Xiao thought for a moment. Since Lin Junhui was injured, he couldn't help her. Although she was strong, it wouldn't be easy for her to do it alone, and it might scare people if she tried. Can I go see the furniture place? If I like something, I'll buy it. Is that okay? Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. They happily agreed. At this moment, Ping'an ran over excitedly. Mom, this place is better than home. Ping'an likes it here. It seemed the little boy had already looked around the house. Mom also likes it here. Let's go see what furniture there is. If we find something we like, we'll buy it. Yay! Let's go buy furniture. The little boy quickly ran outside. Xiao hurried to follow. When they arrived at the furniture workshop in the army, it was part of the logistics department. Xiao went inside to look around. The house only had 4 small chairs, which weren't enough. When guests came, there wouldn't be enough seats. She decided to buy 3 more small chairs. Seeing a long wooden sofa with a backrest, Xiao's eyes lit up. That was good because it could seat several people. She decided to buy 1 small chair and the sofa for the living room. They could also buy a square table for the living room to hold things when not in use. She looked at a tall cabinet. It had 8 shelves, and each shelf could store miscellaneous items. It would be a good storage helper. It looked better with a curtain hanging in front of it, making it more attractive. She wanted one for the living room to store things. For the dish cabinet, she thought about buying a large one to hold dishes, chopsticks, kitchen utensils, and other kitchen clutter. It had several layers and could hold a lot. She also needed a similar one for the kitchen. Xiao then remembered the furniture she brought from home, stored in her space. She decided to put that furniture in her space. She was worried that Lin Junhui might find it if she took it out, so she thought about buying another set. She planned to buy 2 sets of matching desks and chairs first, and buy more if needed. Buying too much at once would cost too much money, and Xiao felt a bit pained about spending so much. There are 2 small chairs, a long wooden sofa with a backrest, a square table, a tall cabinet, a dish cabinet, 2 sets of desks, and a wardrobe. Is that too many? Xiao Si quietly looked them over, wondering if she could take one less. After looking around, she realized she couldn't do without any of them. Seeing the carpenter following her, Xiao Si asked, "How much are these?" "All handmade. They're not as pretty as store-bought ones, but they're cheaper." Xiao Si nodded. She knew practicality mattered. Store-bought furniture might need receipts, which she didn't have. The carpenter, seeing that Xiao Si was genuinely interested, honestly gave a price. These 2 small chairs are 1 yuan each. The long wooden sofa, with a backrest, costs 5 yuan more. The square table is 3 yuan. The tall cabinet and dish cabinet are both 4 yuan. The set of desks costs 6 yuan, and the wardrobe is 5 yuan. Can you accept these prices? Xiao Si counted. The total was only 35 yuan. That's a lot of furniture for such a low price. It's really cheap and affordable. Okay, I'll take all these. All the furniture was painted a deep red color, and they looked quite nice. Xiao Si hadn't seen furniture like this elsewhere, but in Kumwei village, these were considered very good. Xiao Si spent 35 yuan and bought all these pieces. Later, a young man from the logistics department arrived. These young men were strong and pushed a cart to help Xiao Si carry the furniture. On the way back, Xiao Si passed by the supply store and went in to buy a bag of apples and 10 bowls. At that moment, in the family compound, whose wife is coming to visit the troops again? Buying so much furniture. She looks pretty. If she weren't holding a child, no one would guess she's already a mother. Yes, she looks like a student, soft and cute. Cute? She's a fox spirit. Men like women who look like that. Exactly. Women like her can act all sweet, and men lose their heads. She's just a charming fox.
Don't say that.
She's Deputy Commander Lin's wife. She just arrived a few days ago. Recently, she's been taking care of Deputy Commander Lin in the hospital after he got hurt. She really is a charming fox, said a middle-aged woman, pouting and walking away. After the middle-aged woman left, another woman stepped closer and whispered softly. Aunt Chun has always wanted her daughter to marry Deputy Commander Lin. Now that she hears Deputy Commander Lin has a wife, she is clearly unhappy. Deputy Commander Lin is so talented and handsome. Many young women in the army are interested in him. But he has a wife now, so even if they are interested, it's useless. Trying to interfere with military marriage is against the law. Amy happened to pass by and overheard this. She smiled and approached, teasing.
What are you talking about?
Who is trying to interfere with a military marriage? Oh, Amy, you really should hear this. I tell you, Deputy Commander Lin's wife has come to join the army. She just went to the logistics department to move furniture. What did you say? Amy raised her voice in surprise. Sistery smiled and looked at Amy again. She disliked women who knew someone was married but still try to get close. Such shameless women. Deputy Commander Lin's wife has come to join the army, bringing her son. She looks much prettier than you. Everyone knew Amy liked Deputy Commander Lin. She was the most eager to chase after him. Many girls in the army also knew Lin had a wife. But since his wife was from the countryside and hadn't come to join the army, they thought he might get divorced and kept trying. What about Xiao Si? Why did she come to the army? Isn't she already eloping with a young man from the countryside? And Lin's son, wasn't he sold to human traffickers by Xiao Si? Amy's mind went blank, her face turning pale. What was going on? This was different from her previous life. Where had things gone wrong? Thinking of this, Amy hurriedly walked back to her dormitory. He saw Amy looking like she had lost her soul and slightly pursed her lips, ignoring her. Xiao Si had just arrived at the yard. The young men from the logistics department were helping her move furniture into the house. Seeing her, one asked, Lin's wife, "Where should we put these pieces?" Xiao Si placed Ping'an in the yard to play, then went inside and told them exactly where to put each piece. They efficiently arranged the furniture in the designated spots. Xiao Si went into the kitchen, washed the bowls she had just bought, then poured boiling spiritual water into them and added sugar. She came out and placed the apples on the round wooden table. Before long, the furniture was all arranged. Lin's wife. Everything is in place. Is there anything else you need? No need, I can handle the rest myself. You must be tired. Come, have some water. I just boiled it and it should be cool enough now. Xiao Si brought 4 bowls of clear water from the kitchen for them. The 4 of them didn't refuse and each took a bowl to drink. Sister-in-law, your water is so sweet and tasty. Really good. After drinking it, I feel so relaxed all over. I think I have my strength back. This water is really good. Thank you, Sister Lin. We don't have anything else to do, so we should go now. Hey, wait a moment. Xiao Si pointed at the apples on the round table. You guys have helped me so much. Please take these apples. Zheng Jitsong immediately waved his hand. Sister-in-law Lin, we can't accept this. We are just doing our job, we can't take your things. Yes, we've already had some sweet soup. We can't take more. It's okay. This is from my heart, Xiao Si said with a big smile. No, we have to take it. If we do, it would be against the rules and we might lose points. Xiao Si didn't dare to insist further because it was such a serious matter. All right, then. Thank you all today. Since she just arrived, she knew she would need to invite some of Lin Juanhui's good friends for a meal in the future. Maybe they could just have a simple meal together. Since they would be living here, the logistics team would probably have many things to trouble them with later. After these 4 young men left, only Xiao Si and her son were left in the house. Xiao Si looked at her home and smiled from the heart. She finally felt like she belonged to a family. Mom. Xiao Si saw Ping'an sweating heavily and quickly took out a towel to wipe his sweat. Don't run so fast. Look, you're all sweaty. She took out 2 big white rabbit candies and gave them to Ping'an, then washed an apple for him to hold and eat. Ping'an sat obediently in the chair, munching on the apple. After settling Ping'an, Xiao Si started tidying up the house. First, she opened all the windows to let fresh air in. The kitchen had a large window, which she opened to see the yard outside. She looked around the house and decided to use the round table in the living room as the dining table. The long wooden sofa was placed against the left wall. The square table and tall cabinet were tucked into the corner. On the left side of the room, there is a tall cabinet, and on the right side, a long wooden sofa with a backrest. In the middle room, there is a square table on the right, placed next to the tall cabinet. The kitchen has a water basin left over from before, which is quite useful. Adding a dish cabinet would be enough. The other room on the left is still empty, but it is a long rectangular shape, which is not ideal for a bedroom layout. So, for now, it will be used as a storage room. The furniture in the other 2 rooms is complete, including beds, wardrobes, desks, and chairs. It looks nice, so she took out the suitcase she brought from home and placed it on the top shelf of the double-door wardrobe in the middle room. This suitcase was part of her dowry from her family when she got married. She used to like it very much, and since it looked new, she decided to bring it along. The suitcase is just a travel bag for trips, which makes sense. After arranging the furniture, Xiao Si prepared to clean everything. She took out an iron bucket and some old cloth scraps from her space. She works quickly. Starting in the kitchen, she wiped down the dish cabinet, then took out usable kitchen items from her space and arranged them one by one. She even wiped the stove and the window. After cleaning inside and outside the house, most things were already in place. Clothes were put in the wardrobe, and the 2 quilts were stuffed into the top compartment of the wardrobe in the right room. Since Lin Junhui hasn't come back to live yet, she could pretend she just brought them back from outside. She still has 2 quilts in her space. After finishing everything, she looked at her work and the cozy little home she had arranged, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. She planned to add more decorations gradually later. The vegetable garden in the yard still needs work, but she would do that when she had more time. Looking at the sky, it was getting late. Xiao Si closed the kitchen door to avoid being seen by Ping'an. She took out a plate of pork intestines, a plate of greens, a small bowl of pork, a big bowl of soup, and a large bowl of rice, all steaming hot. After bringing out the food, she opened the kitchen door and carefully placed everything on the round table in the living room. Ping'an, dinner is ready. After eating, we still need to deliver food to your father. Ping'an ran out of the room and saw the dishes on the table. His eyes lit up instantly. Go wash your hands properly. Ping'an obediently ran to the door. Xiao Si went over and saw Ping'an had already turned on the tap and was washing his hands. This young man is quite clever. He watched her do it at the guest house and learned quickly. After washing his hands, he sat back down on the chair. The chair had a horizontal bar, so Ping'an could climb up and sit comfortably. After eating, he washed the dishes. He placed the bowls back into the kitchen cabinet. He also took out Lin Juanhui's 2 lunchboxes, one with rice and the other with soup. The soup was in a small aluminum round container, taller than the rice box, with a lid to prevent spills when carrying. All packed in bags, ready to go out. Thinking of the bed next door, Xiao Si hesitated for a moment, then decided to take an extra bowl of porridge. Seeing the apples on the table, she grabbed a large bag of apples, about 10 or so. Holding the food in one hand and holding Ping'an's hand with the other, she headed out toward the military hospital. Walking through the family courtyard, she saw a few children and adults playing in the corridor. The area was less crowded than before, probably because it was dinner time and most people had gone home to eat. Everyone looked at them curiously, but Xiao Si kept smiling as she passed by. Ping'an was quite happy to see this. Recently, Ping'an had changed a lot. He was curious about many things, and no longer afraid. Maybe now he was showing his true self. You're going out so late. A woman around 30, playing with a young boy under a tree, saw Xiao Si and greeted her. Xiao Si quickly smiled back. Yes, I'm bringing dinner to my husband. Have you eaten? Vice Commander Lin is lucky to have such a caring wife. Go ahead, it's getting late, and we've all eaten already. Xiao Si pretended to be shy and said, Sister-in-law, we're leaving now. Ping'an had already broken free from Xiao Si's hand and ran ahead. Go on, it's getting dark. They arrived at the military hospital, heading straight to Lin Juanhui's ward. Dinner was a bit late tonight. Are you hungry? Sorry for the late delivery, Xiao Si said with a look of apology. She put down the things, first placing the wooden board, then opening each lunchbox. Lin Junhui looked at her and helped open the lunchbox. Next time, don't rush so much. I won't starve in a little while. Zhou Si paused her movements, then after a moment, she showed a slight smile. It's nice to be cared for, even if the tone isn't perfect. Clearly, this person is showing concern. When Lin Junhui opened the porridge, he immediately looked up at Zhou Si. Should he eat the porridge? Zhou Si noticed his gaze and looked over. Zhou Si quickly opened the other 2 lunchboxes. I'm here. Lin Junhui looked at the 2 boxes of food and porridge, quickly understanding Zhou Si's meaning. Zheng Qiang, your sister-in-law brought you some porridge. Do you want some? If he hadn't been injured, Zhang Gongqiang would be jumping 3 feet high. He immediately shouted, Yes, I want some. Since his sister-in-law came in, the whole ward has been filled with an irresistible, delicious smell. It was so fragrant. When he woke up at noon, he already smelled this aroma. Zhou Si brought the porridge over to Zhang Gongqiang, then helped him put the wooden board in place and set the porridge on it. Can you eat by yourself? Zhou Si asked, not wanting to feed him. Here, men and women need to be especially careful. Unlike in the cultivation world, where people can part ways anytime if they don't get along, and no one would say anything. Here, that's not allowed. Yes, I can. Just leave it there. Thank you, sister-in-law, Zhang Gongqiang replied with a smile. Zhou Si smiled gently, watched him slowly sit up, then took a spoon and walked away. Over there, Lin Junhui was already eating. This time, she had prepared a lot of dishes, steamed ribs for him, plenty of pig intestines, and plenty of greens. Have you all eaten? Lin Junhui asked Zhou Si during his meal. We already ate at home. Hearing the word home, Lin Juanhui's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly. Zhou Si, turn on the fan. Suddenly hearing her name, Zhou Si was a bit confused. After she regained her senses, she looked around and saw a 3-blade ceiling fan on the ceiling. But when the fan was turned on, the whole room was blown by it. The weather wasn't very hot now, and at night, they still needed to cover themselves with blankets. She was sweating from cleaning her new home and walking here, so the sweat on her forehead was just from that. It would be fine after a while. No need, I'll just sit by the window to get some fresh air. The wind is quite strong. As he spoke, Qiao Si moved his chair to the window, opened it, and a cool breeze blew in, ruffling his hair. Lin Junhui saw this, and said nothing further. Ping and was placed on Lin Junhui's hospital bed by Qiao Si. Lin Junhui quietly watched his father eat. He gently fed a piece of pork intestine to his son. Ping'an wasn't afraid and opened his mouth to eat. Thank you, Dad. Lin Junhui smiled happily. Do you want some soup? He remembered that this little boy especially liked soup. Ping'an shook his head. No, I've already had some. When Zhang Gongqiang woke up at noon, he didn't notice Ping'an seeing this scene. His eyes widened in surprise. He even forgot to eat his porridge and asked in amazement, Big brother, this is your son? Your son is already this big. Lin Junhui gave him a gentle look and said to Ping'an, Ping'an, this is Uncle Zhang. Say hello. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Ping'an quickly looked over and politely greeted him. All right, when Uncle Zhang is better, I'll buy you some candy. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Wow, the big brother's son is quite polite. Good teaching. Qiao Si noticed that Zhang Gongqiang's voice had improved a lot. It was almost back to normal. It seemed her herbal medicine was very effective. Lin Junhui's voice was even better today. It had returned to normal this morning. She took the empty water bottle from the table and replaced it with a full one. The porridge the older brother made is very tasty, just a little small in quantity. After Zhang Gongqiang finished the porridge in his lunchbox, he leaned forward and stared at the lunchbox in Lin Junhui's hand. Big brother, do you have any leftovers? He wasn't full yet. No, Lin Junhui replied without looking up.
Qiao Si watched quietly.
She suddenly remembered that soldiers eat a lot. She had some in her space, but it wasn't convenient to take out now. Lin Junhui finished the last bite of his meal and immediately let out a burp. He then brought over the soup, opened it, and the milky white soup looked very appetizing. There's a little soup left. Do you want some? No, I shouldn't drink too much soup. It makes me need to go to the bathroom more often. It hurts to get out of bed now. Although my legs aren't injured, I don't want to bother. Uncle Zhang, my mother's homemade soup is so delicious. Zhang Gongqiang glanced at Ping'an. The little boy looked serious and proud. Then I want you to leave me more, he said. Lin Junhui poured soup into the lunchbox, giving the rest to Zhang Gongqiang. After taking a sip, Zhang Gongqiang smiled at Ping'an. The little boy was right, this soup was incredibly delicious. His older sister-in-law's cooking skills are truly amazing. Thinking about how his older brother gets to eat her cooking every day, he felt very happy. In the future, when he finds a wife, he wants someone like his sister-in-law, someone who is a great cook. Zhou Si brought 3 lunchboxes and a bowl of soup. They finished everything, not a single drop left. She was happy that others liked her cooking. Zhou Si washed the lunchboxes and packed them up. She also washed 2 big apples, gave one to Lin Junhui, and the other to Zhang Gongqiang. Zhang Gongqiang didn't refuse. After thanking her, he started eating. Go back quickly. It's getting dark. Be careful on the way home, Zhou Si said. She nodded and gently took Ping'an off the hospital bed. I know. I brought a flashlight, so it's fine. A woman walking with a small child, almost dark outside. Lin Junhui still felt a bit worried. But he couldn't do anything now, his legs still couldn't walk. Although this is a military area, you must stay safe outside. Ping'an, you are a brave man. You must protect your mother, okay? Ping'an was a little confused at first when he was called out, but when he understood, his eyes lit up. No problem, Dad. I am a brave man. I will protect Mom well. Haha. Zhang Gongqiang quickly covered his mouth, thinking, is my older brother crazy? A 3-year-old can protect someone? Lin Junhui shot a cold look at Zhang Gongqiang. Zhang Gongqiang, holding his mouth, dared not laugh out loud anymore. Yes, Ping'an is great. He's a good helper for Dad. Zhou Si also wanted to laugh, but she couldn't right now. She held her son's hand and headed toward the hospital room door. Next time it's dark, don't bring food.
I'll just eat at the hospital, she said.
She looked back at Lin Junhui, nodded slightly, and quickened her steps. Seeing Zhang Gongqiang's exaggerated expression, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. Since Ping'an received his father's task, he has always remembered to protect his mother. He took Xiao Ci's flashlight and walked forward while talking to himself. I am a brave man. I need to protect my mother. I will go ahead to protect her. Mother, don't be afraid. The sky still had a little light, not completely dark yet. Xiao Ci had spiritual power to protect herself, so walking now was almost like daytime. No one in this world could hurt her. Even walking at night, she felt no fear. Seeing her son's enthusiasm, Xiao Ci didn't interrupt him. She was only careful to watch the ground for snakes. Tonight was the first night in their new home. As soon as Xiao Ci returned, she started steaming ribs because there was no food left in the space. She looked around the kitchen. When the previous family moved out, luckily, there was still plenty of firewood, enough for more than 10 days. This place had electric lights, making it easy to work at night without kerosene lamps. The environment here was much better than in Kengwei village. Peng'en sat on his bottom, playing with small stones he picked up on the way home. The stones were smooth and round. Although the floor was cemented, sitting on it felt a bit cool. Xiao Ci took out an old mat and laid it on the ground for him to sit and play. Recently, he had been eating well, and Peng'en looked a bit chubbier and healthier. Peng'en, Mother has to go out early tomorrow. If you're awake at home, don't cry. Just wait here for Mother to come back, okay? Peng'en stopped playing with the stones and looked at Xiao Ci blankly. Where is Mother going? Can't Peng'en go too? Seeing his innocent and pure eyes, Xiao Ci found it hard to say no. She was just going out to buy some things and bring back some useful items from the space's cotton quilt, so others wouldn't suspect that they were bought recently. Mother needs to buy some things. There are some hard-to-find items at a faraway place. It's not easy for Peng'en to go with me. I will come back as soon as I can, okay? Peng'en thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then Peng'en will wait at home for Mother. Xiao Ci patted his head. Good boy, Mother will come back soon. Now that they had a kitchen, Xiao Ci didn't need to cook in the space anymore. She had time to set aside a piece of land in the space to grow vegetables. The space was like spring all year round, and anything could grow there. The book says that chili peppers are very tasty. Xiao Ci planted chili peppers, bok choy, eggplant, and green cucumbers. The next morning, before dawn, Xiao Ci woke up. Seeing that Peng'en was sleeping soundly, she covered him with a blanket and quietly left the house. She walked toward the supply and marketing cooperative, looking around to make sure no one was nearby. Using her spiritual power, she moved quickly and quietly, reaching the street where the cooperative was located in no time. She wanted to get the items out before others woke up and then bring them back to her family courtyard in front of everyone. Xiao Ci checked her surroundings with her spiritual awareness. Suddenly, she heard lively voices coming from afar.
Ha!
In this dark night, why are there so many people? Xiao Ci listened carefully, her face tightening slightly. It was definitely human voices, but she found it very suspicious. Cautiously, she moved toward the sound. She avoided the crowd, and when she slipped into an alley, her attention was caught by a sneaky-looking man standing near a door at the end of the alley. The man was tall and looked very fierce, with a noticeable scar on his face. Could this person be involved in the underworld? Is she walking into a dangerous place? Thinking of this, Xiao Ci turned around and started to back away. She didn't want to get into trouble. Just then, a man hurriedly approached the scarred man, handed him something, and the scarred man opened the nearby door. The man slipped inside. Xiao Ci paused, deciding to observe a little longer. Not long after, about 7 or 8 people went inside, including some women in their 40s. And these people weren't giving the scarred man anything valuable, just 2 cents. It was a ticket. For only 2 cents you could enter. But what did they do inside? Xiao Ci, with her sharp hearing, could hear many people inside, and the noisy sounds were coming from behind the door. She didn't dare use her spiritual awareness to scan inside, as someone with keen senses might notice. She stood there for a while, and more than 10 people went in. When more people approached again, Xiao Ci decided to ask clearly. She quickly stepped forward and stopped the person. Before asking, she cast a subtle spell on herself, making everyone who saw her forget her appearance, so her face would become blurry in their minds. Sorry, may I ask, big brother, what is going on inside?
Why are so many people going in?
The man was a little angry when stopped, but when he saw the delicate girl, his expression softened a bit. Inside is the black market. After saying that, he hurried over to the scarred man. The scarred man took the money, and he let him in. Once the scarred man closed the door, he looked at Josie from head to toe and said coldly, "Go quickly. This is not a place for you." How could it not be her place? It's just the black market. She came to buy things, didn't she? And today she was out just to buy stuff. Seeing that Josie hadn't left, the scarred man looked at her cautiously. Still not leaving. Isn't this the black market? Can I come to buy things? The scarred man looked her over again from head to toe. Finally, he said, "Wait here." He walked to a nearby window and knocked twice. After a moment, a small opening appeared in the window. The scarred man spoke. Although he lowered his voice, Josie was sharp and heard everything clearly. He said, "A new person, a woman, no one to guide her." Soon after, a deep-voiced man with a nasal tone, whose age was unclear, responded from inside the window, "Let her in." The scarred man returned and directly told Josie, 50 cents. Josie hesitated, her eyebrows furrowing. "They all get 20 cents. Why do I have to pay 50? Everyone who comes for the first time pays 50. If you think it's too expensive, you can leave." Josie had no choice but to hand over the 50 cents. The scarred man took the money and opened the door. Josie stepped inside, and what she saw made her jump in surprise. It was a narrow alley with a wall on one side and a row of small houses on the other. Each house had a cloth strip hanging outside, with the name of the item written on it. Josie guessed that what was written on the strips was what was sold inside. This was her first time in the black market. In her memory, the black market used to be a dangerous place, full of fierce people. If you didn't have strength, you could get robbed or bullied. So, Josie had never been there before. But now, she was not afraid at all. The alley was lively with people coming and going. Most were men, and occasionally women passed by. The women were mostly in their 30s or 40s. Someone as young as Josie was rare, unless brought along by someone else. Josie looked around. Everything needed for daily life, food, supplies, even some rare items could be found here. Suddenly, she noticed someone following her from behind. Listening to the footsteps, she realized it was a very alert man. This person was probably sent by the black market to watch her. It seemed they were very cautious, checking out every new face. Josie decided to let him follow her and continued shopping carefully. If she found something useful, buying it wouldn't hurt. She saw a shop ahead that sold fabrics. Thinking that her home only had one blanket, she wondered if she should buy fabric to make another. She walked into the shop. The owner was a couple in their 30s. On a square table, there were 7 or 8 rolls of fabric, and 2 customers were choosing fabric. Josie touched the fabric. It was good quality. One piece felt especially thick, like heavy linen cloth, not suitable for making clothes. That could be used for cushions. She picked up the fabric and asked the owner, "How much for this?" The male owner held out his hand, made a fist, then opened it. Josie was a bit confused. What did that mean? Seeing she didn't understand, the owner said directly, 10 yuan for all. There wasn't much fabric left. Josie asked, "Can I buy it by the meter?" Buying more would be wasteful. The owner nodded. In the end, she bought 5 meters and 30 centimeters for 5.3 yuan. She also chose fabric suitable for making a blanket. Considering she needed a curtain for the high cabinet in the living room, she asked for some light green fabric. In total, she spent 16.6 yuan in the shop. Fabric from the black market was much more expensive than from the supply store, but at least no ticket was needed. It was worth it. If she bought finished products, they would be even more costly. Josie saw a sewing machine for sale. She usually sewed by hand, but with a machine, she could work faster. She really wanted one but hesitated because she didn't want to spend too much money. In the end, she gave up. She also saw a new bicycle for sale. She asked about the price, 230 yuan, which was a bit expensive. They even sold large iron pots here. She remembered that big iron pots were hard to buy. They usually required a ticket, and even if you had money, you couldn't buy them right away. You had to wait and be lucky. Without a pot, I can't cook. Waiting a day or two is okay, but waiting several months? Would I just go without food? Eating at a restaurant every meal isn't practical. Josie's steps involuntarily lead her into the house. Is there really a pot to buy? Yes, there are 4 large iron pots on the ground. Inside, a guest is squatting on the floor, inspecting the pots. The owner is a dark-skinned man in his 40s, standing nearby and watching. Josie glances around. The pots bought here are much better quality than the large iron pot she brought from home. Thicker and sturdier. At this moment, the guest has chosen a pot. He picks up the one he likes, pays immediately without asking the price. 3 large notes, and a pot costs 30 yuan. Josie is surprised. Outside, you can buy a similar pot for 15 yuan with a ticket. Here, the price is doubled, and even without a ticket, it's expensive. It's not that Josie can't afford it. The price difference between the two places is quite large. In her previous world of cultivation, she belonged to a small sect with few crystal stones. They were a poor sect, careful with every expense. Josie was used to saving money. Here, they have deep pots, which are perfect for boiling water and bathing, very convenient. She remembers her home stove has 2 burners, enough to cook. Only 1 deep pot remains here. The size looks similar. Thinking about how the man just bought a pot, if someone else comes, it will be taken immediately. Without hesitation, Josie picks up the deep pot. Boss, how much is this? The boss looks at Josie. This one is harder to make and costs 5 yuan more, 35 yuan. Since it's a deep pot, it uses more iron, so the higher price is reasonable. After paying, she puts the deep pot aside. She looks at the only 2 remaining pots on the ground. If she doesn't buy, she can put a pot in her space to use at home. But then, she won't have a pot in her space. Josie feels a bit conflicted. Sometimes cooking at home isn't convenient, so she can do it in her space. Having a pot there is helpful. She squats down, examining the pots on the ground. This one is quite well made. Just then, someone enters from outside. Josie turns her head. It's a woman in her 40s. She looks at Josie's empty hands, and then at the pot Josie is holding. Miss, do you want this pot? It seems large iron pots are in high demand. They're being snatched up quickly. Josie suddenly shouted out of panic, Yes, I want it. The middle-aged woman handed 30 yuan to the shopkeeper and took the pot from the ground, then left. Josie was stunned on the spot. Do people buy things so quickly here? The shopkeeper looked at Josie. Miss, I need to go back now. If you want it, just pay. Josie quickly handed over 30 yuan and bought it, since she would need it anyway. Tonight, she just wanted to go out for a walk. Then when dawn approached, she planned to take out the large iron pot and the beautiful quilt from her space, pretending they were new purchases to take home. Unexpectedly, she accidentally ended up in this black market. Josie, a small girl, was carrying 2 large iron pots on her back. As soon as she appeared, she drew attention. This little girl, delicate and pretty, was carrying 2 big iron pots that were much larger than her. Josie didn't care what others thought. She walked confidently down the street. In the cultivation world, large iron pots are the least valuable items. Yet here, people were eager to buy them. If they knew how valuable they were, she would have bought hundreds or thousands of them in her space, earning a lot of money. She regretted it so much, she felt sick inside. Her face looked very bad. Thinking about money, Josie suddenly remembered the black cliff pig in her space. Her eyes lit up slightly. She kept walking forward, carrying the large iron pots. Why wasn't there any pork for sale here? She checked from the front to the back and back to the front again, concluding that there really was no pork for sale. The little tail behind her was still following. Josie had a plan. Unbeknownst to her, the man behind her was already sweating coldly. The 2 large iron pots she carried weighed at least 50 jin, about 25 kilograms. She was walking briskly, going back and forth in this black market with ease. He was getting a bit tired from chasing her, but Josie showed no signs of fatigue. She was breathing calmly, looking very relaxed. It was as if she was carrying air on her back. This girl was too terrifying. Her strength was incredible. Definitely not an ordinary person. What he didn't know was that Yossi used spiritual power throughout to avoid sweating. And she was eager to find out if pork was sold here, which is why she was walking so quickly. When the man looked up, he bumped into a beautiful, fair face that was enlarged in front of him. The other person was smiling happily, but with a hint of mischief in their smile. Zhang Taisan was so scared that he sat down heavily on the ground, looking at Xiao Si with a worried expression. "What do you want?" "I want to see your boss." "Why do you want to see my boss?" The man stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and looked at Xiao Si calmly. The man had pockmarked skin, was not tall, about 170 centimeters, and looked very clever. "I'm here to discuss a business deal." The pockmarked man was surprised inside. He didn't expect the other person to know who he was. He had thought that since he was following her, she wouldn't notice him. Turns out, she just ignored him. She probably knew about him long ago, which was something new for him. "I don't do small deals." "Big deal, pork." The man with pockmarked skin paused, then looked at Xiao Si with a surprised expression, but then, thinking about it, he looked doubtful again. Xiao Si kept watching the pockmarked man. Seeing his expression, she knew her guess was right. It turned out there was no pork for sale, because there was no source. That was easy to solve. She had many black cliff pigs in her space. She was tired of eating them in the cultivation world. She hunted these black cliff pigs before in the cultivation world. If she didn't want to eat them, she stored them in her space. These pigs are somewhat useful to ordinary people, but they no longer help Xiao Si. Eating them doesn't strengthen the body. Moreover, eating a certain amount of black cliff pork doesn't do much for ordinary people, just like regular pork here. Here, it can also be exchanged for money. That's great. "You have pork?" "I don't believe it. Pork is so hard to get these days. Believe it or not, I'll find someone else. Pork is in high demand, so I'm not worried about selling it." "Wait." The pockmarked man looked anxious. With the pockmarked man's introduction, Xiao Si quickly met the black market boss, who was in the room behind the window. The boss was quite tall, over 185 centimeters, had a crew cut, wheat-colored skin, and looked to be in his 30s. He had sharp eyes and looked at Xiao Si with a scrutinizing gaze. "Do you have pork?" Xiao Si nodded. "Yes." "Where is the stock?" Xiao Si glanced at the boss, then looked at the sky outside the window. It was almost dawn. If she traded with him now, she would definitely be late returning. Plus, she had things to do today. "That's enough for now. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Is that okay?" The black market boss looked at Xiao Si and tapped the table twice, then calmly said, "Okay." Xiao Si was about to leave, carrying 2 large iron pots, when her eyes suddenly caught sight of a cart in the corner. She immediately stopped. She stared at the cart for a second, then looked back at the black market boss sitting on a chair. "Boss, can I borrow this cart?" "I'll return it tomorrow morning." The boss looked at the cart in the corner, then at Xiao Si. When his eyes fell on the 2 large iron pots on her back, he paused slightly. "You can borrow it. Deposit is 30 yuan. Xiao Si frowned, thinking about turning around and leaving, but her reason told her not to walk away just yet. In this world, money is truly everything. She couldn't change the world, only learn to adapt to it. Carrying the pots back wouldn't be a big problem, but it would mean more gossip for her in the neighborhood. You know, Lin Juanhui's wife. She carried 2 large iron pots and 2 thick quilts all by herself. She looked small and delicate, but she was really strong. For her image and to avoid trouble, Xiao Si thought it would be better to have a cart. 30 yuan is just 30 yuan. Others aren't doing charity, and it's normal for her not to trust them, especially since she just arrived here today. But if they don't return the 30 yuan later, she won't hesitate to destroy this black market. How much to rent for a day? Using it for a day is free. Deposit is 30 yuan. If it breaks, you'll be responsible for fixing it. That seems reasonable. Seeing that the boss was honest, she believed there was no need to cheat her out of 30 yuan in such a big black market. Xiao Si paid the deposit happily. The boss was very professional and gave her a receipt. She put the receipt in her pocket, loaded the 2 large iron pots and some cloth onto the cart, and pushed it out of the black market. It was already dawn. She headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Not long after Xiao Si left the black market, the owner inside called in the man with the pockmarked face. How do you know she has a lot of strength? The pockmarked face told the boss everything that had just happened. The black market boss looked at him thoughtfully, then calmly said, "She took the cart." Ma Zi's face looked a bit surprised. Seeing her carry 2 large pots so easily, was it really necessary to use a cart? "Boss, I didn't lie to you." She really carried 2 big iron pots back and forth to the black market twice, without even catching her breath or sweating. "All right, I understand. You can go now." Ma Zi's face looked a little discouraged. She lowered her head and was about to leave, but then she paused as if she thought of something. "Oh, boss, she doesn't have pork, right? How's that going?" The black market boss sneered. "She said she came early, but I think it's probably cooled down by now. Pork is hard to get these days." "She's just a girl. Do you think that's possible?" Ma Zi was surprised. "Boss, she doesn't even have pork. Why did you lend her the cart?" "I'm not as stupid as you. I took a deposit of 30 yuan. "Oh, you're so clever, boss." Ma Zi smiled foolishly and then asked, "Boss, do you want to send someone to follow her?" "No need. The cart is a bit old and worth only 30 yuan. If she doesn't return it, I won't lose anything." Ma Zi left the room. The black market boss stopped thinking about it. As dawn broke, he arranged for people to clear the area. Xiao Si pushed her cart to the supply and marketing store street. She released her spiritual awareness. No one was following her, and there were no people around. She took out 2 cotton blankets from her space and placed them neatly on the cart. Then she continued pushing the cart toward the supply and marketing store. It was still quiet on the street. When she arrived at the store, she saw a few people holding baskets waiting at the door. Xiao Si also decided to wait for the store to open and see if there was anything good to buy. After a while, the sky brightened a bit more, and more people gathered at the store entrance. Some looked at what she had on the cart with envy. "Miss, are you selling these things?" Xiao Si smiled and shook her head. "We just moved here. These are essentials, not for sale. We use them ourselves." "Miss, I'll pay double for that big iron pot. Please sell it to me." Xiao Si looked at the middle-aged woman and smiled. "Ma'am, I don't have a big iron pot at home. If I give it to you, I won't have one anymore. Can you tell me where to buy one? I want to go find him and buy it." The black market.
Could she say no?
She had already been followed when she entered. She didn't want to bring people inside or cause trouble.
Xiao Si smiled and said, "Sorry, madam. His family no longer has it. I paid a lot to buy it."
The middle-aged woman curled her lips and looked displeased as she walked away. At that moment, the supply and marketing cooperative's door finally opened. People waiting outside quickly rushed inside. 8 out of 10 people headed straight to the meat stall. Xiao Si tiptoed to see that today's pork only had half a pig's worth. At the meat stall, there was a lot of noise. People grabbed pieces of meat, held them up for the staff to cut and weigh. The staff at the meat stall were very busy, while the staff on this side were chatting idly. It was a clear contrast. Xiao Si parked her cart where she could see it, then went inside to buy 2 packs of white rabbit candies, 10 pounds of flour, and a sewing kit. Lin Junhui had given her several soap coupons. Her family only had soap left, which was almost used up. She bought 2 more bars of soap, 1 scented soap for bathing, and 1 for washing clothes. Xiao Si saw face cream on the counter. She didn't need it herself, but Ping'an could use it. There were 2 kinds, Yuyo Fat and Pekoin. She chose the better-looking Pekoin, a round metal box, costing 1.5 yuan per box, no coupon needed. She also bought a pound of assorted candies for 1.2 yuan to share with Ping'an and a pound of cookies in case Ping'an was hungry and needed something to fill his stomach. When paying, the total was 13.32 yuan. Xiao Si handed the money and coupons to the staff, then carried her things back to her cart. She placed everything on the cart, tied it up, and pushed it toward the residential compound. By then, it was already bright outside, and more pedestrians were on the street. People passing by looked at the large size of her cart. Some even turned their heads to look again. 2 bedsheets already took up a lot of space, plus 2 big iron pots. Her load was quite impressive. Fortunately, she had the foresight to find a cart. Otherwise, she would have had to carry everything on her back, which would look too exaggerated. As long as she got everything home, if anyone saw it and asked, she could say she bought it outside. When Xiao Si pushed her things back home, it was already bright outside. She used her key to open the yard gate. She pushed the car directly to the door and stopped. 2 large quilts were brought into the house and immediately stored in the ring space. Xiao Si first checked on Ping'an in his room. Seeing he was still sleeping, she went out to do other chores. After washing 2 large iron pots several times at the water tap outside the door, she moved them to the kitchen. She returned the big iron pot on the stove to the space and placed the 2 newly bought iron pots on the stove. Wow, they fit perfectly. The sizes of the 2 pots are just right. Xiao Si looked at the stove and smiled happily. She placed the fabric she bought on the bed in the left room and organized all the other items she had purchased. After finishing, Ping'an, rubbing his eyes and barefoot, came out. Seeing this, Xiao Si immediately said, "Put on your shoes. The floor is cold." Ping'an looked at his mother, then turned and went back into the room. Last night, mother and son slept in the middle room. Ping'an put on his shoes and came out again. At this moment, Xiao Si heard someone outside calling Sister Lin. She went out and saw a young man in military uniform standing on the wall of her house, looking inside. When he saw Xiao Si come out, the young man smiled, showing a row of neat teeth. "Sister-in-law, I brought the luggage for the eldest. He said it's okay to give it to you." Xiao Si went over and opened the gate, smiling. "Thank you so much." When she opened the gate, she saw a large backpack and a big bundle wrapped in military green cloth at the soldier's feet. She guessed it was bedding or similar items. "Sister-in-law, I'll carry it in for you. It's a bit heavy." She moved aside and thanked him with a smile. "Thank you." Su Wenjie took the luggage inside and placed it at the door. "It wouldn't be appropriate to go further in. Sister-in-law, I need to go train now." "Wait a moment." Xiao Si came out of the kitchen and handed him 2 eggs. "Thanks, comrade." Su Wenjie looked at the 2 eggs, still warm, and hesitated. "Sister-in-law, you can take the eggs back. I've already had breakfast." "It's okay. I cooked a lot this morning. You can take some to eat. It's convenient to put in your pocket."
"Well,
"Thank you, sister-in-law." Xiao Si smiled and said, "You're welcome. Hurry up or you'll be late." When Su Wenjie heard he might be late, he didn't hesitate. He quickly ran out of the yard, sprinting toward the front. Xiao Si watched the scene and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ping'an peeked out from inside the house and looked at Xiao Si. "Mom, Ping'an also wants to eat eggs." Xiao Si patted his head and smiled. "If you want to eat, brush your teeth and wash your face first." Ping'an quickly ran back into the house, then came out again shortly after. "Mom, where did I put my cup and toothbrush?" Xiao Si took the cup and toothbrush from the tall cabinet and handed them to Ping'an. While Ping'an was brushing his teeth, Xiao Si was packing some food to take to the hospital. After packing, Xiao Si looked out the window. Ping'an had finished brushing his teeth and was washing his face. She hung the towel under the eaves of the bathroom. It seemed he saw it, but how did he get it? Curious, Xiao Si went outside. She turned around and saw that the chair she had casually placed in the yard was moved to where the towel was hanging. The little guy was quite clever. He knew to use the chair to reach higher, then grab the towel. After washing his face, he also knew to wring out the towel and then climbed back onto the chair, standing on tiptoe to hang the towel back. Xiao Si watched him quietly without saying a word. Children want to grow up, and many things they learn by exploring on their own. Even if they fall and get hurt, as long as they're safe, it's okay. When Ping'an turned around, Xiao Si went back inside. Soon after, Ping'an came in. "Mom, I finished brushing my teeth and washing my face." "Good job." Ping'an, put your cup and toothbrush away, then come have breakfast. Ping'an trotted over to the tall cabinet, put his things away, then returned to the round table. Xiao Si had already prepared breakfast, rice porridge with pork, and in front of Ping'an was a bowl with 2 eggs, still in their shells. Once seated, Ping'an's eyes lit up at the sight of the eggs. He picked one up, tapped it open, and started peeling it, his fingers moving skillfully. It seemed he had peeled eggs many times before, perhaps someone kindly taught him. Xiao Si thought it was time to help him develop his life skills. In the cultivation world, children start learning martial arts from the moment they can walk. By about 4 years old, they can catch small animals like rabbits and mountain chickens on their own. And the animals in that world are not as gentle as here. They are often aggressive. After breakfast, Xiao Si carried the lunchbox and took her son to the hospital. Xiao Si did not hold Anping, and Anping did not cry. He obediently followed his mother as they walked forward. Xiao Si deliberately slowed down to match her son's pace. All the way to the hospital, Anping walked by himself. The first step of the experiment was very successful. Xiao Si saw the sweat on her son's body and gently wiped it with a handkerchief, praising him. "Anping, you're great. You can walk such a long way." Actually, Anping wasn't really tired. Before, at home, he had walked even farther. This wasn't his limit. But hearing his mother's praise made him very happy. He proudly said, "Anping can walk even farther." That night, Xiao Si told her son to rest and, after he fell asleep, she entered her space. As soon as she entered, Xiao Si was shocked by what she saw. The vegetable seeds she planted last night had already sprouted today, covering the ground in green. How did they grow so fast? If planted outside, it would take at least a week to reach this size. Xiao Si stepped closer to look carefully. She pulled out a sprout to examine it and saw that it had grown roots. Seeing this, Xiao Si smiled happily. This was good news. In the future, she could plant whatever she wanted and eat it in a few days. Xiao Si felt that the spiritual energy in the space seemed to be thicker. She frowned and released her spiritual awareness. After a while, she retracted her awareness and ran forward excitedly. After passing a few big trees, she saw a spiritual spring. Xiao Si's eyes widened with excitement. Wow, the spiritual energy here is so rich. She took a sip, and the sweet taste made her fatigue disappear. Her spiritual power in her dantian surged as if it was about to explode. Wait, this feeling was wrong. Why did she feel like her realm was about to break through? Panicking, Xiao Si hurriedly left the space. If she broke through, it wouldn't be a quick thing. She could only stay in the space for an hour, and if she stayed longer, she might die again. She had barely saved her life. She couldn't die easily again. After coming out, Xiao Si patted her chest nervously and saw her son sleeping peacefully in bed. She also remembered the pork she planned to sell the next morning. The black cliff pig in her space had just died and was thrown inside. Its body was still warm. If someone found it in the morning, it would be hard to explain when it was killed. There is another issue. The black cliff pig from the cultivation world is different from the pigs here. Its fur is black, and it has 2 long fangs in its mouth. Most importantly, it also has a horn growing on its forehead. The main weapons of the black cliff pig are its 2 fangs and the horn on its forehead. The horn is long and sharp, easily piercing a person's body. If she simply hands over the black cliff pig, the black market boss definitely won't believe it's a pig. In Jussi's memory, the mountain pigs here look very similar to the black cliff pig, except the black cliff pig has an extra horn. She needs to remove this horn. Removing it at home isn't realistic. Everyone is asleep now, and since this is a military area, there are many alert people. Jussi doesn't dare take that risk. After thinking quietly, Jussi finally decided to go into her space again to take a look. Jussi gathered her courage, but felt a bit nervous. With a thought, she entered her space. She paid attention to her body's changes. After a while, it seemed nothing had happened. Jussi felt relieved. She went to the small creek inside and released the black cliff pig, pulling out the horns from their heads one by one. In her space, Jussi's abilities are not suppressed. She is currently at the peak of the golden core stage, so removing a black cliff pig's horn is very easy. There are 27 black cliff pigs in her space. She only pulled the horns from 3 of them, washed away the blood, and then threw 2 of them into her ring space. 1 black cliff pig was left by the small creek, cooling down. She planned to take it to the black market to sell in the morning. After finishing, Jussi went to sleep. Around 3 in the middle of the night, she woke up. She looked at the moon outside the window, got up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and checked on Ping'an. She first put the small cart into her space. Under the cover of night, Josie left the house, using her spiritual sense to avoid people and head toward the black market. When she was close to the black market, she found a hidden spot and first placed the small cart there. Then she released the cooled black cliff pig from her space and dropped it on the ground. The small cart was too small to hold this pig. If it got damaged, she wouldn't take the risk. 30 yuan was enough. She had the pork, and how to get it back was up to the black market boss. During this time, she used a distraction technique on herself. She is a military family member, so she needs to be careful. It's almost 4 o'clock now, and it's getting late. The black market usually opens late at night and closes at dawn. She hurried to the black market. The scarred man saw Xiao Si and looked surprised. Who is this woman? Why are so many women coming to the black market lately? Seeing the scarred man's curious look, Xiao Si quickly said, "What's wrong? Why are you just standing there?" "I'm here to see your boss." When he heard her voice, the scarred man remembered who she was. "Isn't she the girl who borrowed the cart?" Actually, her voice wasn't her original one. The girl who borrowed the cart before was different, and the girl who came now is the same. That matches. Strangely, he couldn't remember what the girl who borrowed the cart looked like anymore. Only a vague shadow remained. Most of the young women who come here are rare in the black market. Besides her, there's no one else. Her voice definitely sounds like her. After confirming it was her, without needing Xiao Si to say anything, the scarred man ran to the window and knocked. Soon a small gap opened. Xiao Si heard him happily say, "Boss, the girl from yesterday came again. Did she come alone?" The black market boss's nasal voice was a little lighter than yesterday. "Yes, just her. But the cart is gone," the scarred man replied. "Did she bring anything?" "No, she didn't bring anything." "Let her in." Xiao Si watched them with a smile. Soon, she was led inside and went straight to the black market boss's room. The boss looked at her briefly, then turned back to his abacus and started counting. Actually, both the boss and the scarred man had the same doubt. They couldn't remember what the girl from yesterday looked like. He was surprised but also wondered if he was losing his mind. Maybe he was sick these days and couldn't remember people anymore. Listening to the sound of the abacus, Xiao Si slightly smiled. "Boss, no more pork?" she quietly asked. The black market boss paused and turned to look at her. "You brought pork?" He finally showed a surprised expression for the first time since yesterday.
Xiao Si nodded.
"There are many people and eyes. I told someone to hide the wild boar somewhere secret, and you can send someone to bring it back." The black market boss stopped counting and quickly stood up. The man with the scarred face was called in again. "Go find someone strong and bring him here." "Wait a moment." The black market boss and the scarred man looked at Joe C again. "Let's talk about the price. You name what you want, I'll consider it." "Is it a wild boar?" Joe C said casually. When they heard wild boar, the black market boss immediately smiled. "Wild boars taste better than farmed pigs. Yours is a wild boar, so it won't be cheaper than regular pork. It can be at least 2 cents higher. But I need to see the pig's condition before giving you the final price." Joe C thought this was a fair offer and nodded in agreement. Soon, a tall man with dark skin came in. "Boss, what do you need me for?" "Help carry something." "Follow me." "Miss, lead the way." Joe C looked at the 3 men, thinking about how heavy that black cliff pig was. They should be able to carry it back. If they couldn't, she was here to help. So, she turned with the men and left the black market, heading to where she kept the black cliff pig. When the 3 men saw the real size of the black cliff pig, they were all surprised. "Is that really a wild boar?" "It's so big." The black market boss's eyes lit up and he looked happy. "Such a big one. We can't move it ourselves," said the tall man with dark skin. The black market boss spoke. "Ma, see, you're quick. Go back and bring a big cart and also a large piece of black cloth." Mazi took the task and ran back with a small cart. His figure quickly disappeared. "Miss, how did you manage to bring such a big wild boar?" Joe C played it cool. "Of course, I had someone help me with a cart. I can't move something this big myself." The black market boss looked around. "Where is he?" "He's gone. He's sleeping now, and he has to work tomorrow." He doesn't have time to stay and watch. The black market boss knew that a wild boar this big should have someone watching it, but no one was there. That was strange. But in this society, everyone has secrets. He had his own too. He didn't ask any more questions. As long as the other person could get him the wild boar meat, that was enough. Wild boar meat tastes better than domestic pig meat and is more expensive, so customers prefer it. Since 6 months ago, after someone reported the mountain pig farm and the owner was arrested, wild boar meat has become hard to find. It's difficult to buy pork now. Only the supply and marketing cooperative has some for sale. The black market has not had any for a week. Miss, are you selling this pig yourself or selling it all at once to me? The black market boss asked with a smile, rubbing his hands. Josie looked at the black market boss. It turned out he wasn't as cold as he seemed. Seeing his smiling face now, she almost doubted if the person she saw yesterday was someone else. It seems that whether someone appears cold or not depends on their interests. I don't have much time. I'll sell it to you all at once, she replied. The black market boss smiled even more happily. Okay, no problem. Selling it all at once means he can make more money. No one wants to miss out on that. Soon, Mozzie pushed a large cart over. They all worked together to push the wild boar onto the big cart. Josie helped a little when they struggled. Then they covered the wild boar with a black cloth. It was quickly taken back to a big house. When they weighed it, it was 592 jin, about 295 kilograms. The black market boss swallowed hard. Such a big wild boar. He had never seen one this large in his life. Usually, catching a wild boar of 400 jin, about 200 kilograms, was impressive. This one was nearly 600 jin. A wild boar this big. What kind of person could control it? Hearing Mozzie say that the girl was strong, he thought it might really be possible. He quickly looked at Josie with a respectful gaze and spoke more politely. Miss, right now, pork on the market sells for 75 cents a jin. You need a permit. This is a wild boar, so it costs more than domestic pigs. After removing the internal organs, I can give you $1 per jin. Is that okay? Before, the boss offered 2 cents more than regular pork. Now, it's an extra 2.5 cents, which is fair. Others need to make a profit too. She nodded and agreed. Okay, I accept your price. But I want the internal organs back, miss. Those aren't tasty. I'll cut some meat for you to take home. No, I want the internal organs. Seeing Josie insist, the black market boss didn't argue. He would just give her some good meat later. He was thinking about working with her long term. Soon, the people inside the house started to get busy, while Xiaoxi went to browse the black market. This time, she felt a little tempted when she saw sewing machines and bicycles. However, Xiaoxi still didn't buy them. They are big and expensive items, so she decided to discuss with Lin Junhui before purchasing to avoid upsetting him. Living together means making decisions together. Xiaoxi saw some peanut oil and smelled its fragrant aroma from afar. She couldn't resist and bought 5 jin for 5.5 yuan, without a receipt. She also saw some small cakes made of eggs, flour, and sugar, which smelled very good. She bought 2 jin for 1.2 yuan even though it was a bit expensive. Thinking she could sell the black cliff pig for money, Xiaoxi bought it without much thought. When she returned to the house, the black cliff pig had already been skinned and slaughtered. The black market boss was watching inside the house. When he saw Xiaoxi arrive, he said immediately, "You're just in time. It's ready. Weigh it." When they weighed it, it was 485 jin, and they took out over 100 jin of internal organs. The boss was very kind and even helped her clean the internal organs a little. The smell was really bad, but since the meat turned out to be so delicious, Xiaoxi pinched her nose and took it. Afterward, she only had about 30 jin left in her hands. The boss packed it into a snakeskin bag for her. Seeing how easily she lifted the stuff, the black market boss's eyes flickered slightly. She was indeed very strong. Immediately, the boss paid her. The total was 485 yuan plus the deposit for the cart, amounting to 515 yuan. Girl, if you come again next time, just let me know. If it's inconvenient to bring it here, I can send someone to pick it up. Remember not to sell it to others. Xiaoxi nodded. Okay, I'll come back here next time. She was so happy inside. She had money now. She could sell the Black Cliff pig for about 500 yuan. She still had 26 pigs in her space, and the 2 with their horns removed could also be sold for money. 1 pig could bring in 500 yuan, 3 pigs would be 1,500 yuan. She planned to buy a sewing machine and a bicycle. When the Black Cliff pigs were no longer useful to Ping En and the others, she could sell 2 more. She also planned to put some rabbits, wild chickens, and other small animals into her space, so she wouldn't run out of meat. She was tired of eating the Black Cliff pig because it wasn't very tasty. Trying different flavors would be good. The spiritual energy in her space is richer than in the cultivation world. Animals raised in her space might even be better. Xiao Si returned from the black market earlier today than yesterday. When she carried the food back to the residential area, there were already people walking on the main road. After arriving home, Ping En was still sleeping soundly. She put the cooking oil in the kitchen and placed the cake on the high cabinet. Xiao Si looked at the high cabinet. The curtain for it still wasn't made. So, she went to her room, took out the fabric she bought from the black market yesterday morning, white with small daisies, and cut a piece to fit the size of the cabinet. She took a needle and thread, sewed the edges to make them neat, and added a decorative border with a string, threading it through and fixing it with small nails on both sides of the cabinet. The curtain for the cabinet was finished. After hanging it up, Xiao Si looked at it and thought it looked nice, fresh, and elegant. The items inside were now hidden behind the curtain, making it look much better. Once the curtain was done, Xiao Si thought about making a quilt. Seeing that it was still early, she believed she could finish it quickly. Making a quilt wasn't difficult. The bed was 1.5 meters wide, and the quilt was 1.8 meters. Xiao Si added 10 centimeters to the size of the quilt. She measured the dimensions and then started working, lowering her head and getting to it. Her speed was very fast. Her fingers moved so quickly they looked like a blur on the fabric. The fabric she bought was gray and white, simple and not eye-catching. Soon, she finished the quilt cover. She was very satisfied with her sewing. Stitches were tight and even. Seeing the seams puffed up and looking untidy, Xiao Si used her spiritual power to press them flat, making it look much neater. Next, she made the bedsheet and pillowcases using the same method. After finishing, Xiao Si sniffed the fabric, then took the 4-piece set to the door, soaking it in a large basin of water, and washed it with soap. After rinsing twice, she picked it up and smelled it. There was a fresh soap scent on the fabric. Xiao Si was happy. She wrung out the water and hung the items in the yard to dry. The clothes she washed last night were still hanging on the eaves. Xiao Si placed the clothes in a sunny spot in the yard to dry. At that moment, she heard Ping En calling her mother from inside the house. Xiao Si quickly went inside. Ping En, wearing shoes, was walking across the living room holding a toothbrush and cup. When she saw Xiao Si, she immediately called out, "Mom, yes, go brush your teeth and wash your face. Come in for breakfast later." Peace looked at his mother and happily ran toward the water faucet outside the door. Xiao Si really thought Peace was very smart. She had taught him yesterday, and today he took the initiative to do it himself. He no longer walked barefoot on the ground. He put on his shoes and knew to take his toothbrush and cup to brush his teeth. After breakfast, mother and son packed up and headed to the military hospital. Xiao Si closed the door, and Peace had already run far ahead. Walking along the road in the residential area, under a tree, Xiao Si met the woman who had greeted her yesterday. "Going to deliver food to Deputy Commander Lin again?" Xiao Si smiled and asked, "Yes." "What are you all doing here?" She saw about 7 or 8 elderly women and women gathered under the tree. Their expressions seemed quite angry, so she asked out of curiosity. Sister He, seeing Xiao Si ask, said angrily, "It's none other than the wife of Lieutenant Zhao. She's going to see a man. It's not long after Lieutenant Zhao died, and she wants to remarry so quickly. She has no conscience." Xiao Si listened politely and smiled. Since she was new to the army, she was not familiar with the people and matters here. She chose not to respond to avoid trouble. "I need to deliver breakfast to Junwei now, so I'll go first." "Alright, go quickly." Sister He saw her expression and knew she didn't want to talk more. As Xiao Si walked away, the woman next to her asked, "Whose family is she from?" "She looks so pretty." "Sister," he grinned and said. "Who else?" "She's from Deputy Commander Lin's family." The woman was surprised and looked thoughtfully at Xiao Si's distant figure. "Oh, so it's her." She matches Deputy Commander Lin well. However, many women in the army had their eyes on Deputy Commander Lin. She looked delicate and easy to bully, so whether she could stay in the army for long was uncertain. At this moment, there was a movement nearby. "Sister," he turned around and saw that the woman director had arrived. "Director Yang, you should handle this." "Yes, Lieutenant Zhao just left a few days ago, and she's already rushing to find a new family." "Does she have any conscience?" "What about Yuanming?" "Her father died, and now her mother wants to remarry." Yang Xiumei sighed. She wondered how she could manage this. When it rained, her mother wanted to marry someone. There was nothing she could do. Lieutenant Zhao had already sacrificed himself. As his wife, she could remarry, but since her husband had only recently died, her quick decision to remarry might be morally criticized. A man died, and then another man was found. There was nothing wrong with that. Yang Xiumei just hoped that when she remarried, she would take good care of her son, Zhao Yuanming. Now she's seeing two men, and yesterday when I saw the happy look on her face, I found it really annoying. Lieutenant Zhao is usually very kind. How can manhwa be so heartless? I think she just wants to trick Zhao Bing out of his survivor's benefits. That money is quite a lot. If she's carrying so much cash, that man must be very happy. While they argued loudly on one side, Xiao Si had already arrived at the hospital. She just set down her lunchbox when Dr. Luo came in. He started his daily checkup. When he saw the food on the table, he smiled and said, "The meals look good, well-balanced. Dr. Luo, have you eaten yet? Would you like to join me?" Xiao Si asked with a smile. Dr. Luo quickly waved his hand and replied with a smile, "No need, I've eaten. The buns and porridge from the cafeteria today are pretty good." After the checkup, Dr. Luo smiled and said, "Deputy Commander Lin, your recovery is really fast. Later, Nurse Lu will come to bandage your wound and check how it's healing. If everything looks good, you might be able to leave the hospital today." Xiao Si was stunned when she heard this, then her face lit up with happiness. She no longer had to run back and forth between her home and the hospital. It was exhausting. "Thank you, Dr. Luo." Xiao Si sincerely thanked him. "Good job," Lin Junhui said. Next to them, Zhang Gongqiang immediately asked, "Dr. Luo, what about me? How am I doing?" Seeing how anxious he looked, Dr. Luo chuckled. "You just stay here in the hospital. When you go back, you don't have a wife to take care of you." Zhang Gongqiang's smile faded, and he looked sad. Thinking about his comrades in the dorm, he quickly cheered up. It's not just him, there are many others without wives. After breakfast, around 10 a.m., a nurse came in with a tray. She was there to re-bandage his wound. Xiao Si moved aside and watched the nurse work. After placing the supplies, she looked at the patient and said calmly, "Unbutton your clothes." When his perfect body and six-pack abs were revealed, Xiao Si's eyes lit up slightly. Since the last time she helped him clean his body, Lin Junhui hadn't let her do it again. Every time she asked, he said he had already cleaned himself. Such good benefits, and she hadn't been allowed to do it again. Now, I see the nurse carefully removing the bandages from Lin Junhui, and sometimes her hand touches his body. Josie watches this and feels a bit jealous. After the bandages are removed, Dr. Luo comes in. He looks at Lin Junhui's wound and appears happy. "Good, the scars are forming. You can leave the hospital today. There's no need to stay anymore. Go home and rest. But be careful with your leg. A broken bone takes about 100 days to heal. Although your recovery is good, you must avoid using force in the next half-month." Josie smiles and says, "Thank you, Dr. Luo. I will take good care of him." She keeps telling herself, the patient is the most important. Once his wound heals, she plans to make Lin Junhui do more work. Since she's the only one working, she'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Dr. Luo doesn't say anything, just smiles, then leaves the room. Lin Junhui quietly looks at Josie for a moment. When she turns to look at him, he looks away. She hears that he can leave the hospital and seems very happy, so she thinks he cares about her. Lu Xiaojian throws away the old bandages, applies medicine to the wound, and rebandages it. Because the injury is on his chest and side, touching the body during bandaging is unavoidable. Josie stands and watches for a while, feeling envious. She even wants to do it herself. But Lin Junhui definitely wouldn't agree, so she decides not to take the nurse's job. During bandaging, the nurse wraps the bandages around his body, and her whole body is pressed against Lin Junhui's, with her face resting near his neck. Josie purses her lips and glares at Lin Junhui silently. She's annoyed that he's being touched by others, yet he's so guarded against her. What a stingy person. She pulls Ping'an out of the room and sits on a chair in the corridor. Only after the nurse leaves the room does Josie go back inside. At noon, comrades from the army come in a jeep and take Lin Junhui from the military hospital back to his family home. Josie gets into the jeep and carefully observes this sturdy guy. Although it's not as advanced as flying spiritual devices in the cultivation world, it's very impressive here, without spiritual power. When they arrive home, Lin Junhui leans on a crutch and is helped inside by his comrades. Josie holds the luggage and opens the door for them. After comrades sent Lin Junhui home, they left. Xiaoxi put down her luggage and hurried outside, but the jeep had already driven away. It was too late to thank them. Lin Junhui sat in a chair, looking around the house. It was clean and tidy, just like a home, very warm. A slight smile appeared on his face as his gaze softened when he looked at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi used to dislike tidying up the house, but now she had changed a lot. He felt there was something she was missing, but he couldn't quite figure out what it was. When he saw Xiaoxi come inside from outside, he looked at her immediately. With so many things in the house now, do you have enough money? Xiaoxi was stunned. Suddenly, she remembered the black cliff pig she sold that morning and felt a bit guilty, quickly shifting her gaze. It's enough. These things aren't expensive, so it doesn't cost much. Lin Junhui remembered that Xiaoxi didn't have much money. The 25 yuan he sent her every month was used by her family. The cash he had given her was only about 200 yuan, and the rest had to be withdrawn from the post office with his officer ID, which she didn't have. Buying these things wasn't enough. She also needed money for daily expenses. Seeing Lin Junhui's puzzled look, Xiaoxi quickly guessed that he probably knew a bit about her life back home. She said calmly, I got the money back from my mother. Now it's enough. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more. As for the 500 yuan she earned from selling the black cliff pig, Xiaoxi didn't plan to tell him. It was her secret and her private savings. Lin Junhui looked away. All right, if you run out of money, remember to tell me.
Xiaoxi nodded.
Do you want to sit here or go back to your room and lie down? If you have something to do, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Lin Junhui looked around the house. Okay, I'll heat up the food. After speaking, Xiaoxi went into the kitchen. Lin Junhui leaned on his cane and checked the 3 rooms. Finally, he entered the middle one. There was his backpack and bedding on the floor, probably packed and sent over by his comrades. He bent down, dragged his backpack next to the chair, sat down, opened it, and started packing his belongings. Ping'an was playing in the yard. When Xiaoxi finished setting the dishes on the table and went to call Ping'an to wash his hands and eat, she prepared to serve the meal. Ping'an came to wash his hands. Xiaoxi looked around the living room but didn't see anyone, so she headed into the bedroom. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Junhui sorting through the luggage sent by his comrade. She quickly walked over, worried. Your injury isn't healed yet. Let me handle this, Xiaoxi said, taking the clothes from his hand. Lin Junhui looked up at her. Their eyes met, and for a moment, there was a strange, warm feeling in the air. He was staring at her with deep, dark eyes. Xiaoxi's face turned slightly red. She quickly looked away and placed the military uniform on the table. Mom, Dad, what are you doing? Ping'an's voice made Xiaoxi feel even more embarrassed. Time to eat. After saying that, he turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, Xiaoxi remembered that Lin Junhui's leg was not fully healed, so she turned back and helped him by holding his arm. I can do it myself. You go ahead. Xiao Si looked up at him. He was really tall. Even standing straight, she only reached his shoulders. He had broad shoulders and strong arm muscles. The warm feeling from his palm was very real. Xiao Si didn't listen to Lin Junhui. She still held his arm and led him toward the dining table. The patient was the most important. The patient was the most important. While working, Xiao Si kept telling herself this. She thought if she didn't let him do things now, he would want to do them later. When he's better, there will be plenty of work for him. She just liked to act strong. Next time, don't let other women touch you, she blurted out without thinking. As soon as she said it, Xiao Si froze.
How could she say such a thing?
Lin Junhui turned to look at her. He seemed to think of something, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth when she couldn't see. When she looked at him again, he quickly suppressed the smile. She's a nurse. I'm the patient. It's normal, Lin Junhui said. Xiao Si wished she could dig a hole and hide herself. She forced a shy smile. I was joking. Don't take it seriously. Lin Junhui looked at her with deep eyes. Let's go. Time to eat, Xiao Si said, helping him toward the dining table. Lin Junhui pursed his lips but didn't say anything or try to stop her. After dinner, Lin Junhui looked at Xiao Si working and said, Come sit and rest for a while. Xiao Si glanced at him and sat down as he suggested. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I promise to treat you well in the future. Rest assured and settle down comfortably. If I do anything wrong later, please point it out and I will change. From now on, I will give you all the money and bills to manage. I can't do household chores for now, but once I get better, I will share the work with you. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Xiao Sijing listened quietly. When she heard he would help with chores, she nodded secretly. I guess you're being sensible. Yes, rest well. I understand, Xiao Si said as she helped him back to his room. Lin Junhui lay down to rest in his room. Xiao Si took a hoe and prepared to tidy up the yard. Ping'an was playing outside. When he saw Xiao Si come out, he happily ran over. Mom, what are you going to do? I want to help. Mom is going to tidy the land, turn the soil, and plant some vegetables. I'll help, Mom, Ping'an said, then started pulling weeds from the ground. After an hour, Xiao Si finished tidying the land and planted the seeds. When she was done, she looked up and saw Lin Junhui sitting at the door, looking in her direction. Xiao Si put the hoe in the shed on the left, which is used for storing firewood and tools. Mom, I want to go play, Ping'an said shyly, following behind Xiao Si. Every time he passed by, he saw many children on the road over there. He also wanted to join them. Go ahead, but don't go near the water or up the mountain. Dangerous things are not allowed. Okay, I'll go play, Ping'an said and ran quickly to the gate, rushing out in a flash. Playing is a child's nature, and it's not good to keep him restrained. Why are you sitting at the door?
I'll help you inside, Xiao Si said.
After taking care of him for a while and noticing he looked paler without sunlight, she realized his face had become whiter. Her complexion changed, and she thought he looked even more handsome with his face whiter. Lin Junhui didn't speak. He let Xiao Si help him into the house. Once he was seated on the sofa, she turned around. I will do this kind of work once I get better, she said. Xiao Si paused for a moment, then went to pick up the water cups on the square table, poured some spiritual water, drank 2 cups herself, and then poured some for Lin Junhui. This is something I can do. It just makes me sweat a little when it's hot, she said, handing the water cup to Lin Junhui. Buy a fan. Buy it tomorrow. I will give you the industrial ticket. Okay, I will buy it tomorrow. Since she can earn money and has the ticket, she might as well buy it. It's not a big expense. I want to talk to you about something. Xiao Sishun sat down on a chair nearby. What's the matter?
Tell me.
This time, I have a bonus of 300 yuan plus 200 yuan for injuries, totaling 500 yuan. I don't want this money. A comrade sacrificed himself on this mission, and I want to give this money to his son. Xiao saw that he looked calm, but she knew from the book that he felt very guilty about his comrade's death. All right, I have no problem with that. It's your decision. Lin Junhui looked at Xiao with deep eyes. He thought she might get angry. This 500 yuan was a lot. Before dinner, Ping came back. He looked very quiet and didn't even call his mother. His small eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Xiao was packing Lin Junhui's luggage in the room. When she heard footsteps, she looked toward the door and saw Ping and looking upset. She quickly put down what she was holding and went to stand in front of Ping. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Lin Junhui sat on the sofa and looked over. Mom. Someone scolded Dad, and others said Mom is a fox spirit. Mom. What is a fox spirit? Xiao paused, then pulled Ping to sit on a chair and looked into his innocent eyes. Tell me how they scolded your dad. Ping looked shyly at his father, then at his mother. Seeing her gentle face, he gathered courage and said, They said Dad hurt a lot of people and that Dad should be punished. Xiao looked worriedly at Lin Junhui, afraid he would be upset to hear this. Surprisingly, he looked very calm. Were the people who scolded Dad children? Xiao asked. Ping shook his head. They are adults. The book didn't include this part. She wondered who said these things first. Xiao looked carefully into Ping's eyes. Ping, did you forget? Your dad is a hero. He goes out with other heroes to fight bad guys. When fighting, he might get hurt. It's just a matter of how badly he's hurt. That's unpredictable. Look, this time your dad got hurt, so other heroes might get hurt too. Great heroes all have families. For example, when you see your father hurt, you feel very sad. Similarly, the families of other great heroes also feel sad. This time, your father led the team, and the family members of the great hero blame your father. But it's not your father's fault. Next time, when you see them, just ignore them. They are also upset and sad, which is why they act like that. You can tell your mother and father at home, and they will handle it. Lin Junhui looked quietly at Xiao Si, feeling a warm flow in his heart. It eased the heavy, uncomfortable feelings he had these past days. A small smile appeared on his face, and his eyes became gentler. Ping sat quietly on a chair, listening to Xiao Si. He turned his face to the side. After hearing everything, he nodded and said, Yes, Ping understands. I won't argue with them. Their family members are also hurt. Xiao Si smiled softly and pulled Ping's small hand. Then tell your mother and father who called the fox spirit. There are 2 aunties. When the children hear it, they also start to copy. Mother, what is a fox spirit? Ping, next time you meet those 2 aunties, tell your father, Lin Junhui said. Ping nodded. Okay. Xiao Si looked at Lin Junhui again, then turned her gaze back to Ping. Ping, fox spirit, has 2 meanings. One is a compliment, meaning someone is pretty. The other is an insult. You have to watch their expressions. If they say it angrily, it's an insult. Then they must be insulting. When they say it, they look very angry. All right, mother understands. You can go play now. After Ping left, Xiao Si glanced at Lin Junhui. She knew that the reason people called her a fox spirit was because of him. Good-looking men really are hard to ignore. They tend to attract attention easily. Lin Junhui caught Xiao Si's gaze and nervously rubbed his chin. This has nothing to do with me. I never paid attention to them. When I got married, I reported it. The army has always known I am married. Xiao Si didn't say a word. She just looked at Lin Junhui for a couple of seconds, then turned her eyes away. He even showed a look of grievance. Could she have seen it wrong? A grown man. Why would he feel wronged? I will find out about this, Lin Junhui said. No need. I will handle it myself, Xiao Si replied, then left. Ping didn't go far. He was playing in his own yard. Seeing her mother come out, he quickly went to greet her and looked at her dependently. Xiao Si patted his head and then went to work. Tonight, she made pork stew with vermicelli and finally served up a pot of pig stomach chicken soup. The house was filled with a tempting aroma, and Lin Junhui had already looked toward the kitchen several times.
Xiao Si cooked a large pot.
She had been here for several days but hadn't visited the neighbors yet. In this era, nothing is more important than food. Xiao Si took out 4 small bowls filled to the brim. She carried the bowls to visit the 4 closest households. First, she went to the house on the left. At the gate, she knocked, and before long, a woman came out. Seeing Xiao Si, she immediately smiled politely. I am Juanhui's wife. My name is Xiao Si. I moved here a few days ago. I've been busy and didn't have time to visit, but today I happen to be free.
Come in, come in.
You're too polite. Xiao Si stepped into the yard and saw that their vegetable garden was full of greens, which made her look envious. Your vegetables grow really well. The small bowls of spices weren't big, and she gave 4 bowls of vegetables to the neighbors, with half a pot of stew remaining. Xiao Si brought in the quilts and clothes drying in the yard, then called Ping and to wash his hands and eat. As she put the clothes into the room, Xiao Si thought of a question. How should she arrange sleeping arrangements tonight? Seeing Lin Junhui coming in and out of the middle room, he probably would sleep there. That meant she and Ping and could only sleep in the right side room tonight. Xiao Si put down the quilts and clothes and went back to the kitchen. She brought out a big bowl of pork stew with vermicelli and placed it on the round table. Tonight, the family of 3 would eat from this one dish. Ping stared at the dish happily and said, "Mom, this dish is good. It's all cooked." He then scooped some vermicelli into his mouth. After eating, he excitedly said, "Mom, this is also very tasty." Xiao Si smiled and gave him a piece of tender pork. This pork was from a black cliff pig with a little spiritual energy, which was good for Ping and's health. The Xiao Si family was quietly eating, but at the same time, something was happening in the army. Commander Sun frowned as he looked at Shimehua. "Are you really going to marry him?" Stone Plum Blossom's attitude was very firm. "Yes, I can't spend my whole life with Zhao Bing's son. If he treats me well and doesn't mind that I'm remarried, I will marry him. Can you wait 3 months before getting married?" "No, I can't. They said they will hold the wedding next week, and I already agreed." Commissioner Sun's eyebrows were so furrowed they seemed like they could trap a fly. "Zhao Yuanming, are you really not going to care? They won't let me take him, and I don't want to either." "But I am just a woman. I can't make the decisions." Yang Xiaomei stood nearby, watching her husband's difficult expression, feeling a bit sad. Sure enough, what she feared has come true. This morning, she was thinking that Plum Blossom could find someone else, and she wouldn't interfere. As long as she took good care of Zhao Bing's son, that was enough. But she didn't expect Stone Plum Blossom to be so ruthless, actually abandoning her son. Zhao Bing's son was just over 4 years old, not yet 5. Zhao Bing's parents were already gone, so this child was truly going to become an orphan. "All right, I understand. If you want to marry him, I can't stop you. You can stay in the army's house until your wedding. I will ask around the army to see who is willing to raise him." Stone Plum Blossom heard this and stayed where she was, refusing to leave.
Then,
"Commander Sun, when will Zhao Bing's pension be?" She hesitated, looking at Commander Sun with hope. When Commander Sun and Director Yang heard this, they immediately looked up at her. "What do you mean? Are you still thinking about Zhao Bing's pension?" Zhao Bing's own son didn't want him anymore. How could Stone Plum Blossom still have the nerve to think about Zhao Bing's pension? "I am Zhao Bing's wife, his family. How can I not take his pension?" Seeing Commander Sun's expression, Stone Plum Blossom became unsettled. Without that money, she might not want to marry him. Moreover, he was 2 years younger than her and had never been married before. Unlike her, who was already remarried and had a son. She thought she was lucky to marry him. "You even don't want Zhao Bing's son. How can you take the pension that Zhao Bing risked his life for?" Yang Xiaomei looked at Stone Plum Blossom with anger. "Director Yang, what do you mean by that? Is it that I don't want to take care of Yuan Ming, or that the man doesn't want to give his child to someone else? You are Yuan Ming's biological mother. You're not an outsider. Isn't it right to raise your own son? I am a woman. What can I do? You teach me, what can I do? I just took Yuan Ming there, but he is not well liked. I have to live by others' rules. If that's the case, I might as well not have gone at all." Director Yang looked at Shimehua in disbelief. How did I not see before that she is so selfish? If she clearly shows her attitude, wouldn't people consider her son? She never intended to bring Zhao Bing's son with her from the start. Commander Sun waved his hand, signaling them not to argue. Manhwa was determined to abandon her son, no matter what was said. I'll discuss it with the leader. When I have a result, I'll let you know. You should go back first. Manhwa, with a sullen face, left Commander Sun's house. When she got home, she saw Zhao Yuanming sitting on the ground playing. Her anger flared up instantly. She kicked Zhao Yuanming and said, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be scolded. You're just like that deadbeat dad of yours. Forget it. He can die." Zhao Yuanming shrank back, timidly looking at his changed mother. He hugged his stomach. He was hungry for 2 meals. He had only drunk a bowl of porridge that morning. His stomach kept growling. "Mom, I'm so hungry." Debt collector. Manhwa glared at Zhao Yuanming harshly, then went into the kitchen. The next morning, Commander Sun went to see Commander Chung and told him about Manhwa. Commander Chung thought for a moment. The condolence money arrived last night. Previously, Junhui said to give his share to Zhao Bing's family. How about this? Take 1/3 for her dowry and the remaining 2/3 for Zhao Bing's son to use for his education and growth. Commander Sun thought this division was fair. He immediately went to tell Manhwa about it. But she suddenly caused trouble again. Why do I only get 1/3 and Zhao Yuanming gets 2/3? That's unfair. Then what do you think is fair? Commander Sun asked, lowering his eyes. 1/2 each. That's my bottom line. Otherwise, I'll cause a fuss. You are an adult now. How can you compete with your son? You have hands and feet and can support yourself. Your son is only 4 years old and still needs others to take care of him. Can't you leave some way for him to survive? After all, he is your own child. Commissar Sun was really angry. How could there be such a mother? Besides, 1/3 of the money is already a lot. It's over 1,000 yuan. These days, it only costs 200 or 300 yuan to get a wife. I don't care. I want half of the pension, said Manhwa. Then she ran out immediately. Commissar Sun stood there for a long time, unable to calm down. Finally, he took out a cigarette and lit it. What kind of trouble is this? Ping'an had just gone out to play, but soon he came back feeling very sad. Xiao Si was not at home. She had gone up the mountain alone. Only Lin Junhui was at home. He sat in the living room and saw his son run back. What's wrong? Why are you back so soon? Dad, I don't want to play with them anymore. The kids all say that Dad and Mom are too annoying. Lin Junhui's eyes were deep and cold. Stay at home. I have something to do and need to go out. Ping'an heard this and immediately frowned, but Mom doesn't want Dad to go out. Dad's injury isn't healed yet. Lin Junhui looked at Ping'an, then shifted his gaze. Don't tell Mom. She won't know. Dad is going out to teach the bad guys a lesson, okay? Ping'an's eyes lit up a little when he heard that Dad was going out to teach the bad guys. Then he looked at his dad's leg and frowned slightly. But after thinking about what the kids said, he finally agreed. Okay, I won't tell Mom. Dad, you need to be careful and watch out. Lin Junhui smiled and comforted him. Don't worry. Dad will be careful. After breakfast, Xiao Si went alone toward the mountain valley.
Her home was near the mountain.
She thought there wasn't much firewood at home, so she decided to gather some from the mountain. She also wanted to see if she could catch some wild game. Eating pork every day was getting boring, and changing the taste would be good. On the way, she met Aunt Lee, a neighbor returning to the residential area. Last night, she had just given her a bowl of pork. Aunt Lee was very enthusiastic when she saw Xiao Si. Xiao girl, where are you going? Joy saw the sweet potatoes in her basket and said, Aunt Lee, where did you dig these sweet potatoes? They look really good and they are big. Aunt Lee smiled and said, I planted some sweet potatoes on the mountain edge nearby. If you like, I can give you some later. Joy didn't refuse. She believed that giving and receiving help builds a good relationship. Thank you, Aunt Lee. Hey, it's not worth much. I'll bring some to your house later. Joy smiled and said, Okay, that's perfect. My family needs a change. I'm about to leave now. I want to go up the mountain to gather some firewood. Junhui's leg isn't feeling well, so I have to go alone. Aunt Lee watched Joy walk away and thought to herself, Deputy Commander Lin's wife is really nice. She handles things very well, no complaints. People in the family compound also said she wouldn't stay in the army for long. Aunt Lee thought, with her ability to handle things, she can manage those rude and shameless women in the family compound. She really can't stand women who know someone is already married but still try to get close, especially when there are many young men in the army. Isn't there enough to choose from? Joy didn't know what Aunt Lee was thinking. She walked toward the mountain valley, passing a stream. Not far away, she saw a reed bed. As she got closer, many wild ducks and pheasants heard her and flew away from the reeds. Joy looked at the wild ducks and pheasants with bright eyes. There's game here. She picked up a few small stones from the ground and clenched them in her hand, then continued walking toward the reeds. Soon, a few more wild ducks flapped their wings and flew away. Joy timed her shot carefully and threw a small stone at a duck. 3 ducks fell into the reeds, and 1 flew away. She checked the direction and carefully walked toward where the ducks had landed. Hey, there are wild duck eggs. Joy counted and found 16 eggs. She put them into her space bag and kept walking. The ducks that had been shot down were stuck in the reeds, flapping their wings but unable to fly. Joy caught them and put them into her space bag. Along the way, she also collected 2 nests of wild duck eggs. In total, she counted 42 eggs. She wouldn't need to buy eggs for a long time. This was the furthest mountain valley from the army base, and not many people came here normally. Gathering firewood was just a side task. The main reason she came out was to get familiar with the environment around the army base. She walked around the foot of the army's mountain, then headed up the mountain. Instead of taking the usual path others had used, she went straight into the dense woods. As she moved deeper into the mountain, she saw many wild pheasants. Chusi caught about a dozen and put them into her space. She also didn't miss the rabbits. Along the way, she caught many wild animals and put them into her space, knowing they could survive there. Others might catch 2 wild pheasants on a trip into the mountain, but Chusi caught dozens. People might think she was here to buy supplies. As she walked, she suddenly felt the surroundings were very quiet. Chusi quickly realized something was wrong, and she had already gone deep into the mountain. She kept a careful watch around her, sending out her spiritual awareness. Unfortunately, she could only use 1/10 of her power, and her awareness could only reach 50 meters. Within her awareness range, she saw no living creatures except for some birds in the trees. Chusi was sure she had entered a territory of a fierce beast. Not wanting trouble, she turned back and headed down the mountain. About 200 meters away, the wild animals reappeared. Chusi decided not to catch any more animals and instead gathered some firewood to take home. Finally, she left the mountain, carrying a bundle of dry wood back to her family compound. From afar, she saw some people standing in an open space, chatting. Bah, a fox-like seductress. Chusi paused for a moment, but then continued walking forward. Deputy Captain Lin will divorce you sooner or later. Pretending to be weak and delicate. Who are you fooling? Chusi put down the firewood she was carrying and quickly stepped forward, blocking the woman's way. Excuse me, are you talking about me? The girl was very arrogant and unreasonable, rolling her eyes. I'm talking about you. Chusi sneered. Calling me a fox seductress. Let me ask, did I seduce your man or your relative? Why are you so angry and rude, acting like a mad dog and biting everyone around? You're the mad dog. Ding Ru's face turned red with anger. She thought the other person was easy to bully, but unexpectedly, she was stopped in public and even got bitten back. Who are you calling a mad dog? Ding Ru's mouth moved, but she didn't dare to speak. The children in the family compound were talking badly about her.
Did you do that?
Don't stare at other people's men. If you're thinking about a man, find one who is single. Women should know some shame, or it will be hard to find a good husband later. After saying this, Xiao Si looked at the woman, then turned and walked to the firewood area, ready to carry someone home. Ding Ru saw the curious looks from others around her and thought, don't be so proud. Deputy Commander Lin might not like you. He even sent you to gather firewood in the mountains. He'll divorce you sooner or later. Xiao Si turned around and said coldly, at least he's my man now. Whether we divorce or not is none of your business. Also, I want to warn others with bad intentions. If I hear you talking badly about me or trying to ruin our marriage again, I will investigate thoroughly. Lin Junhui and I are in a military marriage. Damaging a military marriage is against the law. I hope those people will stop and mind their own business. As soon as Qiao Si left, the crowd on the scene started talking loudly. Deputy Commander Lin's wife isn't someone to mess with. Let's go. She looks gentle and weak, but she's actually quite fiery. Who dares to mock her as a fox spirit? Who started spreading that rumor? Even kids are talking about it now. I need to go home and tell my child, never speak carelessly again. Yes, we should remind everyone, or it could lead to serious trouble. Of course, it was those women from the art troupe who spread it. Ding Ru's face turned as black as a pot bottom, but she dared not get angry again. She didn't want to get into trouble, so she hurried to the rehearsal room of the art troupe. When she arrived, she pushed open the door angrily and sat down on a chair, sulking. Fan Suqin, who usually got along well with her, saw her like this and stepped forward to ask, "What's wrong? You look upset. Did something happen?" When Fan Suqin heard this, she regretted asking Dingru about it. She could only say reluctantly, "Let's not talk about it anymore. I already told you before that Deputy Commander Lin got married back home, but you didn't listen. I didn't know his wife was so fierce. All right, don't be angry." Unnoticed by them, Amy sitting behind overheard their conversation, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Fortunately, she didn't have to do it herself. She just mentioned it in front of them, and these people foolishly helped her do the work. It seems that Qiao Si has become smarter now. No wonder she didn't sell her son to human traffickers, and even brought him to the army. But so what? Even like this, she can still crush Lin Junhui under her foot. Soon, Deng Shuakai will get the token, and with the help of the Deputy Chief of Staff of the military district. Even 10 Lin Junhui wouldn't be her match. She will make him fall from grace, so he can't stay in the army anymore. This mission was so bloody and led by him. The higher-ups will definitely investigate and hold him accountable. With Commander Chung present, she will make Lin Junhui suffer even more. She has already started preparing, and it's beginning to show results. Just wait and see. Ping'an saw Qiao Si return and immediately rushed out. "Mom, you're finally back. Ping'an missed you so much." Qiao Si placed the firewood in the shed, then carried the basket and led Ping'an into the house. Lin Junhui heard the noise and stretched his neck to look into the yard. Qiao Si sat on a chair at the door, put down her basket, and Ping'an immediately ran over. "Wow, Mom, there are little rabbits and... Is that a chicken?" Qiao Si smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's a chicken. Wild chickens are also chickens." Lin Junhui immediately grabbed his cane and headed toward the door. "Mom, these two chickens are so strange, but their feathers are so beautiful. They're different from the chickens in Kungwei village. Silly, those are wild chickens," Qiao Si said with a smile to Ping, and then, "Mom, can we raise these chickens? These two chickens can be killed to help your dad recover. If Ping'an wants to raise chickens, I can catch a couple of chicks from the market to raise for him. Okay?" Ping'an lowered his head without speaking, continuously touching the wild chicken's feathers. Qiao Si knew Ping and was no longer willing to stay, so she comforted him, saying, "Look, here are two small, chubby white rabbits. Aren't they very cute?" Ping'an looked at the rabbits again, then occasionally glanced back at the wild pheasants. "Did you catch these?" Lin Junhui asked, surprised to see the small rabbits and pheasants in the basket. Both animals are hard to catch. He couldn't believe that Qiao Si had such good skills. It was tough to chase them. "I was lucky and caught them," Qiao Si said with a silly smile, then shyly looked away. She used her spiritual power, otherwise she couldn't have caught them. Ping'an saw his father come out with a cane, staring steadily at his leg, then gently shook Qiao Si's hand. "Kill the chicken for Dad to improve his health. Ping'an will stay and raise it next time." Qiao Si looked at Ping'an in surprise, then smiled and looked at Lin Junhui's leg. The little boy was willing to accept because he cared about his father's injury. "Good boy," Qiao Si said happily. "Ping'an, wild pheasants are hard to raise. They can fly away." "Ah." Ping'an sighed softly, feeling helpless. "Then what should I do? Mother thinks it's better to raise chicks. When they grow up, they can lay eggs, and Ping'an can eat eggs then." Ping'an's eyes lit up.
"Yes.
The chickens in Kungwei village can lay eggs. Mother, I want to raise egg-laying chickens, not wild pheasants. Xiao Si wanted to say that wild pheasants can also lay eggs, but she didn't want Ping'an to raise wild pheasants, so she kept quiet. Okay, when there's time, I'll buy you some chicks. Xiao Si washed her hands and face, then went into the kitchen. It was noon, time to cook lunch. They had 2 dishes and 1 soup, a pot of stir-fried pork liver and a bowl of green vegetables with pork bone soup. The pork bone soup had been simmering all morning, with a milky white color, looking very appetizing. After lunch, the family of 3 rested. Lin Junhui went to his room to rest. Xiao Si didn't usually take naps, so after she carried Ping into his father's room, she turned and left. She needed to go to the market again. She had promised to buy a fan today. There was no fan at the supply store, so she had to go to the city. She took the bus at the military gate and headed straight to the city. After more than an hour, Xiao Si arrived in the city and went straight to the department store to buy a fan. Xiao Si chose a regular desktop fan. It was very expensive, costing 85 yuan plus a receipt. After paying, Xiao Si carried the fan out of the store. Remembering Ping'an's little chick, she looked along the street for a place selling chicks. She searched everywhere but couldn't find any chicks for sale in the whole city. She had to give up. It might be hard to find, so she decided to ask others at the military unit where to buy some. Then she took a bus back to the unit. Since there are several villages nearby, there are buses from the city to the military unit. Xiao Si only learned about this yesterday from Lin Junhui. When she reached the gate of the unit, she got off the bus and walked back to the family housing area. On the way, many people looked at the fan in her hand. Deputy Group Leader Lin's wife. Where did you buy that fan? Is it expensive? It's quite costly, 85 yuan. But summer is coming soon, so it's just in time. Even if it's expensive, it's worth it, Xiao Si replied with a smile. A woman in her 50s, sitting under a tree cooling off with a big fan, saw Xiao Si smiling happily and couldn't help but purse her lips. She said, "You don't know how to live wisely. Sooner or later, you'll spend all of Deputy Lin's money." Xiao Si paused, looked at the old woman, and her smile slowly faded. "Ma'am, I don't know what I did to offend you. I spend my husband's money. What does that have to do with you? Did I spend your family's money? Do you live by the seaside? Mind your own business." Humph, sharp-tongued. "One day, you'll regret it," the old woman said disdainfully. "No, I call it standing up for myself. If someone is polite to me, I'll be polite back. If someone has bad intentions and is malicious toward me, I'll treat them the same. I was born not to owe anyone anything. When I cry someday, will you lend me money or give me a place to stay? If not, then please keep your mouth shut." Not listening to elders is asking for trouble, the old woman said with wide eyes, not even waving her fan anymore. Her gaze at Xiao Si seemed to be burning. Xiao Si wasn't afraid of her. When she was in the cultivation world, she wasn't a pushover. There was no reason to suffer from unrelated people here. What's true and what's false, I can tell the difference myself. You love meddling in other people's affairs. Just take care of your own family. You're getting old and still so annoying. Show some respect for your elders. Do you even understand respect for the elderly and caring for the young? Respect for the elderly and caring for the young depends on the person. Some elders aren't worth respecting. I won't talk to you anymore. Saying this, the old woman blushed with anger and waved her large fan as she left.
Humph, Yossi sneered it softly.
After Aunt Chen left, Sister, he gave Zhou Si a thumbs up. Deputy Team Leader Lin's wife, you're really impressive. Aunt Chen is used to being bossy in the residential area, but today you managed to scare her away. Seeing her exaggerated expression, Zhou Si also smiled. Of course. I don't spoil her. If she were polite, I would be polite too. But she's always meddling in others' affairs. It's not your family, so I really dislike people like that. Yes, I'm not as good at talking as you. I can only smile politely every time, pretending to be respectful. It's so frustrating. People like that shouldn't be tolerated. They really have no manners. You should be careful with her. She's always wanted her daughter to marry Deputy Team Leader Lin.
Her targeting you is because of that. Zhou Si smiled. As expected, all her trouble with her was because of that dead man Lin Junhui. So, she took her daughter's place. She thought she could just ask her to step down.
Dream on.
She wasn't going to give up this man. No wonder she's so snippy. But I'm not afraid of her. Lin Junhui and I are military married, protected by law. If she really tries to break up my marriage, I'll report to Commissar Sunday. If he doesn't do anything, I'll go to Commander Chung. Hearing this, Sister He shivered and looked at Zhou Si with fear. Good thing I don't have any grudges with you. Zhou Si smiled, looked at the fan in her hand, and thought it was getting late. She decided to go home. After a few encounters, Sister He felt that Zhou Si was really to her liking. If only she had her straightforward personality. As soon as Zhou Si entered the yard, she saw Lin Junhui and Ping and inside the firewood shed. Ping and saw Zhou Si and ran over happily. Mom, Dad is building a house for the little rabbit. Wow, Mom, what are you holding? Zhou Si smiled and patted Ping and's head. The little guy was sweating all over. The electric fan my daughter bought can keep us cool. After saying that, he looked at Lin Junhui, who was stacking bricks. On such a hot day, why stay inside? Why not build a rabbit burrow here? Are your legs okay? My injury is almost healed. I can handle small tasks. I know my limits. Xiao Si put down the fan and immediately headed toward the firewood shed, grabbing the brick from Lin Junhui's hand. Let me do it. You go back inside. Lin Junhui looked at Xiao Si, who seemed unhappy, with no smile at all. Seeing that only a little more work was needed to finish the rabbit burrow, he didn't want to upset her, so he didn't insist. He smiled and said, "All right, you do it. I'll go back inside." He wiped the sweat from his face and neck with a towel, then took his cane and headed into the house. Actually, he felt his leg was almost fully healed. If the doctor hadn't said not to put weight on it for half a month, Lin Junhui thought he could already walk. Pingan saw that his mother was angry and didn't come over to join the fun. He sat at the door, watching. His parents were arguing, but it didn't seem like a real fight. Xiao Si finished stacking the last few bricks, just like Lin Junhui, but her work wasn't as neat. When they returned to the house, father and son were happily playing with the fan. Pingan shouted loudly at the fan, making his voice tremble with the breeze. He was so happy, like he had discovered a new world. Come over and enjoy the cool breeze. Lin Junhui used the fan for a while, and the sweat on his body stopped. He moved aside. Xiao Si sat down, looked up, and just happened to meet Lin Junhui's face. Thinking about how many girls in the army liked him, Xiao Si couldn't help but secretly observe him. His bright, sparkling eyes, high nose, slightly pursed lips, thick eyebrows, and moderate features. His skin was a bit darker, but it was smooth with few visible pores. He truly had a handsome face, plus a tall figure. Honestly, any woman with normal taste would love a man like this. Only in the past, Xiao Si's taste wasn't quite right, so she ignored the best man at home and liked a weaker guy. Thinking about it, the women in the army still had good taste. Lin Junhui noticed Xiao Si staring at his face. He reached up, puzzled, and wondered if he had dirt on his face from building the rabbit burrow. He wiped his face with his hand and noticed that Xiao Si was still looking at him. He frowned and looked at Xiao Si with a puzzled expression.
Chiao si su dell'icciaccold.
Why are you laughing? Lin Junhui asked. You look quite handsome. No wonder so many women are interested in you. Lin Junhui immediately felt uncomfortable and looked away, his ears turning slightly red. Being complimented on his appearance made him feel shy as a man. Having a fan was very convenient, mainly because it kept him cool. Xiao Si stood up and, as he passed by Lin Junhui, reached out and touched his face. After touching it, she even pinched it. Before Lin Junhui could get angry, Xiao Si withdrew her hand. Your skin is really good, and it feels nice, Xiao Si said with a smile. Lin Junhui was stunned and took a long time to react. This was the second time. Last time, she touched his abs and chest. Now she was touching his face. Is she really a woman? As a woman, this isn't good, Lin Junhui said. Xiao Si looked at him and smiled. Just a little touch, it won't hurt.
What's the big deal for a grown man to be so sensitive? Lin Junhui opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He realized he couldn't argue with Xiao Si, so he had to lean on his cane and walk outside. He thought to himself, I can't afford to offend her, but can I hide from her? Xiao Si watched Lin Junhui's back. His cane was really annoying. If only he didn't have it, she wouldn't have to serve him. But looking at his tall, strong figure and thinking of his shy expression, Xiao Si smiled slightly. This man could be quite adorable sometimes. She wasn't sure how the original owner had interacted with him before, as their time together was short, and her memory of that period was blurry. She was starting to forget some details. She only vaguely remembered that the original owner and Lin Junhui had slept together on their wedding night, but the next day, Lin Junhui was kicked out of the room. If she thought about it, this man was quite capable. He managed to produce a son in one night, hitting the mark perfectly. Were all the people here so easy to get pregnant? Xiao Si shook off her thoughts and went to the kitchen to boil water and prepare to cook wild chicken. She opened the kitchen window and looked outside. She saw Lin Junhui sitting alone on a chair, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Thinking about how he just built the brick wall, Xiao Si suddenly had an idea. She called out to Lin Junhui. Hey, Lin Junhui, can you help me kill the wild chicken? This task could be done while sitting on a chair and sneaking a little laziness now, and then was not bad. Since he seemed willing to help, why not? Okay. The man responded and went to grab a tied-up wild chicken from the basket. Xiao Si placed a bowl with some water and added a bit of salt, then handed the bowl to Lin Junhui outside the window. This is for the chicken's blood. Lin Junhui took it and set it on the ground. Xiao Si heated some water, leaned against the window, and watched Lin Junhui kill the chicken. With quick and clean movements, he was now bleeding the chicken. The blood dripped into the bowl and slowly started to coagulate. After bleeding the chicken, he placed the clean chicken next to the faucet. Lin Junhui turned his head and saw Xiao Si leaning against the window, smiling at him. Seeing her gentle smile, his gaze felt like it was burned, so he quickly looked away. The wild chicken is done. Watching how skillful he was with a knife, Xiao Si suddenly remembered a dagger in her space. It was a basic spiritual tool, sharp as cutting through iron, with a delicate appearance, very convenient for self-defense. Here's a gift for you. Lin Junhui looked at her curiously. Seeing his expression, Xiao Si smiled slightly. She pretended to go to the pile of firewood, then took the dagger from her space. Turning back to the windowsill, she handed the dagger to Lin Junhui. I saw it by chance at the trash station last time. It was small and delicate, so I bought it. Here, for you, in case you need self-defense on missions. Lin Junhui stared quietly at the dagger she handed over, then looked at Xiao Si with a deep gaze. For some reason, her feeling a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Never mind, I'll keep it for myself, she said, quickly retracting her hand. Unexpectedly, the man snatched the dagger and said, a gift given can't be taken back. Xiao Si was surprised and looked over. He had already drawn the sheath and was examining the dagger. He was still inspecting it carefully. It's very sharp. Be careful, Xiao Si said helplessly, watching Lin Junhui. He wiped the tiny blood droplet from his hand, showing no concern for the small wound. This is a good thing. I accept it, thank you. You're welcome. Giving it to your own man is no problem, Xiao Si smiled gently, teasing him again. She actually liked seeing him shy. Sure enough, Lin Junhui shyly looked away, his ears slightly reddening. That night, Lin Junhui kept thinking about Xiao Si's strange behavior since she joined the army. A person can change, but not completely, not even their personality. Before, when she was back home, Xiao Si disliked him the most. Now, she doesn't dislike him anymore. She even shows signs of being very interested in him. It's too strange. At home, it was understandable, but here in the army, there can be no mistakes. There are still some enemies in the country, harming the people. These enemies are very skilled at disguises. He had to be careful. Xiao Si didn't know that her recent strange actions had already made Lin Junhui suspicious. The next day, after Xiao Si left the house, Lin Junhui took care of his son, and then went to the army. Commander Sun saw Lin Junhui and asked surprised, not resting at home to recover. And you come here? Lin Junhui stood in front of Commander Sun and saluted. Commander Sun, I have something to talk to you about. Commander Sun frowned. What is it? Recently, someone in the family housing area has been spreading bad rumors about my wife. I hope the army can step in and deal with it, punishing the rumor mongers severely. After leaving Commander Sun's office, Lin Junhui headed home. He didn't know that Xiao Si, after finishing her chores, also went to the Women's Federation office for this matter. That day, something happened in the army. Liang Wenfeng and Wang Haixin from the cultural troop were publicly criticized by the army. The reason was that they spread false rumors secretly. At this moment, Liang Wenfeng and Wang Haixin argued with the troop leader. Ding Ru also did it. Why hasn't she been punished? Yeah, and Amy. She told us. She should have done it too. Captain Zhao frowned and scolded sternly. The army found out that you too led the rumor spreading, and you even sold the children in the family housing area, forcing them to sing everywhere. This seriously violates army discipline. Although Dingru also spoke, she did not take part in selling the family members' courtyard children. I will give her a verbal warning. As for Amy, she didn't get involved at all. Recently, she has been practicing diligently. Liang Wenfeng became anxious. Since Amy didn't do anything, doesn't that mean they are now the ones leading the trouble? Moreover, that day, they clearly heard Amy talking to herself in the corner. Could it be that she only said something but didn't actually do it? If that's true, then they are really finished. Captain Zhao, can you ask the troops to withdraw this report? I won't dare to do it again. I am willing to publicly apologize to Deputy Leader Lin's wife. Yes, Captain Zhao, please help us. We are willing to apologize publicly. Once the report goes up, their futures will be ruined. It will be impossible for them to advance further. Having a criminal record means they can only be members of the cultural troop for life. When they get older, they will have to go back home. Wang Haixin and Liang Wenfeng regret it deeply. If they had known this would happen, they would never have done such a thing for temporary happiness. The report has already been sent to the higher authorities. Besides, I don't have the face to plead for you. I told you girls before, but you didn't listen. I warned you almost every month. When something happens, you'll regret it. Why didn't you do this earlier? The report should be coming down soon. Both women cried until their eyes were red. When they left Captain Zhao's office, their expressions looked as if they had lost their parents. On the way back to the military unit, some family members were pointing and whispering nearby. Xiao Si learned about this the day after the incident. She didn't expect the matter to be handled so quickly. The military's efficiency is really fast. However, recently Lin Junhui has been acting strangely, always with a cold face, avoiding her whenever he sees her. In the family courtyard, did you hear? Several women in the cultural troop fell, and it was quite serious. I heard they fell from the ground, and one even fell into the river. That person can't swim and almost drowned. Xiao Si saved her. Who fell into the river? Could it be those people who targeted Xiao Si before? Exactly. Liang Wenfeng fell into the river. Seeing that Xiao Si saved her, she was so ashamed she was about to die. Dingru broke 2 front teeth after falling. I heard she was helped up with a mouthful of blood. It was scary. Serves them right. They meddled in bad things, and falling was a good punishment. I feel like this whole thing is so strange. The incident seems to involve only a few people targeting Deputy Commander Lin's wife. What a coincidence. So, you see, people shouldn't do bad things. Someone lowered their voice and said, could it be that Xiao Si is causing trouble? Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Si looks gentle and weak. It can't be her. Xiao Si was talking with us on the street at the time. Don't falsely accuse her. I think this is just a coincidence. The people in the family compound argued loudly, but Xiao Si was unaffected. She was in a very good mood, sitting peacefully in her yard, happily playing hide and seek. That day, Lin Junhui was removing bandages in his room. Xiao Si looked in and saw him struggling to peel off the bandages. She knocked on the door and asked, do you want some help? The man glanced at her, then continued carefully removing the bandages. No, I can do it myself. Thank you. Xiao Si pursed her lips, stubborn and enduring hardship. She sighed helplessly and stepped inside. When she reached out to help him, he didn't refuse. Sure enough, men who are stubborn with words are often honest with their actions. It was quite cute. While removing the bandages, Xiao Si deliberately leaned closer to Lin Junhui, her fingers intentionally or unintentionally touching his body. Throughout, his body stayed stiff. It wasn't until she finished removing the bandages that he slowly relaxed. Xiao Si looked at his wound, which had already scabbed over, so no more dressing was needed. Your wound doesn't need to be bandaged anymore. Rewrapping it might actually harm it. Yes, no need to bandage it anymore. Thank you. You're welcome. Just helping out. Recently, her rumors had stopped, and her revenge had been fulfilled. She felt very happy. At this moment, she found Lin Junhui more agreeable and stopped teasing him. However, it seemed that the rumors about Lin Junhui still persisted. She checked and found out they were spread by some residents in the family compound. Someone was definitely behind this. Otherwise, how could the rumors spread so fiercely? As time went on, there was no sign of them dying down. Xiao Si knew she shouldn't interfere in this matter. It was a military affair, and the army would handle it. But, of course, these words wouldn't sit well with Lin Junhui. The family members are spreading rumors about you. How do you plan to handle this? Lin Junhui suddenly looked up at Xiao Si, surprised that she would ask about this.
It showed she cared about him.
He felt a warm feeling inside and said, "It's okay. The army will take care of it." Xiao Si pursed her lips, thinking, if the army could handle it, they would have already done so. Why are the rumors still going on? But since he said that, she didn't ask further. All right. After she spoke, her eyes happened to meet Lin Junhui's bare upper body. He had 8-pack abs and a pretty good chest. Nice physique. Xiao Si said this and couldn't help but poke his chest. His muscles were firm and bouncy. She realized that men's bodies are different from women's. Men's bodies are full of strength and muscle. Honestly, Lin Junhui was the first man she had seen with such a body. When she was in the cultivation world before, it was open, but no men ran around outside without clothes. Lin Junhui frowned and reached out to put on the clothes on the bed. Seeing her view blocked, Xiao Si felt a little annoyed and pouted, saying, "You're so stingy. You're a woman, so you can't do that to men in the future, understand?" Although Lin Junhui felt a bit embarrassed, he still warned Xiao Si not to touch men randomly. Okay, I got it. Chill out. Lin Junhui moved his mouth, unsure of what to say. Just then, a shout came from outside the courtyard door. "Boss, we're back." Xiao Si immediately went outside, and Lin Junhui, leaning on his cane, followed. Outside the door, several young men with short hair appeared on the wall. Curious, Xiao Si went outside and opened the gate. As soon as the gate opened, a few young men called out, "Sister-in-law." Xiao Si saw what they were carrying on their backs and was stunned. Each of them was carrying 2 bundles of firewood. "What's going on? Where should we put it, sister-in-law?" She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Was this firewood for her? "Put it over there. Thank you for your hard work. Keep training next time." Lin Junhui pointed to the storage shed and said. Suddenly, the empty shed was filled with neatly stacked bundles of firewood, more than 10 in total. Seeing that Lin Junhui showed no surprise, Xiao Si realized that he probably asked them to go up the mountain to gather firewood to reduce her workload and prevent her from getting too tired. This man is quite thoughtful in some ways. There was no tea at home, and tea was very expensive at this time. Xiao Si could only use a bowl of spiritual spring water, add some sugar, and serve each of them a bowl to quench their thirst. After drinking, the soldiers thanked her and left. Xiao Si invited them to stay for a meal, but they all politely declined. After they left, Xiao Si couldn't help but say, "You're quite considerate. Are you afraid someone might spread rumors about this?" Lin Junhui thought it was no big deal. In the army, helping each other was normal. Plus, the young men were resting today, so taking them up the mountain for training was just right. Next time, I'll invite them to our house for a meal. I'll buy more meat then. They'll definitely love it. Xiao Si didn't even think about it and nodded immediately. Okay, next time, I'll invite them over. I'll buy more meat. Is it really hard to get meat? She has plenty in her space. Thinking about meat, Xiao Si suddenly remembered the black market. She hadn't been there for several days and wanted to sell another black cliff pig. But now that Lin Junhui was at home, it was a bit difficult for her to go out at night. After all, he was a soldier, and his alertness was good. Should she tell him about the black market? No. She decided to think more about it and not say anything for now. That day, Xiao Si was kneading dough to make steamed buns. She felt that Lin Junhui seemed preoccupied, watching her more than 30 times that afternoon. Are you craving steamed buns? Well, you can't have them now. You'll have to wait. If you're hungry, there are some small cakes on the high cabinet you can eat first. Lin Junhui opened his mouth but thought that he would have to make a decision by tomorrow morning. He leaned on his crutch, washed his hands, and sat down at the small round table to make steamed buns with her. Xiao Si was surprised. Lin Junhui actually knew how to make steamed buns. His movements looked quite skilled, as if he had done it many times before.
I want to talk to you about something.
Xiao Si immediately looked up at Lin Junhui's handsome face. Go ahead. I want to adopt a child. Lin Junhui didn't really have high hopes. After all, with so many people and mouths to feed and limited food supplies, having more people would mean a lower quality of life. Having one more child also means supporting him with school, food, and many other things. Hearing Lin Junhui's words, Xiao Si paused her act of wrapping buns. Why do you want to raise him? Xiao Si stopped for 2 seconds, looked at Lin Junhui, and asked. There must be a reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't adopt a child without any particular cause. Lin Junhui pursed his lips, looked at Xiao Si, and then explained slowly. The child's father was a company commander under me. He sacrificed himself on a mission this time. His wife remarried, and no one is left to take care of the child. The military wants the family members housing to adopt him. After listening, Xiao Si said, but you shouldn't be the one to raise him. Isn't that arranged by the military? Lin Junhui's eyes darkened slightly. I know that, but... Xiao Si looked at him. What does he mean by saying half and not saying the rest? Zhao Bing saved my life during a mission last time. If it weren't for him, I might have already died. This time, before Zhao Bing sacrificed himself, he asked me to take care of his son. I couldn't refuse, so I agreed. Oh, I see. She can understand this. All right, no problem. Lin Junhui had prepared many reasons to persuade Xiao Si, but she agreed so easily. Seeing his expression, Xiao Si immediately smiled. Are you surprised? Did you really agree? Yes, I did. Since he's your savior, I promised. But from now on, you need to take better care of your family. Okay, thank you, Xiao Si. Lin Junhui looked at her gratefully, his eyes gentle. No need to thank me. Anyway, you're the one earning the money to support the family. But you should be mentally prepared. There might be some gossip and you'll have to handle it. What gossip? The gossipers in the family housing area are just troublemakers. I will remind them to behave. Don't worry, I will be here. Xiao Si nodded with a smile, thinking of a story from a book. If she's right, this child is the son of the comrade who caused Lin Junhui to serve 10 years in prison. This child has always wrongly blamed Lin Junhui for his father's death. To get revenge, he plotted to frame Lin Junhui, leading to his 10-year sentence for murder. In reality, the murder was done by gangsters, and Lin Junhui had nothing to do with it. Once I enter her house, I will teach that little brat how to behave and make sure he remembers it well. But these are things that will happen in the future. Right now, it's not Lin Junhui's turn to adopt the child. This child has his father's survivor's benefits, more than 3,000 yuan. That's a lot of money. With this money, many people in the army would want to adopt him. The next day, as expected, Zhao Yuanming, Zhao Bing's son, was taken home by a company commander. This commander was chosen from many families because his mother was very good at talking and convincing others. When Lin Junhui told Xiao Si about it, she kept watching his face. She saw a worried look in his eyes, probably afraid that the family adopting the child wouldn't treat him well.
Don't worry.
We're all in the same housing area. If anything happens, we'll know. If there's trouble, we can help secretly, Xiao Si comforted him. The child had already been taken away, and the army approved it. Worrying wouldn't change anything. However, in this battle over the survivors' benefits, Manhwa successfully got half of Zhao Bing's benefits. She left her son behind and happily moved into the man's house with the money. Despite the harsh words from the people in the housing area insulting Manhwa, she thought, since she was leaving anyway, a few insults didn't matter. She had earned so much money, it was worth it. Before the wedding banquet, she couldn't stand the insults anymore, so she moved out of the housing area and into her husband's house. 2 days later, Xiao Si found out that the family who adopted the child was the same family of the old woman she argued with last time. Her son was a company commander, and her daughter-in-law's family was from a nearby village. She graduated from high school and taught at a local elementary school, commuting every day. Her daughter worked at a clothing factory in the city. She had 2 days off each month and would come back to stay in the housing area. This family also had a young boy, about 8 years old, in 2nd grade. That day, Xiao Si brought back 5 chicks from Sister He's house. When she saw the chicks, she was immediately happy and ran over. "Mom, what's in the basket?"
Chicks.
"Didn't you say you wanted to raise some? When they grow up, you can have eggs to eat." "Wow, they're so cute." Ping'an happily looked at the little chicks in the basket. He squatted on the ground and used his small finger to poke at the chicks inside. He poked, and when a chick lost its balance and fell, it flapped its wings and stood up again. "Mom, the chicks are much cuter than the rabbits. Rabbits dig holes, so they're not cute at all." Xiao Si placed the chicks in a small shed next to the rabbit's nest, which had already been built for raising chickens. "You can't bully them. You need to take care of them. When they grow up, they will lay eggs for you," Xiao Si said with a smile. Ping'an didn't like the rabbits, for a reason. Rabbits dig holes, and every morning, Xiao Si would see a hole in the rabbit's nest. The rabbit must have gone into the hole. Every time, Xiao Si had to catch the rabbit and fill the hole with stones. After doing this several times, Ping'an started to dislike the rabbits. Rabbits are just as cute as chicks. When Mom comes back with some cement, she will fix the rabbit's nest so they can't dig holes anymore, he said. "Really?" Ping'an looked surprised, then shook his head. "Even if they stop digging, I still think the chicks are cuter than the rabbits. First impressions really matter." When he first caught the rabbits, Ping'an liked wild chickens but didn't like the rabbits. "Ping'an, will you take care of the 5 chicks until they grow up? Is that okay?" Xiao Si asked. "Okay." Ping'an agreed immediately. "Mom, what do the chicks eat?" he asked. "They eat a lot, little bugs, vegetable leaves, wild greens, and rice we eat. But they like little bugs the most," Xiao Si replied. "Then Ping'an, go catch some bugs for them to eat," he said and ran out happily. Xiao Si called after him, "Be careful." From afar, Ping'an's cheerful voice responded. Next to the yard, Aunt Lee peeked out her head and smiled. "Your Ping'an is really obedient. He's so young but already helping out. My kids, they just eat and run off to play. They don't do any chores around the house, and I can't even get them to help." Xiao Si looked at Aunt Lee and smiled. "He's just curious and finds it fun. Maybe in a few days he'll get tired of it." As for the rabbits, he's already lost interest in even looking at them. Lee Aunt has 3 children. The oldest is a girl already 14 years old, and the other 2 are boys, 10 and 8 years old. Only the 2 boys are at home. The daughter studies at a middle school in town and only comes home on weekends. Xiao Si has seen her older sister once. She is fair and pretty, with a gentle appearance, a little shorter than Xiao Si, and looks like a friendly child. The couple often scolds their sons but speaks kindly to their daughter. Unlike other families that favor boys, theirs is the opposite. "Do you want to go to the mountain valley to see if the bamboo shoots have grown?" Lee Aunt suddenly asked. Xiao Si thought there was nothing much at home, so she agreed and decided to go for a walk. She took a small hoe and a sickle, put them in her basket, and followed Lee Aunt out. "By the way, is your husband's injury better? I see he sometimes goes out for a walk, so it doesn't seem serious."
Xiao Si smiled.
Lin Junhui isn't the type to lie in bed and rest. He often fiddles with things or works on something. Last time she came back from outside, she saw him climbing onto the roof to fix the chimney, which scared her half to death. He was limping on one leg, and she couldn't understand how he got up there. There was no ladder at home. Does he really know how to climb walls and walk on rooftops? She didn't believe it. The air here has no spiritual energy at all, so cultivation isn't possible. If she had known, she wouldn't have mentioned the leaking chimney in front of him. When she came down, she even wanted to bring out the round table so he could step down onto it, but he was impressive. He used his hands to push himself along the wall corner and easily stood on the ground. It seemed that his 10 years in the army weren't wasted. He was really capable. Even limping, he could climb up and down easily. She had underestimated him. It should be about the same now. The injuries on his body probably aren't serious anymore, but his leg still needs rest. By the way, the muscles on Deputy Commander Lin are they especially strong in Samaria? What? Xiao Si was confused. Which area was he talking about? You're already a mother. How come you don't understand? It's about when he's in bed, Liant said with a smile. Xiao Si was stunned. She thought she was quite open-minded, but she didn't expect Liant to be even more relaxed and open. I'm still a bit shy. My son is already so grown up. Come on, that was when Xiao Si Sheng's son. She hasn't done such things before. Talking about this in broad daylight is too embarrassing. Every night, Lin Junhui sleeps alone in the middle room. She sleeps peacefully in the rightmost room. There's no chance for anything else. Moreover, he's now injured. She can't really throw herself at him, or it would seem like she's in a hurry. No, she can't think about it anymore. If she keeps thinking, she might really lose control. Every day, she looks at such a handsome guy. She can't even look anymore, no. She's not even allowed to look now. She has to lock the door when changing clothes, as if she's protecting herself from a pervert. And as for other things, in the past, when Xiao Si was in the cultivation world, she never met a man she liked. Now, here, she's attracted by Lin Junhui's appearance. Before, she was always thinking about going out to play, and her remaining energy was spent on her sect. She had no extra time for love or romance. Even if a man showed interest in her, she would stay far away. She really wasn't interested in them. First, these men only wanted to practice dual cultivation with her, not love. Second, she hadn't met anyone who made her heart race, so she couldn't feel any interest. In the past, Xiao Si wasn't interested in men. But after coming to this world and seeing Lin Junhui, she seemed to have awakened that feeling. However, she was only interested in Lin Junhui's looks and body, nothing else. Aunt Li smiled warmly as she looked at Xiao Si, clearly waiting for her to answer. Xiao Si found Aunt Li's gossiping expression a bit funny but answered openly, "He's really amazing. Every time, he makes me feel sore all over." Aunt Li's smile grew wider as she said to Xiao Si, "My husband hasn't come back from his mission yet. When he does, he'll be like a hungry wolf, always needing to eat all night." Aunt Li's husband is a team leader. A few days ago, he went out on a mission with his team.
Chiao si smiled SHYLY.
She still felt a bit inexperienced. She couldn't talk about her private life with her husband like Aunt Li did. To her, those were things only couples discussed behind closed doors. It wouldn't be appropriate to talk about it openly. That's also why she hadn't found a partner in the cultivation world. People there are more casual about these things, and she thought that was too frivolous. Xiao Si smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. "Aunt Li, are there any bamboo shoots here? I haven't seen any bamboo trees around. Almost there, just ahead in the mountain hollow. Still a bit of a walk. Why don't others come?" "Come, of course. Right now, there aren't many bamboo shoots, but in July and August, that's when they grow wildly. Many people from the family courtyard come to dig them up then, to dry them for winter. Do people store food here in winter too?" In her memory, her hometown always stored food for winter. When winter came, heavy snow covered the land, and all the vegetables couldn't grow anymore. People stored winter food and vegetables in cellars in advance. That way, in winter, they wouldn't run out of food and go hungry. Winter food is scarce and expensive. Some people make preserved foods to last through the cold months. Others don't mind the cost. But don't worry, this is the South. Even though winter vegetables are fewer, there's enough to eat. No one goes hungry here. Xiao Si nodded and smiled.
My hometown is near the north. This is my first time in the south. I don't understand many things. Thank you, Aunt Lee. Hey, no need to thank me. If you want to ask anything, just come find me. I've been here for 7 or 8 years, so I know the place well. They talked as they walked toward the mountain hollow. It was Xiao Xi's first time digging bamboo shoots in the mountains. As Aunt Lee said, July and August are the peak growing season. It's June now, and they had already explored the bamboo forest, but Xiao Xi only managed to pick half a basket of shoots. Seeing that it was still early, Aunt Lee went to her sweet potato field to work. Xiao Xi could only return home alone. She poured the bamboo shoots onto the yard, brought a chair, and removed the shells. Surprisingly, once shelled, the bamboo shoots looked tender and white, making them seem very delicious. That noon, Xiao Xi stir-fried the bamboo shoots and added the previously cooked pork knuckles. The meal looked quite hearty. Ping'an saw the unfamiliar dish and thought his mother had made something tasty again. He sat down, reached out with his chopsticks, and took a bite. But as soon as he put it in his mouth, he spat it out. Xiao Xi frowned and looked at Ping'an. You shouldn't waste food. Mom, it's too bitter and sour. Ping'an's face scrunched up, and he quickly grabbed the cup of warm water on the table and drank 2 big sips. Lin Junhui saw this scene, took a small piece of bamboo shoot and put it in his mouth, then asked Xiao Xi, "Isn't the bamboo shoot boiled and soaked in water?" "It's cooked. What's soaking in water?" Xiao Xi really understood now. Xiao Xi, not believing in superstition, took a small piece and put it in her mouth. As soon as it entered, she spat it out. It was indeed very bitter and astringent, and tasted terrible. How could such tender bamboo shoots taste so bad? Because of the recipe and the spring water, Xiao Xi usually makes very delicious food. Today, she surprisingly broke her record, and she felt a bit upset about it. This bamboo shoot can't be eaten directly after stir-frying. It needs to be boiled thoroughly, then soaked in cold water for at least 2 hours before cooking, Lin Junhui explained. Xiao Xi's face slightly reddened. She really didn't know that boiling bamboo shoots required so much effort. "Don't eat the bamboo shoots anymore. Have some pork knuckles," Lin Junhui said, serving Ping'an a piece of pork knuckle. Xiao Xi looked shyly at Lin Junhui. Originally, they had 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, and a soup, which was perfect. Now, only 1 meat dish and a soup remained. The problem was, eating only meat could get boring. But the people here liked fatty meat, which Xiao Xi didn't. Seeing Xiao Xi's gaze, Lin Junhui casually took a piece of pork knuckle and put it in her bowl, softly saying, "Eat it. I'll handle the bamboo shoots later." Seeing the pork knuckle Lin Junhui served her, Xiao Xi was slightly stunned, then a gentle smile appeared on her lips. This was the first time he had served her food. This feeling was quite nice, being comforted when she made a mistake, and he even served her food. She took it as comfort. It seemed that showing a little weakness at the right time worked well. After dinner, Xiao Xi cleared the bowls and placed them by the water tap in the yard. Ping'an ran over. Usually, Xiao Xi would send him away, but this time she didn't. "Ping'an, can Mama teach you how to wash dishes?" "Okay." Ping'an eagerly gathered around. "Mom, how do I wash?" Xiao Xi placed the bowls under the water tap, demonstrated once, then Ping'an imitated her. Surprisingly, he washed quite well, though his clothes got a little wet. That was acceptable. At this moment, Xiao Xi remembered that before she arrived, Ping'an was left alone and often did household chores, which was normal. Ping'an, happy to receive his mother's praise, smiled very happily. After washing the dishes, Ping'an hurried to feed the chicks. He poured the bugs he caught onto the ground, and the chicks immediately pecked at them. At this moment, Lin Junhui was busy in the kitchen. His injuries were no longer serious. Although the doctor said he would have to wait half a month before using his leg forcefully, he had felt for a while that his leg was fine. So, he often quietly tried to walk around. When walking, he felt no strange sensations or pain. If he let go and walked now, there would be no problem. In less than half a month, his broken leg would be able to walk normally. He felt a bit unreal about it. But since it was happening to him, he had to believe it. Xiao Xi was leaning at the kitchen door, watching Lin Junhui cook. He was stirring the bamboo shoots in the pot and occasionally flipping them with a spatula.
He was tall, nearly 1.9 meters, busy in the kitchen. Others might find this scene unpleasing, but she thought it looked very good. She didn't care about the saying that men shouldn't enter the kitchen. She looked at the kitchen in trance again, thinking that with his height, he was probably level with the door frame. Soon, Ji-si confirmed her idea. When the man came out to get a basin, he had to tilt his head slightly to walk out of the kitchen. Xiao-si smiled slightly. Lin Junhui looked at her strangely. She quickly waved her hand, indicating everything was fine. Soon, the bamboo shoots were cooled in cold water. Lin Junhui looked at Xiao-si, who had been watching him. He wiped his hands and looked at her with confusion. Is something the matter? By the way, can you cook? Xiao-si asked. Her sudden question made Lin Junhui stop wiping his hands. I know a little, but not as good as you, he replied. I don't mind. I want to eat your cooking. Is that okay?
She asked.
Lin Junhui looked at her and said calmly, okay, as long as you don't mind. I'll cook for you next time. I don't mind. I see your leg is almost healed. How about tonight? I want to taste your cooking, she said. Lin Junhui paused slightly as he stepped out of the kitchen, blinking. All right, he replied. After leaving the kitchen, Lin Junhui looked at Xiao-si. I have a question. I remember I only gave you a 5-gene meat coupon. We've been eating meat every day these days. Where did you get that meat coupon from? Or, where does your meat come from? Xiao-si suddenly became nervous. Just a moment ago, she was feeling proud, but now she quickly hid her smile. Oh no, she forgot that buying pork here requires a ticket. She had thought she had money and forgot about the ticket system. I really don't understand this place. Buying meat requires a ticket, and if you have the ticket, you still need to pay money.
You need both to buy it.
It's so complicated. I bought pork organs that don't need a ticket. Xiao-si tried to make an excuse. Apart from pork organs, we've already exceeded the amount allowed with tickets, he replied. Xiao-si looked away and turned around, feeling a bit guilty. Lin Junhui's sharp gaze made her feel like she was being questioned as a criminal. She wanted to hide the black market dealings at first, but now it seemed she had to tell the truth. I found a black. Xiao-si stopped herself quickly, thinking that if she exposed the black market, Lin Junhui might report it. If he did, she would be the one at fault. She quickly changed the subject. If your unit finds out about a black market, will you report it? Xiao-si looked at Lin Junhui carefully.
Sit, he said.
He moved a chair in front of her.
Xiao-si swallowed nervously.
This time, she felt guilty. Seeing the chair in front of her, she obediently sat down. After she sat, Lin Junhui sat on the sofa facing her. He was taller than her, and since her chair was lower, he looked down at her, which made her feel more like she was being interrogated. The pork was bought on the black market, Lin Junhui said, not as a question but as a statement. Xiao-si immediately looked up, surprised to see Lin Junhui. He pursed his lips. Good. Her actions already showed that the pork was bought on the black market. You haven't answered my question, Xiao-si said, pretending to be calm. And she insisted her pork wasn't bought illegally. No, he replied. The army doesn't get involved in government affairs. Now, the army looks down on the government, and they keep to themselves, like water in separate wells. If you don't bother me, I won't bother you. Regarding the black market, the army usually turns a blind eye. As long as it's not too serious, they generally don't interfere. Moreover, buying things on the black market is somewhat tolerated. Xiao-si smiled softly, feeling relieved. It was good that she knew, because then she wouldn't feel restricted and could act freely and confidently. How did you find out about the black market? I just stumbled upon it by accident. Lin Junhui kept his eyes fixed on Xiao-si's face, not missing any expression. There are many things in the black market and no tickets are needed. The 2 pots and peanut oil in the kitchen were bought there. We also bought blankets and made a cover with cloth. Even the cakes that Peng'en eats are from the black market. With each thing she mentioned, Lin Junhui's face darkened more. He was surprised to find so many suspicious items at home that he hadn't noticed before. His alertness seemed too poor. It's hard to buy pots and they need tickets. Even with tickets, you have to wait. The 2 pots at home are clearly new. How did he overlook such a big mistake? The oil is also a scarce item. Since you know about the black market and the army doesn't care about it, I can go there anytime I want, right? Lin Junhui nodded. Okay, be careful. When she talked about buying things, her tone and expression showed pride and happiness. When she asked if she could go to the black market, her tone was cautious and eager, like she was trying to please. This was a normal way of speaking and acting. It seemed she was just going to buy things. In the afternoon, Lin Junhui went out to find out how many black markets were nearby, who was in charge, whether it was dangerous, and so on. After returning, Lin Junhui still remembered his promise to cook dinner for Qiao Si that evening. He brought back a fish. Qiao Si couldn't recognize what kind of fish it was and asked Lin Junhui, "What kind of fish is this?" "Sea fish. It has few bones, can be steamed or boiled. How do you want to eat it?" Qiao Si looked at Lin Junhui's leg and said, "Steamed." Lin Junhui saw her move and his gaze softened. Okay. He then took the fish to prepare it. Qiao Si watched Lin Junhui's actions the whole time, thinking he might be clumsy, but still trying. But no, he was very smooth and organized until the fish was in the pot. He really knew how to cook just from his movements. When the meal was ready and on the table, Qiao Si picked up her chopsticks and was the first to grab a piece of fish to taste. It was good. There was a slight fishy smell, but the freshness of the fish covered up this small flaw. Sea fish are actually very tasty. Lin Junhui really knows how to cook, and the rice is cooked just right. Neither too soft nor too hard. It seems that in the future, she can take a break from cooking when she doesn't feel like it. After finishing the meal, Qiao Si cleared the dishes from the table. Since Lin Junhui cooked tonight, she couldn't just sit around doing nothing. When she was about to put the dishes in the sink, Ping'an came over. "Mom, Ping'an will wash the dishes." Qiao Si moved aside to let her. Since Ping'an wanted to wash, she was happy to let her. She just watched nearby. That night, Qiao Si thought that since Lin Junhui knew about the black market, she might as well go there today and buy a black cliff pig. She also planned to sell some wild chickens, wild ducks, and rabbits from the space. After Ping'an fell asleep, Qiao Si entered the space. The small bok choy she planted was growing well, all green and lush. She picked some and stored them in the space. The eggplants and cucumbers still needed a bit more time, but the chili peppers on the plant looked ready to harvest. She had carefully obtained the chili seeds because people here didn't eat chili peppers. They used them as medicine. She remembered the recipe saying that chili peppers make dishes especially tasty. Next time she had free time, she could try cooking with them. After tidying up the vegetable garden in the space, Qiao Si caught some wild animals to sell at the black market tonight. She caught 5 wild chickens, 3 wild ducks, which she kept for herself, and 5 rabbits. She initially thought the wild ducks might not survive, but after putting them in the space, their injuries healed gradually. It seemed to be due to the spiritual energy here. Near 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Qiao Si woke up on time. She quietly got out of bed, covered Ping'an with a blanket, then changed her clothes and tidied up. She gently opened the door to the living room, didn't linger, and quickly left the house, heading toward the black market. About half an hour later, Qiao Si arrived near the black market, ready to release the black cliff pig, wild chickens, and rabbits for sale. To be safe, she used her spiritual awareness to check if anyone was nearby. As soon as her spiritual sense extended, she detected someone hiding under a roof eave about 40 meters behind her. Was she being followed? To confirm if this person was following her, Qiao Si continued walking forward. As she moved, the person behind also moved. It is clear that this person is following her, and he is very skilled at tracking, as if he has been trained. If she hadn't used her spiritual awareness to investigate, she wouldn't have noticed this person. He is very cautious, staying neither too close nor too far from her. Qiao Si is very curious. Who exactly is this person? Is it for money, harm, or just for fun?
She isn't worried about these things.
She believes that the people here don't have the ability to hurt her yet. Even if she encounters someone more powerful, she can hide in her space. The problem is, if this person keeps following her, how can she trade her black cliff pig with the black market boss? Should she confront him? No, the black market is nearby. If she causes a commotion, she will be at a disadvantage. First, she needs to observe the situation and see what he really wants. But today, she definitely won't be able to sell her black cliff pig. Following her memory, she walks toward the black market, casting a distraction spell on herself. When the scar-faced man sees Xiao Si appear, he immediately frowns. Another young girl. Young lady, this is not a place to cause trouble. Please leave. Xiao Si smiles. What? Don't you recognize me? Hearing her voice, the scar-faced man is surprised. Young lady, it's you. Strange. I can't remember what you look like. Of course he can't remember. Otherwise, her distraction spell wouldn't be effective. Young lady, wait a moment. He quickly rushes to the window. Boss, she's back again. She wants to buy pork, he says happily. Xiao Si nervously touches her forehead. She hasn't brought any pork today. Inside the window, the person is even more excited, and she hears the sound of things falling to the ground. Come in quickly. The black market boss's voice trembles with excitement. The scar-faced man returns and, very obediently, opens the door for Xiao Si, smiling widely. Young lady, please come in. Xiao Si purses her lips, glances at the scar-faced man, then slips into the black market. Good. She saved 2 cents on the entrance fee today. No pork. The black market boss looks at her disappointedly.
Xiao Si nods.
You think hunting wild boars is that easy? They're not domesticated. The black market boss also knows it's difficult, but these pigs are very popular. The over 400 pounds of pork was sold out in less than a day. The next day, many people came asking if there was more, willing to pay extra to buy it. Such high demand should have raised some questions. The black market boss explained the situation and promised that if needed, more money could be offered so that Xiao Si could go hunting wild boars. Xiao Si felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if she had lost a few $100s tonight. If so many people wanted it because the black cliff boar carried spiritual energy, then ordinary people eating it could help relieve fatigue. But she kept a calm face. Do you want some wild chickens and rabbits too? The disappointed black market boss immediately looked up, his eyes bright. Yes, I want all of them. Xiao Si pulled out a large woven bag from behind her, full of goods. Seeing her carry it easily, the black market boss thought it wasn't heavy. He reached out to take it, but as he did, the woven bag suddenly dropped from the air onto the ground. The black market boss was nearly pulled over, but he managed to steady himself. He looked at Xiao Si with a shocked face. Xiao Si didn't hide her strength. Instead, she wanted him to know. As a woman, without some backing, it's hard to survive in the black market. If these people got the wrong idea, should she fight or not? So from the start, she made sure they knew she was not someone to mess with. Even if she brought out valuable things later, they would think twice before trying to take them. Lin Junhui was hiding under a eave not far from the black market, watching the entrance with a cold, gloomy gaze. So this was where Xiao Si bought her things. He had investigated and found out that the organizer of this black market was a retired soldier. He started it after returning home, and it was the only black market near the military area. It was well managed, safe, and secure.
He wasn't worried about that.
Today, he was here for a different reason. Lin Junhui approached the scar-faced man, and in his puzzled gaze, he handed over his military ID. The scar-faced man looked at it briefly, then quickly returned it and respectfully invited him inside. Don't tell anyone about my visit, including your boss, Lin Junhui said softly before turning away. The scar-faced man was about to report to his boss but stopped in his tracks, smiling and nodding. Understood, I got it. This is the rule of the black market. Anyone from the army doesn't need to pay an entrance fee and should be treated with respect, like a boss. That's why the scarred man was able to easily let Lin Junhui in and was very obedient. Lin Junhui looked at the black market and thought, where is Xiao Si right now? Xiao Si was in the black market boss's room, selling wild chickens and rabbits. Where did you catch these wild animals? They look so lively. I caught them on the mountain. The black market boss's eyes flickered. He wanted to ask where she was from, but didn't expect her to be so clever. Xiao Si honestly didn't know what the mountains behind the army were like. She just said she caught the animals on the mountain, which was true. She wasn't overthinking it. After trying once, the boss didn't dare to test her again. She was a lucky charm, and he didn't want to offend her. Wild boars and such are not easy for everyone to catch. Now, pork is hard to get, so he could only rely on this strong girl in front of him. 22 gene of wild chickens. I'll pay 1.5 yuan per gene. 45 gene of rabbits. I'll pay 1.8 yuan per gene. Do you think this price is okay? Xiao Si was happy inside. Was it really that expensive? It was more than she expected. The wild chickens weren't very heavy, but she could catch more rabbits. Some rabbits weighed over 10 gene each. She could catch a few, keep them in her space, and let them breed. Rabbits breed very quickly. Soon she could sell them and make money. Just thinking about it made her happy. Okay, let's go with your price. Wild chickens and rabbits are hard to catch, and their meat tastes much better than farm-raised ones. Usually they are more expensive. The black market boss wanted to work with Xiao Si long-term. He didn't dare to cheat her and paid her the highest price. She earned 114 yuan. Happy, Xiao Si took the money and left the black market boss's room happily. At this time, Lin Junhui had already looked around the black market several times, but still couldn't find Xiao Si. He was anxious. It had been a long time. Surely, everything was settled now. He checked every room and corner, but still didn't see her. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his sight, but in the dark, he couldn't see her clearly. But the figure definitely looked like her. Lin Junhui quickly moved to a hidden corner and kept his eyes on Xiao Si as she came out of the front room. What Josie didn't know was that the magic spell had changed her appearance, but her temperament and figure remained the same. Lin Junhui had already recognized her. He wondered, how did I miss that room? Who is inside? His face was serious, and his cold, peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Josie was in a good mood. Although she didn't sell the Black Cliff pig, she earned quite a bit today. She looked around to see if there was anything good in the black market to buy and take home. Thinking this, Josie stepped forward. The happiness from receiving the money made her forget about the person following her. This place still feels pretty safe. She hadn't done anything illegal, and as for speculating in the black market, there are many people here. Can they really catch everyone? She decided not to worry about it. If someone wanted to follow her, let them. She didn't need to pay attention to everything anymore. She was no longer the senior sister. As Josie left, Lin Junhui quietly crept toward the house. The black market boss inside was alert. Hearing the noise, he immediately asked, "Who's there?" This house was his territory. No one dared to come here without his permission. Since he had already been alerted, Lin Junhui reacted quickly. He slipped inside and saw a man with a buzz cut standing at the table. Without thinking much, he kicked him, and the two immediately started fighting. The black market boss's hands and feet were tied, and a cloth was stuffed in his mouth. The smell of the cloth was really strong, making his eyes water naturally. "What is your relationship with that young woman just now?" Lin Junhui looked coldly at the man and asked. Seeing the tears streaming down the man's face, Lin Junhui frowned. He was crying so easily. Was he too fragile? Something felt off. "What did she give you?" The black market boss blinked, trying to wipe away the tears. When asked, his gaze shifted to the wild chicken and rabbit tied on the ground. "What's your plan?" Lin Junhui asked again. "Making money, that's all." He started the black market just to earn money. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak now, only making muffled sounds.
Who are you?
Why did you come to his black market to catch him? It doesn't seem like a government person coming to arrest him for speculation or illegal trading. Not really. Government officials are usually afraid of danger and wouldn't come alone. Plus, his black market has many brothers watching over it. If government people came, he would know immediately. The scarred man wouldn't just let anyone in randomly. You should take the cloth away so I can answer your questions. I have more questions for you. Why are you suddenly here bothering me? Lin Junhui looked at the black market boss. He took away the cloth, worried that shouting might reveal their location. The best way would be to capture him and bring him back for questioning, but there are too many people here. Moving a live person out is difficult. Also, his leg isn't fully healed yet. During the fight, his injured leg felt a bit uncomfortable. Waiting any longer isn't good.
If someone comes now, it could cause trouble. We need to act quickly. I'll take the cloth out of your mouth. You can't shout or you'll attract others, or I might hurt you. The black market boss nodded desperately. Hurry and take it away. The cloth is filthy and smells terrible, almost making him vomit. Lin Junhui looked at the man, stared at him for a moment, then stepped forward and pulled the cloth out of his mouth, placing it on the table. Seeing the cloth removed, the boss spat out a lot of saliva, cursing, "Yuck, so disgusting." Lin Junhui was a bit confused by the boss's reaction. Something seemed off. This shouldn't be happening. He asked, "The woman who just left here, what's your relationship with her?" The black market boss finished spitting and felt a little better. When he heard the question, he looked at the tall man in front of him. He looked quite righteous, but why was he acting so unchivalrous? He was tied up right away and had that foul cloth stuffed in his mouth, probably hadn't been washed in half a year. That woman? I'm not married. Where would I have a woman? The boss was very annoyed with Lin Junhui, showing no friendliness. Lin Junhui kicked him in the knee and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. What did the woman who just left give you? Ow, ow, ow. Stop kicking. What could she give me? I'm just a black market boss. Maybe a few wild chickens and rabbits. If you like them, take them." With such a righteous look, how could I do something like that? Robbery is just robbery. There's no need to talk so much. If you're not as skilled, just take what you want. Hurry up and leave. He figures it's better to pay some money to avoid trouble, so it doesn't affect his business. This time, Lin Junhui was stunned. He looked blankly at the man, who was pointing with his chin to a place where a few wild chickens and rabbits, tied up by their feet, were scattered around. Also, this man is a black market boss, the veteran soldier. Isn't he an enemy spy? Realizing he had made a mistake, Lin Junhui quickly clarified and released the person. Sorry, I thought you were an enemy spy. My apologies. The black market boss rubbed the marks on his wrist from being restrained. Now, everyone seemed stronger than him. The man in front of him looked tall and upright, clearly someone from the military. Are you a soldier? Lin Junhui nodded and showed his officer ID to the other man. After seeing the ID, the black market boss became much more polite. Seeing that he was young but already a deputy regimental commander, he understood why he had lost to him. Thinking back, he quickly realized that this person was investigating someone. Are you saying that girl has a problem? Not yet, just suspicion for now. The black market boss told Lin Junhui everything about Xiao Si. Xiao Si didn't know she had been sold by the black market boss. She was happily buying fried dough sticks at a stall, attracted by their delicious smell from afar. She bought 5 sticks at once, making the vendor very happy. After paying, she carried her fried dough sticks and headed toward the black market exit. Her family didn't lack anything at home. Halfway there, Xiao Si suddenly remembered she was being followed. She wondered if the person had come in. She looked around cautiously, walking carefully and paying attention to the crowd. By the time she was close to the black market exit, she saw no suspicious activity. Lin Junhui, just outside the entrance, saw Xiao Si holding a bag wrapped in paper, staring intently at a stall selling peanut brittle. He quickly slipped back inside. The black market boss saw someone returning and asked, "Did you drop something?" "No, is there another exit here?" The black market boss didn't think much and pointed in another direction. "There's a back door there. You can leave through that." Joyce seems to think peanut candies look very tasty and is considering whether to buy some. She thinks Ping'an would probably like them, because children usually enjoy sweets. Thinking this, Joyce couldn't resist and bought 2 pounds. Since she didn't have much else to buy, Joyce leisurely left the black market. At the door, she saw the scarred man and happily greeted him. Today, she still had time and wasn't in a hurry to return. She walked at a normal pace toward the family housing area of the army. The surroundings were very dark, but Joyce's night vision was excellent and unaffected. Back home, she placed the fried dough sticks on the round table and covered them. She put the peanut candies on the high cabinet. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to go back to sleep. Lin Junhui had already returned home before Joyce. He was sitting in a chair in his room with the lights off, thinking.
He was very strong and had sold a wild boar weighing 600 pounds at the black market. How did she manage to transport a 600-pound wild boar to the black market? Since she just arrived here and didn't know many people, if anyone in the army found out who hunted a 600-pound wild boar, the family housing area would be in an uproar. But no one in the housing area had reported catching a wild boar. Only Joyce knew about this. How did the wild boar come to her? Could it really be hunted by her? Even a man like him couldn't hunt a 600-pound wild boar, let alone a woman. Also, when did she catch the wild chicken and rabbit she bought tonight? When he checked at night, there were no such animals at home. There are too many suspicious points. It's really hard to believe. Half a month has passed, and Deng Shuakai finally arrived in Qingfeng City, the province, as Amy had said. The trip was not smooth. He was delayed several days along the way. So, he arrived a bit late. He took a month off, but if he was delayed a few more days on the way back, his leave wouldn't be enough. Time was very tight. Deng Shuakai immediately took a bus to Lin Junhui's hometown in the town. Luckily, he caught the last bus of the day. After more than 2 hours on the bus, he finally reached the town. When he got off, it was almost dark. Instead of rushing to Kungwei village, he found a hotel to stay in, planning to leave early the next morning to go to Kungwei village. The next morning, Deng Shuakai woke up early. First, he found a breakfast shop and ate breakfast. Then he walked along the street, asking around, until he finally found an old man pulling a donkey cart at a crossroads. The old man spoke with a rural accent, and Deng Shuakai found it hard to understand him. This old man had just arrived in town that morning. He wasn't going home yet, and wouldn't return until noon. Deng Shuakai thought he didn't have much time. He paid the old man to take him part of the way to Kungwei village. The old man agreed because of the money. "Young man, what are you going to do in Kungwei village?" the old man said as he drove the donkey cart. His face was full of wrinkles and dark from the sun. Even though he was older, he moved very quickly. "I'm a soldier. I'm here on a friend's request to pick up something from his hometown," Deng Shuakai said with a light, polite smile, using the excuse he had prepared earlier. "Oh, being a soldier is good. If you're talking about Kungwei village soldiers, it's only the Lin family's third son." "Is that him?" "Yes, that's Lin Junhui." "Do you know him, sir?" "Of course I do. I'm from the next village."
Junhui is a good boy.
"Before he joined the army, he often helped me, an old man. Now he's doing well, and I'm really happy for him." The old man smiled, missing 2 front teeth. "Could you please help me by showing me the way? I don't know where Junhui's parents live." "Sure, it's no trouble at all. Thank you, sir." And so, Deng Shuakai found someone to guide him. About half an hour later, the donkey cart entered Kungwei village. A few women at the village entrance saw Deng Shuakai and looked at him curiously. This young man was dressed differently and looked energetic. Could he be from the city? In this mountain area, who could he be looking for? The old man tied the donkey to a tree and smiled as he led Deng Shuakai into the village. Old Li, who is this energetic young man? Old Li adjusted his straw hat, looked at the woman asking, and said with a smile, "He's a friend of Lin Junhui's family, here to pick something up." The woman immediately frowned and said, "That's strange. Junhui's wife left home half a month ago. I don't know where she went. The house is empty now." Old Li paused, thought for a moment, and said in surprise, "Junhui's wife left? I didn't know that. You work hard every day, which is normal. You are not from our village. So, what should I do? Since no one is at home, how can I get the things?" Old Li looked at Deng Shuakai with a worried expression. After Qiao Si left, the Qiao family was very upset and even damaged Lin Junhui's house. This happened not long ago. I came to find Lin Junhui's parents. He told me the things he wanted were in his mother's possession. Oh, they might still be there. Junhui and his mother have divided their property, so you might have some luck checking. Let's go, sir. Later, I will give you an extra 50 cents as a reward. I am in a hurry, and don't have much leave." The old man immediately said, "No need, no need. Just take 50 cents from me, no more." He said this and started walking toward the village. Deng Shuakai said nothing and followed the old man. Soon, Old Li stopped and pointed to a red brick house in the yard.
Here we are. This is where Junhui's parents live. Thank you, sir. Deng Shuakai handed him $1.50, then went up to knock on the door. The yard gate was open, but inside, only a small girl of 5 or 6 years old was there, with no adults in sight. Old Li looked at the extra money in his hand, glanced at Deng Shuakai, and took a few steps forward to return it. After a few steps, he stopped, looked at the money, and silently turned away. To the old man, $1 was a lot. He thought his wife couldn't work, so he took it with a thick face. The little girl in the yard watched Deng Shuakai knocking on the door. She looked at him shyly, then lowered her head and continued working.
Hello.
Little friend, are your parents home? Uncle, someone is looking for you. The girl was stacking firewood under the eaves of the kitchen, her hands busy, but she looked up and called out. Who is it? Lin Daju came out of the house, his face slightly dark and impatient. Hello, uncle. I am Junhui's friend. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Daju looked at Deng Shuakai with more impatience, waving his hands as if to chase away flies. I don't have time. Uncle, I really have something important to tell you. Is that okay? I have money to buy something. Junhui said he left an item with you. Lin Daju paused as he walked toward the house and turned to look at Deng Shuakai. What do you want? Seeing the other person interested, Deng Shuakai quickly smiled and said, It's a pair of silver bracelets for children. Junhui said he saw them when he was young, in his mother's hand. They belong to him, and he wants to get them back. Hearing this, Lin Daju felt very unhappy. His wife told him that Lin Junhui's wife had taken the bracelets. How much are you willing to pay? Lin Daju asked with a cold look, eyes half closed. 30 yuan. Is that okay? A greedy look appeared in Lin Daju's eyes. The silver bracelets were worth only a few yuan, but he wanted 30. At least 50 yuan. Deng Shuakai pretended to think and said, All right, but no more than that. I don't have that much money on me. Please wait here. I'll put the item on my wife, then go find her. You wait a moment. Okay, Deng Shuakai said with a smile. As long as he could buy it, waiting was nothing. With the silver bracelets, he could get anything he wanted. Thinking of this, he felt even more excited. But he couldn't show any signs of suspicion now, in case they refused to sell. After welcoming the person into the house, Lin Daju hurried to the fields. Did you hear? Someone wants to buy Lin Junhui's silver bracelet for 50 yuan. Shoo, keep your voice down, Lin Daju scowled at his wife. But the bracelets have already been given to Qiao Si. Su Sanyang looked at her husband sadly. Zhao Er's wife has a pair of silver bracelets, similar to Junhui's. Maybe you can buy them. When Su Sanyang heard her husband's words, she immediately understood his plan. She nodded quickly. Silver bracelets usually cost only a few yuan, at most 10. If the other side offers 50, they would make a 40 yuan profit for free. Not taking advantage of a deal makes you a scoundrel. She immediately put down her hoe and went to ask the team leader for leave. Deng Shuakai waited at the Lin family for an hour but saw no one return. He felt a bit annoyed. He planned to take the bracelet and return to the army by bus in the afternoon. Another half-hour passed, and Lin Daju and Su Sanyang returned home one after the other. Knowing that some time had passed, Lin Daju apologized, saying, Sorry for making you wait so long. My wife changed jobs and took some time to find her new one. Don't worry, I'll ask her to bring you a silver bracelet soon. Su Sanyo didn't speak. She glanced at Deng Shuakai, then put down her hoe and went inside the house, straight into her room. Although Deng Shuakai was a bit annoyed about waiting so long, seeing her go inside to get the silver bracelet quickly made him forget his irritation. It's okay, I understand, Deng Shuakai said with a smile. Not long after, Su Sanyo came out holding an object wrapped in cloth. She carefully unwrapped it layer by layer, revealing a pair of silver bracelets. The items were well kept and looked new. When Deng Shuakai saw the silver bracelets, he couldn't look away. They seemed to bring wealth and happiness close to him.
He felt happy about it.
He remembered Amy describing how the bracelet looked, and it matched the one on her hand. He handed over the bracelet and paid at the same time. After receiving it, Deng Shuakai examined it carefully.
It was exactly as Amy had described, the style matching perfectly.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to go now, he said.
Lin Daju received 50 yuan, but he didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." He then quickly placed the 50 yuan into Su Sanyou's hand and told her to keep it. Deng Shuakai returned to the town inn, packed his belongings, and hurried to the station. He had checked and knew the last bus was about to leave for the city. When he arrived at the station with his luggage, the bus just arrived. People started getting off one after another, and the last to come down was a man in military uniform. Deng Shuakai wondered, why is a soldier here? Judging by his uniform, he held a fairly high rank. What happened? He was supposed to be on leave to visit his parents. If the military found out he was here, they would investigate him strictly. But even if they saw him, he couldn't pretend not to notice. So, he nodded politely to the man and then got on the bus. Xiao Muhua also nodded politely to the man. Seeing his tall and straight posture, even without a uniform, it was clear he was a former soldier. The bus quickly left. Xiao Muhua looked around and thought, this place has beautiful mountains and water. He didn't expect Lin Junhui's hometown to be so nice. Recently, I received a call from Xia Haifeng. He said Lin Junhui asked him to help find out what happened to his wife back in their hometown. He happens to be a reconnaissance soldier familiar with this kind of work and lives nearby. So, the task was assigned to him. Back in military school, Lin Junhui always seemed very calm and serious. He didn't talk much and had a cold expression. People used to laugh at him, saying he would be the last to get married. But surprisingly, neither he nor Xia Haifeng are married yet, and his wife already is. Time really flies. I think in a few months I will also get married, and I feel happy about that. In a few months, I will be someone's husband. I don't need to envy others anymore. Today, the sun is shining brightly, and a gentle breeze touches my face. If it were autumn, it would feel very comfortable. But since it's June and noon, it's a different story. Not far ahead, there is a donkey cart parked by the roadside. Xiao Muhua remembers that in rural areas like this, most people travel by donkey cart. Young people are quite proud if they own a bicycle. Uncle, is the donkey cart for rent? Oldly stares blankly at the young soldier in front of him. What's going on today? One person leaves and another shows up. But he still greets him with a smile. Comrade, where are you headed? Toward Kungwei village. Are you going there? Oldly looks at Xiao Muhua in surprise. After a moment he says, yes, I am. It costs 50 cents. Xiao Muhua hands over the money. Oldly takes it and drives the donkey cart toward Kungwei village again. Comrade, what are you going to Kungwei village for? Just some business. What kind of business? Uncle, I can't say. It's a secret, Xiao Muhua replies with a smile. Oh, if it's a secret, I won't ask. Oldly slowly puts away his smile and drives the donkey cart silently toward Kungwei village. Over at the military unit, Qiao Si has nothing to do. Seeing Peng go out to play, she grabs a handful of sunflower seeds and walks toward the residential street. Qiao Mei, where are you going? Aunt Li just came out of her house and saw Qiao Si heading toward the residential area. I'm going out to find someone to chat with. It's too boring at home. Qiao Si turns around and says, oh, all right. I'll be free soon too. Okay, I'll go first. When they reached the lively main street of the residential area, many adults were playing with children. There were several big trees providing shade, and the area was well-connected and breezy. So many people liked to come here. The older kids had gone to school, leaving only children under 3 years old. Zhao Yuanming is already 4 years old and can go to preschool, so why is he still playing here? I heard that Zhao Yuanming's pension was fully given to the He family. When Commander's son found out, he got very angry. Why did he get angry? The He family raised Zhao Yuanming, so shouldn't the pension go to them? You're so naive. The pension was paid out all at once. After that, the He family doesn't care what happens to Zhao Yuanming. The money that Aunt Chen took, do you think there's still any left? That makes sense. Aunt Chen is. Well, she's not easy to get along with. Everyone knew that Aunt Chen was not only difficult to deal with, but also quite unreasonable. She could make sense even when she had no reason. Normally, since the He family received so much pension for Zhao Yuanming, they should send him to school. I hope the army can step in and handle this. Xiao Si was munching on sunflower seeds, listening to the gossip and glancing around, hoping to see Ping and wasn't there, but Xiao Si noticed that people were standing in small groups, chatting happily. She threw the seed shells into a nearby trash bin and was about to go over and see what another group was talking about. Suddenly, a few young female soldiers approached from a distance. They looked very cool in their military uniforms. Amy, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. Do you want to come along? Amy, the heroine from the story. Xiao Si paused, forgetting about her seeds, and looked up to see who they were talking about. I saw her, the woman standing on the far left. She is a little taller than the others, about 166 centimeters. Her skin is not very white but not dark either, with a wheat-colored tone. Her features are soft and gentle, not strikingly beautiful at first glance, giving a modest and delicate impression. Her figure is not very slim. Her bones are a bit larger than Xiao Si's. In the old cultivation world, she would just be considered average. But in this world, women like her are very popular. Her larger bones make her good at work and very capable of having children. Xiao Si thought, this woman's face doesn't look evil, but in the story, she is the most trusted helper of Lin Junhui. People can be deceiving. Maybe Xiao Si's gaze was too intense, and Amy frowned as she looked over. When Amy saw Xiao Si, her expression suddenly changed. It seemed Amy recognized her. Xiao Si wasn't surprised. Since Amy was reborn, she must have seen Xiao Si before and knew what she looked like. Xiao Si met Amy's eyes and smiled slyly. Seeing her smile, Amy's heart trembled. She felt like Xiao Si knew something, so she quickly looked away. Hey, look. That's Vice Captain Lin's wife. She's quite pretty. She doesn't look like she's from the countryside at all. She's quite beautiful, although she looks a bit short. Vice Captain Lin is so tall. They don't seem a good match. Sure, forget about the last warning. Don't say anything. I heard Vice Captain Lin reported this himself. He's protecting her. Wow, he's quite capable. Vice Captain Lin even stood up for her. Does she know that he might get punished because of the last mission? When she said this, the other 4 female soldiers from the cultural troop looked at Ding Ru with different expressions. Hey, I have to go now. I have something to do too. You all chat. I'm leaving. The last one glanced at Ding Ru without saying a word and left. None of the 4 stayed behind. They didn't want to get into trouble. Warnings like that are not to be taken lightly. Ding Ru looked at Amy for help. Amy is the best. Sorry, I have to go too. Just a moment ago, a group of people was present, but now only Ding Ru remains standing in place. Xiao Si watched everything happen, heard it all, and when she saw Ding Ru look her way, she smiled slightly, then turned around and walked away in the opposite direction. Amy returned to her dormitory and sat in her chair, feeling restless and unable to calm down for a long time. What did Xiao Si's smile mean just now? Does she really know that Amy has been reborn?
Impossible.
That idea is too unbelievable. If it hadn't happened to her personally, she wouldn't believe it. Thinking about how Xiao Si has changed in her life, her son wasn't sold, and she didn't run away with the educated youth. She instead brought her son to the military with her. All these things suggest that she seems to know something. Could it be that she is also reborn? The moment this thought crossed Amy's mind, her body trembled noticeably, and her face changed color. If that's true, then she might already know Lin Junhui's background. That would explain why she came to the military with her. Being the deputy chief of staff of the military district, such a high position, how could she just give it up easily? If that's the case, then Amy's plan might fall apart. Her fingers trembled, and her heart felt like it was dead inside. But in the next moment, she remembered Deng Shuakai, who went to Lin Junhui's hometown to retrieve a token of love. No, she knew about the token because she was at Lin Junhui's house at the time. Such a secret matter, Lin Junhui wouldn't have told anyone. Xiao Si couldn't possibly know about the token. So, as long as she gets the silver bracelet, she might be able to carry out her plan. Thinking this way, Amy's resolve grew stronger. No fear, no fear.
Xiao Si doesn't know. Her just now smile made Amy overthink so much, even making her feel anxious and scared. At this moment, she leisurely weaved through the crowd, munching sunflower seeds and listening to gossip. But isn't she supposed to be out for fun? Why is she not seeing anyone? Xiao Si wasn't worried. She used to be alone in her hometown, so if someone was looking for her, they would come back home. Besides, Lin Junhui was at home. Lin Junhui is the father of her child. Shouldn't she consider her son? But after listening to gossip for a while, Xiao Si started feeling bored. At first, she heard some interesting things, but later, everything became too dull. It's not about which family's chicken can lay eggs or can't lay eggs, but about whose vegetable garden was ruined by which family's chickens.
There is nothing left to talk about now.
Xiao Si decided to go home. All these petty issues were boring, and she thought it would be better to spend time playing with the rabbits at home. So, she said goodbye to Aunt Li and headed back. Recently, she promised Ping and to have the rabbits' burrow floor paved with cement. She was waiting for a truck from the army to go to the city, hoping they could bring back some cement. As she walked home, she thought about these things. When she reached the yard, she heard laughter coming from inside the house. Surprised, Xiao Si looked over. The house was dark, so she couldn't see anything from outside. She quickly walked inside. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she froze in shock. She saw Ping and laughing happily, riding on his father's back, while Lin Junhui was kneeling on the ground. Xiao Si never expected that Lin Junhui, who is usually so cold, would let his son do this. Seeing Ping and so happy and smiling, Xiao Si also smiled. But when she saw Lin Junhui kneeling on the ground, her smile disappeared immediately. She wondered if she might get scolded. Seeing the scene, should she hide? Or would Lin Junhui lose face if she stayed? Just as she was thinking of an excuse to leave, Ping spoke. Mom, Dad let Ping ride a big horse. Xiao Si paused and looked at Lin Junhui. She was surprised to see a faint smile on his face. She suddenly realized he didn't seem angry. He looked like a responsible father. Oh, really? Ping looks so happy. Ping proudly said, Yes, I'm happy. My dad is taller than Gooden's dad and stronger too. Gooden's dad gets tired after riding for a while, but I can ride for a long time without getting tired. My dad is much better than Gooden's dad. Riding for so long? Xiao Si frowned and looked at Lin Junhui's right knee. That part was broken before. She helped him reset it, and it's only been half a month. Could he really be okay? Should she be worried? Okay, you all have fun. Xiao Si turned around and walked toward the room, feeling less bothered when she couldn't see what was happening. Soon, laughter and cheerful voices came from the living room again. Unlike usual, Ping's smile was much brighter today. Maybe it's because her father is here with her. Children really can't do without one parent. After about half an hour, the sounds outside gradually faded away until there was no more noise from the living room. Xiao Si listened carefully and realized everyone had gone to the yard. She went outside and saw her father and son in the chicken coop. What are they doing? Xiao Si walked over. Ping turned around and saw her, then ran over happily, saying, Mom, Dad said I'm doing a good job raising the chicks. Look, they seem a bit bigger than 2 days ago, and they have more feathers. Xiao Si smiled and nodded. Ping is so great. Although she couldn't see much difference in the chicks compared to 2 days ago, she happily praised her anyway. At that moment, Lin Junhui stepped into the rabbit pen with a long stride. His legs are really long. If he straightened up, his head might touch the top of the shed. He's very tall, probably over 190 centimeters. Xiao Si thought it was time to raise the shed a bit higher. Bending over every time was tiring. In the future, he would also do the chores, so making things easier for him would also make things easier for herself. Thinking this, Lin Junhui stepped in with his other foot. What is he going in for? Xiao Si took a few steps forward, approaching the rabbit hole. It turned out the rabbits had dug another hole. Lin Junhui dug the rabbits out of the hole. This ground is paved with cement, so they can't dig holes anymore. I was just thinking about when the troops will go to the city to bring back a bag of cement, Xiao Si said. Pass me the remaining bricks over there. I'll lay a layer on the ground, and I'll handle the cement.
Lin Junhui said. Rabbits digging holes is annoying, Ping said as usual, not liking rabbits. Xiao Si smiled and patted Ping En's head. Hearing Lin Junhui say that, she thought for a moment. Laying bricks over the ground is fine. At least they won't be digging through bricks. Even if they did, it wouldn't happen overnight. As for the cement, since he was willing to take charge, she was happy to let him handle it. Zhou Si handed over the bricks beside her. This shed's roof is a bit low. When you have time, you should raise it a little, Zhou Si said after passing 2 bricks. Okay, I understand. Ping couldn't stay still and had already run into the yard. Zhou Si suddenly thought that Ping didn't have many toys. Maybe she should buy some for him to play with. The couple washed their hands and went inside. I need to talk to you about something, Lin Junhui said, turning around to face Zhou Si. Zhou Si looked up and then wiped her hands with a cloth from the door frame. Yes, go ahead. In a few days I'll go back to the team. I won't be taking leave. Zhou Si looked at him in surprise. Her leg was healed, but she still couldn't do intense exercise, or she might re-injure her bone. Seeing her worried look, Lin Junhui added, I know, it's nothing serious. I just need to supervise their training. Zhou Si nodded. That was fine. Alright, you decide. Just don't do any strenuous activity. Lin Junhui paused for a second and then nodded slightly. Commander Chung and Commissar Sun invited us to dinner. When are you free? I need to tell them. Zhou Si thought quietly. The book said that Commander Chung was very kind to Lin Junhui. She had been in the army for half a month now, and it was hard to refuse their invitation. Okay, you arrange the time. I don't have to work, so any time is fine. Then tomorrow. I'll be back with the team the day after tomorrow. Alright. The next afternoon, Lin Junhui took Zhou Si and her son to Commissar Sun's house. Commander Chung said he would pay for the meal, and Commissar Sun's family would do the cooking, so they ate at Sun's house. Thinking about dinner that night, Zhou Si went to the supplies store early in the morning to buy gifts. She bought cigarettes, alcohol, some snacks, and fruit. But when they got home, Lin Junhui took the cigarettes and alcohol away, saying they couldn't bring those things. Only some fruit and snacks were allowed. The army's rules were very strict. Zhou Si had no choice but to push the cigarettes and alcohol into Lin Junhui's arms. Lin Junhui said calmly, I don't drink or smoke. Seeing Lin Junhui's direct gaze, Zhou Si had to take the things back. They weren't cheap, and it was better to leave them behind. So, in the afternoon, the couple brought fruit and snacks. Xiao Si also added a bag of white rabbit candies and half a jean of brown sugar before heading over. Commander Sun lived in a similar house, not far from Xiao Si's home. Usually, she didn't realize he lived nearby because he came and went often. It was only a few minutes' walk. When they entered the yard, Commander Sun's vegetable garden was not as well kept as Aunt Lee's, but it still had the essentials: lettuce, loofah, and cucumbers. Maybe because he was busy, the grass in the garden had grown a bit tall. A woman in her early 40s opened the door. As soon as she saw Xiao Si, she smiled and said to Lin Junhui, Junhui, your wife looks so lively.
Come in quickly.
Xiao Si didn't know what to say, so she just shyly stood beside Lin Junhui. The middle-aged woman smiled even more happily when she saw her. Director Yang, this is my wife, Xiao Si. Xiao Si, Director Yang is Commander Sun's wife. She's the women's director in the family compound, responsible for women's issues. Xiao Si nodded politely with a smile.
Hello, Director Yang.
Hello. Once you join the army, we're all family. If you need anything, just come to me, Director Yang said cheerfully. She seemed friendly and easy to get along with. Commander Sun grew impatient, waiting outside for so long. He called out, Where is everyone?
Come in quickly.
His loud voice interrupted the conversation. All right, I'm eager to see you all. Come in, Director Yang said with a smile, then stepped aside to let Xiao Si and Lin Junhui enter. Inside, Xiao Si followed Lin Junhui and immediately saw 2 men sitting on the sofa. She had met both of them once before. She obediently followed Lin Junhui and greeted politely. Commander Chung, Commander Sunday, Commander Chung, Commander Sunday. Come in, sit down. Commander Sun stood up. Seeing Lin Junhui, Commander Chung also smiled and said, Your leg is really healing fast. Director Zhou didn't lie to me. Afterward, he looked at Xiao Si and said, "Come, Junhui's wife, sit down. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy." Xiao Si smiled and placed the things she brought on the table. Seeing this, Commander Sun and Director Yang smiled and said, "Oh, you brought something. Next time, don't bother. Just coming is enough." This should have been arranged earlier, but I waited until now because I thought Junhui's leg was inconvenient. After some polite chatting, Director Yang went into the kitchen to work. Since entering, Xiao Si had been observing Sun Jingwei's home. Their sofa set looked nice, soft to sit on, and the cushions were very comfortable. They even had a black and white TV, which I heard was quite expensive. Xiao Si saw Lin Junhui and Commander Sun chatting happily. Her son was sitting peacefully on his father's lap, listening seriously to the adults talk. She wasn't sure if he could understand everything. Anyway, since her son was being taken care of, Xiao Si saw Director Yang busy in the kitchen and decided to go in herself. "Director Yang, do you need any help?" He was cutting pork when he heard her and turned around with a smile. "What's wrong? Can't sit still?" Xiao Si nodded with a smile. She wasn't interested in what the three men were talking about, especially if it involved military matters. Director Yang stretched his neck to glance at the three men in the living room and immediately smiled. "I overlooked that you're the only woman here. Come join me. What can you do?" "I can do anything. Help me wash these vegetables. Once I finish cutting the pork, I can start cooking." While talking, Director Yang kept working with his hands. Xiao Si took a basin and placed the vegetables under the tap. Their home was different from hers. Only the entrance had a water tap. They had installed a water tap in the kitchen, with a cemented area for washing things. A hole is drilled in the corner for drainage, which was quite convenient. That design was pretty good. She thought about whether she could do the same at her home. "My daughter is in high school in the city, and my son is in middle school in the town. Both kids are not at home now. It's just me and old Sunday. Usually we're busy with work, so there's rarely such a lively atmosphere at home. Having both a son and a daughter is pretty good." "Good? It's a pain. They don't come home on weekends, and only come back when they run out of money." After saying this, Director Yang paused and continued, "Actually, I have an older daughter who went to the countryside after graduation last year. She didn't like the job I found for her and decided to go as a youth volunteer in the countryside." When Director Yang mentioned her eldest daughter, her expression looked a bit strange. "You have 3 children. Your oldest daughter is already so grown up. Yes, she's almost 20 years old, just 2 months to go." Speaking of her, she's the one I worry about the most. She's very strong-willed and stubborn. Why did she go to the countryside to be an educated youth? Josie knew that going to the countryside as an educated youth was called building new rural areas, but in simple terms, it meant working on farms and doing farm work. It was very tiring, and the small work points earned barely supported oneself. Director Yang and Commissar Sun still had some connections, and finding a decent job was possible. Why did she suddenly go to the countryside in anger? Josie couldn't understand. This child is stubborn. After finishing high school, she said she wanted to go to university. But nowadays, getting into university isn't easy. My husband and I tried all our connections, almost sure she could get in. But at the last moment, someone else took the spot. She was so angry that she secretly went to the countryside. By the time we found out, she was already there. There was nothing we could do. Old Sun said it was good for her to experience some hardship in the countryside. As for university, I remember now that university spots were mostly recommended back then called worker-peasant-soldier universities. Those universities were not very good. Students didn't learn much.
Wait.
The book says that the college entrance exam was restored in 1977. Anyone under 30 could take it. Many educated youths who went to the countryside returned to the city after passing the exam. Josie's eyes lit up. Let her study well in the countryside. The situation is changing. Maybe the college entrance exam will be restored soon. If she passes, she can go back to the city and attend university as she wishes. Director Yang paused her pork cutting, then quickly continued. That's not so easy.
Who knows when that will happen?
It's too early to tell. It should happen within these few years. And who knows, Maybe there will be a chance. Josie kept persuading. She's already out of school, not a current student. Maybe it's hopeless. University has been closed for so long. The country needs talented people now. If they work harder to develop talent, there's still hope. Anyway, she should review now. Opportunities favor those who are prepared. It won't hurt to try. Hearing what Xiaoxi said, Director Yang became thoughtful. His old friend's son also mentioned that the current situation was slowly changing, and some places were no longer as strict as before. It's possible that the college entrance exam might be restored someday. As Xiaoxi said, many intellectuals have been detained, and the country needs people. Maybe he should find a time to tell his daughter in the countryside to prepare for it.
It wouldn't hurt to try.
She just wants to go to university. Seeing Director Yang's expression, Xiaoxi thought he understood and didn't say more. There are still 3 years before the college entrance exam is restored, so there's still time. Today, Sun Jingwei and his family prepared quite a lot of food. They made chicken soup from a whole chicken, braised pork, stir-fried pork with wood ear mushrooms, steamed fish, stir-fried bok choy, braised tofu, and bitter melon with eggs. Xiaoxi helped in the kitchen, lighting the fire. In the end, because Director Yang was busy, the last 2 dishes, braised tofu and bitter melon with eggs, were made by Xiaoxi. When the food was served, these 2 dishes were eaten the fastest. Director Yang smiled and said, "Xiao Mei, your cooking skills are really good. Look, both dishes are finished. From now on, Junhui will be lucky to have such good food." Sun Jingwei also smiled and said, I knew that tonight's braised tofu and bitter melon with eggs didn't taste like usual. It turns out your daughter-in-law made them. Very good, very delicious. Commander Cheng also nodded and smiled. This made Xiaoxi feel a bit shy. After dinner, they left Sun Jingwei's house. Ping and was already sleeping in his father's arms. The sky was getting dark, but they could still see the road. The family of 3 headed home. Soon they arrived. Xiaoxi pushed open the yard gate, then opened the door inside. Lin Junhui held his son, turned on the living room light, and headed to the bedroom. Xiaoxi followed behind, ready to open the door. But he went straight to the middle room. He opened the door and went inside. Xiaoxi was stunned. This was Lin Junhui's usual bedroom. Ping and had always slept with her before. Now he was taking their son into his room. What was going on? Did his father take Ping away? She touched her forehead, thinking, if he takes him, so be it. Ping still wets the bed at night. When he does, he'll wet his bed instead. She felt relieved, thinking she wouldn't have to get up at night. How good that was. Soon Lin Junhui came out of the room. Seeing Xiaoxi sitting on the sofa, he walked over and sat down. After peace is safe, sleep with me. In the morning, we will go for a run together. He's 3 years old now, it's time for him to start exercising. Oh, I see. That's good. She usually exercises with Peace, but only a few times at the beginning. Lin Junhui is Peace's biological father. It's good that he cares. Although Peace is usually very obedient, you can tell from his words that he really admires his father. Every time he sees Lin Junhui, his eyes shine brightly. Okay, that's good. It's been a while since he saw his father. Peace should be happy. Has he been doing well at the residential area? Is there anything inconvenient? Lin Junhui looked at Xiaoxi with concern. No, everything is fine. Nothing is inconvenient, Xiaoxi replied honestly, not understanding why Lin Junhui asked. My leg is better now. From now on, I will do the housework. You can do lighter chores. If there's anything, remember to tell me. If I do something wrong, tell me too. Xiaoxi was impressed with this man. She had mentioned it before, so why did he say it again today? I want to install a faucet in the kitchen. Do you mind? The tall figure walking to the room stopped and then turned back, sitting down on a chair. The small chair was just right for Xiaoxi, but Lin Junhui sitting on it seemed to be a bit too much for the chair. How do you want to install it? Xiaoxi described how she saw it in Sun Jingwei's kitchen. Lin Junhui nodded. These are men's work. You don't need to worry. I will find time to do it. Okay. At night, sleeping alone felt a bit strange. She was used to sleeping with Peace in her arms. Now, without holding anything, she felt like something was missing. She could only hold the blanket in her arms. In the early morning, before dawn, Xiao Si heard footsteps in the living room. She rubbed her eyes, sat up in bed, and after a moment, remembered that Lin Junhui was going to the army today. She quickly got out of bed and went outside. As soon as she left the room, she saw Peace biting a bun, standing in the living room, seemingly waiting for something. When he saw Xiao Si, he immediately ran over. At this moment, Xiao Si noticed that her son was already dressed and wearing shoes. "Girl, you got up so early. Dad made buns. I'm going for a run with Dad later. Do you want to come?" Pingin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Si shook her head. "You two go run. I don't want to join the fun. Besides, going for a run so early, she might as well go back to sleep. It's not worth the trouble. No, you go with Dad. I haven't slept enough." After saying that, she yawned and was about to go back to her room. But just after yawning and opening her eyes, she saw Lin Junhui coming out of the kitchen. As he turned his head and stepped out, her gaze turned cold. His charming eyes fixed directly on her. Xiao Si almost forgot to close her mouth. His cold look seemed to see right into her heart. Plus, that slight tilt of his head made him incredibly attractive. When she saw his outfit today, she wished she could drag him into her room to admire him alone for a while. Dressed in military uniform, Lin Junhui looked extremely handsome. Wow, her mom. She usually thinks it's normal to see others in uniform, and it doesn't surprise her much. But on him, the effect was completely different. Xiao Si's eyes widened slightly, her mouth agape, staring blankly at Lin Junhui. He coldly looked away, thinking, no shame, always walking around when he sees a man. If her son weren't here, Lin Junhui might even want to say something to her. "Pingin, don't eat too much. You'll get a stomach ache if you run later. Eat again when you come back." Hearing her dad say this, Pingin immediately put down his bun and happily ran over to Lin Junhui. The father and son had already gone out. Xiao Si still stared blankly at the door. After a while, she withdrew her gaze. That's when she remembered Pingin said Lin Junhui made the buns. She went to the kitchen and saw, sure enough, there were a dozen buns steaming in the pot.
Sigh.
Well, how should I say it? A man who can cook is really good. I don't have to make breakfast today. Since she was already up, Xiao Si grabbed her cup and toothbrush to wash up. The buns smelled pretty good. She ate one while thinking. She wondered how long their run would take. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiao Si looked at the vegetables in the yard. They had just sprouted, but the weeds had already been pulled out completely. There was nothing else to do, so she decided to go back to her room and take another nap. When she finally lay down on the bed, she couldn't fall asleep until she heard Pingin's voice. He had returned from running. Xiao Si got out of bed and just then heard Lin Junhui outside the door. "Stay in the residential area and don't go near the water or the mountains. Be careful and safe." "Okay, Dad." "Are you going to the army?" Pingin asked while panting. Xiao Si quickly went to the kitchen, took 4 steamed buns wrapped in a clean white cloth, and ran outside. Sure enough, she saw Lin Junhui already heading out the door. She called out to him immediately. "Lin Junhui, have you eaten breakfast?" The tall figure paused, turned around, and looked up at Xiao Si. She hurried to the door and handed him the buns. Lin Junhui looked at her and took the buns. "Thank you.
Come inside," he said gently.
Xiao Si felt happy inside. She smiled and nodded heavily. "Yes, my son and I will wait for you to come back. By the way, will you have lunch at home?" "No, I won't. Just take care of yourself and Pingin. The rest can wait until I return." Xiao Si watched Lin Junhui with bright eyes. He looked so handsome in his military uniform. Pingin went back home, took the bun he had eaten earlier, and started eating again. He didn't see his mother come in for a while. He then happily ran out of the yard, while his mother was still watching his father. His father's figure had already gone quite far. "Mom, are you reluctant to part with Dad? He's already gone so far and you're still watching." Xiao Si blinked, pursed her lips, and looked at Pingin with some annoyance, speaking stubbornly. "I didn't watch your dad. I was looking at the scenery outside." "Nonsense. You kept staring at Dad this morning, wishing you could eat him up. This little brat, he really needs a scolding. Xiao Xi's face turned slightly red, annoyed by Ping'an. But she still refused to admit it and kept arguing. No, you're mistaken. I didn't see your dad that way. He's not food. How could I eat him? But your expression when you look at Dad is just like when I see something delicious. I want to eat Dad. Xiao Xi lost her temper, turned around, and went back inside. This little brat really needs a lesson. Shut up. Go back inside. In the afternoon, Lin Junhui received a phone call. The other person is a former classmate from military school. Recently, he asked Xie Haifeng to check on Xiao Xi in his hometown, and then he asked Xiao Muhua to look into it as well. Now, Xiao Muhua is on the phone. They talked for a long time, and he carefully explained all the information he had gathered. Lin Junhui hung up the phone and sat quietly in his office for a long time. After breaking his head, his personality changed a lot. He already knew about Bai Shujia. He had planned to give her 1 more year. If she still liked Bai Shujia, he would apply for a divorce. But unexpectedly, after her fall, her relationship with Bai Shujia completely broke down. Not only did she get back the money she had given him, but she also made sure Bai Shujia lost face and had no chance to repair things. Later, Qiao's mother caused trouble, forcing the Qiao family to return all the money they had taken, and even sending Qiao's mother and her second son to the police station. Her methods were so quick and ruthless. She didn't seem to care about family ties at all. In the past, Xiao Xi always listened to her mother. Why has she changed so much? Could it really be that after falling, she returned to normal? Based on what Xiao Muhua found out, Xiao Xi's personality only changed after her fall. He said there was no problem with her. When he filed the marriage report, the army checked Xiao Xi thoroughly. The old Xiao Xi was fine, but is she still the same Xiao Xi now? When this question came up, Lin Junhui immediately raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Could Xiao Xi have been replaced on the way from her hometown to the army? This was easy to check. He remembered that Xiao Xi had 2 moles behind her left ear and a flower-shaped birthmark on her shoulder blade. These 2 spots are hard for others to notice. If someone was pretending to be her, they definitely wouldn't know about these spots. He just needed to confirm these 2 marks. If they matched, then this person was definitely Xiao Xi. Thinking of this, Lin Junhui quickly left the office. Xiao Xi returned home from the mountain with Ping and found Lin Junhui already there. There were 2 bags of cement under the eaves on the left side. It looked like he had bought cement quickly. Xiao Xi smiled as she went back inside. Someone was busy in the kitchen.
Dad.
Ping saw Lin Junhui and excitedly called out. Lin Junhui turned to look and saw his son's happy face, which made him smile as well. Where did you go to play? His voice was gentle.
Mother took me up the mountain.
It was very fun there, Ping said happily, his eyes shining. Dad, I will help you light the fire. After speaking, he ran inside. Good, having a son stick close to his father is the best. Dad, there are many wild chickens in the mountains. Mother even made me a slingshot, but unfortunately, I didn't hit a single one. Mother said I'm still young and not strong enough. Can you hit a wild chicken? Ping excitedly shared his happiness with Lin Junhui while stuffing wood into the stove. Xiao Xi was washing her hands at the door, placing her basket next to the cement, which held 3 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits. After washing her hands, Xiao Xi went inside to drink water. Every morning, she would put out the meat and vegetables for the day, place them in a basket, and hang it on the kitchen beam. This was a common way to keep meat safe from mice. She also added some spring water to the kitchen water jar, so the food and water they drank each day carried a little spiritual energy. The spring water, soaked with water, didn't benefit her much, but it was very helpful for Lin Junhui and Ping. Ping visibly grew taller and became much stronger. Lin Junhui's old hidden injuries were gradually healing, and his body was becoming stronger. Ping, come out and wash your hands and drink some water. Just back from the mountain, Ping was sweaty, and his water was finished. He needed to hydrate quickly. Hearing this, Ping responded immediately, okay. Then he turned to his father and said, Dad, I'm going now. I'll be back soon. Lin Junhui nodded. Xiao Si finished her water and sat by the fan to cool off. Lin Junhui looked toward the living room. Although he couldn't see Xiao Si from this angle, he still looked over. According to what his son said, Xiao Si was very accurate with a slingshot. Had she practiced before? He paused his cooking, looking thoughtfully at the kitchen door, lost in thought. Dad, I'm back. Ping'an's words brought Lin Junhui back to reality. He quickly withdrew his gaze and continued his work. Dad, what are you cooking today? It smells so good. Ping'an tiptoed, unable to see the dishes in the pot, only smelling the aroma. The stove was too high. He wasn't tall enough to see the top. Today, I cooked pork, and this morning your mother made soup. There was more delicious food. Ping'an smiled very happily. He feels his life is very lucky now. His father and mother are here. They treat him very well, and their family can eat meat every day. Other children in the neighborhood don't get to eat meat every day. But he must not tell anyone about this. His mother said it has to be kept secret. If others find out that their family eats meat every day, they might not have any meat to eat anymore. To keep this secret, he will hide it well and not say anything, no matter who asks. Xiao Si used a fan to cool herself down, so she wouldn't sweat. Then she went to the kitchen door and looked at the busy father and son inside. It looked very warm and happy. Seeing that the food was ready, Xiao Si quickly went to get bowls and chopsticks and set them on the table. After dinner, the three of them cleaned up. Xiao Si took responsibility for washing the dishes. Lin Junhui looked at Xiao Si's small figure by the sink and suddenly remembered the birthmark and mole. He quietly walked behind her. Just as he was about to squat down, Xiao Si suddenly stood up. Oh! Xiao Si accidentally bumped into Lin Junhui and fell into his arms, a little hard, which made her cry out in surprise. To balance herself, Lin Junhui quickly caught her. Her body was very soft, and he smelled a faint, nice scent. It wasn't strong, but very pleasant. Lin Junhui's ears turned red. Once she steadied herself, he immediately let go and took a step back. Are you okay? Lin Junhui asked, looking a bit awkward.
I'm fine.
Why did you come out suddenly? Xiao Si turned her back to Lin Junhui and continued washing dishes, but a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yes, she knew Lin Junhui was coming. She did it on purpose. It's fun to tease him sometimes. I wanted to ask if you need help, Lin Junhui said awkwardly, rubbing his nose. No need. I finished washing, Xiao Si said, taking the last bowl out of the basin and returning to the room with it. Lin Junhui followed her inside. Ping'an sat on the sofa playing with a slingshot that Xiao Si made for him. Lin Junhui sat beside his son, watching him hold the slingshot. After Xiao Si put the bowls back in the kitchen, she came out. Xiao Si, Ping'an said you are very good at shooting with the slingshot. When Lin Junhui asked this question, he kept paying attention to Xiao Si's expression. Xiao Si didn't think much and smiled, nodding her head.
I'm okay.
You probably are better than me. By the way, I haven't asked before. When you brought Ping'an to the army, did anything special happen on the way? Hearing this, Xiao Si paused for a moment, trying to recall if anything unusual happened during the trip. At that moment, Ping'an spoke up eagerly. Dad, yes. We were being watched by bad guys at the train station, but Mom fought them off. She was so amazing. She knocked them down and made them cry for their moms. It was so exciting. Finally, the police uncle came. Ping'an and Mom hurried onto the train and left. I don't know what happened after that. The police uncle wanted Mom to help catch the bad guys, but she was in a rush to see Dad and refused. Xiao Si was momentarily stunned. Oh no, she had forgotten about Ping'an. How could she forget Ping'an? She felt annoyed and quickly responded. She smiled lightly. That's because Mom was in a hurry. The train was already arriving. Also, it wouldn't be proper for a woman like me to follow a bunch of grown men. So I declined. Oh, I see. Lin Junhui's gaze suddenly sharpened. Xiao Si was caught off guard by his changing expression and felt a sudden jolt in her heart.
Why?
Do you suspect me? Xiao Si said this in a moment of anger, not thinking too deeply, and she even laughed after saying it. I'm just a bit stronger, that's all. Just lucky. The next morning, after waking up, Xiao Si saw wild chickens and rabbits in the shed. She killed one for soup and gave another to neighbor Antly. Antly had brought a large bucket of potatoes to her house a few days ago, so she thought she'd give her a chicken since she had extras. The remaining chicken was given to Commissar Sun's family. As for Commander Cheng's family, he refused everything. He was now alone at home, usually eating at the canteen. Commander Cheng's wife had gone to her eldest son's house to take care of her grandson. His younger son was still in the army, and his daughter worked in another province, rarely returning home. She only came back for a few days during the new year. Xiao Si thought about bringing a bowl of the cooked chicken soup to him. At noon, Ping'an couldn't sit still at home and kept asking to go up the mountain to play with a slingshot. In the afternoon, Xiao Si took him into the mountains. The little boy happily carried his slingshot and led the way, with Xiao Si walking behind him. He is still young and can't shoot small birds or wild chickens, but he can aim at other targets to practice. Xiao Si set a distance of 10 meters and told him to shoot at leaves. He had a lot of fun, even though most of his shots missed. Xiao Si was patient because Ping'an was only 3 years old and still very young. The sun was about to set, but he was still excited and didn't want to go home. If you don't leave now, tigers and lions might come out at night. Your mother won't be able to protect you then, and they might eat you. Hearing this, Ping'an was surprised and asked, "They eat people too?" "Yes, not only people but also wild chickens and wild boars. Tigers and lions usually come out at night to find food and stay in their territory during the day. If you don't leave, they'll come out when it gets dark." Ping'an immediately said, "Mom, let's go back. I'm still too young to fight them. When I grow up, I won't be afraid of them." Xiao Si was amused. Tigers and lions are not to be taken lightly. This isn't a fantasy world, and few people in this world can kill a tiger. When they got home, it was already dark. Luckily, Lin Junhui was there, and dinner was ready. The chicken soup had been simmered earlier in the day. Xiao Si served a big bowl and took it to Commander Cheng's house. After delivering the chicken soup, Ping'an was sitting at the door waiting for her. When he saw Xiao Si, he immediately called out, "Mom, dinner is ready. Today we have delicious sausages." "Okay, come in," Xiao Si said, taking her son's hand. Lin Junhui looked at Xiao Si and advised, "Don't stay too late in the mountains next time. It's not safe." Xiao Si knew she was staying out late tonight, so she agreed. "Okay, I won't next time." "Father," it was Ping'an's playful nature. "He won't do it again." Xiao Si smiled and scooped a piece of pork intestine onto Ping'an's bowl. "Aren't you the biggest fan of pork intestines?"
Eat it.
"If you can't chew, just suck the juice and spit it out." Ping'an was very happy and eagerly put the piece into his mouth. After a while, he frowned and said, "Mom, next time, you should cook the sausages. Dad's cooking isn't as good." Joyce paused as she reached for the pig intestines in the bowl, then quickly corrected herself. "How could that be? Dad's cooking is also very tasty, and Mom just loves to eat it." She said this while taking a big bite. Although it was a bit fishy, it was still bearable. She must not interrupt Lin Junhui's enthusiasm for cooking, or she would end up doing all the hard work later. If the food isn't good, she can teach him, and it's okay if he thinks it tastes great. Lin Junhui looked at Joyce, took a piece of pig intestine into his mouth, and found it wasn't as good as Joyce's cooking. It was a little fishy. Next time, Dad will learn. Seeing her father say this, Ping'an realized that saying that about her father might make him unhappy, so she said, "Okay, it's actually quite tasty, just not as good as Mom's." Joyce really had no hope for her son's intelligence. Could he please stop reminding him that her cooking is better? What if Lin Junhui stops cooking altogether? After dinner, Joyce thought she hadn't washed her hair for several days. It was too oily, and she couldn't stand it anymore. She decided to wash her hair. Anyway, she had spiritual power, so her hair would dry quickly. Lin Junhui was walking past the firewood shed when he saw Joyce carrying a basin into the bathroom. He also saw her sit on a chair at the bathroom door again. He looked at her with confusion. What was she doing? Soon he understood. She was washing her hair. Such a late hour. Your hair won't dry if you wash it now. Can't you wait until tomorrow? It's okay, I just can't stand it anymore. Seeing her insistence on washing her hair, Lin Junhui didn't say anything. He was about to step into the house when he suddenly saw her bending over to wash her hair. Her long, fair neck was exposed. He paused his steps toward the house. He pretended to walk past her, and as he passed, he saw her right shoulder but hadn't yet noticed the flower-shaped birthmark. "Pull your clothes back. They'll get wet." Joyce, hearing this, instinctively reached to pull down her clothes. When she pulled her clothes down, the flower-shaped birthmark was revealed. Lin Junhui saw it, and his gaze darkened slightly. Then he hurried to look behind her left ear. She was bending her head to wash her hair, and he quickly saw the two moles. They looked exactly the same as that night, in the same positions. Everything matched. Lin Junhui felt a big relief wash over him, and a heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. "Do you want me to help?" After Lin Junhui confirmed that this was truly Qiao Si, his tone softened. "No need, I can manage," Qiao Si thought to herself, just wash her hair, and didn't need any help. At this moment, Lin Junhui realized his hand was trembling a little. He felt scared, really scared. He had been on edge all this time, afraid that the person in front of him wasn't actually Qiao Si. He didn't know why, but he was just afraid. Afraid that the happiness they had finally found would be taken away again. Lin Junhui kept his eyes on Qiao Si. After a while, he finally walked into the house. Qiao Si didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Junhui. After washing her hair, she was about to take a shower. 2 more days passed. After practicing with a slingshot for a few days, she was no longer arguing about going up the mountain. She wanted to go to the kids' group at the community yard to show off. Qiao Si was too lazy to pay attention to him. She let him go play with the children. But before leaving, she repeatedly warned him not to shoot at people. Ping'an ran out of the house holding his slingshot. Qiao Si was worried and followed him. Just as they were about to pass a corner, they overheard a conversation. "Your son was also injured when he followed Deputy Captain Lin, right? He was in the hospital for half a month and just got out." "I think Amy is right. He was discharged in 4 or 5 days and has already returned to the unit. Our kid is still at home recovering. It must be a problem with his leadership. Such a serious mistake, and the army isn't punishing him? I can't accept that. You're pulling me here just to talk about this? I really don't have time. I have things at home. I need to leave now." "You really? Don't go." And you looked at Aunt Wu walking away, unhappy, and pouted her lips. "What's so great about her? She's just a little higher in rank than my son. It's no big deal. My son was badly injured, and I definitely want to get justice," the middle-aged woman muttered and then walked off in another direction. Qiao Si came out from around the corner, looking at the woman's back, deep in thought. "Amy, it's this woman again. It seems she won't rest until she completely destroys Lin Junhui." A faint, meaningful smile appeared on Qiao Si's lips. "This woman keeps playing little tricks. She doesn't know there's a saying. Smart people can be outsmarted. If you can stir up a crowd to achieve your goal, it depends on what the issue is. The army's affairs are also something you shouldn't interfere with. It's really funny. She doesn't even need to act. She can ruin herself on her own. How is this woman successful in her past life? To her, this woman seems a bit foolish. She thought she could fool everyone just by finding a mouthpiece. What kind of people did she choose? Can they keep secrets? When something goes wrong, the first person to be exposed is you." She thought no one would notice her actions. Qiao Si didn't mind this matter much and headed toward the residential street. As soon as she walked over, several family members looked at her from under the tree. "Qiao girl, what is Ping'an playing with? My son also wants one." "Yes, where did you buy it?" "Did you get it at the stationery store in town? This thing is well made and looks expensive. Is there a cheaper one?" A series of questions left Qiao Si stunned. Is a slingshot so popular? She hadn't expected that. Ping'an was holding a very simple slingshot, made very easily. She just made it look nice when she was making it. Qiao Si has materials in her space and could make powerful slingshots, but since it's for children, making it too strong could cause accidents. "Uncles and aunts, this isn't worth much. I made it myself. Let Ping'an have another toy," Qiao Si said with a smile. "Oh, you made it? You're so talented to make something like this.
Can you make one for my kid too? I'll trade you something for it. Yes, I'd also like to trade something for it. Xiao Si smiled and said, It's not anything special. I can make a few more for everyone to play with later. The ants were happy to hear that it was free. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? No, it's quick to make. Since her son wasn't found, Xiao Si ended up with her own small problem. If she refused, everyone in the family would see her and talk behind her back. She decided to do it, even if it was a bit unfair to herself. It wouldn't take long. Ping'an finished playing and was sweating a lot. When she got home, she drank a big glass of water. My daughter, the water at our home is really good, sweet, and refreshing. Drinking it makes me feel comfortable all over. The water at Little Treasure's house has a muddy taste and isn't tasty at all. Xiao Xixin thought, of course, I added the spiritual spring water from the space, so it's naturally better and healthier. Where did you go? I looked all over the street but couldn't find you. Ping'an climbed onto the chair next to Xiao Xixin and sat quietly once he was up. Mom, many kids want the slingshot I have. Can you make a few more? Xiao Xixin looked up at Ping and moved the fan's airflow toward him. Okay, I've already made some for your good friends' moms. I'll make more when I have time. But these are dangerous, so she paused, suddenly thinking of a problem. What if the slingshot she made accidentally hurt someone? What should she do if others come looking for her? She hadn't thought this through carefully. Making slingshots still needs more consideration before deciding. This place isn't like the Cultivation world, where small toys are just for kids, and those with resources even make them more powerful. But here it's different. This isn't a world where strength rules. The survival rules are different. Xiao Xixin forgot about this issue. What if she promised someone she would make them? She sighed in worry. That night, Lin Junhui came back. Xiao Xixin told him about this and asked if he had any good ideas. Lin Junhui took the water from Xiao Xixin and took a few big sips before looking at her. Don't do it. It's dangerous. Ping'an, come here. Ping'an looked up when he saw his dad, then happily trotted over, his big eyes curious. Give the slingshot to Dad. If you want to play with it later, ask Dad or Mom to get it. You can only play when we're around. Understand, Dad, why? The slingshot is so fun. All the kids like it. Ping'an looked at Lin Junhui with a confused expression, tilting his little face. What's the thing you shoot with a slingshot? Lin Junhui asked. Small stones, Ping'an replied. What happens if a small stone hits someone? Could they get hurt or bleed? When you play with the slingshot, other kids also want to try. If you accidentally hit someone, what should we do? Hearing this, Ping'an's eyes showed a struggle, and he slowly lowered his head. Xiao Si and Lin Junhui did not ask him questions, giving him time to think it over by himself. After a while, Ping'an finally looked up and nodded seriously. Okay, I will give the slingshot to my mom. When I want to play, I will ask my parents for it. After saying that, he held up the slingshot and handed it to Xiao Si. Xiao Si looked at Ping'an, knowing that he really liked the slingshot and didn't want to give it up. She said, Ping'an, be good. Tomorrow afternoon, your mom will take you to the mountains to play, okay? Ping'an's eyes immediately lit up. Okay, I want to go into the mountains to play. He then jumped up quickly. Kids are really easy to please, a little coaxing, and they are happy. Xiao Si put the slingshot away. All right, she wouldn't make the slingshot anymore, but how should she handle the promise to make one for someone else? The next day after breakfast, Xiao Si took Ping and headed to the street in the residential area. There were already several military wives sitting under the trees cooling off. When they saw Xiao Si, they greeted her with smiles. Hello, sisters. I promised to make a slingshot for your children yesterday. After thinking about it, I still feel it's not safe. Maybe you should see how powerful this thing is before deciding whether to give it to your kids. After speaking, Xiao Si picked up the slingshot, picked up a small stone from the ground, and aimed it at a pile of sand near the corner of the wall, then shot. With a whoosh, the stone hit the sand and disappeared. The sand piled up above the spot where it was hit quickly fell down. Xiao Si went to dig out the stone. It had been shot into the sand about 20 centimeters deep. Wow, this is quite powerful. It's really not suitable for kids to play with. Oh, your Ping'an still plays with it? Stop him quickly, it's so dangerous. Seeing some parents say this,
Xiao Si quickly responded. Kids don't know their limits. This thing isn't suitable for children. I originally made it just for Ping and to go into the mountains. I didn't expect him to bring it here to play. I didn't think it through earlier, I'm sorry. And he waved her hand and said, Xiao Si is right. Since it's so dangerous, let's not make it anymore. Okay, then don't make it. It's not worth getting hurt. No, my son was crying last night wanting to play with it. I told him last night that if it's gone, how can I explain to him? Zhou Si glanced at the ant speaking and continued, after Ping'an plays, I will watch nearby. If any child's family wants to borrow a slingshot, you can come to my house. But I must warn you, this thing is dangerous. If something happens, I won't take responsibility. That won't do. You made the slingshot yourself, not us. Naturally, it's your responsibility. Aunt Fan, that's not right. Zhou Si already said it's dangerous. Are you trying to blame her? Even a scoundrel wouldn't be as shameless as you. Exactly. We've made it clear if you want to play, it's your own risk. If you get hurt, it's your own fault. None of us are responsible. Zhou Si realized that no matter where she went, there were always troublemakers. Seeing the person who just spoke turn red in the face, Zhou Si emphasized again, I'll say it one more time. I won't make slingshots anymore. If you want to play, come to my house to borrow. If you get hurt, I won't be responsible. Several aunties and sisters-in-law were present. Be witnesses for me. Don't blame me later. From now on, Ping'an won't be allowed to play in the residential area. Zhou Si didn't want to stay any longer. After clarifying everything, she left. In the afternoon, she took her son into the mountains for training. This time, Zhou Si aimed to improve Ping and shooting skills and his speed. That night, Zhou Si woke up in the middle of the night and quietly slipped out of the house, avoiding patrols, heading toward the black market. She was especially careful of her surroundings. As she approached the black market, she still saw no one following her. Thinking about the last time she was followed, Zhou Si frowned. Knowing who was following her was better than not knowing. Enemies hiding in the dark are the hardest to deal with. After confirming no one was tailing her, she placed the wild boar at a secret spot, just like the first time, and then headed into the black market. Zhou Si also used a distraction to cover her tracks. When the scar-faced man saw Zhou Si, his expression paused slightly. He looked surprised. Another young, unfamiliar girl had come. He didn't dare chase her away but asked, Miss, what are you here for? Scarface, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, the scar-faced man almost shouted in surprise. Why is it that every time he sees this girl, he can't remember what she looks like? Could there be something wrong with his health? After recognizing it was Xiao Si, Scar-Man went to the window over there. Xiao Si felt something was wrong. Last time she came, Scar-Man was clearly surprised. Now, seeing his expression, there was no surprise at all, not even a smile on his face. Boss, that girl is here again, he said in a strange tone that was hard to describe. The black market boss didn't answer immediately. Instead, after a moment, he said, Let her in. His tone was calm, without any happiness. What is going on? After Scar-Man returned, he opened the door and smiled, saying, Miss, please. Xiao Si smiled as she entered the black market. As soon as she stepped inside, her smile disappeared. She didn't go straight to the black market boss. First, she used her spiritual sense to check the surroundings. When she found nothing unusual, she headed toward the boss's room. The black market boss was smoking a thick cigarette, lighting it with a match while looking down. His squinted eyes made it hard for Xiao Si to see what he was really thinking. After lighting his cigarette, he finally looked at Xiao Si at the door. If Scar-Man hadn't said she was the girl, he wouldn't have believed it. He couldn't remember what she looked like, which was very strange. You're here. What did you bring this time? He asked. A wild boar. Xiao Si replied with a smile, staring at him. The black market boss paused slightly, a moment of joy flashing across his face, then a faint smile appeared. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and said happily, At last, your goods have arrived. How much do you think it weighs? About the same as last time. This time, the black market boss smiled even more broadly. He was about to go call someone. Xiao Si kept an eye on the others. Last time, the men who helped move the Black Cliff boar were the same ones. They didn't seem to have anything special. After bringing the Black Cliff boar back, Xiao Si went to browse the black market again, just like last time. While shopping, she kept thinking. The black market boss and the man at the door with the scar didn't seem right. She needed to find out what was really happening tonight. Could it be related to the last time she was followed? Surely there's no real problem, right? Xiao Si felt uneasy. She wasn't in the mood to enjoy her shopping anymore. Suddenly, she realized someone was following her. Xiao Si immediately became alert. 1, 2, 3, there were 3 people. There was definitely a problem. Xiao Si didn't want to play a game of cat and mouse with them. She quietly sneaked up behind one of the men, took him by surprise, and knocked him out with a quick strike. Then she tied him up tightly with a rope and covered his mouth. If someone was following her, it had to be because she allowed it. The other 2 were dealt with in the same quick and rough way. Then she dragged one of the men toward the black market boss's house. If she wasn't worried about causing a bigger panic, she could have carried all 3 at once. For the sake of the natural order of this world, Xiao Si had to drag each person one by one to meet the boss. Boss, something's wrong. That girl is dragging a big fool over here. The big fool looks like he's passed out, completely still. Do you think that woman might? The man made a slicing motion across his neck, as if killing. The black market boss immediately looked over and stood up quickly. The scar-faced man had said before that this girl was very alert. He didn't believe it at first, but now he couldn't believe it. If the other person was truly an enemy, they wouldn't have enough people to stop her from killing them all. A cold sweat broke out on his back. He hurried toward the door and then out into the alley. Just as he turned a corner, he saw Xiao Si, a small girl, dragging a strong man toward him. Seeing how relaxed she was, the black market boss couldn't help but swallow nervously. This wasn't just strength, this was incredible strength. Was she even human? The big fool probably weighed at least 180 pounds, maybe more than 2 people. She was easily dragging him with one hand. When she saw the black market boss, Xiao Si grinned. Her smile was innocent and bright, if you ignored the large man she was dragging behind her. Xiao Si crossed past the black market boss, heading into his house. He couldn't even speak, let alone smile. He stood there, tense and ready. After she brought the man inside, she turned to the boss and said, "Wait a moment." All 3 of them were her own men, sent earlier to follow her. Each was tall and strong, but Xiao Si had dragged them all back as if they were dead pigs. "Tell me what happened. Are you sending someone to follow me?" Xiao Si set the person down on the ground, sat on a chair, and asked with a smile. This young girl, just reaching his shoulder, had brought back 3 strong men without showing any signs of breathlessness or fatigue. How strange she must be. Knowing she had angered the wrong person, the black market boss smiled in a way that looked worse than crying. "It's nothing. It's not what you think." Xiao Si looked up with big, pretty eyes, but her gaze at the black market boss was like looking at a dead person. The boss shivered involuntarily, getting goosebumps all over. "Don't lie to me. I'm not easy to fool. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have come alone to your black market. Think carefully before you speak." Hearing this, the black market boss subconsciously took a step back. Xiao Si noticed his movement and slightly smirked. The boss calmed down and started to think of a plan. After all, he was a former soldier, and his nerves weren't as fragile as some others. Once calm, he began analyzing. Enemy spies wouldn't dare appear openly among the crowd. He had many people here, all in the black market, so they wouldn't risk it. They might as well talk openly with the other side. But what if the other side really was an enemy? The boss hesitated and asked, "Yes, someone is investigating you." "Who are you exactly?" "Sure enough, as expected." "Who is the other side?" Xiao Si asked. "The People's Liberation Army." "So, I can't be blamed for this. I run a black market, but I stand with our country. I would never be a traitor." If it weren't for the fact that the person investigating her was someone else, Xiao Si almost wanted to applaud him. His morals are good. He's patriotic. She looked at the boss, who seemed fairly calm. But why would the PLA investigate her? She's a military family member. Could she be part of the army? Lin Junhui said, she could come to the black market, right? Does being a military family member mean I can't come here? Will I be investigated? The boss looked confused. What's going on? Are you a military family member? Xiao Si nodded. Since they already knew about her, there was no point hiding it. Yes, my husband is in the military. What's the problem? The black market boss immediately relaxed and felt his body go soft. Damn, that was really scary. Your husband is in the military and you didn't tell me earlier? You made me worry for nothing. I'm a military family member. I came to the black market, but I wouldn't go around shouting about it. Besides, even if I weren't, I wouldn't reveal my secrets. Hey, boss, do you realize this is a black market?
No, wait.
You're a military family member, so you're married? The young girl looked underage. What's wrong with being married? I have a son. Are you curious? No. The atmosphere is getting strange. Why are we talking about her marriage and son? Hold on, I haven't finished my question. It's nothing serious. Once the black market boss relaxed, he sat down on a chair and continued. It's just that the People's Liberation Army came here to investigate. I used to be in the army too. I retired, but if the army needs me, I can't just stand by. So, that's what happened. After hearing the boss explain everything clearly, Xiao Si frowned. Lin Junhui said she could come to the black market, but then she was targeted by the army. This seems strange. Did Lin Junhui lie to her? It doesn't make sense. If she came to the black market and found out something, wouldn't it also cause trouble for him? She looked at the boss with a puzzled expression. What does he look like? Tell me. The boss's eyes paused briefly, then he asked again, Are you really not a spy from the enemy country? Spy from the enemy country? If an enemy spy came, I could punch him out. I wouldn't survive otherwise. Indeed, with that much strength, if she threw a punch with all her might, she wouldn't have a chance to live. The boss swallowed nervously and recalled, the soldier from the army was very tall and strong, taller than me, probably around 190 centimeters. He pointed above his head with his hand and said he was really handsome, even though his skin was a bit dark. That didn't affect his masculinity at all. Xiao Si shot him a sharp look. I asked you to describe his features, not how handsome he is. The black market boss looked at Xiao Si and thought to himself, aren't these features just typical signs? Fine, you're strong and right about everything. I won't argue with you. Peach blossom eyes, high nose bridge, thin lips, and the right leg seems a bit awkward. Xiao Si immediately sat up straight. The right leg being awkward made her wonder if it was Lin Junhui. Thinking back to what the black market boss had said earlier, handsome, tall, peach blossom eyes. Wasn't that Lin Junhui? Suddenly, Xiao Si's face darkened like a pot bottom. That's my man, she shouted. The black market boss trembled and looked at her in shock. He's your man. Wow, what are these couple doing? Why are they on his territory? Thinking about that man's skills, he still felt pain in his lower back. It's clear they're not from the same family. This idiom sounds strange here, but whatever. Both husband and wife are weird, that's all. Checking on his wife's actions. What kind of person would do that? After understanding the situation, the black market boss went to untie the 3 people on the ground. They were still unconscious. They were too heavy to move, so he decided to let them sleep there. He counted the money for the wild pig and added 20 cents to the original price, selling it to her for 20 yuan. Before Xiao Si left the house, the black market boss kindly warned her, wait, you're military family. It's better if you come here less often. The situation is changing, but it's not fully safe yet. If someone catches you, it might not be good for your man. Xiao Si took a step outside, but then turned back to look at the black market boss with a thoughtful expression. After a moment, she said, All right, I understand. Thanks. Xiao Si wasn't afraid of being recognized. She used to disguise, so even if they tried to remember her face later, it would just be a blurry image. Only someone very familiar with her might recognize her by her silhouette. The black market people wouldn't recognize her, especially since she deliberately changed her voice. After sending the wild pig away, the black market boss let out a sigh of relief. But thinking about no more wild pig meat in the future, he looked pained. He stared at the only wild pig on the ground. Damn it, he had to earn enough money to buy it back. He used to buy it for 1.50 yuan. Today he bought it for 1.80 yuan. Even 1.80 yuan was cheap. Last time, after buying so many, people kept asking, so he thought maybe he should just buy 2 yuan per jean. Joes walked into the housing area with a serious face, quickly heading home without stopping. Quietly, she returned home and did not go to bed. Instead, she sat on the living room sofa waiting. Lin Junhui woke up in the morning. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he saw a shadow sitting on the sofa. He immediately became alert and focused. He closed the door to his room and then checked Joe's room. Seeing that the door was shut, he relaxed. Joes watched his movements from the dark and slightly opened her mouth. "It's me." When Lin Jui heard Joe's voice, he suddenly turned on the living room light with a loud click. "Why are you up so early? You could have slept a little longer. I have something to talk to you about." At this moment, Lin Jui noticed that Joe's had a stern face. Usually, she wore a smile, but now she looked very serious. Her face was cold. What had happened? Lin Jui didn't rush to wash up. He sat beside Joe's and asked, "What's the matter?" Joe's turned to look at Lin Jui and said coldly, "That night, you were following me, right?
You were investigating me.
Just tell me everything you want to know. I will answer honestly, no secrets, all of it." She didn't expect that Lin Jui, who usually treated her well, was secretly following and investigating her. It's really disappointing. He sent his son all this way, and now he doubts her. Lin Jui paused clearly. How did she know? Who told her? Suddenly, she thought of someone. "You just came back from the black market," she said confidently. Besides the black market boss, no one else knew he was investigating her. His 2 classmates had left the area long ago and kept their mouths shut. Without his permission, they wouldn't say anything. Joe's didn't speak. She just stared quietly at Lin Jui. A wave of sadness suddenly rose in her heart. Her eyes started to feel warm. Joe's quickly looked away and stared straight ahead. She couldn't let him see her vulnerability.
You've changed so much all of a sudden."
"I just looked into it, and, well, the country isn't stable yet. Enemy spies are still hurting our people. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. Please hit me if you want." Enemy spies. Joe's eyes slightly narrowed. This means he thinks her change is too big, suspecting she might be a spy pretending to be part of our team. Are there still enemy spies in our country? If so, his actions make sense. Indeed, she and the old Joe are not the same person, and her personality is very different. But his investigation and tracking made her uncomfortable, and she doesn't care about that. Also, he must not find out she is no longer the original Joe. "Tell me, how have I changed?" Joe calmly asked back. "You and the old Joe have very different personalities, and your attitude is much better now. You used to dislike me a lot, but now you're following the team. That's not normal," Lin Junhui said softly. She used to say he was too bulky and looked gross, but now she doesn't seem to dislike him. From her eyes, it looks like she might even like his big build now. "I sent someone to check your hometown. They found out you only changed after hitting your head. Did something happen in between?" Joe immediately turned to look at him, angry. "You even sent someone to check my hometown. Very good." She said this with a bit of gritted teeth, glaring at Lin Junhui. Seeing her expression, Lin Junhui panicked. "Don't be angry first. Listen to me. I know you only changed after hitting your head. Did something happen to you?" "Nothing special. I just hit my head and woke up." "Tell me, you tracked me to the black market and found the boss there. You probably have questions, right?" Cough. Lin Junhui coughed quietly. He didn't expect her to find out about this. He thought he kept it secret, but the black market boss betrayed him.
I
am with the army. I always consider national security. Don't be angry. I now know you're not an enemy. I know you're really my wife now. Tell me, share your doubts," she said. Today, she must clear his worries, or he would keep investigating later. Lin Junhui glanced at Xiao Si, pressed his lips, and said, "I heard you're very strong." "You." Xiao Si immediately interrupted him. "Yes, that's right. I can lift things weighing 1,000 pounds. I haven't tested my limit yet. This ability came after I hit my head. Lin Junhui looked at Xiao Si again, paused for a moment, then softly asked, "Where did you put the wild chicken you sold that day?" "I didn't see it at home tonight." "Also, how did the 600-pound wild boar you sold on the black market get there? How was it transported?" These were things Lin Junhui found hard to believe. Wild boars weighing 600 pounds are rare around here. Usually, they top out at 300 pounds. He didn't know if there were deeper in the mountains. And how did the 600-pound boar get to the black market? Where was it kept before? Did she really carry it herself because she's so strong? He couldn't believe that a small girl like Xiao Si went into the mountains to hunt a 600-pound boar and then carried it alone to sell on the black market. "Our family doesn't have enough money. I will earn more. Next time, don't go out. It's too hard. My monthly salary is 126 yuan plus allowances. It's enough to support our family of 3. Good. He helped her cover the story, so she didn't have to think up another excuse. No more going out in the future. I hunt wild boars, wild chickens, and rabbits myself. I'm strong enough. Hunting these animals is no problem. Then you're not angry anymore, right?"
Sorry.
"I was wrong." Lin Junhui reached out to hold Xiao Si's hand on the table, but she quickly pulled it away. He didn't get angry when she hit him. Instead, he smiled gently and looked at her in a pleading way. "How could I not be angry?
You followed me, investigated me.
If it were you, wouldn't you be angry?" Xiao Si glared at Lin Junhui, showing no kindness. Xiao Si." Lin Junhui looked at her, feeling unusually nervous for the first time in his life. "Are you still doubting me now?" Xiao Si asked. Lin Junhui immediately shook his head. "No, I know you're really Xiao Si. I saw the birthmark on your body." "Good." He was still checking her birthmark. Xiao Si ignored him and stood up to walk to her room. Lin Junhui quickly followed her. Suddenly, the door slammed shut in front of Lin Junhui and was locked. Zhou sat on the bed and sighed heavily. It was so close, she almost revealed her secret. She had a birthmark. Does her body have any birthmarks? Zhou closed her eyes, used her spiritual energy, and quickly saw the flower-shaped birthmark on her right shoulder blade. She also checked all the moles on her body. She quietly remembered these features in her mind, just in case she needed them next time. Next, Zhou found Lin Junhui very annoying. His nose wasn't right, and his eyes weren't right either. She didn't say much to him. That morning, after breakfast, Zhou took Ping out of the family compound to buy some toys in the city. They walked along the road toward the military gate. Zhou held her son's hand while waiting for the bus at the military gate. The bus would turn at this 3-way intersection. Ping was very happy when he heard she was going to buy him toys. "Mom, are you really buying me toys?" Ping asked, still a little unsure. Zhou nodded.
Yes.
"You play with small stones and slingshots at home, but you can't play with those. I'll buy you some you like." Ping and jumped happily. Just then, a jeep from the military came out. The jeep slowly stopped beside Zhou's. A head popped out from the passenger side, smiling and asking, "Sister-in-law, where are you and Ping going?" Zhou looked and recognized the person. Wasn't he the soldier who brought Lin Junhui's luggage last time? She also smiled and replied, "What a coincidence. We're going to the city." Hearing that, Su Wenjie smiled even more happily. "We're also going to the city. It's on the way. Want to ride together?" Zhou's eyes brightened. Riding with a carpool would be better. "That's great. Thank you so much." "No problem, come on in." Su Wenjie's smile was a bit strange. Zhou opened the back door, first helping her son in. When she looked up, she saw a pair of deep, calm eyes. She paused for a moment. How come Lin Junhui was also in the car? And he was sitting in the driver's seat. Now she understood why that person had been smiling strangely earlier. Here was the problem. The soldier next to her saw her stop and didn't move further. He urged, "Sister-in-law, come on in." Forget it. Since it was like this, she had no choice but to get in. "Older sister-in-law, why didn't you tell Big Brother you were going to the city today? He also has something to do there." What a coincidence. Indeed, it was a coincidence and she hadn't expected it. Because Lin Junhui was investigating her, she hadn't forgiven him yet. She specifically waited until he left home this morning before getting up. She didn't expect to run into him here. "Oh, I didn't ask," Xiao Si replied coldly, putting away her smile. "Big brother, you really are too much. Since sister-in-law didn't ask, why didn't you say anything? When going to the city for errands, couldn't he have asked what sister-in-law wanted to buy and brought it back? I overlooked that. I will remember next time," Lin Junhui said, glancing at Xiao Si through the rear-view mirror. Seeing his gesture, she looked away and pretended to straighten her collar. "Dad, what are you doing here too?" Ping'an had just been thinking about what toy to buy and didn't notice Lin Junhui was also there. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head excitedly toward his dad. When he saw his dad driving, he exclaimed happily, "Dad, you can drive." Su Wenjie saw Ping'an's expression and smiled immediately. "Ping'an, your dad can do many things. Not only can he drive a jeep, but he can also drive a tank." "What's a tank?" Ping'an asked curiously. "A tank is a big armored vehicle that fights enemies. It's a very powerful vehicle." Ping'an opened his mouth wide in exaggeration.
Oh.
"That's so cool. Did you buy one?" Su Wenjie laughed. "You can't buy that. It's used only by the country, not for sale." Ping'an looked disappointed and sank back into the back seat. "Looks like I can't get one. I wanted to play with one." Xiao Si saw Ping'an happily chatting with Su Wenjie and looked out the window alone, not even glancing at Lin Junhui. Lin Junhui was driving and watching her in the rearview mirror. She looked indifferent, not even bothering to look at him, and he sighed quietly. After a while, Su Wenjie and Ping'an stopped talking. He noticed the strange atmosphere in the car. The mood between the older brother and sister-in-law didn't seem right. They had been in the car for so long, but neither of them was smiling or talking much. This didn't look like a couple. Even strangers would be better. They seemed more like enemies. Cough. "Sister-in-law, what are you going to the city for? Let's go for a walk and buy some toys for Ping'an." "Oh, Ping'an will be so happy." Ping'an, sitting in the back seat, heard his name and nodded immediately. "Yes, I want to buy toys. Too bad I can't find a tank toy car. There might be toy cars." "I thought you wanted to buy something real," Su Wenjie said with a smile. "Really, Mom, I want to buy it," Ping'an said happily, grabbing Zhou Si's hand. "Mom, please buy it for me." Zhou Si looked away from the window and looked at her son. She nodded. "Okay, if the store has it, I'll buy it." "Be careful," a calm but urgent voice called out. Before Zhou Si could react, she felt the car shake suddenly. She instinctively hugged her son tightly, then stepped her feet onto the car floor, channeling her energy into her soles to steady herself. This all happened in an instant. Lin Junhui quickly pulled the car over to the side and looked back at the mother and son in the back seat. "Did we hit something?" Seeing his nervous expression, Zhou Si pressed her lips together, looked away from him, and held Ping'an tighter. "Ping'an, does it hurt?" "Mom, I'm fine." Ping'an's voice came from Zhou Si's arms, sounding a bit dazed. Lin Junhui got out of the car, opened the back door. When Zhou Si saw the door open, she looked at Lin Junhui warily, not understanding what he was doing. "Hold on tight and fasten your seatbelt," he said, then reached to fasten Zhou Si's seatbelt. A sweet, soapy smell wafted into her nose. Zhou Si had smelled this scent before, but this time, coming from Lin Junhui, it felt different. Zhou Si turned her head away, stiffening her body. Suddenly, with a click, the man reached in to help Ping'an put on his seatbelt. Zhou Si was pressed close to the back of the seat, and the smell from him grew stronger, with a faint warmth in the air. It felt like a long time had passed, but finally, Lin Junhui stepped out of the back seat, straightened outside the car, and closed the door. He returned to the driver's seat. Zhou Si didn't know about seatbelts before. She had never encountered them before, and now she didn't understand them either. Su Wenjie watched with interest. Over time, he realized that the boss must have upset his wife. She clearly ignored him and didn't give him a good look. It seems the older brother is trying to please his sister-in-law, but she doesn't appreciate it. 2 hours later, the jeep reached the city. "Big brother, just let me go alone. I can handle it myself. You can stay with your sister-in-law. When it's time, you can come pick me up," Su Wenjie said, Seeing his older brother's expression, he decided to help him out. There's nothing urgent, so he can manage alone. Can you handle it alone? Lin Junhui asked, looking at Su Wenjie with his dark, charming eyes. There's nothing I can't do. Don't worry, I can do it myself. If I didn't know how to drive, I wouldn't need you, Su Wenjie replied. Hearing this, Lin Junhui nodded. When they arrived, Su Wenjie got out of the car. After everyone was out, Lin Junhui looked at the mother and son in the back seat. Where do you want to go? I'll go with you, he offered. Xiao Si glared at Lin Junhui. I'm buying toys for my son, she said. Seeing her, Lin Junhui helplessly withdrew his gaze and started the car toward the store. Soon, they arrived at the store, and Lin Junhui parked the car. Xiao Si helped Ping and out of the car. It was crowded today, and she was worried, so she held her son in her arms. Lin Junhui got out of the driver's seat, saw her holding Ping En, and reached out to take him. Xiao Si saw him take Ping En and turned to walk toward the toy section. She looked around but found the toys here were quite rough. She didn't know what to buy for Ping En. When she turned to find Ping En, the father and son were right behind her. She accidentally bumped into Lin Junhui. Lin Junhui steadied her, worried she might fall. Since Xiao Si wasn't using her spiritual power, she was just like an ordinary person and didn't notice Lin Junhui behind her. The shelves in the store were very crowded, and the space to stand was narrow. Lin Junhui, being a big man, made it look even tighter. Xiao Si looked at Ping En. Ping En, what toy do you want? Mom, Ping En wants to buy a tank, Ping En said, his bright eyes fixed on the toy in front of him. All right, but she didn't know what a tank looked like. She had no memory of it, so she was even less sure. Mom doesn't know what a tank looks like. You should ask your dad to find one for you, she suggested. Lin Junhui, hearing this, glanced at the toys on the shelves and said calmly, there are no tanks here. Ping En looked disappointed. Josie couldn't bear to see him upset. At her suggestion, they visited several more stores, but couldn't find the toy tank Ping En wanted. The family returned to their original store, which had a wider variety of toys. At this moment, Ping En was staring at a basketball that he couldn't put down. Dad, I want this one. Lin Junhui looked over and nodded. Okay, let's buy it. Josie was surprised at the price. The basketball cost 15 yuan. That seemed quite expensive. The store owner saw Josie's reaction and explained, this comrade, this basketball was shipped from abroad. You see, the craftsmanship is very good. Selling it for 15 yuan isn't much profit for me. Josie thought the quality was indeed good, but paying 15 yuan was a bit much. Lin Junhui said, it's okay. If Ping En likes it, just buy it. Josie glanced at Lin Junhui. When she looked away, she saw Ping En's longing eyes fixed on the basketball. All right, if he wants it, we'll buy it. Since the one responsible for earning money didn't object, she had no problem. When they left the store, Ping En bought a basketball and a toy Jeep. He said his dad could drive the Jeep, and he liked it. Lin Junhui agreed, without hesitation. When paying, they spent 20 yuan in total. The Jeep cost 5 yuan. Outside the store, Josie thought they would go home, but Lin Junhui put his son on his shoulder and said to her, let's go see the department store next door. Fine, let's go. Since they were out, it was good to look around and see if there was anything useful to buy. Josie led the way to the department store. Ping En, sitting on his dad's shoulder, looked around excitedly. His eyes sparkled as he took in the crowd. Everyone else looked very small, and his mom seemed tiny too. Ha, this was so much fun. He moved his legs excitedly. Lin Junhui steadied his son with one hand and wrapped his arm around Josie as they headed into the department store. What day was it? Why were there so many people? Josie turned around and saw Lin Junhui. He moved closer to her, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. Soon, they arrived at the department store. Josie looked around as they walked. She realized there was nothing the family needed. Xiao Si didn't see anything she wanted to buy, but Lin Junhui stopped her as they passed a shoe store. Xiao Si turned around and stopped. At this moment, Lin Junhui had already put down his son. He reached out and picked up a pair of children's small leather shoes, trying them on his son's feet. Then he sat his son on his lap, crouching down to help him try on the shoes. The shop assistant was very kind and didn't say they couldn't try shoes. Xiao Si stood aside, happy that Lin Junhui was buying shoes for his son. After trying on the shoes, Lin Junhui picked up a pair of women's mid-heel leather shoes. Try them on and see if they fit. Xiao Si looked at Lin Junhui. Was he trying to buy her shoes to please her? If there were shoes she liked, she wouldn't refuse. She also tried them on and found they fit well. She usually wore cloth shoes and didn't have leather shoes yet. Many young women wore leather shoes because they looked nice. She wanted to buy some, so she decided to go ahead. Lin Junhui quickly bought them. The children's shoes cost 8 yuan and the women's shoes cost 15 yuan, totaling 23 yuan. Xiao Si was about to pay, but Lin Junhui paid first. It turned out that this man had secretly saved money, so he didn't need to spend her money. Xiao Si felt happier about that. But don't think that buying her shoes means she will forgive him. No way. She was still upset. Xiao Si thought they would be leaving now. They bought the toy Pinyin and the shoes, so there was nothing else to buy. But unexpectedly, Lin Junhui tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to go upstairs. Xiao Si pursed her lips and followed. Lin Junhui held Pinyin in his arms and went upstairs. He stopped inside a watch shop. Xiao Si frowned and walked over, just in time to hear Lin Junhui ask the shop assistant to bring out a watch. She looked closely. Wasn't this a women's style? Was he going to buy it for her? It made sense, he already wore a watch and she didn't have one. But watches are not cheap and require a ticket. Xiao Si wanted to see what Lin Junhui was up to. She stood nearby without leaving. The shop assistant brought out the watch and Lin Junhui asked Xiao Si, "Which one do you like? Do you have a ticket?" Xiao Si asked coldly. "Yes, I traded a ticket with a comrade yesterday. You have a ticket? Weren't all your money and tickets given to me? Yesterday, I got my salary." Yosi quickly looked up at Lin Junhui, realizing that the money he was spending now was his salary. "I don't want it," she said, then walked away first. Wow, he gets his paycheck but doesn't give her any? That's so frustrating. It's okay if he already spent some money, but that watch costs over $100, it's too expensive. And if he really bought her a watch, would she forgive him or not? Even if he wants to buy it, he shouldn't do it now. He can wait until later. Seeing Yosi leave, Lin Junhui said 2 words to the shop assistant and then chased after her with Pinyin. On the car returning from the city, Su Wenjie felt that the boss and his wife seemed even more strange. They didn't look at each other or say a word. If Pinyin wasn't in the car, Su Wenjie would be so awkward he wouldn't know what to do. Pinyin was holding a toy Jeep, playing happily without noticing the tense atmosphere between his parents. When they reached the housing area, the Jeep stopped. Yosi and her son got out without looking back and headed straight home. "Boss, what's really going on between you and your wife?" Su Wenjie asked carefully. "Nothing much," Lin Junhui replied as he drove back to the army. That afternoon, Lin Junhui came home early and immediately went into the kitchen to busy himself. Pinyin saw his dad come back and took his toy Jeep into the house. "Dad, I'll help you cook." Lin Junhui looked at his son and smiled in response. "Pinyin, what is your mom doing?" Pinyin looked up at his dad with a surprised face. "Dad, didn't you see? Mom is planting vegetables in the yard. Dad is asking what your mom did today when she came back," Lin Junhui whispered, afraid that Yosi might hear. "Oh, she ate dinner and then went to sleep. After waking up, she was planting vegetables in the yard. Did your mom get angry?" "Why would she be angry?" Pinyin frowned and looked up at his dad. "Is it because I bought too many toys today and she's mad?"
No.
"I mean, did your mom seem upset at home today?" Pinyin shook his head. "Dad, if you want to know what mom is thinking, why don't you ask her yourself?" His words made Lin Junhui speechless. Lin Junhui picked vegetables and washed them at the outdoor faucet. When he looked up, he saw Xiao Si busy in the yard. The seedlings had been planted. Xiao Si was holding a small hoe, planting the seedlings into the ground one by one. Although Xiao Si was busy in the yard, she listened carefully to Lin Junhui's conversation with his son in the kitchen. She sneered silently and continued her work. "Take a break if you're tired. I'll plant the rest tomorrow." Xiao Si ignored him. Lin Junhui looked away and slowly washed the vegetables. He wondered when her anger would finally fade.
Sigh.
He had doubted her before and even asked others to investigate her. It was understandable that she was upset, and as her husband, he couldn't forgive himself either. If he put himself in her shoes, he would also be angry in this situation. After preparing dinner, Lin Junhui finished planting the vegetables. The couple ate dinner silently. Usually, Xiao Si would wash the dishes, but today she just sat on the sofa without washing the dishes after eating. Ping'an was playing with a jeep on the ground. Lin Junhui glanced at Xiao Si, pursed his lips, and started tidying up the table. Meanwhile, in the large dormitory of the army, Su Wenjie was talking with his comrades. Wenjie, you and the boss met your sister-in-law today in the city.
He must be very happy, right?
Su Wenjie paused while taking off his shoes. Don't mention it. The sister-in-law is upset with the boss.
She didn't talk to him the whole way.
How so? A comrade asked with interest. You ask me? I have no idea. I thought if the boss took her shopping, they might make up, but it turned out worse. Could it be that the couple is having problems? Suddenly, a female voice called out, Tang Jinghua, I'm here to return your money. The person called looked to be in the same dorm as Su Wenjie. He was just listening to Wenjie's story, and when he heard his name, he looked toward the door and saw a female soldier from the military unit. He immediately came out. Already so fast? I don't need it urgently. Can wait a bit. Here, I borrowed it for half a month. I got my salary yesterday, so I'm returning it. Thank you. Tang Jinghua smiled and scratched his head. It's nothing. No need to thank me. After the female soldier left, the discussion about Lin Junhui was suddenly interrupted. This new development clearly made everyone more interested. Zhenghua, that's impressive. You quietly managed to get close to Wenbing's girl. Do you like her? No, that's not true. Don't ruin her reputation. When I went to the city last time, she didn't have enough money, so I lent her some. Yes, I was wrong. Now tell me, how did you end up going to the city together? Tang Zhenggua's face slowly turned red from teasing. It's not what you think. We just happened to meet there. Su Wenjie watched the group joking around and suddenly smiled knowingly, but he sighed quietly, feeling helpless about the boss's situation. After Lin Junhui finished cleaning up the dishes, he saw Xiao Si sitting on the sofa, looking down. He sat next to her. Xiao Si saw Lin Junhui sit down and gave him a disapproving look. She then shifted her seat away from him. The sofa was now split with one person on each end, leaving a big space between the couple. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have investigated you or doubted you. Lin Junhui's eyes were gentle, quietly watching Xiao Si. His eyes showed a hint of apology, and his deep, magnetic voice was very pleasant to hear. Apologizing is good, but what's the point of the police then? Nobody likes being investigated. But on the other hand, Xiao Si could understand him. In the cultivation world, as the senior sister of her sect, if someone might threaten the sect, even if that person was the closest person to her, she would investigate to see if there was a problem or a threat. So, she understood him. But understanding doesn't mean forgiving so quickly. Xiao Si looked at Lin Junhui but quickly looked away again. His eyes seemed as deep as a well, as if they wanted to pull her into them. She took a deep breath and didn't want to say a word. Suddenly, she heard some rustling sounds nearby. Xiao Si didn't pay much attention and decided not to bother with Lin Junhui. She wondered whether to go straight back to her room or to play with her son. Suddenly, a stack of money and some bills appeared in front of Xiao Si.
This is my salary. It was just paid yesterday.
My basic monthly salary is 126 yuan, and sometimes I get bonuses for missions. These, plus the bonuses from previous missions paid yesterday, total 200 yuan. Note, the 200 yuan is from a mission before the last one, not the most recent one. There are a total of 326 pieces. Today, I spent 23 pieces, leaving 303 pieces. All of them are here. He lowered his voice and spoke in a tone that clearly sounded eager to please. Zhou Si's eyes widened slightly. With so much money, he only earns 126 pieces a month, while an ordinary worker earns only 30 pieces. All right, she really doesn't need to worry about money anymore. No wonder he was able to pay off his debts so quickly, and even save so much money. He even received bonuses for completing tasks, but thinking about how he risked his life every time he went on a mission made her feel uncomfortable. Her expression softened a bit. These money aren't for me to use.
They are all for the family.
Zhou Si looked into Lin Junhui's eyes and said. Lin Junhui nodded slightly. Yes, for the family. Then I'll take it. Lin Junhui handed a stack of money to Zhou Si. Here, take it. From now on, all of it is yours. Zhou Si hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take the money. She looked up at Lin Junhui and saw a look in his eyes that reminded her of how Anping would act when she was being affectionate. This man really left Zhou Si speechless. She snatched the money from his hand. The stack was quite large, and some bills fell to the ground. Lin Junhui immediately squatted down to pick up the money. Seeing him crouch down, Zhou Si was about to help but sat upright instead. He was still dressed in his military uniform, yet he obediently squatted on the ground to pick up the money. Something felt a bit off. After collecting the bills, Lin Junhui handed them to Zhou Si again. Seeing that she didn't take it, he pushed it forward again. Zhou Si reached out and took the money, then went to her room to store it carefully. Lin Junhui sat back on the sofa, glancing at his son, who was playing with a toy jeep without a care. A faint smile appeared on his face. The father and son looked alike, which had its advantages. The next day, news spread in the family compound that Deputy Commander Lin and his wife were having disagreements. I heard that they don't talk to each other at home anymore. Are they having a fight? No, I heard that Deputy Commander Lin's wife was arranged by his mother, and he doesn't like her. That doesn't seem right. Zhou Si treats Deputy Commander Lin very well. Not long ago, he was injured, and she took care of him every day. It's unrequited love. Don't spread rumors. Otherwise, why haven't you come to accompany the troops after so long? That makes some sense. Amy passed by the family housing area, overhearing these words, and felt secretly happy. In a few days, Deng Shuakai would return, and her good days would begin. A couple not getting along is quite normal, even in their past life. She thought Xiao Si had changed, but maybe she came to accompany the troops with some plan. Her past life was so miserable, all because of Lin Junhui. If Xiao Si was also reborn, then they would share the same enemy. An enemy's enemy is a friend. If that's true, she would find a good time to meet Xiao Si properly. Here, rumors about a couple's discord spread, but in Sun Jingwei's office, they were arguing. Comrade's son. My son is still in bed. Lin Junhui recovered long ago and has already gone back to work at the army. It's unfair. He's leading the team, so why isn't he punished? What do you want? Sun Jingwei asked calmly, holding back his anger. Of course, demotion and a fine. Sun Jingwei almost couldn't hold back a cold laugh, but he managed to keep it in. This is the army. Getting injured on missions is normal. If every injury meant punishment for the superior, then soldiers might as well stay home and not join the army. Aunt Yu's tone stiffened. That's not true. This time, Deputy Captain Lin's poor leadership caused so many injuries, even Captain Zhao died. It's Lin Junhui's fault. Ah Xing, come in. Soon, a young soldier entered. Go get Lieutenant Song. Tell her mother is here with me. The soldier received the order and quickly left. Wait, Sun Jingwei, why do you want my son? We're talking about Deputy Captain Lin. At this point, Sun Jingwei was truly angry. You, aunt, don't think the army doesn't know. The rumors about Deputy Captain Lin in the family housing area were spread by you. As for Deputy Captain Lin going on missions, the decision is made by the higher-ups. It's not for us to argue about. You've already seriously violated army discipline. If you keep causing trouble, do you want your son to transfer back to his hometown? Aunt Yu heard that her son was being transferred back to their hometown and immediately panicked. Commander Sun, how can my son be transferred back home? She worried that once back home, they would have no money. She had finally managed to enjoy some happiness, and her son was doing well. She couldn't accept him transferring back. If you keep disturbing the family housing area and slandering soldiers, they won't allow you to stay anymore. If it gets serious, it might affect your son's future. Think carefully about what to do, because you've already done this. Aunt Yu was completely scared. No, Amy said it wasn't that serious. As long as I cause trouble, the army will definitely help me get justice for my son. Commander Sun looked at her coldly. What is Amy's involvement? She told me to cause trouble and also asked me to find Aunt Wu, who was injured during the same mission, so we could cause trouble together. Where is Aunt Wu? She ignored me. Aunt Yu said through clenched teeth. Commander Sun no longer had time to read the documents. He realized this was planned in advance. He hadn't expected Amy to be involved. Did you ever think about why Aunt Wu ignored you? It's because she knows this is a military matter. Causing trouble like this breaks military rules, and your son could be affected. What should I do? Commander Sun, Amy really told me to cause trouble. I don't know what to do. You can't let my son transfer back home. Aunt Yu is terrified, tears streaming down her face, her eyes wide with hope as she looked at Commander Sunday. He frowned. Amy had been fixated on Junhui before. His wife often complained about her. Finally, Amy had been quiet for a while, and he thought she had calmed down and wouldn't cause trouble anymore. But it turned out she was waiting for this moment. She had changed her approach. If she couldn't get what she wanted, she would destroy it. This extreme method. This woman was really ruthless, but she seemed a bit reckless and not very smart. Soon, Aunt Yu's son, Sergeant Song, was brought into Commander Sun's office. On the way, he wondered what was going on. Why were they calling him so urgently? When he arrived, he saw his mother sitting inside, wiping tears when she saw him. Son, I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry, Mom. Why are you here? What happened? Aunt Yu wiped her tears and looked at Commander Sun nervously. She said, my mother was harmed by someone. Please help me get justice for her. Lieutenant Song was confused. Since he couldn't get answers from his mother, he turned to Commander Sunday. Commander Sun, what did my mother do? Hearing this, Aunt Yu felt guilty and looked away. Your mother spread rumors in the family compound, saying that our last mission was mishandled by Deputy Captain Lin, which caused your injuries. She also insisted that Deputy Captain Lin be punished. Not only did she cause trouble at home, but she even came to my office to make a scene. What should I do? You should watch your mother better. Lieutenant Song's face darkened like a pot, and he looked disappointed at his mother. Recently, he noticed her unusual behavior. She used to stay at home more, but lately, she often went out. He didn't expect her to do such things. His wife also said that his mother was fine, which meant she knew about it and might have even been involved. Mother, you're confused. Why didn't you ask me before causing trouble? That's not how it is. If the senior hadn't noticed the problem and changed the plan at the last minute, more than half of us would be in the hospital now. Our leader saved several of us. Otherwise, the injuries would have been worse. Among the injured, besides Captain Zhao, the leader was the most seriously hurt. Nonsense. He's out of the hospital faster than you, and he's already back with the unit. Aunt Yu quickly replied when she heard that Deputy Captain Lin was the most seriously injured. Mother, it's true. I was there. Deputy Captain Lin was the first to fall. He even took a bullet for Zhao Bing. He's probably back to work now, gritting his teeth through the pain because Deng Lauda is on leave, and he's worried about him. Hearing her son's words, Aunt Yu was stunned. She didn't know about this either. Commander Sun didn't speak. He had known all this for a while. The army had already reported it, and a notice would probably be issued soon. Lin Junhui would at least receive a second-class merit. He had heard the rumors in the family compound from his wife. He usually just laughed them off. It was just a joke. But he didn't expect people to come directly to him to cause trouble. His wife had also told Aunt Yu several times not to spread such rumors at home, but she still didn't listen. That, Amy. My son, it was Amy who encouraged me to do it. It's not my fault, Aunt Yu stammered, shrinking to the side and avoiding her son's gaze. Commander Song rubbed his forehead, looking very disappointed. How could his mother do such a thing? Commissioner Sun had already sent someone to call Amy. They told her to wait and face the situation when the time came. Hearing that Commissioner Sun wanted to see her, Amy's heart suddenly tightened. She didn't understand what mistake she might have made. She kept thinking about everything she had done recently. It seemed all her actions were very secretive, so no one should have found out. When she entered Commissioner Sun's office and saw Aunt Yu, she suddenly understood. It turned out Aunt Yu had betrayed her. This useless old woman had spread rumors about Lin Junhui. It had been almost a month, and it only caused a small ripple in the family compound, with no real effect. Now, she was trying to drag Amy into it. The old woman was truly useless. Although Amy thought this, she kept a calm face. She had already prepared for this moment, so she was not worried at all. "Hello, Commissioner Sunday. Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Amy greeted politely. Commissioner Sun looked at Amy with a cold gaze and simply nodded. "Aunt Yu said that you instructed her to spread those rumors." "Is that true?" Amy was stunned. "What rumors?" About Deputy Captain Lin. Amy could feel Aunt Yu's gaze on her. She sneered inwardly. "No, why would I do that? Besides, this is a matter for the military to handle. What we say doesn't matter. You're lying. It was you who told her to do it. If I caused trouble, Deputy Captain Lin could be punished." "How can you lie like that?" Hearing Amy's words, Aunt Yu immediately shouted in anger. Commander Song quickly pulled his mother forward. Commissioner Sun silently watched Amy. She looked calm, not like someone lying. But when he looked at Aunt Yu, she was very agitated. Aunt Yu and Amy had no personal grudges or vested interests, so lying was unlikely. But one of them was definitely lying. Commissioner Sun, with his experience, could tell that although Amy appeared very composed, she was overdoing it, like she had rehearsed this moment. When someone is falsely accused, isn't a normal reaction to feel upset. Thinking about a possible reason, Commissar Sun's eyes narrow slightly. Amy is not simple. She knows how to use others to achieve her goals. "Commissar Sun, Amy is lying. She was the one who came to me. If she hadn't said that, I wouldn't have caused trouble," and you pointed at Amy angrily. "I didn't look for you. Did anyone see that?" "Without proof, you can't just say things," Amy said, smiling secretly in a corner unseen by others. After leaving Commissar Sun's office, Aunt Yu was crying and glaring at Amy. "Amy, go away. Go away. You made me suffer. You hurt me." Captain Song helped his mother, seeing she was about to lose control again. He quickly stopped her. "Mom, stop." It was embarrassing enough in Commissar Sun's office. Aunt Yu looked at her son, then quieted down. The commissar had said she was a first-time offender and would be let off this time. But if she did it again, she wouldn't be allowed to stay in the family housing. Thinking that Amy was the reason for her trouble, she was very angry but relieved it didn't affect her son this time. Amy didn't look much better. Her hair was messy like a chicken coop, and she had a red mark on her face. That mark was made by Aunt Yu scratching her with her nails, and her messy hair was also pulled out by Aunt Yu. Neither of them looked good. Aunt Yu's clothes had a button torn off, and her hair was messy. "Captain Song, if you don't stop your mother, don't blame me for reporting it to Director Yang," Amy warned. Captain Song looked at Amy, then turned back to his mother. "Mom, let's go. Don't do this again. Stay at home and behave." After saying that, Captain Song took his mother away. Once they left, Commissar Sun ordered someone to inform Lin Junhui. Lin Junhui was dressed in a military uniform and stood straight. "Report," he said. Seeing Lin Junhui, Commissar Sun smiled. "Come in." No wonder Commander Chung liked Lin Junhui. He is truly excellent. While others are busy with nonsense, he doesn't care about these things at all. Commissar Sun recounted what had just happened and then warned, "I don't think Amy is innocent. Be careful with her. Your wife is also here now. Amy used to cling to you very tightly. Since your wife came out, she seems to have calmed down. But who knows if this woman might turn bitter out of love. If something really happens, it will be a disaster. You must protect your wife well." Lin Junhui listened to Commissar Sun and looked away, lost in thought. Commissar Sun saw his expression and sighed. He had also heard rumors that their family was not getting along. "Hey, kid, do you really have feelings for Amy?" Lin Junhui immediately looked at Commissar Sun, straightened up and frowned. "No way. I'm a soldier. If I don't have even this much sense of responsibility, what kind of soldier am I? It's good that you know your limits. Just don't do anything stupid." Commissar Sun, What should I do if my wife gets angry? Hearing this, Commissar's son stopped what he was doing and suddenly smiled.
What?
Did you make your wife angry? Lin Junhui nodded. It seems like I upset her. She hasn't talked to me for several days. Isn't it true that people in the family compound are saying you and your wife are not getting along? Commissar's son took the opportunity to ask. Although he's a bit older, he still wanted to gossip about their affairs. Probably because Wenjie told everyone after he went back, Lin Junhui replied, then recounted the trip to the city with his friends. He looked at Commissar's son with a helpless expression. Commissar's son chuckled. That wife of yours, you just have to coax her. Buy her clothes, buy her shoes. It costs money, so spend it. Don't be stingy. I bought her a pair of leather shoes. I wanted to buy her a watch, but she didn't want it. Lin Junhui said helplessly. Bought it, and she still hasn't forgiven you? Commissar's son asked softly, raising his eyes. Lin Junhui didn't reply, just nodded. There's nothing to do now but let her cool down herself. You just have to endure a little. Lin Junhui had been hoping Commissar's son would have some good advice, since he's experienced. But he didn't seem to have any useful tips. Commissar's son watched the person leave, and then smiled, sighing softly. He muttered to himself. Ah, youth is good. Young people have passion. Between spouses, only arguing and making noise can deepen feelings. That evening, when Lin Junhui returned home, he brought back a wooden toy jeep for Ping'an. Ping'an saw the jeep in his father's hand and screamed happily, rushing to throw himself onto his father. Dad, is this jeep for me? Lin Junhui reached out to catch his son, quickly picked up Ping'an, and smiled as he walked into the house. You like jeeps, right? Dad made this one. Do you like it? Ping'an hugged the jeep happily, smiling so much his eyes sparkled. In a soft voice, he said, I like it very much. Ping'an really likes it. Is your mom at home? Lin Junhui softly asked his son. Ping'an didn't understand fully and couldn't take his eyes off the jeep. He nodded carefully. Yes, she's at home. As soon as they entered the house, Lin Junhui put Ping'an down. He turned and saw Xiao Si coming out of the kitchen with a metal bucket. Xiao Si saw Lin Junhui, but didn't say anything. She moved aside and headed toward the yard, passing by and casually grabbing a small chair. Lin Junhui noticed she was also holding a pair of scissors. He quickly put down Ping'an and followed her outside. Why did she have scissors? This morning, Xiao Si went with the women from the family compound to pick snails by the creek and brought back about half a bucket. The snails were quite large, and the soldiers didn't like eating them much because they had a muddy, fishy smell. But sometimes people would pick them to add to a dish. It was a kind of meat dish, after all. Xiao Si learned from a recipe that these snails were good to eat and tasted especially delicious when cooked properly. However, preparing them took some effort. After collecting them, she had already rinsed out the mud and sand. Now, she was about to cut off the tips of the snail tails with scissors so they would be easier to eat. She sat by the sink, scooped some snails from the bucket, and with a quick snip, cut off the tail tip of one snail. One after another, she worked very quickly. Lin Junhui watched her from the doorway for a while. So, she was using scissors to cut the tails. What's wrong? Standing here like a gatekeeper? He asked. Xiao Si didn't look up. Her hands kept moving, and her tone was cold. These have a lot of mud and sand. They need to be cleaned before eating, Lin Junhui thought, finally getting her to talk to him. They've been rinsed, she replied. I'll handle it. You can go inside and sit, Lin Junhui said. No need. It will be done quickly, Xiao Si said, avoiding Lin Junhui's outstretched hand with the scissors. Seeing her cold attitude, Lin Junhui stood silently nearby, unsure of what to do next. Xiao Si looked up at him, noticing his expression was very much like a small dog abandoned by its owner, which made her feel a little sorry for him. Go inside and watch over Ping and don't let him run around. I just boiled water in the kitchen. Okay, Lin Junhui replied, glancing at Xiao Si again before turning to go inside. That night, the smell of the spicy snails Xiao Si cooked was so strong that even Aunt Li next door could smell it. She poked her head out to look. Xiao girl, what are you cooking at home? It smells so good. Xiao Si was busy in the kitchen. Hearing her, she stuck her head out of the window and smiled.
I'm frying snails.
Didn't you pick some too? Haven't cooked them yet. Snails shouldn't smell this good. It smells amazing. I haven't cooked mine yet, Aunt Lee said in surprise.
Kiao smiled.
Of course it was delicious. She added special spices, including perilla and chili. When it was ready, Xiao Si served a small bowl and handed it to Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee took it and kept praising, "It smells so good, and I didn't know snails could taste this wonderful. The flavor is so bold." When she returned the bowl to Xiao Si, she also gave her 3 persimmons. Xiao Si knew these well. They could be eaten as fruit or cooked in dishes. They were good to have. She wondered if she could plant some in her space later. When Lin Junhui took the first bite of the snail, his taste buds were completely awakened. The flavor was incredible, no muddy or fishy taste at all, just fragrant and spicy. It was so delicious. Even Ping and was quietly sucking on his snail, very focused. Xiao Si carefully served a small bowl without chili for Ping and to eat. "Ping, you can only eat the meat on top of the snail. The tail part can't be eaten. You need to spit it out," Xiao Si warned. Ping nodded. "Okay, Mom," still sucking on his snail as he spoke. That evening, the family of 3 ate very happily. After dinner, Lin Junhui was in charge of washing the dishes. He washed the bowls, put them away, and dried his hands. "Xiao Si, I have tomorrow off. I'll call 2 comrades to come over and help fix up the house." "Fix what?" Xiao Si asked calmly. "You said you want to raise the height of the firewood shed, lay cement in the rabbit pen, and add a water tap in the kitchen." "Oh, I see." Xiao Si nodded after hearing this. "All right, I understand." The next morning, right after breakfast, Lin Junhui's 2 comrades arrived at their home. Joy warmly welcomed the people into the house. "Have you had breakfast yet, sister-in-law?" "We've already eaten at the dining hall." "Then have 2 eggs. I cooked extra this morning."
"Don't be shy.
"You'll be busy later." Fang Haitao and Wang Ji didn't refuse. They smiled and accepted. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Don't thank me yet. Today you're helping me out," Joy said with a smile. Lin Junhui watched Joy smile brightly at his 2 subordinates, but saw no smile for him. He felt very uncomfortable. He pressed his lips and looked away. Joy saw them busy working. After telling Lin Junhui, she took a basket and left the house, heading toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Since others were helping, she thought she should stay and have lunch with them. She wanted to see if there were fresh sea fish for sale. The last time Lin Junhui cooked sea fish, Joy still remembered how delicious it was. Walking past the residential street, Joy noticed many people looking at her, pointing and whispering. She really disliked being pointed at, so she immediately looked serious. Recently, there were rumors in the neighborhood that her marriage was not good. She had heard about it but didn't care much. She didn't know who spread the gossip. "Look, she's here." Just now, Deputy Captain Lin and his friends went home, someone said, turning away as if to leave. "It seems their relationship isn't good." "Exactly. I said they don't look like a married couple." "She's too short." "I wonder if Deputy Captain Lin's shoulders are taller." "Don't talk nonsense." "She's carrying a basket. Maybe she's just out shopping." "I don't think Sister Qiao is short. People from the north are generally tall, but I like petite and delicate women. Their height difference makes them a perfect match." Joy passed by without saying a word. When she saw Sister He defending her, she smiled at her and kept walking. Still smiling? Looks like an idiot. When she cries, Deputy Captain Lin might leave her. She'll have to go back to the countryside. Joy's steps paused. Her original path stopped. She turned to look at the 2 women still talking, and anger suddenly flared up on her face. Her expression darkened. She turned around and walked over to the 2 women. She looked down at them with a sharp gaze. "Some shameless people who have no self-awareness. Please look in the mirror before criticizing others. I may not be tall, but I am taller than you too. Shorty, what right do you have to call others short? You're both short and fat and not very pretty. Who do you think you're fooling?" The 2 women were at most 155 centimeters tall. Although she wasn't very tall, she was over 160 centimeters, so she was taller than them.
"Who
is ugly?" Xiao Si lowered her eyes and looked them up and down, then said with disdain, "Ugly people cause trouble." "Who's ugly?" "Men like women like me. With your tiny figure and that face, what are you proud of? You probably can't even have children, so you're not fit to be a mother." Xiao Si smiled and looked at her as if she were an idiot. "Let me remind you, my son is 3 years old. And if I hear you talking about me again, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, she kicked a nearby brick. Having taught the nosy women a lesson, Xiao Si swaggered off toward the supply store. What a bunch of oddballs. They really need to be taught a lesson. Not far from where she had kicked the brick, it had already cracked into several pieces. One of the women saw this and was shocked, nudging the woman next to her. "Why did you bump into me?" "I'm so angry. Look, the brick cracked into many pieces." Huolian looked at the broken brick on the ground and was instantly frightened. "Is this the brick she just kicked?" Rong Haishi nodded. "Yes, when I arrived just now. This brick was still intact." Huolian suddenly seemed to remember something, her face turning pale, and she shivered involuntarily. "Huolian, I have to go back now. My brother told me to come home early." When her brother left, he warned her not to cause trouble. Her sister-in-law and Aunt Run had been watching nearby. When they saw Xiao Si walk away, her sister-in-law said, "I really enjoy watching Xiao girl stand up for herself. It's so satisfying." Aunt Run pursed her lips and softly said, "Huolian," with her attitude, calling Xiao girl short is funny. She's even shorter than her mother. She's overconfident. What Xiao Si didn't know was that one of those two women was actually Chun Andy's daughter, who worked at the clothing factory. Chun Andy had always wanted her daughter to marry Lin Junhui, and she was talking about her. However, Lian also liked Lin Junhui and always thought she would marry him in the future. This time, when she went home for a break, she learned that Lin Junhui's wife had come to accompany the army. She also overheard rumors in the housing area about their marriage problems. She saw this as a good chance to criticize Xiao Si. But she didn't expect to meet Xiao Si there, and Xiao Si ended up scolding her back. Lian actually heard what Aunt Ren said. She clenched her teeth and looked angrily at Aunt Ren, then stormed home. At this moment, Xiao Si had already arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. She looked around and found the fish that Lin Junhui bought last time. She quickly turned to the clerk nearby. "I want these 2 fish." The clerk quickly tied the 2 fish with straw rope, weighed them, and handed them to Xiao Si. She took them and put them into her basket. Since this place is near the sea, fish are cheaper. No receipt needed, only 25 cents per jean. The 2 fish weighed a little over 6 jean, costing her 1.60 yuan. After buying the fish, Xiao Si saw some tea leaves for sale. Usually, when guests come to her house, she has no tea ready. Although these tea leaves don't require a receipt, they are a bit expensive. She gritted her teeth and bought 3 ounces for 4.6 yuan. After shopping, Xiao Si hurried home. As she passed by the street in the housing area, she saw that the 2 women had already left. "Sister," he smiled and greeted Xiao Si. "You bought everything so quickly." "Yes, 2 soldiers came to help fix the house. I went out to buy some vegetables and am preparing lunch." Sister Ren smiled and said, "Just say you want to buy vegetables." "Looks like I guessed right." Xiao Si responded with a smile. "Yes, I want to buy vegetables." When others treat her politely, she naturally responds with courtesy. "Sister," he moved a little closer to Xiao Si and lowered her voice. "The 2 girls just now, one is Aunt Chen's daughter, the one who wants to marry Deputy Captain Lin. The other is Captain Song's younger sister. Both are working as female workers at the city clothing factory. They just happened to be resting and came back." Xiao Si understood. No wonder. The loudest woman must be Aunt Chen's daughter. After saying goodbye to the 2 women, Xiao Si thought about the situation and hurried home. Halfway there, she suddenly saw Ping and holding a small hoe, squatting by the roadside digging for earthworms. This small hoe was given to Ping and by Xiao Si. It was just the right size for him and it wasn't sharp. "Ping'an, why are you here alone? Where are the other children?" Hearing Xiao Si's voice, Ping'an happily turned around. When he saw Xiao Si, he immediately stood up, dropped his hoe, and ran toward her. "Mom." Seeing Ping'an running over, Xiao Si smiled happily. After spending so much time together, she considered Ping and her own son. Don't rush, walk slowly. Mom, I dug a lot of earthworms. The chicks will definitely be full and happy. Seeing him sweat all over, Xiao Si used her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Pingin's forehead. Why aren't you playing with the other children? They want to play by the river in groups. Mom and Dad said kids shouldn't go to the river, so I didn't go. When Xiao Si heard this, her face immediately became serious. She remembered that when she left earlier, Uncle Li's two sons were also playing nearby. Pingin, did your older brother and second brother go too? Xiao Si asked. Pingin looked at her and nodded. Yes, they went. I told them not to go, but they didn't listen. The river Xiao Si had been to was quite deep. If children went there to play and fell into the water, it would be very dangerous. Pingin, you're so good. Stay here and play. Don't run around. When you're done digging earthworms, come home. And definitely don't go near the river. After reminding her son, Xiao Si quickly picked up her basket and headed home. As a woman, she knew the world had many demands on her. If a child fell into the water, she would have to get into the water herself, which could get her wet. Thinking that her home was not far, she ran back quickly. Today, Lin Junhui and his two comrades were at her house. She also wanted to check if Aunt Li was home and inform her. Xiao Si quickened her pace and soon arrived home. She hurried into the yard and saw Aunt Li hanging clothes to dry. She immediately shouted, Aunt Li, quick. Your two boys went to play by the river. Aunt Li was so surprised she forgot to finish hanging her clothes.
Her face instantly changed.
They went to the river? They must be itchy. Just wait, I'll punish them. Saying that, Aunt Li grabbed a stick about the thickness of her finger, hurried out of the yard, and ran toward the river. Xiao Si also thought the same way and nodded, saying, Okay, be careful. Hearing her words, Lin Junhui turned around, looked at Xiao Si with deep eyes, then hurried outside. Fong Haitao and Wang Ji followed behind Lin Junhui, saying, Sister-in-law will go see too. Xiao Si nodded, Yes, go ahead. More people, more help. The three quickly disappeared from sight. Xiao Si stared blankly into the distance, recalling the strange look Lin Junhui gave her just now. What did that look mean? Just then, Mom, what are you doing standing here? Someone blocked her way. Ping An's voice interrupted Xiao Si's thoughts. She turned around and saw Ping An carrying a small wooden bucket and a tiny shovel. This small bucket was made by Lin Junhui for him. It was quite detailed, with a wooden lid. Ping An is back. Xiao Si smiled and moved aside. Hey, little chick. Ping An carried the small bucket and headed straight to the chicken coop. Xiao Si watched his unsteady walk toward the coop and suddenly felt grateful. She and Lin Junhui had always emphasized that Ping An shouldn't play near the water. This little guy was quite obedient and listened to their words. Otherwise, she would be worried now. She thought it probably wouldn't be a problem. Hopefully, nothing will go wrong. If something did happen, she didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Xiao Si suddenly remembered she had spiritual power. If an accident really happened, she could help. Ping An was still feeding the chicks one by one. Watching how they scrambled for food was very cute. Just as he was having fun, his mother called him over, interrupting his activity. Ping An, just play at home. Mom has something to do outside for a while, okay? Ping An's eyes were still on the chicks. After seeing the worms being eaten, he smiled and looked up at his mother. Okay, Ping An will stay at home to feed the chicks. After settling Ping An, Xiao Si headed toward the riverbank. She wasn't really worried about Ping An. He had often played alone in Pit An village before, knowing what to do and what not to do. The first person to arrive at the river wasn't Aunt Li but Lin Junhui. He was tall and long-legged. Before reaching the river, he heard a commotion and children's crying nearby. Lin Junhui thought to himself, Oh no, something serious has happened. The footsteps quickened. From afar, I saw two children struggling on the river surface. When I reached the riverbank, Lin Junhui didn't stop. He dove straight into the water and swam toward the farthest child. He knew Fong Haitao and Wang Ji were behind him. Lin Junhui swam to the child, lifted him up with his hand, and looked toward the other child. Sure enough, Fong Haitao was already swimming toward the shore with the other child. He then swam with the child toward the cliff. "Uncle, there are still two more, Guoli and Xiao Jun, who haven't come up." Before Lin Junhui reached the shore, one of the children's voices came from the bank. Lin Junhui looked serious. He turned back to the river, but there was no sign of anyone. Wang Ji, on the shore, heard that children were still in the water and dove in immediately. Lin Junhui pulled the child back to the shore. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath and dove into the river again. Fong Haitao followed and also dove into the water. At this moment, Aunt Li arrived. She immediately saw her two sons standing among the crowd. They were safe and standing by the river unharmed. She just let out a sigh of relief when she noticed her eldest son's clothes were soaked. Her heart sank. "Mom, my brother fell into the water. A kind uncle saved him. I told you not to play in the river. How many times do I have to say it? You shouldn't go, right?" As she spoke, Aunt Li was so angry she raised her stick to scold her sons. Perhaps they were used to being disciplined, because when they saw their mother raise the stick, they turned and ran. "Mom, I won't dare next time. Don't hit me. It hurts. It hurts." Brothers Dabo and Xiaobao ran around the river, with Aunt Li chasing after them, scolding. When Xiao Si arrived, she saw this scene and was startled. "Aunt Li, stop hitting them. It's dangerous here. Let's go home and talk." Hearing this, Aunt Li realized that chasing and hitting here was not good. What if someone fell into the river again? Thinking of this, she put down her stick and shouted, "Go home." The brothers, feeling guilty, saw that their mother was no longer chasing them. They quietly followed her back home. Xiao Si didn't care about others. She didn't see Lin Junhui and the others by the river. She quickly used her spiritual awareness to find them, even if it might reveal her presence. Soon, she detected 5 people in the river. 3 of them were swimming, while the other 2 seemed still and unmoving. Xiao Si was anxious and stomped her foot on the shore. At that moment, Lin Junhui poked his head out from across the river. "Junhui, a little further down. Maybe you've been swept away by the water." Lin Junhui looked at Xiao Si, then dove back into the water. Just then, Wang Ji surfaced from the river, dragging a child toward the shore. The child looked unconscious. Xiao Si hurried to pull the child out. At this time, several people arrived. Some sighed in relief when they saw their children safe, while others saw their children standing on the shore unharmed and then left, scolding their kids. Xiao Si gently laid the child on the grass by the river. The child looked about 11 or 12 years old, with closed eyes and unmoving. His lips were slightly purple. While no one was paying attention, Xiao Si touched the child's hand and sent a small amount of spiritual energy to check his condition. The child was still alive, his heart was beating. The reason he was unresponsive was because he was holding his breath, having swallowed a lot of water, and was afraid to breathe. Xiao Si knelt down, pressed her hands on the child's chest, and used her spiritual energy to help him breathe. Soon, the child coughed out water and slowly woke up. After waking, Xiao Si didn't pay him any more attention. She turned and walked to the riverbank to look for Lin Junhui's shadow. Not long after, Lin Junhui appeared from the water, dragging a child. Xiao Si felt relieved. She looked at Lin Junhui's leg. It wasn't fully healed, and after being in the water so long, she wondered if there was any problem. "Haitao, we've found the person. Come up quickly," Wang Ji shouted at the river. After the child was pulled ashore, Xiao Si hurried over. Lin Junhui was pressing on the child's chest, trying to wake him. Xiao Si quietly held the child's hand and sent a bit of spiritual energy into him. After checking, Xiao Si felt a little sad. This child is beyond help. His heart has stopped beating, and he has turned purple and pale, with no color left in his skin. Many people are gathered by the riverbank, all worried and anxious. Xiao Si quickly organized the crowd, telling everyone to step back because there was no air circulation. After hearing this, many people moved away, but some still stood nearby. About 10 minutes passed, and the child showed no signs of movement. Someone nearby shouted, "Hurry, Take him to the hospital and see if he can be saved. This is Major Luo's son. He was about to start middle school this year. Besides him, his family only has a daughter. He's their only child. Quick, let's get him to the hospital. Lin Junhui saw this and immediately tried to pick up the child, but Fong Haitao stopped him. Boss, let me do it. Your leg just got better. Hearing Fong Haitao, Lin Junhui stepped aside. The hospital is a bit far from the military district hospital, and he was worried about accidents on the way, so he didn't insist. Fong Haitao bent down to pick up the child and quickly ran toward the military district hospital. Lin Junhui and Wang Ji followed behind, ready to help if they got tired. Behind them, several family members from the neighborhood also followed. Xiao Si was worried about his own family's safety, so he didn't go with them. Fortunately, a jeep passed by, and they used it to send the child to the hospital. When Major Luo received the news, he was training his troops. The person delivering the message was from the logistics department. Hearing about his son's accident, his face changed slightly. After telling his subordinates to continue training, he hurriedly headed to the military hospital. When he arrived and stepped onto his floor, he heard his wife crying heartbreakingly from afar. His heart sank. He quickly ran toward the sound. He rushed into the ward and saw his wife crying on the bed. What happened to Guoli? Hearing his voice, his wife stopped crying and looked up at him blankly. When she recognized him, she started crying again. Wendong, our son is gone. Boo-hoo. Several doctors stood nearby with serious expressions. The child had no vital signs when he was brought in. Based on the timing, he had already passed away when he was rescued from the river. Director Zhou stood nearby with a heavy heart and explained, finally saying, Captain Luo, my condolences. When Lin Junhui and the others returned, 2 hours had already passed. Upon hearing that the child couldn't be saved, Xiao Si understood immediately. She had already guessed this outcome. During hot weather, many children like to play in the water to cool off. At this time, parents must watch their children closely, or a tragedy could happen at any moment. The children here are not like those in the cultivation world. They are very fragile.
It was lunchtime now.
Fong Haitao and Wang Ji wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat, but Xiao Si stopped them. No, I've already cooked the food. I've included your portions. If you don't eat, it will be wasted, Xiao Si said, pulling on Lin Junhui's sleeve to keep him from leaving. Lin Junhui was originally scowling, but when he saw Xiao Si's actions, his stern expression softened immediately. Everyone stay. Let's try your sister-in-law's cooking. Hearing their boss say this, the two men didn't refuse anymore. That morning, Xiao Si bought 2 sea fish. She steamed one, which weighed over 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms, enough for everyone. The other fish was put away for later. She made 4 dishes and 1 soup: steamed sea fish, braised pork, stir-fried green beans with mincemeat, stir-fried bok choy, and a gourd and egg soup. When Fong Haitao and Wang Ji saw the braised pork, their eyes lit up. The cafeteria had very little meat now, and they hadn't eaten braised pork in a long time. There were 3 grown men, plus Xiao Si and Ping'an, making 5 people in total. Xiao Si and Ping'an didn't eat much. Most of the food was eaten by the 3 men. They especially showed respect for Xiao Si, finishing all the dishes, including every grain of rice. The rice was special spiritual rice. Earlier, they had overexerted themselves to save others, and this meal was prepared by Xiao Si to help them recover from fatigue. After eating, they sat to rest for a while before starting work again.
Xiao Si frowned.
Take a break before working. There's no rush. Resting helps the body absorb the spiritual energy from the rice. Fong Haitao and Wang Ji didn't want to rest. After eating such good food, they felt they should do some work to repay her, or it would be unfair to this meal. Xiao Si tried to persuade them, but her eyes signaled Lin Junhui to speak. Unexpectedly, Lin Junhui didn't say a word and led the way out of the house, heading to the firewood shed to start working first. Xiao Si truly couldn't understand this man's way of thinking. Wasn't she asking him to persuade others? Why did he end up taking the lead and doing it himself? Seeing how eager they looked, she decided not to stop them. Instead, she prepared more spiritual spring water for them to drink, which is good for health and helps remove fatigue. That afternoon, the 3 grown men finished all the tasks at Xiao Xi's house in just over 2 hours. They laid cement in the rabbit burrow, so the rabbits can't dig holes anymore. The hay shed was also raised higher, so Lin Junhui no longer has to bend down when entering. What Xiao Xi liked most was that in the kitchen, not only was a new faucet installed, but she also built a 1 square meter cement area inside. The floor was paved with cement, and a drainage hole was made from the corner of the wall, allowing wastewater to drain out. In the future, Xiao Xi wouldn't need to go outside to wash vegetables or fetch water. She could do everything right in the kitchen. It was very convenient. After the drowning incident, the parents in the residential area became much more attentive. They kept warning their children not to play in the river and often asked about their children's whereabouts. At this time, Xiao Xi thought of something related to this matter and called Lin Junhui over. In recent days, Lin Junhui could clearly feel that Xiao Xi seemed to have forgiven him. From ignoring him at first to becoming impatient later, and now speaking calmly and reasonably, sometimes even smiling like she is now. She forgave him, and Lin Junhui was happy. But it seemed that neither of them was willing to bring up that matter again, as if they shared a silent understanding. Lin Junhui sat down and quietly looked at Xiao Xi. Xiao Xi had 2 dimples on her face. Whenever she smiled, her dimples showed. Lin Junhui thought she looked very cute like this, like a child. Can you teach Ping how to swim when you have time? Lin Junhui nodded. Okay, I'll find time to teach him. Hearing his agreement, Xiao Xi nodded. Actually, she could swim too, but as a woman, going into the water would get her wet, and if someone saw her, it would cause trouble. So, this task still had to be done by Lin Junhui. At this moment, Deng Shuakai, who was heading to Chinko village to pick up the silver bracelet, finally returned to the army. He arrived 3 days later than scheduled. As soon as he reached the army, he hurried to report to Commander Cheng's office. Commander Cheng saw the person but said nothing, only saying, "It's good you're back. Junhui's leg isn't fully healed yet. Since you're here, please rejoin the team quickly." Deng Shuakai apologized softly. "Okay, I was late. I will join the team tomorrow." Commander Chung didn't look at Deng Shuakai. He supported his head with one hand and gently waved to Deng Shuakai with the other. When Deng Shuakai left the commander's office, his face was dark and gloomy. He didn't like the dismissive attitude of Commander Chung. There was no smile at all. Usually, he could smile warmly when facing Lin Junhui. What he didn't know was that Commander Chung was suffering from a bad headache at this moment. His old injury had flared up again after waking up in the morning, and he was just barely holding on. That night, Deng Shuakai arranged to meet Amy at a hidden spot at the foot of the back mountain. He had received the item, and they still needed to discuss what to do next. Amy carefully took the silver bracelet from Deng Shuakai, examined it with a flashlight, and after looking at it, she immediately smiled. "Yes, this is it. You must keep it safe." Seeing Amy put the bracelet away herself, Deng Shuakai's eyes showed a slight displeasure. "I should hold on to this bracelet. You're used to being careless as a man. What if you lose it?" Deng Shuakai thought to himself. Can such an important thing really be lost? Amy just wanted to hold the bracelet in her hand. But he knew what she was worried about. Actually, she didn't need to worry. She was just afraid he might secretly go to recognize his family with the bracelet. But he wasn't that foolish. Going to recognize his family secretly would mean turning against Amy. Even if he did recognize his family, if Amy was unhappy and went to cause trouble, it would lead to a big mess. If that happened, he would have to bear the consequences, and the situation could get out of control, risking his future. That wouldn't be worth it. Now they were on the same boat. They had to trust each other, or the boat would sink quickly. Thinking of this, Deng Shuakai reached out and took Amy's hand, asking gently with warmth in his eyes, "What should we do next?" Amy was pleased with Deng Shuakai's gesture. She showed a faint smile. "We can't rush. Now both of us are in the military, and our movements are limited. We don't have time to go to Beijing. So, our only option now is to wait. Wait for the opportunity to come to us naturally." Deng Shuakai listened thoughtfully, then took 2 seconds before replying, Didn't you say my transfer order would come soon? When I get transferred, we won't be in the same unit anymore and it will be harder to stay in touch. Don't worry, your transfer order won't come so quickly. It should be around the new year, so there's about half a year left. Deng Shuakai looked serious. When he heard about the transfer, he was very unhappy. This unit is very important to the country. If he gets transferred, he doesn't know which unit he'll go to. As Amy said, he might become more on the edge. Getting back on his feet will take effort and time. But he didn't dare oppose the army's plans. He could only hope for more time. In Beijing, he couldn't go now. He just returned from leave and couldn't take another short break soon. He could only listen to Amy and wait for the right chance to come to him. If he really gets transferred, he's not afraid. With the help of the Deputy Chief of Staff of the military district, returning to the center of power wouldn't be hard, just a matter of time. Amy wasn't worried at all. In her past life, Lin Junhui hadn't recognized his family for many years. Based on that, it would take about 10 years for the other side to find Lin Junhui. 10 years is enough. They still have plenty of time to carry out their plans, so they weren't in a rush. The only uncertain factor was Qiao Si. She planned to find a time to talk to her. If they shared the same goal, there would be no obstacles ahead. It's best for family recognition to happen naturally, without forcing it, so no one would suspect anything. The Deputy Chief of Staff of the military district isn't easy to fool. Deng Shuakai took Amy's hand and looked at her deeply. All right, I'll do as you say. Amy looked at him and smiled softly. It was clear that finding Deng Shuakai was the right choice. He was obedient. That day, Qiao Si had nothing to do. She took Ping An to play in the street at the community entrance. Ping An was feeling down for several days after the last incident where a child fell into the water. Kids forget easily. With her and Lin Junhui's company, after a few days, he was happily playing with his friends again. This time, he saw a group of kids under a tree catching cicada monkeys with sticks and ran overexcitedly. Qiao Si saw many children playing this game before and didn't mind. She let him go. She herself joined a gossip chat group. Anchen saw Qiao Siyuan walking over from afar and remembered what her daughter had told her last time. This woman is not easy to deal with. From herself to her daughter, no one is her match. In this family compound, she doesn't take anyone seriously, except her, who always puts her down so she can't even speak. She can't afford to provoke this woman, and she can hide from her easily. There's no need to fight her head-on. Feeling annoyed, Anchen made an excuse that she had something to do and left. Aunt Rin was still surprised, wondering why she suddenly left after chatting so well. It wasn't until she saw Qiao Si munching on sunflower seeds, walking over, that she smiled softly. Turns out, she was just afraid of Sister Qiao. Aunt Rin smiled and made some space, pulling Qiao Si's hand. Come, Sister Qiao, sit here. Qiao Si sat down naturally and asked with a smile, What are you talking about? Not much, just passing time chatting here. These days, there's no work, so I just kill time. By the way, Sister Qiao, you're still young. Why not find a job? Find a job. Qiao Si looked up at Aunt Ren with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Work, of course. Your family is so big now, you can send your child to kindergarten. I haven't thought about that, Qiao Si replied honestly. Besides, Ping An is only 3 years old. Is it really suitable to send him to school so early? Oh, you should think about it.
At 3, he can go to kindergarten.
And if you get pregnant again, you need to learn to let go early and let him be independent. Then, he can help take care of the kids later. Qiao Si paused her sunflower seed eating. Pregnant again? How is that possible? She doesn't reproduce asexually. She thought of something funny and ended up laughing herself. We're not in a hurry. Besides, Ping An is very obedient and will help with chores. As for independence, she didn't want such a young child to be independent yet. Maybe in a few years. How can you not be in a hurry? You should send Ping An to kindergarten and find a job for yourself. With a salary, it can help ease the family expenses. Finding a job? Qiao Si really never thought about finding a job. And besides, is it so easy to find one? Based on Qiao Si's past memories, finding a job was very difficult. You had to pay a lot of money to acquaintances just to get a job, and even then it might not be the kind of work you liked. Xiao Si didn't want to talk about this topic, nor did she want to turn gossip into her own story. She smiled at Aunt Ren and stopped talking. Meanwhile, Aunt Ren and Xiao Si were chatting, while a few women nearby discussed another matter with regret on their faces. Really? I heard that Captain Luo is so annoyed by Zhou Mei that he only comes home late at night. I think it's not Captain Luo's fault. Zhou Mei is acting strangely. Xiao Si listened confused, blinking her eyes and leaning in. Which one are you talking about? Oh, you don't know? The whole family compound is going crazy. One of the women, who is only a little older than Xiao Si, lowered her voice. Talking about the parents of the child, who drowned that day. They've been arguing a lot these nights. Zhou Mei keeps saying she wants a divorce from Captain Luo. Captain Luo hides from Zhou Mei every night and only comes home after she falls asleep. Xiao Si looked as if she suddenly understood.
So it was them.
But after raising such a big son and then losing him, anyone would feel upset. As a mother, venting a little is normal, but it shouldn't lead to divorce. It all depends on how much the man can tolerate. Women often act with double standards, getting angry and then feeling better once they vent. She argues he avoids her. That's bound to go on forever. No wonder women get angry. As a woman herself, Xiao Si might not have understood this before, but now she somewhat does. Do you think Captain Luo and his wife will really get divorced? One woman in her early 30s asked softly. It's hard to say. Xiao Si didn't interrupt. She just listened to the gossip quietly. She didn't want to judge the situation. After understanding what was happening, she decided to leave. That evening, Xiao Si took a wooden stool and sat by the stove, lighting a fire. Lin Junhui was stirring fried potatoes and chicken in a pot. Her son sat happily on her lap, playing and joking with her. Lin Junhui watched his wife and son play, a slight smile on his face, feeling very happy. The family looked warm and loving. At that moment, there was a shout outside the door. Deputy Leader Lin, are you home? Hearing the voice, Lin Junhui put down the spatula and went outside. Xiao Si paused her playful teasing with her son, slowly stopped smiling, and stood up while holding her son. She looked outside through the kitchen window. The visitor had a strange face she had never seen before. Since he was dressed in a military uniform, he was probably a soldier. She didn't want to pry into military matters, so she stopped being curious and sat down again, continuing to play with Ping'an. Xiao Si pretended to scratch Ping'an's tummy, made a funny face, and reached toward him with her fingers as if to tickle him. Ping'an was scared and curled up, crying out and trying to hide in her arms. This kid was really silly. Couldn't he run away? Instead, he kept crawling into her arms. Soon, her fingers touched Ping'an, and he burst out laughing happily. A child's laughter is the best medicine. Hearing Ping'an's laugh, Xiao Si couldn't help but smile herself.
Haha, silly Ping'an got tickled by Mom.
He's not hiding and is even coming into Mom's arms. Silly boy. After laughing, Ping'an hiccuped. I know Mom won't hurt me, so Ping'an isn't afraid. Mom is just playing with me. This kid. He was really a bit of a fool, but sometimes he was quite clever. Xiao Si gently pinched Ping'an's nose and said, little clever boy. Just then, Lin Junhui returned. Eat first with Ping'an. I need to go to Captain Luo's house for a bit. Okay, go ahead. I'll save some food for you. Xiao Si set down Ping'an, stood up, and picked up the spatula to stir the food in the pot. Lin Junhui's gaze lingered affectionately on Xiao Si. Watching her small, delicate figure and hearing that she saved food for him, a warm feeling filled his heart. He then turned and strode out of the house. Xiao Si used a large bowl to serve enough food for herself and Ping'an and put the rest into another bowl, keeping it warm in hot water. Ping'an, help Mom set the table. Let's eat. Hearing this, Ping'an waddled happily to the living room. After dinner and a bath, Lin Junhui still hadn't come back. Ping'an usually slept with his father. Since Lin Junhui hadn't returned yet, Xiao Si was about to let Ping'an sleep with her tonight. Lin Junhui pushed open the living room door, and a tall, handsome figure appeared before him. Ping'an's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Junhui, and he opened his arms to run over. Dad, you're back. I want to sleep with you. Xiao Si heard this and felt a little sad. Usually, Ping'an slept with her. Since the last time he slept with his father, he no longer wanted to sleep with her. Seeing Pingin's lazy look, Lin Junhui said, "Go to sleep. I'll take care of Pingin." Although Qiao Si felt upset, she still walked toward the room. Halfway there, she suddenly turned back. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." "You go to sleep. I'll manage on my own." Qiao Si sat down on a chair, watched Lin Junhui walk into the kitchen, take her leftover food from the pot, come out, place it on the dining table, and sit down. Lin Junhui noticed Qiao Si kept looking at him and asked, "Are you hungry?" As he spoke, he got up to go to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. Qiao Si quickly stopped him. "I'm not hungry. You eat. I'm just curious. Did you go to Colonel Luo's house just now? How are things there?" "Yes, I went to his house. Colonel Luo's wife is upset about their divorce. The friends couldn't solve it, so they asked me to talk to her. In her opinion, this matter isn't yet at the point of divorce. It's natural to feel sad, but she believes it will pass with time. If he really misses his son, he can have another child to fill that longing. It's not really anyone's fault. After all, the child is already 13 and has his own ideas. Moreover, the boy who called to play by the river was the same one who first went into the water. He can only blame himself." Hearing Qiao Si's analysis, Lin Junhui looked at her unexpectedly. Noticing his gaze, Qiao Si asked, "What? Did I say something wrong?" "Not wrong, but this is a difficult situation. His wife can't accept it and is making a fuss. It seems there is no resolution yet. They still need to argue more. You men just don't understand women. When she's upset inside, she needs to let out her feelings. You men only know to stay away when your wife is upset, but doesn't that make her feel worse? Now that the son is gone, and the husband doesn't understand her, it only drives her crazy. She was making a fuss and acting out. As her husband, I stayed nearby to comfort her. Once she calmed down, things would gradually get better. You should talk to Captain Luo. He's a strong man and the main support of the family. If he doesn't want this family to fall apart, he needs to get past his sadness and be more patient with his wife." Lin Junhui chewed his food slowly, watching Qiao Si with a thoughtful look. After a moment, he said, "You're right. I'll talk to Captain Luo about it later." Seeing that he understood, Qiao Si stopped worrying and stood up. "All right, take your time eating and get some rest," she said, yawning as she headed to her room. Lin Junhui watched her small figure walk away, feeling a strong sense inside. He realized more about Qiao Si. She had another side to her. The next day, the situation got even more chaotic. Everyone in the neighborhood was talking about it. Qiao Si shook her head and sighed. "Life is like that, full of chaos, but we just have to get through it." As she stepped outside, a woman with shoulder-length hair called her. "Xiao Mei, wait a moment." Qiao Si saw she was a stranger and wondered what she wanted. She stopped and smiled. "Sister-in-law, what can I do for you? I just found out that my son Dezhuang was saved from drowning by Deputy Captain Lin last time. Sorry, I didn't tell you earlier, because my son was afraid we'd be angry. He accidentally let it slip during breakfast this morning, and that's how we found out." Qiao Si was surprised. "I didn't know about this." Seeing her carrying a basket, Qiao Si guessed she was here to thank them. "I brought some food. I saw your vegetable garden isn't fully grown yet, so I brought some vegetables. It's nothing special. Deputy Captain Lin saved my son, so please accept this. It's not a big deal. You're too polite," Qiao Si said. The woman handed her the basket with a smile. "Take it." "Thank you, Deputy Captain Lin, for saving my son." Qiao Si thought that since it wasn't expensive, she might as well accept it. It would help their family a little. Anyone who sincerely wanted to thank someone wouldn't want their offer to be refused. So she reached out and took the basket. "Thank you so much, sister-in-law. I will accept it. Come inside and sit for a while. I will sort out the things and return your basket. My surname is Zhang. I am older than you, so please call me Sister Zhang." "All right, Sister Zhang. Come in and sit." After welcoming her in, Qiao Si poured her a cup of tea and offered peanuts, candies, and sunflower seeds. Sister Zhang looked at Qiao Si's generous gifts and secretly admired her. The tea leaves are valuable. They don't look like broken tea, but good quality tea. The peanuts and candies are not cheap, only the sunflower seeds are a bit cheaper. Thinking about how much she values her heart warmed instantly. Aunt Chen also said that Xiao was hard to get along with, but it seems she was wrong. Aunt Chen's words can't be trusted. She lives not far from Aunt Chen's house, and today she happened to meet her when she went out. In the future, she decided not to listen to others' words. Only by experiencing things herself can she know the truth. I also brought a bottle of homemade chili sauce. Take a look and see if you like it. If you do, I will bring you more next time. When Xiao Si heard chili sauce, she was stunned. She thought no one was eating chili, as her hometown folks didn't eat it. She assumed everyone avoided it. She happily lifted the white cloth covering the basket, revealing a variety of foods. There was a bottle of chili sauce, a dozen or so eggs, a few eggplants, several tomatoes, a few loofahs, and a big bunch of greens. Finally, Xiao Si took out a bottle whose name she couldn't remember. Sister Zhang quickly explained, that one is soybean paste, without chili. I made it myself too. Oh, so it's for eating. There's quite a lot of stuff. Xiao Si smiled and said, there's too much. I can use all of it. Thank you so much. Xiao Si was very polite and immediately took out chopsticks to try the chili and soybean pastes. The taste was really delicious. It was perfect with rice. She kept praising Sister Zhang's cooking skills. Her homemade items being liked by others made Sister Zhang very happy. They chatted for a while, and Sister Zhang took the basket and left. She washed 2 tomatoes, handed one to Ping'an, and ate the other herself. It was sour and sweet, very tasty. She also grew some in her own space, and in a few days, she could eat them. Now that Sister Zhang had brought so much, she could finish them, and her own space's produce could be eaten too. Girl, are you still going to the mountains? Ping'an took a bite of a western persimmon and asked Xiao Si. Xiao Si nodded repeatedly, looking down at Ping'an. Yes, I promised you. When have I ever let you down? Let's go. On the way, Ping'an finished the persimmon in her hand and looked up at Xiao Si. Mom, this red fruit is really tasty. Maybe we should plant some at home. Xiao Si smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll think about planting a few for you. You have to take good care of them. Hearing this, Ping'an's eyes sparkled. Great. I will take good care of them and make sure they grow big and round. That day, Xiao Si brought back about a dozen sparrows from the mountains. She knew these birds could eat well, so she brought them home to see if they tasted good. When Lin Junhui returned, he saw Xiao Si sitting in the yard, handling the sparrows. He walked over and, before entering the house, squatted down to help tidy up. Xiao Si looked at Lin Junhui and smiled slightly. You like eating this, huh? Next time I go training, I'll bring some back for you, Lin Junhui said. Xiao Si lowered her head and smiled. Okay, but you have to help tidy up. Eating this stuff is a bit troublesome, all right. Hearing Lin Junhui agree obediently, a strange feeling rose in Xiao Si's heart. While Aunt Li was hanging clothes, she tiptoed to peek at what Xiao Si was doing and happened to see the scene. She felt genuinely envious of Xiao Si. Her husband would come home and just sit waiting for dinner, not helping with any chores, acting like a lord. Vice Captain Lin would even help his wife with housework. Such a man is rare. The two of them are tall and handsome, one strong and the other delicate and beautiful. Xiao Si sat on a chair, and Vice Captain Lin squatted down, both at the same height. People in the compound even said that the couple didn't look like each other, but with such a figure and temperament, one strong, one gentle, they are the perfect match. Aunt Li didn't want to disturb the couple, so she withdrew and continued her own chores. The two worked quickly, and in no time, the sparrows were all taken care of. Xiao Si was holding a spoon today, while Lin Junhui sat by the stove, tending the fire. Lin Junhui, should we invite everyone to a meal? Usually we should invite everyone to a meal, but maybe there are too many people. I understand Lin Junhui's point. He's worried she might get tired. Since they all have to do some work eventually, it's unavoidable. Later, they can ask Aunt Li from next door to help out. It's okay, just tell me how many people there are. I'll prepare the ingredients. You also need to help, not just sit back and do nothing. Lin Junhui thought for a moment and said, all right, that's fine. He was supposed to stay with his comrades, but since Xiao Si asked, he could just ask a close friend to help entertain the guests. 3 days later, it was the day Lin Junhui was hosting his friends for a meal at his house. Xiao Si called Aunt Li from next door, and also the young men who helped her move furniture last time. Since those young men were invited, they couldn't forget Yang, the logistics officer. Commander Sun and his wife and Major Chung definitely had to come. Plus, Lin Junhui said about a dozen friends would join. In the end, they figured out they needed 3 tables to seat everyone. For the pork, Xiao Si used black cliff pigs, which were available in the space. Other vegetables were bought from the supply store a day earlier. The dishes shouldn't be too fancy because in this era, people generally eat simple food. If it's too good, people might gossip. But it can't be too poor either, or it would be embarrassing. Xiao Si planned to make 8 dishes and 1 soup. The main dishes included braised pork, chicken stewed with potatoes, and spicy pig intestines. There would be 2 cold dishes, shredded kelp salad and cucumber salad. Since the weather is hot now, cold dishes are very suitable. Vegetables included stir-fried greens, green beans with minced pork, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The soup was pig stomach chicken soup. Among these dishes, only 2 are considered main dishes, pig intestines and pig stomach, because people here don't eat them often, and they are relatively cheap. The other dishes are all vegetarian and not expensive. So, although it looks quite abundant, to local people, it's just average. Early that morning, just before dawn, Xiao Si got up. Lin Junhui went to the army as usual in the morning, but he had the afternoon off. Aunt Li finished breakfast and came over to help. She nodded secretly when she saw the ingredients Xiao Si had prepared in the kitchen. The ingredients were quite reasonable. Xiao Si was washing the pig intestines, while Aunt Li was plucking feathers from a chicken nearby. The chicken was slaughtered by Lin Junhui in the morning, but he had let it bleed and hadn't plucked the feathers yet. Aunt Li watched Xiao Si wash pig intestines, adding both salt and flour. She couldn't help but secretly marvel. Why waste so many good ingredients on cleaning this thing? Cleaning pig intestines like this, wasting so much good stuff, is it really necessary? Can't water do the job? Xiao Si smiled and shook her head. Pig intestines have a strong smell. Water alone can't remove it completely. After using these, the smell becomes much milder, and it tastes better. Aunt Li thought Xiao Si was very particular. To her, a smell is just a smell. As long as it's edible, that's fine. She was reluctant to spend money on salt and flour, especially good flour. Cleaning pig intestines takes a lot of time. Xiao Si washed them for a long while before finishing. Aunt Li, after plucking the feathers from the chicken, directly opened its chest to remove the internal organs. The morning quickly passed. At noon, Xiao Si casually cooked 2 dishes and invited Aunt Li's family to eat together. Just as she finished clearing the dishes, Lin Junhui returned. Seeing Lin Junhui, Xiao Si suddenly remembered she forgot to save him some food. Oh no, I forgot to save you any. Wait a moment, the food is gone. I'll make you some noodles. Lin Junhui immediately stopped her. No need. I already ate with my comrades at the canteen. Is the food at the canteen good? You eat there every noon and don't come home? Xiao Si had wanted to ask this for a while. Good? It's just cooked food. The taste isn't great. I tried it once and didn't want to eat it a second time. Aunt Li quickly answered before Lin Junhui could. After speaking, she realized her words might have revealed something. She chuckled awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed. Xiao girl, I'll go home first. I'll come back later to help. Before Xiao Si could reply, she pulled her 2 sons and hurried out of the yard, as if someone was chasing her. Xiao Si stared blankly as Aunt Li left her yard, then looked at Lin Junhui with a strange expression. If the food at the canteen isn't good, why not eat at home? Could it be she's worried about her tiring herself? If that's the case, cooking is cooking, adding more or less is just a matter of taste. She does a lot of work anyway. Where's the hardship? Or maybe she just doesn't want to come back and face them. Feeling annoyed? Thinking of this, Xiao Si's face darkened. After glancing at Lin Junhui, Xiao Si no longer paid attention to him. She pulled her son toward the room, ready to take a nap. Xiao Si didn't usually take naps before, but since moving to the family compound, she started sleeping during the day because she had little to do. Ping'an was being pulled by his mother by the collar into the room. He was still holding a toy car and struggled to break free from her grip, shouting out loud, "Mom, Ping'an isn't tired and doesn't want to sleep." "Dad." The little boy saw Lin Junhui and reached out to him, clearly asking for help. Xiao Si turned to see this scene and angrily loosened Ping'an's collar. Now Ping'an was sticking to his dad. At home, as long as his dad was there, he would happily follow him around. Xiao Si, just as she was about to reach the door, Lin Junhui called out to stop her. "I don't mean anything bad. I just don't want you to work so hard at the cafeteria during lunch. I eat a lot." His words came quickly, and when Xiao Si heard this, she felt a little embarrassed. Her expression softened a bit. As long as he wasn't annoyed by her, it was fine. "Since I have to cook lunch anyway, it doesn't matter if there's one more person. Besides, when you come back, you can help out. Washing a dish is no problem." "All right, then I'll eat at home from now on." The two looked at each other from a distance. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Soon, Lin Junhui was the first to look away, and his ears turned slightly red. Xiao Si noticed the redness on his ears and covered her mouth to giggle quietly. She accidentally burst out laughing. Lin Junhui didn't expect her to laugh, which made him even more embarrassed. He grabbed Ping'an and headed into the room. When she heard the door close, Xiao Si laughed even more happily, bursting into full laughter. She was supposed to go back to her room, but instead, Lin Junhui was the one entering. She really didn't expect that, despite being tall and strong, he would be shy. She felt like she was no longer acting like a mature older sister. When she was the older sister, she was more composed. Now, she felt like a flirtatious girl teasing a handsome guy. Xiao Si shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off this strange thought.
It was too dangerous to think like that.
She must not have such ideas. When Xiao Si woke up, Lin Junhui and Aunt Li were already busy. Although they had just finished dinner, it was getting late. After eating, everyone planned to chat for a while. It was already around 3 p.m. When Xiao Si looked at the position of the sun, she realized she had slept in. Seeing Xiao Si walk out still sleepy-eyed, Aunt Li secretly glanced at Deputy Captain Lin. Just before Xiao Si woke up, Deputy Captain Lin had looked into her room several times. Now that she was up, Lin kept staring at her without blinking. If she didn't know they had been married for several years and that their son was already 3, she might think they were newlyweds. "You're awake?" Lin Junhui asked. When he saw her dazed look, his heart skipped a beat. She looked so adorable. "Yes, I slept in late. Sorry." After washing her face with cold water, Xiao Si's sleepiness disappeared instantly, and she joined them. For lunch, Xiao Si had already put pig stomach and chicken soup on the stove. Now the soup looked milky white and was almost ready. Lin Junhui was skilled with a knife, so he was in charge of cutting the meat. Aunt Li was sitting at the door washing vegetables. Xiao Si started preparing 2 cold dishes. By this time, it was already after 4 p.m. and Xiao Si began cooking braised pork, which took some time, so she needed to start early. Soon, shouting came from outside the yard. Then, 3 men in military uniforms entered. To make it easier for people to come in, the yard gate was left open. "Boss, we're here." Su Wenjie, Fang Haitao, and Wang Ji arrived first. Xiao Si nudged Lin Junhui, signaling him to go out and greet his comrades. Lin Junhui had already finished cutting the ingredients. He looked at Xiao Si, who was stirring the braised pork in the wok, then went to fetch firewood. He also grabbed bowls and plates, busy with everything. He glanced at the living room, then walked over to the 3 men, giving a quick reminder to help entertain the guests, then returned. Seeing Lin Junhui come back, Xiao Si was surprised and said, "You go out to greet your friends. I don't need you here. Go quickly." She patted Lin Junhui's arm as she spoke. Just then, more people arrived in the yard. "It's okay. I asked them to help me entertain the guests." Lin Junhui stared intently at Xiao Si and said. After hearing this, Xiao Si couldn't help but laugh. "No need to. Aunt Li will be here soon. With her around, it's fine. You did a good job today and helped a lot." Go ahead, or our comrades will start to laugh at us. When Lin Junhui heard Xiao Xi's words, his calm face suddenly changed. How could she say they would laugh? And what was with her tone of comforting a child? Thinking of this, Lin Junhui's face grew a little cold. He turned and left the kitchen. Because the window was open, Aunt Lee saw everything. The couple was very close, and their affection was clear. After Lin Junhui left, Aunt Lee came in smiling. She said, "Chow girl, your deputy captain Lin really cares about you. He knows how to be gentle and helps you with things. Of course. This isn't just my home, it's his home too. Helping me isn't just helping me, it's sharing the responsibility of the family." Aunt Lee smiled, took a small stool, and sat by the stove to start a fire. Most men in this era think housework is a woman's job. If a man helps, it's usually because he has nothing else to do. They don't usually go into the kitchen. Like her husband, if he's hungry, he just goes to the cafeteria. He wouldn't think of cooking in the kitchen himself. Deputy Captain Lin is different from most men. Many women envy him, but can't match him. More and more people arrived. Since Xiao Xi's house only had 2 tables and not enough chairs, she called a few young men from the logistics department. When they came, they also brought a table and some benches from the canteen. The braised pork smells so good. Xiao girl, you must have saved a lot of ration tickets to get so much pork. It must have taken a lot of effort, Aunt Lee said. Xiao Xi was surprised. The meat wasn't bought, it was from a black pig. And now pork was hard to get. Even with ration tickets, you had to get up early and wait in line to buy it. Xiao Xi didn't dare to say that openly. She just smiled politely and said, "Yes, it took quite some effort to gather this much meat." She had cooked a lot of pork today, a whole pot of braised pork, just enough for everyone to enjoy. The young men from the logistics team were very helpful. They pushed a cart with tables and chairs over, along with some bowls and plates. Just what Xiao Xi needed. Following behind them was Yang, the logistics officer, smiling happily. As soon as Xiao Xi entered the yard, she was drawn in by the smell of braised pork. She is responsible for logistics and also manages the cafeteria. She often hears people complain that the food there is not tasty. It seems your sister-in-law is a good cook. Tonight, you'll have a tasty meal. Lin Junhui heard the voice and quickly came out to greet her. "Manager Yang, you're here. Come in and sit." Manager Yang smiled and patted Lin Junhui on the shoulder. "You're lucky today." Manager Yang is about 45 years old, slim, quite tall, over 180 centimeters, and always smiling. He greets everyone with a smile. Although he looks friendly, he can handle any problem that comes his way. Many say he is a smiling tiger. By this time, the house was full of people. Most had arrived, and some were standing in the yard. Some people went to check on the recently built rabbit and chicken coops. At that moment, a voice made Xiao Xi stop what she was doing, and she looked a little surprised. "Big brother Deng, you're here? Come in quickly. Why are you standing at the door?" Big brother Deng, could it be Deng Shuakai? The main male character in the story. The story says Deng Shuakai is the leader of a special forces team and Lin Junhui's superior. It's normal for him to come when Lin Junhui hosts a gathering. Amy has met him before but hasn't seen what the main male character looks like. Is he as handsome as Lin Junhui? Xiao Xi looked out the window and soon saw the person. Just then, Lin Junhui came out of the house and they stood together. He is about half a head shorter than Lin Junhui. Not particularly handsome, but not ugly either. He has a square face and regular features. Because of his square face, he looks very serious when he's not smiling. He is tall and strong, not the type to be weak. It's impossible for someone who is a team leader in special forces to lack strength. From Xiao Xi's point of view, he and Lin Junhui are not in the same league. He also looks at least several years older than Lin Junhui. He is at least over 30. The two of them entered the house one after the other. "Xiao girl, what are you looking at?" "The potatoes and chicken in the pot should be almost ready. Should we serve the dishes first?" Aunt Lee was washing the bowls and plates brought from the cafeteria. Currently, Commander Chung has not yet arrived. Commissar Sun and Director Yang are already here. As soon as Director Yang arrived, she came in to help Xiao Xi. Xiao Si asked her to sit and keep the fire going. Everything else was already prepared. Lin Junhui was chatting with his comrades while keeping an eye on Xiao Si in the kitchen. When he saw she was really busy, he relaxed. Meanwhile, Commissar's son watched Lin Junhui talk and glanced toward the kitchen, then smiled. Last time, he said Lin Junhui made his wife angry. Has he not made her happy yet? Still not happy, Sun joked with a smile, taking a sip of tea from the table. Lin Junhui shook his head. No, she's fine now. Just then, Commander Cheng arrived. He immediately smelled the delicious aroma and praised, another meal to enjoy. Seeing everyone gathered, Xiao Si quickly arranged for the dishes to be served. Only a stir-fry of greens was left to do. When Lin Junhui saw Xiao Si bringing out the dishes, he immediately stood up to help in the kitchen. Commissar's son saw this and secretly smiled, his eyes meeting Director Yang's as she carried out the dishes. Director Yang shot a look at her husband. Look at Junhui, so caring about his wife. All you do is worry about eating, she said. Commissar's son pursed his lips, knowing he was in the wrong, and dared not argue. He could only smile and say, next time I'll do better, okay? The smell is so good. I couldn't wait anymore. Finally, the food is ready. I've been waiting for this meal for a long time. Now I can finally eat. I saw that my sister-in-law was cooking the whole time. It smells so good. If the cafeteria could cook like this, I wouldn't get tired of eating there every day. Stop dreaming. The cafeteria can't match homemade dishes. Old Deng, look at the boss. He already has a wife and kids. You're much older, so when will you settle down? We're all waiting. Deng Shuakai, who was called out, forced a smile, thinking about his plans with Amy, and a thought of marriage crossed his mind. I don't have a partner yet.
Don't worry about me.
Worry about yourself. You're not young anymore, he said. Hey, I still have time, she replied. Xiao Si happened to pass by with dishes in her hands. Hearing Deng Shuakai, she secretly rolled her eyes. Everyone else was already with Amy. Xiao Si looked around but didn't see Ping'an. She was anxious and looked for Lin Junhui. Junhui, is Ping'an okay? He's outside in the yard digging for earthworms. Don't worry, I'll go call him back now. After saying that, he headed outside. Xiao Si saw a house full of young men and secretly worried that there might not be enough food. Soon, all the dishes were served. They eagerly gathered around, and without needing to be asked, they naturally found seats and sat down. Xiao Si sat with Ping'an and the two sons of Aunt Li's family at one table, while Captain Zhang sat at Junhui's table. Once everyone was seated, the young men's eyes widened at the sight of the braised dishes, and some were already salivating intensely. Wow, it smells so good, so much meat. This cold dish is delicious and refreshing. Finally, I get to taste authentic cold dishes. No one responded to this comment. After taking a bite, everyone just focused on eating, not saying a word. They were afraid that if they spoke, they might eat one bite less. Oh my, it smells so amazing. The flavor is fantastic. Even the usually unappetizing pig intestines are cooked so deliciously, with a little spicy kick, absolutely delicious. Even the greens are incredibly tasty. In the end, all the dishes were finished in no time. They showed great respect for the food, and not a grain of rice was left behind. Xiao Si was stunned. She had prepared more food, but she didn't expect these young men to eat so much. She looked helplessly at Lin Junhui. Seeing her gaze, Lin Junhui gave her a reassuring look. Is everyone full? Lin Junhui stood up and asked. If his wife wasn't worried, he wouldn't bother asking. He had already guessed the situation. Xiao Si's cooking was always very good, and these comrades, used to eating in the cafeteria, couldn't resist such delicious food. It was impossible for there to be leftovers.
Yes.
We're full, they replied, though they were already out of food. They even used the remaining sauce to mix with rice. When they left, they looked a little reluctant. Deng Shuakai also felt very satisfied tonight. He glanced at Xiao Si. He never expected that the wife Lin Junhui married in the countryside would be so beautiful. Not only is she pretty, but she also cooks very well. Why is Lin Junhui better than him at everything? He remembers that Amy's cooking was just average, far behind Lin Junhui's wife. She is even more beautiful than Amy. Thinking this, he felt very unbalanced inside. Why was it that Lin Junhui was transferred away, not him? He felt resentment and frustration. These two feelings filled his mind, making it hard for him to stay calm. Walking back to his dorm, he looked at the distant, mottled trees and thought about the silver bracelet. He believed that one day, he would live better than Lin Junhui. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, at Xiao Xi's house, only Sun Jingwei and Director Yang were left inside, along with General Yang, who hadn't left yet. Recently, Commander Cheng's old injury flared up again, so Lin Junhui asked a comrade to take him home first. General Yang was still savoring the delicious dinner he just had. He hadn't left yet because he had his reasons. Finally, when those young troublemakers left, only Sun Jingwei and his wife remained, so he felt more relaxed.
Cough.
Xiao Mei, are you interested in working at the cafeteria? Xiao Xi didn't expect them to suddenly ask about her. She was thinking it was late, and she was about to give Ping a bath. She smiled and said, General Yang, sorry, I haven't thought about that. General Yang's eyes widened. How can you not think about it? Think about it. You stay at home during the day with nothing to do. Why not work at the cafeteria? You'd get a salary. Isn't that a good idea? Xiao Xi shook her head. Cooking for others every day, especially big pots, is tiring. She didn't want to do it, even if she had money. I don't plan to work for now, she said with a smile. Haha. Old Yang, today you really made me laugh, someone said. Seeing Sun Jingwei laugh so hard he couldn't straighten up, General Yang got angry. Laugh all you want. Is it that funny? Who used to say that no one could refuse working at your cafeteria? Look, my sister-in-law doesn't want to go. Do you think your cafeteria is some kind of delicacy? In the army, Sun Jingwei disliked General Yang the most. Maybe their personalities were too similar. Sometimes, they even acted like mischievous kids and argued like children. Having argued with Commander Sun, General Manager Yang still persistently said, Miss Chiao, think carefully. Our cafeteria is really good. You have flexible work hours. As long as you prepare the meals well, you can go home anytime, without restrictions. Many people want to work in our cafeteria, but haven't had the chance. You really should consider it carefully. Seeing that General Manager Yang was so eager for her to work in the cafeteria, Xiao Xi couldn't refuse him directly. Okay, if I decide to work, I'll find you. Is that all right? Yes, yes.
All right.
Just remember to think it through carefully. The sooner, the better. Reluctantly, Xiao Xi nodded with a small smile. Zhou Xi pursed her lips, surprised to see several women surrounding Manager Yang. Wow, is the cafeteria job really that popular? Zhou Xi moved a few steps closer to Aunt Li and made space for herself. Aunt Li looked at her surprised expression and smiled. If she didn't know that Manager Yang was interested in Zhou Xi's cooking skills and wanted her to work in the cafeteria, she might have joined the crowd too. Everyone stay back. I'm all sweaty and stinky.
Don't you smell it? He said.
Was it really necessary to surround him like a pack of hungry wolves? Okay, we'll step back a bit, so you're not crowded. By the way, Manager Yang, how many people are you hiring for the cafeteria? No hiring, don't ask anymore, Manager Yang replied angrily. That's not right. Didn't you just ask Zhou if she wanted to work in the cafeteria? It wouldn't make sense to hire her, but not us. We're all family members, so treat us equally. I came to the family residence before her. If anyone gets hired, it should be me first.
Exactly.
Opportunities in the army are already few. She just joined the army not long ago and already has a job. We've been here for years and still have no work. That's not fair. Manager Yang, our family has elders and children. Every month, my husband sends most of his salary back home to our parents. We barely have enough for ourselves. I haven't eaten meat in months. I want to find a job to help ease the family's burden. No, Yan Xiuzhen, stop pretending to be pitiful. Everyone knows you buy new clothes every month. Your family is poor, but buying a couple of new outfits is enough for you. Manager Yang, hire me. I can work hard. I'll do my best. I'm strong and can carry things. Just call me if you need help moving or lifting. Everyone shut up. What's wrong? Do I need your advice on how to do my job? I'll hire her. I have my reasons for choosing Zhou Si. Stop arguing, he roared. Manager Yang's loud shout made Zhou Si step back several more steps in fear. Wow, for a job, these people are really crazy. But his shout was effective. The noise on the scene immediately quieted down. Suddenly, everything was very quiet. The distant sounds of children playing clearly reached Zhou Si's ears. She turned to look in the direction where Ping'an was. Since I bought him a basketball, more children in the neighborhood have come to play with Ping'an. Even older kids who didn't usually play with him now come over willingly. Soon, someone broke the quiet. Why is that? The woman asked carefully. I called comrade Xiao to the cafeteria because Xiao has excellent cooking skills. If your dishes are only a tenth as good as his, that's good enough. If anyone can cook better than Xiao, they can come to the cafeteria and tell me. If not, they should keep quiet. After saying this, Director Yang left quickly without staying even a moment, walking away without looking back. Before leaving, his face looked very dark, like a black pot. Seeing this scene, Zhou Si didn't dare to stay there anymore. She pulled Aunt Li and headed home. As they passed by Ping'an, she reminded him to stay safe. Then she and Aunt Li went home. On the way, Zhou Si thought about what had just happened. She felt a little nervous, worried that this might cause her trouble. Aunt Li, does the army have any job assignments for us? Aunt Li knew Zhou Si was scared today, so she smiled and explained. The army does arrange jobs for the wives of soldiers, but there aren't many positions. They are not assigned based on how long you've been with the army, but on your ability and character. For example, if you can get a job in the cafeteria, it's because you have good cooking skills. If you have education and knowledge and the school is hiring teachers, you can become a teacher, though you'll need to pass an interview. For the women's office run by Director Yang, if you have a good personality, good character, and strong mediation skills, you'll be given priority. Hearing this, Zhou Si understood a bit more. Earlier, a military wife said she was coming with the army and wanted to be hired first, which seemed a bit unreasonable. She thought that the people who argued the loudest might find it hard to get a job in the cafeteria later. Zhou Si realized that these people had bad character and liked to cause trouble. If she were Director Yang, she wouldn't hire such people, or the cafeteria wouldn't be peaceful. Honestly, Zhou Si, I really envy you, Aunt Li said. Zhou Si smiled and replied, There's nothing to envy. She looked at her and said, Look, Deputy Commander Lin is so kind to you. He helps you with chores every day. When my husband comes home, he acts like a lord doing nothing, just sitting and waiting to eat. Joyce raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled, saying, Men need to be guided. How do you guide them? Do you have a secret method? Not really. Lin Junhui is quite proactive. Whatever I ask him to do, he just does it. So I envy you. You dare to make requests, but I don't dare. Hey, there's nothing to be afraid of. If you don't ask, how will you know if he will listen? Nowadays, all men are like that. I'm just afraid that if I ask, he'll get angry, Aunt Li said. What's the reason behind that, however? Joyce thought about the big man's attitude and his respect for men, and she fell silent. Most women in this world have been influenced by this idea. Seeing Aunt Li look at her with surprise, Joyce slowly said, You might try this. Next time, give him simple tasks to do first, then gradually increase the difficulty. But remember, after he finishes a task, praise him. Can that work? Aunt Li asked, half believing. How will you know if you don't try? But you can't tell Captain Zhang that this was my idea. Hearing this, Aunt Li smiled and glared at Joyce. Definitely not. After saying that, her smile gradually faded, and she pressed her lips together without speaking. After a while, she looked up. Joyce, why don't you work at the cafeteria? So many people want to go, and General Manager Yang invited you. There's no need to compete. It's so good. Joyce didn't want to hide this from Aunt Li and told her honestly, I don't want to be so tired. Junhui's salary is enough for us. Aunt Li was clearly surprised when she heard this. Don't your parents ask you for money? Yes, but not much. In the past, Lin Junhui used to give their adoptive parents 5 yuan each month. As for her own parents, they would never give them money in this lifetime. Don't even think about it, not a single cent. That's still easier for you. Our parents give us money regularly, and
Sometimes they call to ask for more. We can barely get by each month. Joyce smiled silently. Respecting parents is still very important in this era. But there is a common problem. If there is one person in the family who can earn money, everyone else depends on that person. Sometimes, parents also help out the one who is struggling financially. She really couldn't understand this world. Why don't families split up after getting married? In the old cultivation world, ordinary families would divide after marriage, and each family took care of their own. If someone wanted to help out, they would. If not, it was okay. No one would say anything. The parents lived with the eldest son. The money from the other brothers was only given to the parents. All right, no more talking. We're home. I need to go cook dinner, Aunt Lee said first, taking her leave. Joes looked at the time and realized it was getting late. Yesterday, she had said that Lin Junhui would come home for lunch from now on. She also needed to cook. Thinking about the 2 roasted rabbits in the space, Joes decided to eat one for lunch, so she wouldn't have to cook meat dishes. When she got home, Joes first ate a fresh tomato, which was sweet and sour, very tasty. She sat at the door, looking at the vegetable garden in the yard, planning to mark out a patch on the left side to plant some tomatoes in the afternoon. Although there were tomatoes in the space, planting them in the yard would prevent others from suspecting when she took them out to eat. After eating the tomato, Joes went inside to cook. She first boiled some rice, then took out a few eggplants and a zucchini to make a soup. Not long after, Lin Junhui arrived home. Seeing Joes busy, he washed his hands and immediately went inside to help. Seeing Lin Junhui walk in quickly, Joes said, "It's almost done here. Go call Ping'an back for dinner. He's playing over on the street." "Okay," Lin Junhui replied and turned to leave. Joes put the eggplants into a bowl. With 2 dishes and a soup ready, she finished cooking. She cut the roasted rabbit into pieces and packed it into a plate, only eating a third of it, filling a big bowl. She had thought the father and son would come back soon, but she waited a long time and still didn't see them. She frowned. Could something have happened? She started to worry. Just as she was thinking about going out to look for them, Lin Junhui came back carrying Ping'an. Ping'an was holding a basketball with red eyes. "What's wrong? Why are your eyes red? Did something happen?" Joes asked. Lin Junhui looked calm. Hearing her question, he replied, "Someone stole the basketball." Seeing Ping'an holding the basketball, it was clear that Lin Junhui had gone with Ping'an to get the ball back. No wonder it took so long. Ping'an saw Xiao Si. At first, her eyes were just red, but she quickly started to cry and looked very upset. "Mom, hug me." Ping'an let go of the blue ball in her arms and reached out her hands, wanting Xiao Si to hold her. Xiao Si felt sad and hugged Ping'an gently, patting her back and wiping away her tears. Ping'an is usually very well-behaved and rarely cries. Seeing her cry made Xiao Si feel very uncomfortable. "Don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here. No one can take Ping'an's things. If something can't be solved next time, remember to come home and ask Mom and Dad, okay?" Xiao Si held Ping'an for a while until the little girl slowly stopped crying. Lin Junhui had already put the basketball back in the room and served the food. After eating, Xiao Si avoided Ping'an and asked Lin Junhui, "Which kid took Ping'an's ball?" "That kid from Captain Wu's family." Lin Junhui looked at Xiao Si and said, "How old is he?" This time, Lin Junhui couldn't answer directly. He thought for a moment and used his hand to show the height. "About this tall. He should be around 11 or 12 years old, a pretty strong kid. When you went there, were his parents home?" "Yes, I told them. I told him next time he wouldn't dare." No wonder Ping'an was bullied. She's too young to fight back against such an older kid. Although Lin Junhui had already handled the matter, Xiao Si still felt angry. The kid from Captain Wu's family, about 11 or 12. She remembered that. Seeing Xiao Si silent, Lin Junhui knew she still cared and decided not to say more. If something else happened, he would handle it. He believed Xiao Si still had good judgment. That day, Xiao Si was playing in the residential area. Maybe because of the previous incident at the cafeteria, some people saw her and didn't come over to say hello. Their attitude was clearly colder. They just glanced at her and walked past. Xiao Si didn't mind. She had expected this outcome.
But luckily, not everyone was so narrow-minded. A few people still took the initiative to talk to her. Xiao Si, you're here. Is the ball Ping'an has yours? Is it expensive? Yes, very expensive. It costs 15 yuan. I felt pain when I bought it, but Lin Junhui said he wanted to buy it for Ping'an, so I bought it. Oh my, a toy that costs 15 yuan. You really spoil your child. Xiao Si smiled and said, what can I do? Everyone says, buy when it comes to earning money. Besides, I only have one son, Ping'an. As long as he's happy, that's enough. But you shouldn't spoil your child too much. If you spoil him now, it will be hard to teach him later. Xiao Si sneered but didn't reply. Her son Ping and was so well behaved. How could he be spoiled? Just a little indulgence is fine, she thought, because she liked it. Seeing that Xiao Si was unhappy, the other person realized it and awkwardly smiled before walking away. Xiao Si clenched her fists, feeling 2 small stones in her palm. From afar, she saw Captain Wu's son playing with a group of kids. After a while, Xiao Si finally found out that the boy was Captain Wu's son. He was not very tall but looked quite sturdy.